Chapter 3902 A Devil's Bargain. Once Vase made his decision, the Everchanger decisively moved away from the unstable hole in the fabric of space. The journey was not easy. The destabilization of space produced so much turbulence that any unprotected mechs would have malfunctioned at this point. Vase only had to look at the nearby mechs and fish whale bodies to observe the devastating effects. Half of them somehow got sucked into the space hole. The other half became crushed or torn apart from the stresses of warped and deformed space. Much to his distress, the gigantic, half-eaten body of the entity known as the Phase King suffered the latter fate. The cruelest part about this was that the Phase King was still alive. Despite the heavy injuries and despite the Cerebral King biting off large amounts of flesh and organs from its body, the Phase King still managed to cling to life in its own way. It was rather amazing to see how resilient a top fish whale could be. The Phase King even managed to put up a bit of resistance against the spatial tearing effects due to its own mastery of spatial manipulation along with the inherent resistance imparted by its phase water-saturated flesh. Still, the injured and dying Phase King could only do so much. The Cerebral King had specifically eaten its most powerful and developed phase water organs. The wounded king fish had precious little resources left to do anything else but prolong its inevitable death. The Phase King only resisted because it was in its nature to do so. The proud and ancient king fish did not survive for this long if it was willing to accept defeat so easily. It especially did not want to give the Cerebral King the satisfaction of causing its own death. As the Everchanger kept flying away, Vase looked at the precious phaser fish whale bodies flying into the royal tomb or getting torn apart with regret. If Task Force Fisherman had an hour or so to clean up the battlefield, he was sure that his mechs and shuttles would be able to return to the expeditionary fleet with a larger bounty of precious phaser fish whale organs. It didn't matter if the shuttles ran out of cargo space. The mechs could just use their limbs to grab onto the surplus organs. Since much of the space inside Purgatory consisted of empty vacuum, the organs shouldn't rot and decay so quickly. Even if the organs ultimately died, they could still perform a lot of destructive research on the organic material. After that, they could easily extract all of the phase water infused into the flesh, thereby obtaining a lot of additional kilograms of phase water. To see all of that potential wealth being wasted at such a close distance caused Vase to feel incredibly frustrated. When the projected view focused on the dying body of the Phase King, Vase suddenly jerked. Wait a second, Joshua. Yes, Patriarch. Turn around and head over to the Phase King's body. Try and grab hold of it to see if you can drag it out of the danger zone. It's too precious for us to abandon. Are you kidding, sir? Look at the size of its body. It's too big and massive. There's no way my mech can drag it out by itself. Vase sobered up a little after that. He had become so frustrated at losing out on so many gains that his emotions got the better of his rationality. Joshua was right. The Phase King's body was still as large as a sub-capital ship despite all of the injuries it had suffered. It would take far too much time and effort for a single mech or even several mechs to drag out of the region of turbulent space. That didn't mean that Vase wanted to give up on it, though. His eyes turned narrow and ruthless as he quickly considered alternative ideas. Do as I say and reach the Phase King's side. If we can retrieve its whole body, then we should at least be able to salvage an organ or something. Come on, Joshua, it's just a short trip. The Everchanger, trust in my work. I know exactly how much abuse it can take. This little space turbulence won't tear it apart too much. If the damage isn't too big, you can easily repair it by resonating with the fixer iron integrated in the Everchanger. The Everchanger came with a resonating ability that allowed it to regenerate moderate damage. Even though there were many limitations to this ability, it was still an amazing feature that massively boosted the expert hero mech's survivability. If enemies didn't learn about this function beforehand, they would be in for a nasty surprise when the Everchanger refreshed its damaged frame. That was something to consider for the future. Right now, Vase just wanted to make sure that he could retrieve at least one final gain from this place. While the Everchanger moved closer, Vase accessed all of the sensor readings and visual feeds. He needed to understand the condition of the body as much as possible in order to determine where he could obtain the most profit. The damn Cerebral King already made off with all of the good stuff. The fish whales all seemed to possess the innate ability to determine the best parts to cannibalize from each other's bodies. The Cerebral King was even better at it since it had studied fish whale physiology intensively for so many years. Although Vase could still observe that the Phase King's body still retained many tons of flesh, they were basically ordinary flesh and muscle mass that had no significant value. What a poor creature. The Phase King that was still clinging to life rolled its intact eyes at the metal machine that was hovering a short distance away. The ultimate loser of the battle experienced a lot of mixed feelings and emotions during its final moments. Vase was sensitive to these fluctuations. He quickly turned his attention away from the Phase King's ravaged body and focused on the Kingfish's relatively powerful spirit. Although the Phase King was not as strong as the Cerebral King in this aspect, the creature did not get to live this long if its spirituality was weak. In fact, one of the theories that Vase always held about life was that any organism's spirituality would eventually grow to a formidable height if they lived long enough. When the expeditionary fleet first encountered the Titania, Vase became incredibly impressed by the astral beast's age and wisdom. He would have thought that the Phase King's spirituality far surpassed that of the Titania, but the reality was quite different. It's not as strong or rich. The Titania possessed a wealth of knowledge and memories that enriched her life. Even if the current incarnation of the designed spirit lost enormous portions of her original self, what was left could still dwarf the limited and monotonous thoughts of the Phase King. It shouldn't have been a surprise that such a massive disparity existed. So what if the Phase King was just as old as the Cerebral King? By spending nearly its entire life on a boring and underdeveloped place like the Lake Continent, the Phase King hadn't lived a life that was diverse and varied enough as the Titania. Although these shortcomings diminished the value of the Phase King's spirituality, Vase did not feel like being picky at this time. Instead, his eyes began to glint as he thought about the best possible way to get one last piece of profit out of this escalating debacle. He concentrated his mind and tried to reach out to the Phase King. Do you want to live? Death comes. That isn't necessarily true. I can save you, Mr. Phase King. Impossible. Body, failing, God blood, lost. Nothing is impossible, buddy. Did our mechs not prove that to you during the battle earlier? We outsiders are not as limited as you fish whales. We have mastered powers and abilities that your race has never even imagined. Besides, even if you doubt my words, there is no harm in believing me. You will die anyway if nothing happens. Do you want the Cerebral King to get its way and have you perish from your wounds? The mention of its old foe galvanized the Phase King. Its eyes grew more determined. Unacceptable. Must not let old enemy succeed. Work with me, then. Vase continued to coax the Phase King. Accept my offer of help and allow me to preserve your mind and spirit. With my help, you don't need to rely on your failing body to remain alive. I can help you persist and live on in another form. The changes will be great, but it is better than suffering a true death. Despite the attractive offer, the Phase King was no fool. Its eyes displayed a lot of wariness. Outsiders are enemies. Why save my life? I admit that we humans harmed you and your phasers to take your phase water for ourselves, but that is all in the past. We do not hate you or wish for you to die. We pursue profit. Saving you conforms to this goal. You are much more useful to us alive than dead. Let me be honest so that you do not think I am deceiving you. If I can save you and bring a portion of you out of this pocket space, I intend to make use of you to help my mechs become stronger. If you have seen us fight in the previous battle, then maybe you have noticed the powerful entities that are helping our mechs fight. I want you to become one of our helpers. Incomprehension. Why? Cooperation. Vase smirked. Because that is the only way you can continue to live and grow as a spiritual entity. You see, without your powerful body, you will have to feed and sustain yourself in a different manner. I can offer you power, longevity, respect and contact with many interesting humans spread across many different parts of the cosmos if you agree to work together with me. Just look at how many different spiritual entities similar to you have already chosen to cooperate in the same way. They were much weaker than you in the beginning, but have grown much more powerful in a few years. Do you wish to surpass the Cerebral King? Must live, must grow stronger, must take revenge, then accept my offer and cooperate with me. Together, we can save your life and take you out of here. After that, I can settle you into your new life. How? Let me think. Vase hadn't thought to bring a spare pea stone for this trip. However, much of the Everchanger was made out of unending alloy which could function in a similar way. He didn't know what would happen if he forcefully transplanted the Phase King's spirituality into the Everchanger. This was a drastic and exceedingly reckless course of action. As Vase continued to observe the Phase King's ruined body, he suddenly noticed that the giant creature's head was not in a bad condition. Though its various wounds had scorched its head and exposed parts of its skull, its brains should still be intact. Joshua, try to carve out a large hole from the Phase King's skull. What? Why would you want to do that, sir? Let's see if we can save the Phase King by taking out its brain. Won't it be too big? I'm not so sure about that. Proportionally, the brains of many large alien species including the phase whales aren't all that big. It doesn't take much space to regulate an exponentially larger body, you know. You should talk to the exobiologists if you want to learn more. Please proceed, Joshua, we don't have much time left. Under Vess's instruction, the Everchanger approached the Phase King's immense skull and began to saw through the bone matter with its resonance-empowered sword. This was hard work and Joshua had to apply a lot of force in order to open a hole quickly enough. It was fortunate that the Phase King did not put up any defenses if it was able to. The operation would have been a lot harder if the Everchanger had to overcome additional spatial barriers. Blood and other disgusting matter spread out from the expanding cut. The work was grisly business and Joshua couldn't prevent his sword from cutting through portions of brain matter. When the Everchanger finally succeeded in opening up a large chunk of skull, a damaged brain that was smaller than an average fish whale organ rested inside. See, I told you so. Now do your best to cut it out and bring it away. Though Joshua moved to enact this order, he was still skeptical about this whole operation. Will this even work? I can hardly imagine how we can keep this brain alive. We only need to preserve it long enough to bring it back to one of our cargo shuttles. We can throw out one of our salvaged organs from the specialized preservation containers and put this brain inside instead. That should help preserve it to an extent. Vase wasn't sure at all whether these dubious actions could actually sustain the living brain of a kingfish. It didn't hurt to try, though. Dead or alive, the brain of a creature as remarkable as the Phase King was probably worth as much as all of the other organs retrieved by task force fishermen. Chapter 3903 Hasty Getaway. As soon as the Everchanger succeeded in cutting off and bringing out the brain of the Phase King, the expert Mech quickly retreated from the unstable region of space. By this time, the spatial fluctuations had already started to weaken as the spatial hole grew smaller. The fabric of space innately sought to correct irregularities, so it did not surprise Vase to see that this hole was slowly shrinking. It made him feel even better about his decision to stay away from whatever crazy scheme the Cerebral King was trying to pull off in the royal tomb. Get out of here, Joshua. Try your best to preserve the Phase King's brain while you're at it. Don't squish it so hard. Let's not damage it more than necessary. This was easy to say but hard to execute. How could a mech possibly limit the damage done to an amputated brain that was exposed to a turbulent spatial environment? However, Venerable Joshua wasn't an average mech pilot and the Everchanger wasn't that normal either. Compared to other combinations, the two possessed a number of advantages, one of which was their high affinity towards life. Venerable Joshua didn't even need Vess's instructions to experiment with its powers and channel a resonating energy onto the giant kingfish brain to help with keeping it alive. Together with the fact that fish whale organs were much tougher and more resilient than human organs, the brain somehow managed to continue to retain its vitality by the time the expert mech reached the supply train. Vase had already transmitted instructions beforehand, so a crew had already made the appropriate preparations. The Everchanger carefully placed the amputated brain inside a hastily sanitized container that soon closed up in order to do its utmost to preserve the biological matter. Though the device was hardly up to the task of keeping an organ as complex as preserving a giant alien brain, Vase at least hoped that it would buy enough time for the package to be delivered to the Dragon's Den. The Larkinson Biotech Institute should be able to do the rest. Evacuate now. Let's return straight back to the Gate Continent. We need to pull out as much of our assets as we can from this side of the spatial gate in case the Cerebral King is about to destroy everything. Although Vase had no idea whether the Cerebral King had any designs on purgatory, he did not deem it wise to stick around any further. His extensive experiences in living through various disasters had long suppressed his curiosity and desire to get to the bottom of whatever grand schemes the masterminds sought to realize. Exploring new sites and coming across amazing new phenomena sounded like great ways to get inspired, but the premise of this was that he had to be able to survive the events in question. Right now, his instincts were screaming danger. The surviving elements of the task force eagerly retreated from the battlefield and made its way straight back to the Gate Continent. They did not even bother to divert too much in order to keep their distance from the various asteroids occupied by the swarmer fish whales. That would take up too much time and Vase didn't think they had much left. One of the difficulties they experienced during this tense journey was the need to drag along the various mechs whose mech pilots had recently broken through. After the likes of Jessica Quentin, Vincent Riccolin, Isabel Coden, Olivia Remy and Iona Bolentini broke through, much of the energy that they had accumulated burst out at once. While this allowed them to temporarily wield the awesome power of forced resonance, the consequence was that the pilots became utterly drained to the point of becoming incomparably weak. None of the lucky bastards were able to retain their consciousness after they had their moments of glory. In a few cases, the mech pilots even overburdened their poor mechs to the point where they had practically collapsed. These were actually easy to handle. Their bodies could easily be retrieved from their cockpits and be put inside shuttles where they received the care they needed. As for those that were still stuck inside mechs that were somewhat intact, the mech forces needed to handle them a bit more delicately. It was an enormous waste to leave the mechs behind, especially when they were alive. The Quint, the B-Man, the Valkyrie Brunhildes and so on had all received an enormous amount of spiritual feedback from the overflowing energies released by their pilots as they underwent apotheosis. Even the mechs that hosted the mech pilots turned expert candidates also siphoned a lot of benefits. Each of these machines had either evolved into third-order living mechs in a single step or came a lot closer to reaching this major threshold. Given that the core of Vess's design philosophy was related to the growth of any living mech, the opportunity to instantly double or triple the number of third-order living mechs within the expeditionary fleet was too tempting to resist. Besides, Vase didn't think the Everchanger and the other living mechs of his clan would be happy with him if he ordered the task force to abandon all of those precious mechs. At least the Everchanger didn't nag him about retrieving the remains of the more ordinary living mechs. That would simply be too much. Come on, we're almost back home again. In the end, Task Force fishermen managed to make the journey back to Fort Fishblood without bumping into any swarmer hordes or spatial anomalies. In order to give the base occupants as much time to evacuate as possible, Commander Casella had already sent out the Dark Zephyr in advance to convey the news of the battle and what happened next. Vase received a lot of angry and confused messages from various people as the Everchanger managed to gain a remote connection to Fort Fishblood's internal network. Fortunately, the people stationed in Fort Fishblood weren't stupid. They had always assumed that they might have to pack up and leave as soon as possible in case an emergency happened. Though no one knew what the Cerebral King was doing and how long it would take for it to finish its business, getting away as fast as possible was of paramount importance. Don't bother with packing up the goods that are strewn about. Just pick up the crates that are still full and go. If there are too many of them, then just leave behind the ones that are worth less. These material goods aren't as important as our own lives. A flow of mechs and shuttles constantly poured through the active spatial gate with whatever goods that they could easily take away. The expeditionary forces didn't even bother to dismantle the prefab structures and walls. These were all made of bulk materials that could easily be replaced at a later date. As soon as the remnants of Task Force fishermen returned, numerous mechs and shuttles received priority access to the spatial gate. The Everchanger, the mechs that had undergone their own breakthrough events and the shuttles carrying all of the newly advanced expert candidates and expert pilots went straight through. Once they arrived back into normal space, they quickly exited the expanded underground mining site and ascended straight back towards the fleet orbiting Iron Crusher. Vase didn't have time to address the matters concerning the evacuation or the disposition of all of the plundered loot. As soon as the Everchanger landed inside the Spirit of Bentime, he hopped out of the cockpit with Lucky and quickly headed over to the bridge. During this time, he received constant updates from various people. We have detected faint spatial fluctuations from Garamal I, otherwise known as the planet of Aurelus. General Verl reported. Where are you getting this information? Vase asked as his armored form neared the blast doors leading to the bridge. We have been studying Aurelus intermittently ever since we initially explored it. We have not detected any obvious curiosities or anomalies on the heavy metal planet, but the fact that it is rich with various materials has made it a point of interest. We have planted a string of communication relays between Aurelus and Lemigo Distat that allows any scout ship stationed near the former to transmit real-time data without getting interrupted by the strong radiation from the blue supergiant star. Vase frowned in concern. Have we detected any unusual activity from the powerful star itself? Thankfully, no. The star is still exhibiting normal activity. We do not expect it to eject a major wave of solar wind anytime soon. Alright, let's continue with the evacuation. Don't waste any time on retrieving our hardware and other heavy goods. We just plundered a huge amount of phase water and that alone can pay back everything we have lost and more. We understand. We are already pulling out at the fastest possible pace. Our fleet will be ready to leave Iron Crusher's orbit in half an hour. That was quite fast. Vase did not have any reason to complain about this pace. He knew it would still take a lot of time for all of the mechs and shuttles to return to their respective carriers. When Vase finally managed to enter the bridge, he took up his usual seat while Lucky floated around. Meow. Not now. You can worry about having your meal after we have left this star system. Meow meow. Once he settled down in his seat, he called up a large amount of projected information panels and accessed a lot of different information. Soon enough, Vase learned that the evacuation was proceeding on schedule. The Dragon's Den received the Phase King's brain as well as all of the fish whale organs plundered from the battlefield. The exobiologists already generated enough experience in handling the previous batch of fish whale organs to save and preserve the next batch that task force fishermen had crudely pulled out of the bodies of slain fish whales. Though Vase worried a lot about the state of the Phase King's brain as well as the powerful spirit that was attached to it, this was no time for him to assess his gains. As several minutes went by, it finally dawned on Vase that he needed to notify the MTA of the latest developments. While he was certain that they already knew everything that had happened, Vase still had to go through the motions and follow the right procedures. He took a deep breath and hailed Jovi Armelon directly. In any case, talking to Jovi was much better than talking to a faceless mecher officer or bureaucrat. When Jovi's projection appeared in front of Vase, the MTA journeyman threw him an odd look. I read all of the reports and watched all of the archival footage we have of your various explorations, but this is something else. I think you have outdone yourself, Vase. Few people in the Red Ocean could have colluded with an ancient but intelligent alien organism before subsequently helping it attain huge advantages that allowed it to trigger a pre-prepared evolutionary process that might possibly resurrect the most powerful alien tyrant that the Red Ocean has ever seen. What could Vase say to this? He shrugged and smiled in the most innocent manner that he could manage. I admit that the situation did indeed spiral out of our control, but I'm sure that this is not a problem for the mighty Mech Trade Association. Since you mechers are so eager to lay claim to the Phase Whale Enclave that we have discovered, I am sure that you are eager to take responsibility over this site as soon as possible. This was a rather lame sounding point and both of them knew it. Vase was sweating inside his unending regalia as he nervously awaited the MTA's reaction to his antics. He did not exactly keep Purgatory and the Royal Tomb in good order when he and his forces left. Jovi gave Vase a long and judging look before he minutely shook his head. We will need to have a good discussion about what exactly you and your troops have done while you were inside the pocket space. There are numerous people above me who are highly interested in learning about how your small task force has managed to produce a higher than average rate of breakthroughs in a single battle. I trust that you will be ready to give us an extensive briefing. Ah, yes, of course, I am happy to share my insights. Vase hastily replied. Before Jovi could say anything more, a small shock ran through the entire hull of the Spirit of Bentime. What just happened, sir? Aurelius, the planet, it's cracking. What? Chapter 3904. A long plan. When the Cerebral King moved through the spatial hole that it had created with its expanded powers, it was overcome by its emotions. For so many years, the Kingfish had only been able to dream about this moment. Though the fish-whale race could live for a long time, it was truly torture for it to spend so many years in a monotonous haze. Even the most patient entity would grow a bit crazy after living so many years. Given these circumstances, it shouldn't have been a surprise that the Cerebral King lost control of itself. Seeing the bones that undeniably represented the legacy of its god had brought the Kingfish back to its earliest and also its happiest memories. Back then, everything was better. The Phase Whale Enclave was not as barren and empty at the time as the energy radiating from the nearby star fully powered all of the systems and mechanisms that kept everything in working order. The Cerebral King and its fellow first-generation kin assisted their god in running the internal environment of the pocket space and helped with managing the subsequent generations of fish whales. They did so by remaining in their cultivation tanks while accessing other fish whales and systems through the interfaces provided by the lab. To the powerful alien creature, this was the best of times. Everything was in order and everyone knew their place. God gave orders which the fish whales unflinchingly followed. The pocket space gradually grew more vibrant and developed as every fish whale constantly worked to improve their living environment with directions from above. Then, all of that started to collapse when their god and maker disappeared one day. It was not unusual for the flesh conqueror to come and go from time to time. The god of the fish whale race had already taught the king fishes that there was a vast interstellar community outside their homes. The fish whales didn't actually have an objective measure of time, so they couldn't exactly tell how long their god stayed out. They did know that their maker always came back at varying intervals. When the creator of the pocket space did not return at the expected time, none of the fish whales thought this was unusual. When their god remained absent for a longer period than the previous record, the king fishes still supervised the pocket space without any abnormalities. It was only when their god went missing for thrice the amount of time it had last stayed out that the community started to change. The ordinary fish whales still performed their tasks as usual, but several king fishes began to implement their own instructions. The cerebral king never paid attention to these little deviations because they made sense at the time. Nothing in the pocket space could ever remain static for long. More time passed while the king fishes kept implementing more and more of their own ideas. The mood in the chamber with all of the cultivation chamber grew ambiguous as the king fish no longer communicated as much with each other as before. The cerebral king slowly began to sense that something was amiss when it saw that its fellow kin issued orders that their god would have never made, but in the absence of their guiding leader, no condemnation arrived. It was only when the traitors among the king fishes decided that their god was gone for good that they made their respective moves. They broke out at the same time and wrecked the lab that had been their confining prison for so long. Once they vented their anger and frustration, they barged out of the lab and flew to the continents that they had set their sights upon. Each king fish that was previously responsible for managing the various supporting mechanisms of the pocket space took advantage of their access and knowledge to take over their respective domains. The fusion king took over the main power source. The phase king monopolized the largest phase water generating wellsprings. The hive king commanded its army to claim the largest nutrient producing landmasses. The others made their own moves, though they were much less prepared and could only scramble to conquer less productive continents. The cerebral king, stunned by the blatant violations of God's will, had little choice but to occupy and defend the continent where it was based upon. It could hardly recall how much time it spent while getting lost in its anger and confusion. It was only after these strong emotions had faded that it started to pick itself up and properly develop its own power. It was difficult. Its kin had wrecked many of the labs and neglect had compounded the damage. Initially, the cerebral king knew little of how the lab and everything else worked. It was only after gaining access to a repository of knowledge that it slowly started to learn the subjects needed to operate the lab. The process was incredibly slow and arduous. The knowledge that the cerebral king considered as its inheritance wasn't set up to teach a fish whale about advanced biotechnology. If not for the cerebral king's abnormally developed cognitive functions, it would have never been able to puzzle all of the essential sciences to utilize the lab for its own ends. Even then, it took a lot more time than that to verify whether it had learned the right lessons by performing countless experiments and seeing whether the results matched its theories. The cerebral king evidently did not correctly absorb the highly abstruse knowledge stored in one of the surviving databases of the lab because a lot of experiments went wrong. It never gave up, though. The inheritance of God was too precious for it to abandon. The king fish threw itself in its studies and used theory and practice to complement and verify what it learned. With so much time on its hands, it could afford to perform many repetitive experiments to master every specific subject of relevance. It was over the course of its extensive self-improvement process that it began to access and decipher the more up-to-date research files and notes left behind by Flesh Conqueror. These documents were incredibly complicated as they required a deep understanding of the most advanced biotechnology-related subjects mastered by the phase whale race. The cerebral king did not know how long it took for it to unlock the greater meaning and implications behind the research files. It could still remember the moment it finally realized the truth. The cerebral king's eyes turned misty as it recalled that glorious moment of enlightenment. It continued to rub its gigantic body against the immense bones of its god. God is brilliant. The rebels that had fought against the rules and their confinement were all fools. Their maker created them all for a reason. The misguided traitors thought that the Flesh Conqueror had only made them in order to serve as an eternal slave race that could run the pocket space forever. This was a lie. According to the ambitious research project that their maker had been working on, the fish whale race had a much greater destiny. Freebnovel, cm. It was unfortunate that their god had left them without finishing its ultimate design, but the cerebral king had resolutely picked up where its maker had left off once the truth became clear. Though the kingfish resolutely recognized that it was incomparably stupid and incompetent compared to its god, time was its great ally. No matter how difficult it was to develop a solution to a research problem, enough time and resources could resolve any issue. Experiment after experiment continually allowed the cerebral king to refine its body and organs. The kingfish knew for certain that it was evolving its body towards the goal set by its god. Yet the closer the cerebral king came to completing its holy mission, the more the final shortcomings hindered it from taking the last few steps. It was truly grateful for the outsiders for disrupting the balance and giving it the opportunity to collect the missing ingredients. The fact that the cerebral king had reached the holy chamber that the research notes had only briefly references but never described in detail was a dream come true. Must continue, must not stop. The cerebral king had completed nearly all of the steps outlined by the Flesh Conqueror's research documents. It only needed to make one more move before it could finally attain the deliverance it always sought. Once the cerebral king finally regained enough composure to keep its rousing emotions under control, the fish whale lifted its massive body and stared out at the even greater expanse of bones. The cerebral king had always been the largest amongst its subordinates, but now it felt unprecedentedly small. The Flesh Conqueror wasn't actually as big as the creature that left behind these bones. Perhaps if the kingfish was sober, it would think more critically why there was such a size disparity. Now, the cerebral king had come too far for it to stop. The kingfish excitedly flew towards the front of the giant skeleton. This was its ultimate destination. Soon, my evolution will be complete. The cerebral king slowed down when it crossed over a certain threshold. Though it initially felt uncomfortable, it soon became unprecedentedly pleased. It recognized this pressure even though so much time had passed since it last experienced it in person. God, I have returned. The cerebral king sped up faster as the escalating pressure did not hinder its progress at all. This was far different from all the probes that the human explorers attempted to dispatch towards the front of the giant skeleton. As the fish whale king slowly approached the immensely long skull, the cerebral king's mood turned pious and fanatic as it slowly stopped above the approximate position where the brain should be located. A small point of light shone from the center of this sight. The more the cerebral king studied it, the more it understood that this point was the source of the pressure acting upon its body. My God, I have arrived, allow me to complete my ascension. As soon as the cerebral king broadcast its wish and intention, the point of light flared to the point of lighting up the entire chamber the humans referred to as the royal tomb. An indescribable burst of power exploded from the giant whale skeleton. When the cerebral king became affected by this overwhelming power, its mood elevated to an incredible height even as its body began to shake and fall apart. Slowly but surely, all of its flesh, bone and tissue started to turn fluid before getting pulled by the giant whale skeleton. The attraction force caused the fluid's bits of flesh and matter to merge with the skeleton, making it look as if the cerebral king's body was being used as an ingredient to bring the larger whale back to life. Strangely enough, the Starship-grade power reactor that the human forces had originally gifted it remained intact for a while. However, the powerful light source continued to irradiate it to the point where it slowly broke apart. The metallic chunks became smaller and smaller until they became nothing but dust. The materials quickly joined the rest of the matter that was even now getting absorbed by the giant skeleton. This shouldn't have been enough to add back all of the flesh the gigantic skeleton had lost. However, as the light source in the center of the skull continued to release its energies, a mysterious reaction took place. The meager amounts of flesh and other organic tissue that had attached to the giant skeleton began to multiply and proliferate. It was not quite clear where all of the extra mass came from, but due to the mysterious processes initiated by the powerful light source, the skeleton rapidly grew new organic cells, expanding the newly grown flesh across more and more portions of its immense bulk. Soon enough, the light source exhausted itself just as a 12-kilometer-long phase whale body had emerged. One of the oddest parts about this miraculous transformation was that the azure scales and flesh of this immense life form was identical to the scales and flesh of the cerebral king. As the body slowly grew warmer and more active, the gigantic eyes of this revived monstrosity suddenly opened. Chapter 3905 Fish Whale Theories. When the scout ship assigned to monitor and study Garamel I reported that the planet's surface was beginning to crack, many different alarms set off at once. In the long experiences of human civilization, calamity always arrived after a planet that should ordinarily be relatively stable suddenly produced major tectonic activity. What was happening on the surface of the planet that Vase had whimsically called Orlis was far outside the boundaries of normal activity. Sure, the planet behaved oddly due to its proximity to the blue supergiant star along with all of the heavy materials making up its structure, but for its surface to crack to such an obvious degree was excessive. It was hard to imagine that this was a coincidence, especially when the Cerebral King broke into the royal tomb just a short time ago. Any fool could figure out that the two events were intricately connected. Damn it, hurry up with our evacuation. Leave behind all of our stuff. They're just junk that we can easily replace. As shuttles and transports continued to rejoin the fleet, the various carriers began to deploy mechs in case their protection was needed. Venerable Joshua, Venerable Tusa and Commander Casella barely had time to rest before they needed to bring their expert mechs back out into space in order to secure the expeditionary fleet's perimeter. What have you all been doing in purgatory to cause a planet to crack? Venerable Janzi asked as her massive shield of Samar settled onto the hull of the Gorgonaean. I don't know, Venerable Joshua replied in an exasperated tone. What are you asking me, Janzi? You and the rest of the task force just completed an excursion where Vase has resided in the cockpit of your expert mech all the time. I don't believe you know nothing about what our patriarch has been up to these last few days. Look, I just played the role of a chauffeur, right? We hardly talked about anything important while he sat behind me. We just reminisced about the past, that's all. He didn't discuss any of his important plans with me. Why should he? I'm just an expert pilot. His ex-girlfriend sneered. Oh, and what is this I hear about your Everchanger flying around while expert candidates and expert pilots are suddenly popping up left and right? Janzi, I don't think we should talk about confidential mission details over a remote communication channel. If you want answers, I think you should wait until all of this is over. The female mech pilot took a deep breath and sighed. You're right, I am letting my impatience get the better of me. Many of the mech pilots in our clan are celebrating the fact that Vincent, Isabel and many others have successfully broken through. Do you know that? What I have been paying attention to is the disparity between the amount of mechs that went out as opposed to the amount that got back. Why is there such a large gap? How many pilots have we lost this time? I can't tell you that much. Joshua replied in a subdued tone. The battle against the phaser fish whales was anything but easy. The two continued to talk even as the expeditionary fleet finally began to move out. Normally, exiting a star system was easier than entering one. With ordinary human FTL drives, it was only possible to enter into FTL travel by initiating the translation process in a region of space where gravity or gravitic activity was below a certain threshold. Most of the time, that meant traveling to the outer edge of the star system. As long as the ships traveled far away enough from any star, the influence of its gravity would drop below a point where FTL travel became possible. The problem right now was that this range was never fixed. Heavier stars possessed more gravity than lighter ones. Given that the one in the center of the Garamel system was classified as a supergiant, its mass was definitely not light. Not only that, but the lack of planets in the star system as well as other risky factors made it unwise to travel to the Lagrange points to leave this place. How long before we can get out? Vase urgently asked. It took several days to reach the orbit of Lemago Distat when we first arrived here. It will take roughly the same amount of time for us to go out. We can't go any faster unless we evacuate and abandon our slower starships such as the Graveyard and the Gorgonaean. Damn it, Vase had a really bad feeling about what was happening to Orlis. He had the sense that he had gotten caught up in the grand plan concocted by the Flesh Conqueror or another ancient alien mastermind. Ever since the Cerebral King revealed its true colors and used its own powers to barge into the royal tomb, he already came up with a few possible theories to explain what was happening. In order to distract himself and pass the time in this tense and uncertain period of time, Vase contacted Rania in order to swap theories on the possible layout of Purgatory and the royal tomb. Getting solid answers was impossible, but it might be possible for him to reduce his uncertainty and gain a better idea of what was going on by deducing the actual story from the clues that they had gathered. As Vase quickly summarized what he observed and how the fish whales behaved in different situations, the director of the Larkinson Biotech Institute fell silent for a minute. Rania had already been studying the situation as soon as Task Force fishermen returned to Fort Fishblood with lots of plunder FREEWEBNVEL, CM. A lot of the organic goods taken from the fish whales needed special handling in order to preserve their value. Rania had already been busy for a while to make sure that the dragon's den properly stowed away all of the extra organs as well as the all-important brains of the Phase King. The researchers and staffers working for the Larkinson Biotech Institute were caught off guard by how much biological matter the task force brought back. "Thank you for telling me your perspective on what has happened," Rania gratefully said. "It is clarifying to hear the context behind the events that have led our troops to dump so many unusual fish-whale organs in our laps. Are there any issues concerning their storage and preservation?" Vase asked with a touch of concern. "The organs taken from the phasers are different from the ones traded by the evolvers. Is the phase water-infused flesh producing any dangerous spatial activity?" Rania shook her head. "So far, we have not encountered any accidents. The flesh and tissue of the phaser fish whales are good at inhibiting and containing phase water. They are natural stabilizers that have been designed to do an excellent job at suppressing any unstable spatial activity. In fact, that makes the biomass taken from the phasers extra valuable even if they don't contain any phase water. If we can study this effect and reverse engineer the biological structures that can stabilize phase water activity, we may be able to develop future biomechs or biological constructs that can fight against enemies that rely on spatial manipulation as their weapon." That was a nice bonus, but not a particularly interesting one to Vase at the moment. "It sounds like everything is fine. Is the Phase King's brain still in good condition?" Rania's expression twitched. "It's not in a good condition to begin with, sir. The removal of a brain from any body, human or alien, is an exceedingly delicate and complicated procedure. Hacking it out of the brain cavity of a fish king with a mech sword of all tools hardly conforms to the standards of an operation room. Besides, just like humans, the Phase King's central nervous system encompasses more than just the brain. You also left out a lot of nerves attached to the spine of the king fish. We can't exactly take out and drag back the spine of a starship-sized beast. We did the best we could. I understand. What I am trying to say is that even if this brain is much more resilient to external pressure, the damage and trauma it has suffered makes it challenging for us to keep it alive." Vase frowned. "Is the brain dying?" The director hesitated. "I wouldn't say so. We know far too little about fish-whale biology to be certain about anything. For now, our stopgap measures are working, but I believe that is mostly because the fish-whale race is artificially designed to be exceedingly more tolerant to drastic medical and biological procedures. This lends credence to your theory that the fish whales are part of a greater biological experiment. Races that have evolved naturally usually do not function well when their organs and body parts are taken out. The fish whales on the other hand are able to integrate and remove various biological matter with minimal rejection or integration problems." That sounded peculiar to Vase. A bio-researcher would never go through so much trouble to configure a new race with such properties if they were pointless. There was definitely a purpose behind creating such a malleable species. So the fish whales are truly the equivalent of lab rats to the phase whales. They're even more than that, Vase. Given what you have learned from the Cerebral King, I fear the meaning of the fish whale race is much more significant. Let me remind you of the giant skeleton we stumbled upon in the royal tomb. We speculated whether it belonged to a clean whale, a legendary existence among the phase whales. Do you know what defines the clean and unclean whales the most? The unclean whales are delinquent phase whales that prefer to accumulate strength by cannibalizing the prized organs of others of their kind. Vase answered. This usually leads to a lot of genetic and physiological instability and only grows worse the more they combine foreign organs in their bodies. A clean one happens to be a cannibalistic phase whale that has solved the sources of instability. It enjoys all of the benefits of cannibalism while suffering none of the sequelae. At least that is what the sources have told us. Let us assume the flesh conqueror that the Cerebral King has referred to used to be an actual clean whale. Do you truly think it has conquered the flaws of its own path to power? You think that its status as a clean one is a lie? It's a reasonable suspicion. Rania shrugged. As an exobiologist, I can tell you that integrating so many foreign matter into a single body will produce lots of problems regardless of race. Organisms simply aren't meant to work this way. What if the flesh conqueror lied when it proclaimed to the Red Ocean that it was a clean one? What if its body was actually a lot dirtier than every alien at the time assumed? Vase found this to be an interesting train of thought. If I was in the flesh conqueror's place, I would never stop researching solutions on how to solve the hidden dangers in an unstable body. After all, it's well known that unclean whales are ticking time bombs. Then, his eyes slowly widened in realization. You guessed it, right. Purgatory may be one of its hidden biolabs that is dedicated to solving this fatal problem. The reason why this may be true is because of the properties that the flesh conqueror has instilled in the fish whale race. We have confirmed that the artificial race only contains partial phase whale DNA, but have you ever wondered about the sources of the rest of its genetic code? Are you suggesting that the flesh conqueror attempted to create a hybrid race that mixes phase whale DNA with other aquatic races that can easily assimilate foreign biomatter? Rania grinned. Although we do not have any hard evidence to suggest this is the case, this is the logical conclusion to make. It would explain much if not everything about what we have discovered in this star system. Then how does this theory relate to what is happening at the moment? Well, if we assume that all of this is true, then there are two possibilities. The first possibility is that the flesh conqueror has attempted to cheat its inevitable demise by turning itself into a giant skeleton that is awaiting the arrival of a genetically optimized fish whale to bring itself back to life. The second possibility is that the fish whales are the children and the inheritors of their maker. They are an improvement of the flesh conqueror's original species and are meant to replace the phase whales as the preeminent power of the Red Ocean. What? The first theory sounded plausible, but the second one was crazier. Only a nutcase would think about realizing such a dangerous ambition. Chapter 3906 Legacy of the Flesh Conqueror. Creating a new race was a major accomplishment as well as a major responsibility. To be fair, a lot of human biotech researchers invented artificial species all the time. There was much to gain from creating a new race that possessed interesting properties or performed better than more ordinary organisms. The overwhelming majority of new species never saw the light of day. They were mostly grown in labs and usually took part in numerous experiments throughout their short lifespans before they were unceremoniously recycled, in order to reuse their biological matter for the creation of a different or improved species. Only a tiny proportion of artificial species and organisms were deemed adequate and profitable enough to be put on the market. A Rubarthan sentinel cat like Clixie or a designer baby like Aurelia both fell within this category. They were both artificially designed life forms that were meant to be superior versions of the species they were based upon. Geneticists and exobiologists used to be a lot more unbridled about inventing new species. They created all kinds of monstrosities while enjoying way too much freedom and way too few oversight. After the age of mechs commenced, one of the main priorities of the Big Two was to rein in all of the excesses of the biotech industry. The policy change succeeded in cleaning up this sector, at least on the surface. Though there were figures like the Supreme Sage that managed to get away with creating monsters, most people that entered this industry largely abided by the rules and built regular and respectable careers as a result. What Vase had encountered in Purgatory was different. From the moment the Golden Skull Alliance first came in touch with the fish whale race, he and several other people already figured out that the natives of the pocket race were unusual in several ways. With the theories mentioned by Rania, he was finally able to figure out the possible context surrounding the development of this race. Which of the two theories do you favor? Vase asked the exobiologist. Do you think this entire scheme is meant to revive the flesh conqueror in a new and improved body, or do you think this is just his attempt to replace the original phase whale race with a superior variant? I cannot say, sir. There are more possibilities besides the two that I have mentioned, but they are the main ones. We have far too little information about the phase whale that has created the pocket space and set all of this into motion. If the flesh conqueror is as cruel, self-absorbed and greedy as some of the source material has claimed, then it is imaginable that this is an attempt for the ancient tyrant to come back to life. The logic was sound, but there were still a lot of holes to this story. It took over 1,000,000 years before this plan came into fruition. Also, the fish whale community inside Purgatory completely degenerated. If the Cerebral King did not succeed in learning the flesh conqueror's craft, it would have never been able to evolve its body to the point of solving the major physiological problem that prevents the phase whales from unscrupulously adding different organs to their bodies. Way too many factors had to go right in order for such a plan to come to fruition. Rania shrugged. Perhaps the degenerated phase whale did not intend to come back to life in such a convoluted fashion, but maybe it was caught by surprise at how rapidly its body decayed. It barely had time to set up the royal tomb before it had to enter into a mode of extreme hibernation. That might also explain why the alien has set up such a strange entrance mechanism beneath the Violet Ridge mountain range. There's also the second theory that you have mentioned. Vase said, as a creator myself, I understand the sentiment of trying to leave behind a legacy before death. If the flesh conqueror is unable or unwilling to extend its life, then why not leave behind a magnificent creation that can live on and continue to influence society for a long time? I imagine that the phase whales that chose to go cannibalistic have developed a lot of resentment and misgivings about proper phase whale society. The fish whale race may be the flesh conqueror's own little form of revenge against the stuffy old phase whales that are way too slow and conservative. Although Vase was not an expert in phase whale society and political ideologies, he could make his own inferences based on what he learned. The phase whales were the most individually powerful organic life forms in the Red Ocean. Few intelligent natives who were connected to the galactic society denied this truth. However, it was well known that the phase whales actually possessed a lot more potential than that. They could have grown powerful to the point where they could have dominated the dwarf galaxy as the super race, similar to how humans had come to dominate the Milky Way. The reasons why the phase whales never got to this point was because they lacked a couple of essential traits. First, the phase whales reproduced extremely slowly. According to the articles that Vase had read, the race produced offspring roughly once every few centuries. They invested a lot of time in research and other related activities. It took a lot of time, effort and ingenuity for them to be able to invent new organs that could augment their existing capabilities. How could they spare so much time to mate and raise new baby phase whales? Second, the powerful biotechnological organs that the phase whales researched with so much effort were usually unique and difficult to transfer to others. As far as the humans knew, the phase whales never sold or traded their organ designs to others. Apparently, even if they did so, the research performed by other phase whales were mostly unique and tailored to a specific individual. It took a lot of time and effort to convert the designs to work for other individuals. Whatever the case, it was extremely difficult to adapt and proliferate organs of the same design to other phase whales because their bodies diverged from each other when they grew up. They could only custom develop their own organs. Suffice to say, this was an extremely inefficient process of societal and technological advancement. If not for this major flaw, the phase whales would have quickly grown stronger as a whole. Instead, the phase whale race had to reinvent the wheel in countless different variations whenever a new offspring grew into maturity. As both Vase and Rania thought about the possibility of the fish whale race rising up as the potential replacement of the original phase whale race, their expressions grew heavy. Rania recalled all of the traits of the fish whale race and shuddered. Vase, yes, Rania. The fish whale race cannot be allowed to spread across the Red Ocean and beyond. Are they really that awful in your eyes? Don't base your evaluation of the potential of this artificial race by looking at how primitive and underdeveloped they were back in purgatory. This was only because they were stuck in a small, isolated pocket space that is relatively barren in resources and contact with other advanced alien societies. Think about their advantages and try to imagine how much better the fish whales will be able to develop in a richer and more expansive environment. The fish whales reproduced quickly depending on the subspecies. Maybe not all of the subspecies were able to breed as quickly as the swarmers, but the other ones should definitely not fall behind. They were also highly adaptable. They could grow up in vacuum environments and generally did not have any high demands on rare and special resources. Sure, they only really became powerful enough when they absorbed phase water, but they did not necessarily have to possess any in their bodies to grow strong in their own way. They were also fast growers. Though Vase wasn't sure how much time it took for them to reach maturity, he bet that the fish whales grew up a lot faster than the phase whales. All of these factors and more gave Vase the idea that the fish whales may truly be able to contend against the phase whale race for supremacy. Whatever the case, the rise of fish whales would definitely turn into a disaster for the humans that emigrated to the Red Ocean. The new frontier was much richer and more resource abundant than a tiny place like Purgatory. If the fish whales succeeded in breaking out and running off to many different star systems, then maybe they could become a new scourge that was greater and more destructive than the Vorabugs. The most egregious part about all of this was that Vase essentially bore most of the blame for releasing this powerful race into human space. Damn it, what is the MTA doing? Can't the Mechers take action already? Vase opened up a new projected screen and sought out the Simile Halifax in order to see what the ship was doing. It turned out that the MTA frigate had quietly parted from the expeditionary fleet before she disappeared. Where did Hovey's ship go? Why is she gone from our sensors? He quickly ended his talk with Rania and contacted Calabast. What do you want to know, Vase? Tell me where the Simile Halifax has gone. Calabast smirked. Oh, that little ship. Well, after she left the center of our fleet formation, she moved in the direction of Orlis before entering warp travel. The MTA frigate sped up towards the planet that is in the process of cracking apart. Yup, I think it is safe to say that the Mechers have definitely noticed what is taking place and are moving in to handle the situation. Vase felt reassured, but only a little bit. He was glad the MTA was taking this crisis seriously, but he hoped that the Simile Halifax did not intend to solve this problem alone. I really hope the Mechers stationed on the Simile Halifax have called for help. The only way to find out is to wait and see. The spymaster shrugged. Our scout ship is still relatively close to Garamali and has continued to maintain contact with our fleet. We should be able to tell what is happening with minimal delay. Time passed by as everyone waited for something to happen. Orlis continued to crack as if it was a giant black egg that was on the verge of breaking apart. Volcanic activity had gone crazy on that planet and it was only growing worse. At some point, the Simile Halifax slipped out of warp travel and arrived at a respectable distance away from the unstable heavy metal planet. What is it going to do next? Vase wondered as he leaned in to focus on the projected feed. The MTA frigate did not spend much time dawdling around. Once she stabilized her condition, her energy emissions spiked as the ship generated a portal, and a large one at that. Vase had seen ships from the Big Two generate portals before. They were a highly convenient means of bringing in other ships from afar without needing to enter a space with minimal gravity. Now that Vase looked at it, the portal generated by the Simile Halifax and similar vessels resembled the one generated by Purgatory's ancient spatial gate. Were the technological principles between the two more similar than he thought? A large MTA capital ship is emerging from the portal generated by the Simile Halifax. An immense hull slowly but smoothly passed through the active space tunnel. Vess's eyes widened more and more as he beheld the size, construction and external features of the newly arrived vessel. Is that a battleship? She's armed with several huge turreted guns. That's not quite right, she's a research vessel. Don't you see all of those sensor arrays and other research-related modules? Wait, look at how many mechs are launching from her hangar bays. She's a carrier. The Paracelsus Optimus turned out to be a ship that encompassed all of these roles and more. The newly built vessel was developed specifically for the Red Ocean and was officially classified by the MTA as a research battle carrier. At 7 kilometers long, the Paracelsus Optimus might not be a ship that possessed the greatest firepower, but she was more than capable of holding her own against a myriad of powerful native threats in the new frontier. Chapter 3907 Paracelsus Optimus. The Red Ocean was the current focus of human civilization. The Big Two were the major pushers of the invasion of the dwarf galaxy. In fact, despite the arrival of billions of humans through the Beyonder Gate every day, the expansion effort was still led by the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance. The resources they monopolized and the tech they had mastered for a long time served as the basis of their unstoppable progress in the front lines of the expansionary war. No alien civilization could possibly hope to match the might of the Big Two's battleships and mechs. Under the unceasing advance of humanity's greatest war machines, entire alien fleets went asunder and whole developed planets were scoured of life. The huge power disparity between a top power in the Milky Way and the local powers of the Red Ocean meant that the former did not have to play nice with the latter. Why bother with utilizing slow and time-consuming strategies such as divide and conquer when the Big Two could just declare all-out war and defeat all of the indigenous alien races at once? This was the privilege of power. Of course, just because the Red Ocean was weak didn't mean it was a pushover. If the Big Two acted too perfunctory in their attempt to conquer the dwarf galaxy, then the aliens they despised could potentially drive humanity back. This was unacceptable. This was why the MTA and CFA committed a lot of powerful combat assets to the Red Ocean. Many of the warships and mechs fighting on the front lines originally came from the Milky Way. Since each of them were designed to fight against humanity's familiar alien rivals that still occupied the other half of the old galaxy, their might was great. However, the Big Two could not afford to transfer too many warfleets to the new frontier. Many of them were still needed to guard the foundation of human space and prevent the other occupants of the old galaxy from making a comeback. This was why the Big Two started to develop and build starships that were specifically designed to operate in the Red Ocean. The Paracelsus Optimus was a warship that was especially developed to fulfill multiple roles at once. The ships of her class filled the MTA's need for a vessel that primarily focused on exploring and cleaning up remnant alien traces in recently occupied territory. Space was big and largely empty. It was too difficult for the Big Two to sweep up every single alien settlement or fleet as they expanded humanity's territory. Normally, the job of getting rid of all of these mice that had fallen through the cracks was left to the pioneers that followed after the initial conquest. It was a pity that not every pioneer was up to the task of defeating the alien remnants. Stories spread every day about pioneering fleets suffering the bad luck of bumping into an angry phase whale or a remnant Kilmer fleet and suffering the brunt of alien animosity towards the invaders from the Milky Way. This was why the rearguard of the Big Two needed assets that could handle the more formidable threats that were far too powerful for most pioneers. The Paracelsus Optimus was one of the many answers to this persistent problem. She was a new breed of warship that was not only developed with the Red Ocean's resources and mission requirements in mind, but also adhered to an MTA operational doctrine that sought to evolve or even reinvent the entire concept of starships as weapons of war. It was no secret that the Mech Trade Association found it incredibly awkward to continue to rely on battleships as their top war weapons. Although the Mechers continually developed new technologies and design applications that constantly elevated mechs to a greater height, all of these innovations could not change the fact that mechs were minuscule compared to any warship. This was why the MTA still employed battleships such as the Hessarian Bardeen that largely resembled the ones utilized by the CFA. The Paracelsus Optimus was an attempted break from this old and traditional style of designing warships. While there were many good reasons why the old formula of battleships was still an enduring success, the MTA's shipwrights were not content with sticking to what already worked and were much more willing to buck tradition in order to create a better formula. The important goal was to develop a new warship concept that specifically complemented the MTA's preferred approach towards combat and other missions. The Paracelsus Optimus amply met those requirements. As soon as she appeared through the portal created by the Simile Halifax, the so-called battle carrier immediately brought her various functions to bear. First, she activated her rich collection of sensor arrays, taking in not only the unstable tectonic activity happening on Orelus, but also collecting far more data about the rest of the star system. The sensor and scanning systems of the blinding Banshee couldn't even come close to matching their counterparts on the Paracelsus Optimus. Even the small and relatively limited Simile Halifax was the equivalent to a blind mole in front of the excellent data-gathering abilities by the Paracelsus Optimus. With her powerful processing banks, sophisticated ICE and thousands of dedicated sensor operators and data analysts, the Paracelsus Optimus only needed a couple of minutes to figure out more secrets and hidden details in the Garamel system than the Simile Halifax. Information was power, and the Paracelsus Optimus exemplified this phrase by possessing superior observation and analysis capabilities than many battleships. With a clearer understanding of what might be going on in the Garamel system, the officers in charge did not hesitate to prepare the ship for combat against a major threat. Her two formidable main turrets came online. One of them was able to fire energy beams that struck like stars, while the other were able to fire gigantic kinetic rounds. At relativistic speeds, the triple-barreled weapon mounts were the battlecarrier's main guarantee against battleships and equivalent threats. Of course, compared to actual battleships, the Paracelsus Optimos was rather lightly armed for a 7-kilometer-long warship. The battle carrier possessed a relatively modest array of other weapon systems to round out her direct combat capabilities. Over 800 secondary turrets were interspersed around her hull. While space peasants had to go through the convoluted process of building bunkers on their starships in order to provide them with basic self-defense capabilities, this rule didn't apply to the MTA. Despite their relatively small and compact sizes, the firepower of each secondary turret far exceeded that of a first-class bunker mech. They were not discrete combat units but made up tiny parts of an enormous whole that was the battle carrier. Heat and energy were fully shared, while many other functions made sure they performed at their peak as much as possible. With these guns, the Paracelsus Optimus was capable of tearing apart entire mech armies before they got close. Of course, the modern MTA warship also possessed an array of missile launchers. With 1 grand missile launchers capable of unleashing some of the deadliest payloads of humanity and 40 large missile launchers that could fire an incredibly diverse amount of missile types, the battle carrier made sure that it always had answers to many different problems. The missile launchers were just a sideshow, though. In fact, her ability to function as a battleship and a research vessel were both secondary to her primary function, which was to serve as a carrier for the MTA's proudest mechs. Given the observations the Paracelsus Optimus had made along with the intelligence passed on by the Simile Halifax, the officers in charge decided to make a show of force and enter into battle with the full might of the battlecarrier's mech roster. Her large contingent of mechs and mech pilots had already been put on standby before the vessel passed through the portal. With the help of fast and precise launching systems, the mechs of the Paracelsus Optimus launched into space at a stupendous rate. It took only a couple of minutes for 3,000 mechs to enter space and form into organized mech units, all without colliding against each other. Many mech units already received specific instructions that compelled them to move to different coordinates. A lot of lighter and faster first-class multi-purpose mechs spread out and utilized their limited warp travel capabilities to traverse a lot of distance in a short amount of time. The tougher and heavier-looking machines did not move too far away. Instead, they assumed many different formations while positioning themselves around their mothership. Back aboard the bridge of the Spirit of Bentheim, Vase zoomed in the live feed provided by the scout ship that was still in the process of speeding away from the cracking planet. He was rather thankful that the new arrivals did not bother to jam or throw a lot of interference to obscure what they were doing. Perhaps the mechers felt that they didn't even need to bother with this precaution. These mechs, the visual feed showed the first-class multi-purpose mechs of the MTA in their full glory. Unlike their mothership's dark green color scheme with orange stripes, the mechs were coated in a variety of different styles that spoke of a high degree of individualization and customization at the mech company level. A quick snapshot of the entire mech force already made it clear to Vase that it contained over 100 different mech models. Interesting. They all look complicated, but I can still guess their overall role and emphasis. First-class multi-purpose mechs were generally thought of as omnimechs that could do everything and were equally good in every single mission. This was an impossible ideal. Not even star designers succeeded in designing such a perfect, all-purpose mech. The general approach to designing a first-class mech was to center them around a primary role and supplement it with a number of secondary roles. The extra functionality provided by the latter were largely aimed at shoring up the first-class mech's most obvious shortcomings while also complementing its main role. A typical example of that in the mech lineup of the Paracelsus Optimus was a mech model that the IFF system denoted as the Interstellar Harpooner. Vase quickly looked up this mech model on the galactic net. According to the MTA's brief database description, the Interstellar Harpooner was a mech specifically designed to fight against the phase whale race. Made with materials that were highly stable and incredibly resistant against all manner of spatial fluctuations, this large and solid humanoid mech was not afraid of confronting the most powerful race of the Red Ocean. As its name suggested, the Interstellar Harpooner was armed with an enormous launcher that was capable of launching special harpoons that could sink through some of the toughest phase whale hides. One of the most annoying tactics of the phase whales was that they often utilized their spatial mastery to teleport away or speed up their flight to stay one step ahead of their opponents. Harpooning these elusive phase whales was a simple but effective way of pinning these phase whales in place. A single first-class multi-purpose mech might not be able to trap a phase whale alone, but what about 100? The Paracelsus Optimus most definitely prepared to fight against the phase whales, seeing as they were one of the major threats of the new frontier. The possibility of encountering a phase whale variant that was larger and more powerful than the ones the MTA had met so far did not diminish the battle intent of the mechers. The interstellar harpooners all readied their main weapon to spear whatever phase whale might emerge from the increasingly more fractured Orlus. If one harpoon wasn't enough, then they would fire another. If two harpoons weren't enough, then they would fire more. Despite the size, mass and other impressive properties of the harpoons, the mechs that were capable of launching weren't short of spares. With the dimensional ammunition boxes attached to the underside of the launchers, each mech could fire up to 80 harpoons in total. These mechs are the nightmare of any phase whale. Chapter 3908 Flesh vs. Metal. From the way the Paracelsus Optimus deployed her mechs, it was clear that the emphasis lay on the interstellar harpooners. The mechs were not only armored with large and strong harpoon launchers, but also possessed an arsenal of energy weapons, stabilization modules and other features that allowed them to fight against phase whales as well as other threats in different ways. Vase wasn't sure who designed the interstellar harpooners, but according to the public sources on the galactic net, they were most likely designed by masters that excelled in spatial stability, gravitic stability and force neutralization. Any mech could kill a phase whale as long as they were strong enough, but few of them could accomplish the more difficult feat of subduing and capturing a phase whale alive. He frowned at this realization. Is the MTA looking to capture whatever monster comes out of Orlus? This was a dangerous and risky course of action. Given how much effort the so-called Flesh Conqueror put into setting up the fish whales, Vase thought that it was a bit too careless to aim for capturing the possible monstrosity that might come out after the Cerebral King brought the giant phase whale skeleton back to life. Still, whatever happened, Vase and the rest of the Golden Skull Alliance were probably about to enjoy a good show. Time continued to pass by as Orlis slowly began to shake like a rumbling engine. The heavy metal planet behaved as if it was constantly building up pressure. If this pattern continued, the eventual explosion would definitely launch a lot of heavy rocks and other matter in every direction. This was extremely dangerous for the Simile Halifax and the Paracelsus Optimus. Vase keenly noted that the two ships had come a bit closer to the unstable planet than he would have been comfortable with. What if a continent-sized landmass suddenly launched straight in their direction? Even if the Paracelsus Optimus possessed enough defenses to withstand such an immense strike, her defenses would be sorely depleted after withstanding so much force. Who knows what the Mechers are thinking? To be honest, with everything that Vase had witnessed in recent days, he felt that a single battle carrier might not be enough to address this threat. The phase whales were already known to be powerful, but their deviants and outliers were even more formidable. The rumored clean whales were so far beyond the average phase whales that numerous alien archives described them as tyrants that dominated different eras of the Red Ocean. Vase felt that the MTA was taking this potential galaxy-class threat far too lightly. Just as he thought the Mechers were waiting for Orlis to explode before taking action, the mechs that had flown close to the unstable planet took action at this time. A number of mechs all launched odd-looking devices that steadily fell onto the surface of Orlis. Once they made it to the surface, the devices drilled through the surface in order to fulfill an unknown purpose. After that, the mechs surrounding Orlis grouped up and assumed defensive formations. It looks like the MTA is about to take action. After a short delay, the largest missile launcher on the Paracelsus Optimus suddenly fired a missile that triggered a lot of alarms as soon as the sensors caught glimpses of the massive object before it accelerated at an unreasonable rate. That's an antimatter missile. The MTA is attempting to blow up Orlis in advance. This was actually a really clever move. Rather than allowing an alien to take the initiative by blowing up the planet on its terms, the Mechers might as well preempt this move and try to ruin whatever was buried beneath the surface. The missile was only visible for a short time before it zipped right towards Orlis. Strangely enough, the immensely powerful missile did not explode upon contact with the soil but instead phased through it in a manner that reminded Vase of Lucky. It only took seconds later for the missile to explode, though. The scout ship that observed what had happened detected an explosive release of energy from the interior Orlis. The detonation not only accelerated Orlis's collapse, but also caused this process to go out of control. Vase was both horrified and impressed by the sight. It appeared that he would have to live with the fact that the MTA helped blow up one of the first planets that he had named. The apocalyptic consequences of blowing up a heavy metal planet was difficult to describe. A huge quantity of broken shards of land and rock flung away from the position of the former planet. Their sizes varied as many were the size of mechs or a bit larger while a few were large enough to flatten several cities at once. Strangely enough, none of the large and threatening chunks of rock came close to striking the MTA warships and the mechs that had deployed in space. The smaller planet pieces that did come close to striking them were either blasted with various weapons or blocked by powerful energies. Normally, mechs would have a very hard time blocking so much planetary debris. Vase wouldn't have chosen to deploy the mechs in the open if he knew this would happen. The mechs did not budge from their places, though. What surprised him was that the machines did not entirely rely on their own inherent forms of defense to withstand the heavy rocks being flung in their direction. Numerous different arrays on the hull of the Paracelsus Optimus lit up. Once they became sufficiently charged, they fired many different beams towards many different mech units. The bright and powerful beams all struck distinctive-looking mechs of the same design. Vase could see from their construction and their design that they were highly slanted towards defense and utility. When these mechs captured the energy beams emitted by the Paracelsus Optimus, they suddenly projected huge energy shields that were large enough to cover a lot of mechs. As soon as these large energy shields popped up around every mech formation, the planetary debris were no longer capable of shaking the mechs. Shield link technology. Shield link technology was one of the premier defensive methods of the Big Two. In this case, the Paracelsus Optimus essentially extended its extremely powerful energy shields to mechs that were ordinarily unable to sustain such a powerful defensive measure. The mechs that were channeling all of the extended shields did not have to do any of the heavy lifting. It was the battle carrier that was doing most of the work. The mechs were only needed to receive the shielding power from the Paracelsus Optimus and project them in the right places. Through this measure, the 3,000 MTA mechs easily withstood this calamity. Once most of the planetary debris had passed by the battle carrier and her mechs, Vase curiously looked towards the coordinates occupied by the destroyed planet. What is that? A fleshy egg was left in place. The egg was relatively small compared to the planet but was definitely larger than a number of moons. Right now, this egg was clearly damaged to a severe degree. There were a lot of bloody cuts and it looked as if the giant organic construct was experiencing difficulty with healing all of its injuries. The egg did not sit around and do nothing, though. It jerkily began to move away the mechers even as it attempted to remedy its most grievous wounds. Is that the phase whale version of a starship? This was odd as the phase whales generally relied on their bodies to traverse the stars. The phase whales were all large when they reached adulthood and were already capable of warping towards other star systems as long as they absorbed a decent amount of phase water. Given their natural talents, there was no reason for them to bother with building starships for themselves, especially since they needed to be as big as smaller moons like this fleshy egg. As Vase continued to observe the fleshy egg, he began to grow suspicious. This alien vessel is not ordinary, but I bet its condition is not as great as it should now that the MTA blew up the planet early. The MTA all opened fire on the alien construct. They employed a variety of weapons such as laser beams, physical projectiles, plasma bolts, missiles and more. The surface of the fleshy egg was quite dense and resilient, but all of the cuts and open wounds made it a lot easier for the mechs to damage the alien construct. The Paracelsus Optimus did not even bother to open fire with any of her weapon systems even though her firepower should be more than enough to crack open this fleshy orb. It would be more efficient to do so as well considering that this alien object is practically stationary. Vase surmised. First class. Mechs or not, the relatively small calibers of the weapons of all of the mechs made it difficult to destroy the fleshy egg in a short amount of time. Several minutes passed as the gigantic object slowly began to rupture as its abused layers finally couldn't take it any longer. The egg finally parted, revealing a liquid-filled interior with a single large organism resting in the center. When Vase beheld the huge whale creature that was previously ensconced within the fleshy egg, he already had a good idea of its identity. Is it the cerebral king or the flesh conqueror? The size and shape of this immense creature was a good match for the bones left behind in the royal tomb. With a length of just over 12 kilometers, the super whale outmassed and outsized the Paracelsus Optimus. The power exuding from its monstrously large body made it easy for Vase and others to believe that it was a mythical clean or unclean whale. However, Vase wasn't completely sure whether the flesh conqueror had truly come back to life due to how much of the cerebral king its body had inherited. The most distinctive trait was copying the rippling azure scales that previously covered the kingfish's body. This indicated that the resurrected body inherited at least a portion of fish-whale physiology. The similarities between the two confirmed that the rise of this super whale was definitely related to the cerebral king. The super whale's expression looked human enough to make it clear that it was really angry at the mechs and ships. Still, despite its size and power, the enormous whale did not opt to retaliate against the human forces. It instead attempted to leave this place. Vase could already observe the characteristic distortion that indicated that the super whale was about to warp itself away. Yet before the alien monster could make a quick getaway, the MTA mechs took action at this time. The well-trained mech pilots of the interstellar harpooners had already been waiting to make their moves. The machines just happened to be positioned all around the super whale. Once the mech pilots received their latest orders, the mechs all moved forward and launched their harpoons at the enormous super whale at the same time. Spatial barriers and other exotic blocking mechanisms attempted to stop or divert these harpoons. However, the projectiles they launched were not made of ordinary materials. The harpoons were not only incredibly hard, but also extremely resistant to spatial effects. The harpoons practically pierced through every spatial barrier and other defenses like needles going through balloons. Every single harpoon sunk deep into the flesh of the super whale. The alien creature roared in pain as the harpoons dug into its body, making it difficult if not impossible for it to dislodge these stuck projectiles. What was worse was that the sharp implements were all attached to energy cables that connected them to the interstellar harpooners that originally launched them all. This caused the super whale's body to be surrounded by different energy strings. When the massive creature attempted to move away, most of the energy strings grew taut, causing the mechs connected to them to experience a huge dragging force. Though Vase thought it was impossible for the interstellar harpooners to immobilize the super whale due to the immense difference in mass and power, what was strange was that the machines weren't as weak as he thought. The interstellar harpooners all channeled a lot of power to a mysterious module that seemed to increase their mass and anchor their frames to their current positions. With the help of these technological tricks, the mechs somehow gained the power to inhibit the movements of the super whale. This is amazing. Chapter 3909 Linking Technology. Vase felt as if he had gotten a glimpse of mech heaven. Of all of the mechs developed by humanity, the ones designed and built by the MTA were unquestionably strong. Although the first-class superstates could give the MTA a run for its money, the differences between the two were too big. If the Greater Terran United Confederation and the new Rubarth Empire were back in their prime, then it may very well be possible for them to develop mechs that could compete against the ones fielded by the MTA. However, this was the age of mechs, not the age of conquest. The glory days of the two super empires had long passed. Not only did the Terrans and Rubarthans lose access to a lot of high-end resources, they also weren't allowed to utilize every form of technology mastered by the human race anymore. The Big Two prohibited the use of a lot of powerful tech and taboo weapons, which meant that the first-class superstates could only develop mechs that were powerful up to a point. As one of the two creators and enforcers of this rule, the MTA naturally gave itself an exemption. It could put anything it wanted in its own mechs. The result was the appearance of mechs that better showcased the greater potential of this weapon platform. The ones deployed against the super whale that had appeared from the fleshy egg showed a whole variety of tech and methods that Vase had never seen before except in highly edited footage of battles that took place a long time ago. Different from archival footage, the current live feed portrayed all of the powerful mechs in the open without any editing or censoring. The fact that this battle was taking place at the same time and star system also made it a lot more exciting to Vase. He was directly involved in the events leading up to this collision. Damn, the MTA mechs are really giving the super whale a hard time. There were mechs that were armed with large positron cannons that unleashed a continuous stream of deadly particles that slowly burned and annihilated the enormous scales, hide and flesh of the super whale. There were also mechs that fired deadly projectiles that not only caved in a decent amount of whale flesh, but also broke down into corrosive particles that poisoned and degraded the surrounding flesh. There were also mechs that launched strange payloads that anchored into the open wounds of the super whale. While these devices apparently did not deal any damage to the enormous beast, they generated a strong, localized energy field that disrupted the phase water and spatial fluctuations in the vicinity. These inhibitors visibly weakened the various means the super whale tried to employ in order to fend off its human attackers. Just because the Paracelsus Optimus and her mech contingent were in the process of beating up the super whale did not mean the creature was defenseless. As a possible clean whale that was larger and possibly more advanced than any other living phase whale, it had already started to activate a large number of powerful abilities. Their power was so great that many of them could easily defeat the expeditionary fleet. This battle is on an entirely different scale from the Battle of Purgatory. The earlier engagement was relatively constrained. The fish whales were not that powerful and the mechs fielded by the Golden Skull Alliance were way too weak compared to the machines of the MTA. This was different. The super whale was no mere fish whale. By virtue of its immense body and powerful organs, all of its abilities possessed the power to wipe out armies and cities. For example, one of the deadlier means of attack was breaking space to the point where an enormous spatial tear appeared that could split anything in half. The spatial barriers summoned by the super whale were also as tough, if not tougher than the energy shield deployed by the Paracelsus Optimus. It was a pity that the super whale didn't even have an opportunity to show its full strength. The harpoons along with the spatial inhibition devices that the MTA mechs sunk into the whale monster's massive body already crippled much of the super whale's spatial abilities. It didn't matter how much phase water it stored in its body or how much energy it was able to channel through its organs. Any ability related to spatial manipulation automatically weakened before it took effect. Even if a warp effect or spatial storm struck the mechs circling around the giant whale, the energy shields and inhibition fields provided by numerous auxiliary mechs negated the deadliness of these attacks even further. If the spatial attacks had any power left after all of these rounds of weakening, then the extraordinarily resilient first-class multipurpose mechs could easily withstand the damage. For a moment, Vase felt sorry for the creature that only had a short moment to enjoy its entry into the main reality. This super whale must feel incredibly miserable for fighting against the wrong opponent. It was hard for the super whale to deal any effective damage against all of the MTA mechs. With the interstellar harpooners continuing to anchor and pin the enormous body down, the creature could not even leave without destroying these annoying first, but how could it do so when its main forms of attack were all weakened by successive measures? The coordination and the various means utilized against the super whale already told Vase that this wasn't the first time the Paracelsus Optimus hunted down a phase whale. Granted, the battle carrier and her mech contingent probably never fought against a whale that was this big and powerful, but their specs were so high that not even a resurrected whale tyrant could overcome their resistance. The only upside was that the 3000 MTA mechs still weren't strong enough to quickly go through all of the flesh that covered the more crucial parts of its body. It would take a long time for the machines to overcome all of this natural protection even if they concentrated their efforts. Seeing that the mechs had already crippled its vaunted spatial attacks, the super whale eventually put down its pride and gave up on relying on them to free itself from its predicament. The whale is beginning to get serious. The super whale slowly opened up its enormous mouth and began to unleash an energy spray that looked highly familiar to Vase and the rest. The energy spray unleashed by the super whale was powerful enough to burn an entire continent. It was so energetic that it blinded the sensors of the scout ship in an instant, forcing the crew to make adjustments. When the live feed went back to normal, Vase was able to see the aftermath of this powerful outburst. The mechs are still intact. None of the MTA mechs suffered any damage from the super whale's attack. The same shield link technology that was responsible for extending the energy shields of the Paracelsus Optimus to the various mech units had kept them all safe and sound. Although the battle carrier incurred a moderate hit to her reserves, this level of consumption was well within her tolerance. The super whale did not give up, though. The creature's body was so huge that it possessed a lot of different attack methods. In one instance, it grew out a kilometers-long bone spike from its spine and launched it at a cluster of mechs. The gigantic kinetic projectile launched forth with the power to trigger an extinction on a life-bearing planet, yet the same energy shields generated with the help of shield link technology kept all of the MTA mechs undamaged. The same happened when the super whale tried to be more creative. Its enormous surface shook and bubbled as fish whale after fish whale spontaneously formed from its flesh and subsequently launched themselves at the surrounding mechs. Since the fish whales had separated themselves from the main body, their spatial abilities were no longer inhibited to the same degree. This allowed them to accelerate forward by warping the space around their own bodies and launching all kinds of attacks on the mechs. However, not even this clever measure was able to shake the defenses provided by the battle carrier. The fish whales were nowhere near as strong as their source, so the mechs quickly shredded them down before they could do any more damage. As the super whale continued to launch different forms of attack, the mechs began to get more serious as well. The most obvious sign of this was when the mechers took their linking capabilities to the next level. Vase became amazed when he saw that the mechs in battle carrier began to form multiple different kinds of linkages. They formed data links that completely pooled the data and the processing power of the mechs in battle carrier. Mechs were no longer limited in their ability to analyze their opponents and the environment by relying on their own software, sensor systems and processing capabilities. By pooling these capabilities together with other mechs as well as borrowing a portion of the enormous capabilities of their mothership, the MTA mechs gained a huge boost in analysis and threat assessment. As a consequence, the mech pilots knew exactly where to attack, which weapons they should employ and so on. The support provided by abundant data allowed each of the affected mechs to fight a lot more effectively than before. What's even more perverse is the energy link technology. The MTA used this function a bit more sparingly because the demands on the mechs were higher. Nonetheless, Vase noted that specific first-class multi-purpose mechs with high demand for energy all possessed receiver arrays that could directly receive the energy streams beamed by the Paracelsus Optimus. With such an abundant power source available to them, the mechs in question did not have to worry about running out of juice at all as they fired their power-hungry weapons. Although these mechs were slightly constrained by the huge amount of waste heat generated by their systems, the MTA had done their best to mitigate this by making use of dimensional heatsinks as well as highly efficient parts. The use of data link, shield link and energy link technologies essentially endowed all of the compatible and affected mechs with the powerful performance parameters of the Paracelsus Optimus. The super whale wasn't necessarily fighting against a lot of mechs. It was actually fighting against the Paracelsus Optimus. The 3000 mechs deployed by the battle carrier were an extension of herself rather than independent weapon platforms. Vase was absolutely fascinated by this combined approach to mech combat. Although it was not as effective and efficient as relying on ordinary warship-grade weapons to defeat powerful opponents, it was still a method that solved many of the shortcomings of mechs. The most prevalent criticisms of mechs as a weapon system was that their limited size and scale made them too weak and too fragile to fight against the most formidable enemies of human civilization. Given that a single battle carrier succeeded in suppressing a powerful alien entity that was possibly the Flesh Conqueror reborn, Vase could readily conclude that the MTA had already made great strides in addressing these long-standing weaknesses. It's still a form of cheating, though. Though the kid inside Vase was really enthusiastic about the effectiveness of linking technology, his mech designer side was more skeptical. The tech is too advanced for second-class mechs. The high technology was not only too complicated and expensive for the current Larkinson clan, it also happened to be taboo. When Vase quickly searched for more information about linking technology on the galactic net, he immediately learned that most forms of linking technology were prohibited by the MTA. His face quickly turned sour. Data linking is still okay, but shield linking and energy linking is apparently a step too far for space peasants. The reason why this was the case was that the latter forms of linking essentially allowed mechs to possess destructive potential that far exceeded what they should possess. Linking a ranged mech with the energy output of a starship was no different from plugging it into the power network of the same vessel. If these measures became widespread, then ranged mechs would quickly obtain the power to inflict mass destruction. Since this was what the MTA expressly tried to prevent, the organization prohibited both forms of linking, which meant that Vase and the Larkinsons wouldn't be able to use these handy features anytime soon. A pity, it was so painful to see the MTA making great use of linking technology in front of his eyes but not being able to use the same means himself. As Vase lamented the MTA's restrictive regulations once again, he suddenly paused. Wait a minute, haven't I developed my own forms of linking technology already? Chapter 3910 Bargaining chips. In the battle between human machines and a terrible whale monstrosity, the latter never gained an opportunity to gain an advantage. From the beginning, the Paracelsus Optimus and her contingent of top mechs utilized a combination of powerful tech and deep familiarity with the combat methods of phase whales to suppress the revived super whale. No matter whether the whale was the completely transformed Cerebral King or the notorious second coming of the Flesh Conqueror, hardly any titanic being would be able to contend against the might of the MTA. The people of the expeditionary fleet all become profoundly affected by the sight of the MTA's strong and cutting-edge battle methods. Many Larkinsons, glory seekers and crossers worked with mechs day in and day out. Every mech pilot, mech technician, mech designer and mech fabricator handled a lot of different mechs over the course of their careers. They were all proud of the second-class mechs they came in touch with. A few models even impressed them. The Larkinson clan in particular had a lot of excellent mechs that captured their imaginations, such as the Valkyrie Redeemer or the Everchanger. Yet compared to the MTA mech models such as the Interstellar Harpooner that could inhibit the movement of the largest phase whale to have ever existed in the Red Ocean, the mechs of the Larkinson clan looked like toys. So what if the Valkyrie line could inspire death? So what if the Everchanger could project a million different glows? All of these gimmicks would not be able to shake an enemy force at the height of the MTA units fighting in the Garamel system at the moment. Vase had always known there was a huge gap in strength and capabilities between his own forces and that of the Big Two. As a mech designer, he could easily imagine the differences in his head or perform more objective comparisons by performing a lot of calculations, but these means were rather abstract, so they did not hit home as much. This was different. Nothing about the ongoing battle was theoretical. Against a huge super whale that could easily smash apart the entirety of the Golden Skull Alliance by relying on brute force alone, the MTA easily contained the threat. We still have much to go before we can catch up to the best. Vase sighed. He felt both humbled and hopeful. One day, his mechs would be able to reach or even exceed the might of the MTA. He was certain that he would get there sooner or later as long as he continued to work hard and expand his horizons. What was more important was that his efforts in the coming decades and centuries would determine how long it would take for him to close the gap. He didn't want to take too long to become a master mech designer or star designer. He was fed up with getting caught up in major events that involved massive interests without having any leverage to stand up for himself. While Vase managed to lower his head to the MTA survivalist faction and obtained their backing in exchange for concessions, this was not a long-term solution. If I want to have the right to speak, I need to be able to design mechs that exceed the ones fighting against the super whale. This was an extremely ambitious goal. The mechs in the fight were all based on powerful models designed by numerous excellent masters. They weren't only powerful because the designers utilized the most expensive materials. They also utilized their own design abilities to implement fantastic solutions based on mature and proven design philosophies. The gap was too big. I need to learn how to design first-class mechs before I can set my sights any higher. Vase no longer thought about achieving his ambitions in a single leap and went back to earnestly observing the MTA's combat methods. Their linking technology is too strong. The more he looked at how the mechs were able to share resources among themselves and their mothership, the more he recognized it as a great approach for the MTA to compete against the CFA. Compared to large and brutish battleships, mechs were a lot more flexible and versatile. Of course, the downsides of mechs were also serious, but many of these awful shortcomings no longer became a hindrance as long as shield links and energy links came into the picture. Why hasn't the MTA standardized and propagated this tech as of yet if it's so strong? Vase wondered. He could understand why the mechers were so reluctant to hand too much power to space peasants, but he hadn't seen the MTA employ this specific tech in many battles. Perhaps, it's not mature yet. It's too new and it still has several major flaws. Once Vase got over his wonder of linking technology, he understood that there were several major problems. First, these shield links could only be propagated through straight beams. As long as an enemy knew how they worked and had time to prepare, it was not impossible to block or distort the trajectories of these beams. In fact, the inability of these linking beams to reach targets that were outside of the line of sight of their projectors heavily limited their usability. It would be too hard for a starship in orbit to provide linking support to a mech that was fighting indoors or underground. Second, only specific mechs that were built with linking technology in mind were able to receive external boosts. Given that the MTA did not choose to implement the modules that were able to receive or transmit the linking beams, adding this functionality to mechs evidently imposed a major cost. As long as an enemy force specifically targeted these linking mechs first, it became a lot harder to amplify the performance of an entire unit. Third, the biggest source of strength to the mechs in the field was the 7-kilometer-long battle carrier that was not too far away from the thick of the battle. The range of the linking beams was evidently limited, or else the Paracelsus Optimus wouldn't have moved so close to the fighting. Despite all of these flaws, the effect is still strong, as long as it enabled mechs to wield power far behind what their own frames could provide. It was worth it. The tech had already proven its potential. The specialists working on it just had to develop it more in order to make it more mature for widespread adoption. Vase looked thoughtful. If the rumors about the CFA granting pioneers limited permission to field warships are true, then releasing linking technology might be the MTA's response to that. The last thing the mechers want to see is everyone downsizing their mech forces so they can play with much more powerful warships instead. The MTA was filled with smart people, so it definitely developed numerous answers against the challenges of its arch-rival. These games were too far away from Vase, and given the high demands of linking technology, it was probably too impractical to apply them to second-class mechs. However, what if he came up with his own spin on linking technology? As the MTA continued to leverage the advantages of different links, Vase became more and more inspired by their effectiveness. Didn't Vase already implement his own form of links? Through the implementation of design spirits, battle formations and spiritual networks, he had already created new forms of linkages that essentially allowed mechs and mech pilots to derive strength outside of what they possessed by themselves. The ubiquitous design spirits that Vase easily added to all of his mech designs already granted each of his mechs a portion of the strength and influence of powerful entities. The Valkyrie Redeemer would never have been so celebrated if it was not linked to the superior mother. His other spiritual solutions such as battle formations were more expanded implementations of spiritual linkages. He just called them spiritual connections or spiritual bonds in his mind. No matter how he labeled these spiritual implementations, it did not change the fact that they shared many parallels to the linking technology employed by the MTA. Vase slowly grinned. The biggest difference between the two is that my own set of solutions are all recent innovations. Combined with the fact that they were purely spiritual in nature, many of his powerful solutions had fallen through the cracks of the MTA's rules. From a strict perspective, a design application as destructive and powerful as battle formations should have been prohibited by the MTA. However, since battle formations were too new, Vase believed that the current rules that never took such possibilities into account did not prohibit them in particular. What made battle formations as well as his other spiritual formations even more difficult to regulate was that they were all immaterial by nature. It was a lot harder to regulate technology when they only existed in a spiritual form that the vast majority of people could not perceive or touch. As long as Vase and his clan did not go overboard when utilizing battle formations and such, he believed that the MTA would be willing to maintain a blind eye to them at the very least. After all, the Mechers were probably eager to master these new forms of linking and power sharing as well. He gained a bit more confidence after this realization. He was not a hapless apprentice anymore who had no chips to bargain with. Although he was only a journeyman for now, his most successful design solutions already had the potential to change the way that humanity made use of mechs. This granted Vase with at least a bit of leverage. Some big shot from the MTA would definitely summon Vase for a meeting once this entire incident had passed. He could already guess that whatever happened next would have a profound influence on the trajectory of his life as well as his relationship with the MTA. Given all of the drastic changes that were in store, Vase needed as much leverage as possible to get closer to his desired outcome. The Mech Trade Association isn't easy to deal with at all. He grimaced, as if emphasizing this point. The MTA force fighting against the super whale suddenly changed their approach. Up until now, the 3,000 mechs along with the support from their battle carriers succeeded in suppressing the super whale. That didn't mean they were able to defeat the super whale, though. The enormous monster seemed to possess an endless amount of energy. After figuring out that the mechs wanted to whittle it down over time, the super whale directed much of its energy to regenerating its wounds. As an organic super monster, how could the creature lack a means to heal its own wounds? By making use of the formidable regeneration power of its highly developed body, the super whale easily healed all of the cuts, burns and missing bits of flesh inflicted by the mechs. This instantly added another dimension to the battle. If the Paracelsus Optimus and her mech contingent weren't able to make their damage stick, then this one-sided engagement would gradually turn into a battle of attrition. This was not good news for the mechers. They need to bring out the big guns if they want to defeat the super whale. What will the commanding officers decide? The most obvious answer was to set the mechs aside and allow the Paracelsus Optimus to pound the super whale with her formidable primary armament. There was no way the super whale could endure the full power of those formidable-looking warship turrets. Yet Vase did not think the MTA was prepared to take this course of action. The mechers already put a lot of effort into employing their mechs in a fight that was not entirely in their favor. Resorting to the CFA's favorite means would be a form of ideological defeat that would cast a large shadow in the hearts of many supporters of mechs. No, if the commanding officers wanted to obtain a beautiful win, then they needed to present an answer that fully aligned with the goals and aspirations of the Mech Trade Association. A minute later, that answer finally appeared on the battlefield. One additional mech launched from the Paracelsus Optimus and quickly blasted towards the super whale. As the mech continued to accelerate forward, a distinctive corona took shape around its frame. Then, this corona expanded. So much power radiated from the mech that Vase and many other observers widened their eyes. They recognized this phenomenon. Ace Mech, Chapter 3911 Saint Michael Spindar. Throughout the fight against the super whale, the mechers deployed a strong array of standard mechs. While Vase admired their raw performance, their design traits, their degree of optimization as well as the abundant skill demonstrated by their mech pilots, he still felt the mech units were lacking a special addition. There aren't any expert mechs on the field. Every mech force that was large and professional enough included at least one expert mech. Vase did not believe that the MTA was so poor and shabby that it was unable to assign at least one expert mech to the mech roster of an important battle carrier. Why hadn't they shown up before? Vase couldn't answer this question. What he did know was that the latest mech to enter the battlefield was an Ace Mech. This was the second time in his life that he saw an Ace Mech live. His first experience with an Ace Mech wasn't exactly pleasant, but it did allow him to appreciate the power and majesty of Ace Mechs and Ace pilots in an intimate fashion. Although he was much further away from the battlefield this time, he was happier now that he could observe the performance of a powerful machine without getting into its crosshairs. He took a closer look at the Ace Mech in the projected view. Before he studied its appearance and construction, he first tried to get a sense of the domain of the Ace pilot. As soon as the powerful machine got up to speed, it had already expanded its Saint Kingdom. This made it a lot easier for Vase to analyze its properties even though he had to do so by remote. This pilot is a lot different from Saint America. The female Ace pilot and the strongest guard at the side of the Iron Emperor possessed a unique and highly distinctive focus. As a formidable dwarven half-god, she excelled in mastering the use of mass, physical force and hammers to turn her ace mech into a physical powerhouse. Compared to the heavy and unstoppable Olympus Mons, the MTA ace mech that emerged from the Paracelsus Optimus gave a slightly lighter and much more fluid impression. One of the first words that came to mind when Vase examined this mech was water. The ace pilot evidently developed an extremely high affinity with water to the point where it became the core focus of its extraordinary power. There were a few other elements in the pilot's domain that complemented this primary attribute, but they were secondary to the ace pilot's extreme embrace of water. When Vase observed the actual ace mech, he understood a bit more why the pilot was so obsessed with the element of water. It turned out that the ace mech was primarily designed as an aquatic mech. Of course, an ace mech developed by the MTA would never be limited to a single environment. It was too easy for the mechers to design an ace mech that fared best in aquatic environments but could also function well in space or in aerial environments. The ace mech currently in view still exhibited the typical streamlined curves of an aquatic mech. It was partially shaped like a dolphin, but had transformed its frame so that it functioned better in space. It made for a relatively strange sight, especially when the mech was surrounded by the strong ocean blue domain field produced by an advanced form of true resonance. It's like this aquatic mech is swimming through space by summoning its own water. The aquatic ace mech was too advanced for Vase to figure out any further details through sight alone. He finally gave in to his curiosity and quickly looked it up on the galactic net to learn more. Every ace pilot was a prominent hero of human civilization. No matter who they belonged to or what they had done in the past, once they reached this level of strength, they had become noble figures that were comparable to master mech designers in standing. There was no way that such figures remained anonymous. Sure enough, there are records on the galactic net. According to the MTA's external database, the aquatic ace mech was called the Margena. Just as Vase suspected, it was primarily designed to operate underwater and had already been deployed to fight against a diverse collection of aquatic opponents in the Red Ocean. Whether it was sea beasts, sentient whales, submersible warships or other aquatic mechs, the Margena had fought against them all with overwhelming power. Of course, the Margena also fought its fair share of alien threats on land and in space. The ace mech was exclusively piloted by Saint Michael Spindar, a talented junior ace pilot who was born in the MTA and served in its ranks for his entire life. The public record didn't say much about Saint Michael's special strengths and advantages, but it did state that he was avid about seeking out and defeating formidable beasts. This guy is a perfect match for the Paracelsus Optimus. The battle carrier was clearly on a mission to study and fight the formidable phase whale race. It made sense for the MTA to set up specialized ships and units for this purpose as the power and influence of this alien species was rather great in the Red Ocean. At this time, the Margena had approached the super whale. Even as the massive creature constantly fought against all of the mechs while also trying to shake off the harpoons that pinned it in place, the super whale immediately noticed the arrival of the Margena. The ace mech was too ostentatious. With its expanded domain field, the Margena imposed its pilot's will to dominate the oceans and defeat all aquatic life. What did the fish ever do to this guy? Vase had the impression that Saint Michael developed an enormous grudge against sea creatures. A few moments passed as the Margena silently hovered above and in front of the trapped super whale. Perhaps the two were communicating or staring menacingly at each other. Whatever the case, the surrounding mechs had largely stopped their attacks on the titanic beast. The only mechs that were still struggling were the interstellar harpooners and the auxiliary shielding mechs that protected them against damage. The super whale did not launch any more attacks against the mechs either. It identified the Margena as a formidable opponent. Is the ace mech truly up to the task, though? Vase believed that the Margena may be strong enough to contend against an ordinary phase whale, but the monstrosity that had emerged from this star system was different. Even ace mechs could break when they were hit by sufficiently powerful attacks. Their saint kingdoms could only withstand so much energy before they reached their limits. The super whale seemed to think the tiny ace mech was not that big of a threat after all. Its gigantic eyes began to show disdain towards this new machine. No matter what powerful or extraordinary attacks landed on its body, all of the layers of flesh and bone provided it with an enormous damage buffer. Even if a powerful strike was able to cut through many layers of flesh, the whale could easily heal from its wounds due to its powerful regenerative capabilities. Vase waited in order to see whether the Margena had the power to defeat the super whale without going overboard and causing it to die. He already figured that the MTA would never let such an interesting and valuable research specimen go. Only by capturing it alive would the Mechers be able to gain the most out of studying the alien body. The Margena's domain field slowly became more active. More and more power radiated from the Mech in the surrounding environment, making it seem as if Saint Mikel Spindar was just about to beat down the super whale. The ace Mech had yet to make a move, though. The machine continued to hover before its target but did not launch any attack. What is it waiting for? Vase wondered. Suddenly, the Paracelsus Optimus shot out a large and powerful energy link beam. The bright beam directly passed through the Margena's domain field without hindrance and struck the ace Mech on its back. Now that the aquatic dolphin-like Mech gained an infusion of energy from its mothership, the machine exploded with power. The heat and energy radiating from the Margena went up by an order of magnitude while its Saint Kingdom became a lot more active. Vase looked in complete shock as the ace Mech became a lot scarier now that it had gained access to a stupendous amount of energy. Although this infusion of power was not able to amplify the ace Mech's resonance strength or true resonance directly, the massive boost to the machine itself massively upgraded the foundation of its combat prowess. An ace pilot's ability to project strength was largely constrained by his ace Mech. If the latter suddenly became 10 times stronger, the former would naturally benefit. This was exactly what was happening with Saint Mikel Spindar and his Margena. In fact, the effective strength they displayed was no longer based on the combination of an ace pilot and an ace Mech. Properly speaking, the Margena currently channeled the combined strengths of an ace pilot, an ace Mech as well as a battle carrier. This is cheating. The Mechers are cheating. Vase couldn't help but shout. Sadly, the MTA did not respond to his complaints at all. The boosted Margena steadily accumulated power that was far beyond its previous limitations, causing it to radiate might that closer matched that of the super whale. By this time, the powerful monstrosity finally recognized the formidable threat posed by the Margena, but that didn't change anything since it was still trapped in place. Once the ace Mech was finally ready, it finally launched its attacks. At first, the Margena fired numerous thunderous projectiles that impacted the super whale's flesh and caved through a lot of layers of protection at once. Not only did the rounds inflict a lot of damage, but also induced an effect on the surrounding flesh that prevented them from healing the damage. This opening move turned out to be a preparation for the next attack. The Margena fired a volley of energy beams that simultaneously struck the damaged areas on the super whale's body. These beams were already incredibly powerful by themselves due to the boost the Margena received from the Paracelsus Optimus. When enhanced by the resonance of an ace pilot and an ace Mech, the energy beams not only strengthened even further, but also gained extraordinary properties. Vase and many observers became bedazzled as the true resonance affecting the energy beams actually morphed into the shape of water tentacles. When the energy beams sank through the damaged portions of the super whale, they drilled through the flesh without much hindrance. The trapped super whale thrashed its body in pain as the creature experienced an even greater suffering than before. The Margena was hardly finished. The energy beams turned water tentacles actually began to drill back out of the super whale's enormous body before turning around to wrap the gigantic body. When the water tentacles began to squeeze the trapped beast, the super whale uttered another silent wail as its body and a part of its organs experienced great suffering. After weakening the super wave, the Margena dissipated its energy beams and launched its ultimate attack. It began to move forward. Although it did not accelerate at its maximum possible rate, the closer it got to the super whale, the more the ace Mech in its Saint Kingdom gained momentum. The latter even began to churn before turning into an increasingly more vivid illusion of a tsunami. The rolling water surrounding the Margena began to exude more and more force and momentum. At the last moment, the expanse of water expanded until it turned into a rolling wave that bludgeoned the head of the super whale along with much of its back. Vase winced as the super whale endured so much damage that much of its upper bones broke. When the Margena eventually became visible just above the point where it physically collided against the head of the super whale, it became clear that the ace Mech did not need to make any further moves. The super whale had ceased all forms of resistance. Vase almost couldn't believe what he had witnessed. This is the power that can contend against CFA battleships. Chapter 3912 Demonstration of Power. Everyone in the expeditionary fleet became gobsmacked by the incredible show of force. Although Vase was not able to estimate the differences in strength between Saint Mikel Spindar and Saint Yul, but when it came to their impact on the battlefield, the latter was definitely inferior. It didn't matter if the two ace pilots possessed similar skills and combat experiences. Their ace mechs were way too far apart in terms of effective performance. Not only was the Margena a peak first-class mech, it was also able to utilize energy-link technology to borrow the formidable power output of the MTA's massive combat vessels. This is cheating. Vase felt that this combination was so profoundly strong and far beyond the strength of what ace mechs should be able to wield that it shouldn't even be allowed to exist. What had just happened was probably one of the CFA's worst nightmares. Though Vase did not usually sympathize with the fleeters, he currently felt very sorry for them for having this massive threat hanging over their heads. Vase knew way too little about the actual strength of god pilots and god mechs, so he wasn't able to judge whether the Margena's previous display compared the pinnacle combat assets of humanity. He vaguely judged that the Margena's boosted attacks were not as unreasonable as the moves of a god mech. In this regard, this ingenious method of amplifying the effective combat power of ace mechs might not be enough to fight against the strongest and most formidable CFA battleships. The fleeters may be stubborn about their preferred methods and doctrines, but they were not stagnant. The warship fanatics constantly developed better vessels that could fight against more formidable threats. Therefore, even if the MTA developed a means to amplify the unreasonable combat power of individual ace mechs even further, it did not necessarily mean that the dominance of warships had passed. Just the fact that ace mechs are required to deal so much damage to battleship-like threats is an enormously troublesome requirement. The population of humanity had ballooned ever since the Age of Stars truly commenced, but the proportion of ace pilots among them was minuscule. Sure, the total number of ace pilots who were alive at this time was still a sizable number when put together, but the biggest problem with these rare assets was that they were renewed extremely slowly. A purely material war asset such as a battleship could easily be rebuilt if lost. The CFA just had to invest a lot of money and resources to build a sufficiently large and strong war vessel as long as the infrastructure was in place. Getting a new ace pilot was much more complicated. Blindly pouring in money and resources into pilots didn't work. The chances that any of them could advance multiple times and reach the rank of ace pilot was still small. Not only did they need to test and polish their skills in actual combat where they could lose their lives at any time, they also needed to shape and refine their willpower, which served as the core of their extraordinary strength. Trying to improve the former was still manageable, but trying to progress the latter was extremely difficult since it was so mysterious and intangible. Therefore, even if ace pilots were able to fight against the CFA's battleships with the help of energy-linked technology, their horrendous replacement rate made it certain that the MTA would never be able to rely on them to win the war in the long term. Vase briefly froze. Wait a second, if the replacement rate for ace pilots somehow increased, he briefly recalled the previous battle where he directed Venerable Joshua to expose a lot of mech pilots to the light of the aspect of transcendence. A lot of mech pilots had broken through at the time, although the Everchanger's momentary glow did not seem to affect Patriarch Reginald Cross in any significant fashion. Even so, if the total amount of active expert pilots multiplied by 10, then the amount of ace pilots emerging from this expanded base would also increase by the same proportion. It's like buying 1,000 lottery tickets instead of 100 of them. There is always variability in the amount of times I can win a prize, but in general the odds of winning at least something are considerably greater. His eyes glinted. Was this one of the reasons why the MTA prized high-ranking mech pilots so much? If the MTA needed more ace pilots because of this, then he may be able to provide them with a way to get more. He possessed even more leverage than he thought. What a wonderful demonstration, he sighed. As someone who became increasingly more familiar with schemes and plans, he clearly recognized that the MTA did not go out of its way to demonstrate so many methods and means because it wanted to test the super whale. If the MTA wanted to capture the super whale in the most efficient manner possible, then it would have made more use of the Paracelsus Optimus aside from her linking capabilities. A few missiles and a few shots from her main cannons would have sped up the capturing process. Instead, the mechers relied mostly on their mechs not just because of their confidence in them, but also gave Vase a clearer idea of what the MTA was capable of these days. The crisis appears to be over. The Larkinsons and the others slowly relaxed as they no longer believed they were under acute threat anymore. If the Paracelsus Optimus and her mech contingent did not make a move, then the chances were great that the super whale would have been able to catch up to the expeditionary fleet. Vase would have been in true danger if that happened. Yet now that the MTA no longer sat on the sidelines, Vase did not have anything to worry about anymore. Even if a second super whale or other biological monstrosity appeared, the MTA battle carrier was more than capable enough to neutralize such threats. It looks like the mechers are also standing down. The Margena had already retreated from the battlefield after subduing the super whale. Now that the massive beast had lost consciousness, the surrounding MTA mechs were free to deploy additional restraints as well as dig in further inhibition methods that steadily blocked or neutralized more and more of the massive monster's capabilities. Although it took a lot of effort and planning to dig into its body and perform crippling operations, the MTA made steady progress in inhibiting the super whale's ability to move forward and utilize its rich set of organs. Additional mechs and vehicles emerged from the Paracelsus Optimus after the super whale's threat level had dropped to the extreme. They quickly surrounded the prone monster and began to construct a gigantic containment structure around the motionless body. Clearly, dragging this monstrosity back to a secure MTA research facility was a difficult task. The mechers probably planned to secure the body on the spot and stay in the Garamel system for a while in order to study Purgatory and the Royal Tomb further. While the MTA did its business in the inner system, the expeditionary fleet slowed down and no longer fled the star system as fast as possible. The Golden Skull Alliance already received a formal request for its fleet to stay a while and wait for further inquiry. Vase did not have to think too long to understand that this was the most difficult battle of all. If he did not handle his next meetings with the MTA well enough, he would definitely get into deep trouble. While he waited for the mechers to arrive and hold a discussion with him, he decided to spend his remaining time by checking up on other people. He hadn't really paid attention to his fellow Larkinsons as they weren't directly involved in the last battle. He first contacted Director Rania in order to verify whether all of the harvested fish whale organs were still in good condition. None of them have deteriorated so far, sir. Her projection answered his question. The Phase King's brain is doing well enough after our exobiologists and other specialists have come together and devised a few more stabilizing measures. Our work in the past hours has taught us that the vitality and self-healing capabilities of the fish whales are much more impressive than we thought. Oh, Vase looked intrigued. He recalled how quickly the super whale was able to heal from injuries inflicted by a lot of MTA mechs and believed that the enormous whale might have inherited this trait from the fish whale race. The Phase King's brain is slowly healing itself after we have fed it with nutrients made from recycled fish whale tissue samples. While that doesn't bring back any memories or other bio-information stored in the original neurons, it does help with preventing the brain from deteriorating any further in a short amount of time. That sounds impressive. Vase smiled. I'm not sure how I want to handle this brain, but it would be best for all if you can keep it alive and active enough. Please keep an eye on it and make sure to inform me right away if you think it is dying. Will do, sir. Although the most valuable spoils from the Phase King's body was its design spirit, Vase did not want to let go of its brain too easily. There were many differences between design spirits that were still anchored to their corporeal forms and ones that were no longer directly attached to the material realm. Although the latter appeared to be stronger and less affected by the limitations of physical reality, Vase always thought that they were still lacking in different ways. Vase would rather deal with living design spirits such as Arnold and the Quint because he could exert more control over them. It was a lot easier to keep them by his side and check up on their activities if they did not exist in some kind of unfathomable realm that was difficult to access for more normal life forms such as himself. He checked up with General Verl, Venerable Joshua, Commander Casella Ingvar and a few other important figures. None of them reported anything of grave concern. The expeditionary fleet was in decent condition and more than capable enough to defend itself against a phase whale that appeared out of the blue for whatever reason. As Vase attempted to inquire on the state of the unconscious or comatose mech pilots that had recently broken through, the hatch to the bridge of the Spirit of Bentheim slid open. "Oh Vase, what is this I heard about you gallivanting off into a battle against phase water-wielding fish whales?" Gloriana asked as her suited form approached with Aurelia and Clixie floating behind her wake. "A battle where hundreds of mech pilots have died, I might add. Oh, I also heard that 27 mech pilots broke through over a span of just a couple of minutes. Do you have anything to say about this exceptional stroke of luck?" The irritated smile on her face made it clear that she was not entirely content with what Vase had done in Purgatory. "Oh, hello, honey. Isn't it great to hear that our clan have obtained a bunch of expert candidates and expert pilots? Oh, by the way, I haven't seen our daughter in a while. Aurelia, come over here and give Daddy a hug, Papa." His daughter happily cried as she stretched out her arms. Vase instantly felt most of his worries fade away as her daughter hugged the breastplate of his unending regalia. All of the layers of protective material could not stop their love from flowing between them. Vase felt incredibly warm now that he had reunited with his little family. Ahem. Gloriana impatiently tapped her boot against her deck. You can play with our daughter later. First, I need answers. You'll get them. Vase sighed. Let's get somewhere more private first. I need your advice as well. He was about to hold an important discussion with the MTA soon. He desperately needed more advice. Chapter 3913 Appealing to an audience, Miss You, Papa. Aurelia cried as she continued to hug her father's neck as soon as the little family returned to their grand stateroom. There, I'm back now. I won't be leaving your side anytime soon. Vase did not regret going on an excursion in purgatory, but he knew it came at a price. Looking at his firstborn daughter and knowing that there were more children on the way made his heart increasingly heavier. Someone with his personality would never be satisfied with staying in a single place all of the time. As uncomfortable it was for him to admit it, he did yearn to go on subsequent adventures like the one he just concluded in purgatory. Riding the Everchanger into combat and observing his proud work in action made him feel more alive than ever. The high stakes along with encountering completely new enemies had excited him and given him a much more rounded perspective on his work. The insights he gained from the Purgatory campaign was one of his most valuable prizes. Sure, harvesting over 2 metric tons of phase water may sound fantastic, but material gains could easily be spent, destroyed, taken away or used up over time. Information and knowledge were different. Any additions to his mind became permanent that could not easily be taken away by anyone, even the big two. As a mech designer, his greatest weapon and reliance was his design ability, and this was largely a function of his accumulated professional knowledge as well as his unique experiences. 2 mech designers who took the exact same classes, studied the exact same textbooks and achieved nearly identical grades could nevertheless build 2 completely different careers. This was because their experiences became different after they split paths. Someone who spent much of their time in a design lab would develop mechs that were generally more refined, technologically advanced, optimized and free of major flaws. Although Vase looked down on these boring lab nerds for lacking the guts to take major risks, he did not deny that they had their place in the mech industry. The mech market was highly competitive and highly developed, so the customer base demanded mechs that met a high standard of performance and quality. These were exactly the points that nitpickers and perfectionists excelled in delivering. His wife was the quintessential example of a lab-oriented mech designer. Then there were the mech designers who embodied the innovative and exploratory side of mech design. These people weren't content with treading the beaten path and sought to venture away from it. Most of them just got lost, but those who succeeded often became so inspired that they became capable of coming up with design solutions that might lead to major technological leaps. A lot of innovations in the mech industry such as true resonance, juggernauts and destroyer weapons only came about when their original inventors took great risks and fought against the prevailing consensus. Of course, the amount of innovations that crashed and burned far exceeded the ones that eventually gained acceptance. Biomechs never caught on to the wider market, for example. The low success rate did not stop the truly daring and confident from making their own attempts to revolutionize the mech market in their own way. Vase proudly counted himself among these daring inventors and innovators. What was even better was that he was not just a brat that talked big games but had yet to win any of them. His career may be short, but he already created several successful design solutions that were bound to interest the MTA. While it was true that the troubles he sparked due to his habit of taking risks were not light, he believed the mechers would be willing to overlook a lot of annoyances as long as Vase was willing to share enough benefits. Thinking about how many problems he created this time made him feel ill at ease. He knew he was in the hot seat this time because his decisions directly compelled the MTA to intervene in a strong fashion. If the Paracelsus Optimus hadn't arrived in time, what Vase thought of as the strongest phase whale to ever exist would have succeeded in escaping into the depths of the Red Ocean. Vase was well aware that if any normal person performed this deed, the MTA would likely execute them for colluding with hostile alien entities, endangering human lives and most importantly, damaging the interests of the mech trade association. With such a heavy cloud hovering over his head, Vase was no longer in the mood to play with cute little daughter. Aurelia, Daddy needs to talk to Mommy. Will you be a good girl and keep our cats company? His precious baby cutely nodded her head and ran off to poke and hug the gem cat who she hadn't seen in a while. Lucky, meow. Vase and Gloriana sat down at a nearby couch. The latter looked expectantly while the former briefly narrated the Purgatory campaign from his perspective. The most difficult part was explaining his own side with the full knowledge that the MTA was likely eavesdropping on the conversation in real time. He had no expectation of privacy whenever the MTA was too close. Though Lucky was a highly competent bug catcher, the tech he was based upon was not omnipotent. The association developed secret spying tech that exceeded their standard spying solutions. This was why Vase refrained from going into too much detail. The more he spoke, the more he risked saying anything that might paint him in a worse light to his invisible listeners. Fortunately, Gloriana was smart enough that he did not have to convey these considerations out loud. She knew that Vase was speaking to a greater audience than just herself. His wife even played along by asking more restrained questions that were bound to divert the MTA's attention. I don't know if we will be able to do anything productive with those disgusting fish whale organs you've brought back from purgatory, but they're not important. What matters is that in the backdrop of getting played by an ancient alien kingfish, you managed to produce a working implementation of a breakthrough machine. I don't think I need to emphasize how revolutionary this sounds. What I want to know is this. Can you replicate this phenomenon? Gloriana cared a lot about this question, so much so that she leaned closer to Vase than ever so she could look closely into his eyes. Vase slowly nodded. This isn't like the exceptional circumstances back in the Nixian Gap. The reason why a lot of mech pilots broke through back then was likely due to the abnormal environmental circumstances they were fighting under. While I can't reproduce the variables that make the Nixian Gap so weird, I worked at this problem from a different angle and have finally succeeded in creating a method of inducing different circumstances that can achieve similar results. Are you sure you know what you're talking about, Vase? It's like using a ranged mech or a melee mech to defeat an enemy fish whale. Either mech can do the job, but if I happen to be a lot better at designing the former, my chances of success will be greater if I focus on ranged mechs. I know what I am talking about. What I managed to pull off in Purgatory is a more advanced form of emotional manipulation, which is an area that I have always been good at, as you very well know. A lot of people underestimate how much emotions can affect combat since they don't directly increase a mech's performance by 10%, but these folk always forget that the mech pilot is also a crucial factor. Gloriana adopted a skeptical look. It's one thing to make mech pilots more brave or more fearful. It's another thing to increase their chances of breaking through by 10 or 20 times. The gap between these results is too big. I don't see it that way, honey. He nonchalantly shrugged. I have interacted and worked with a lot of different expert pilots, you know. Combined with my expertise, I have long figured out that the state of mind of mech pilots is one of the most crucial variables that determines whether they can undergo apotheosis. According to my developing theoretical framework, manipulating their mood and emotions in a specific manner does not guarantee a breakthrough, but can bring it a lot closer to mech pilots than normal. Can any mech pilot break through with this method? Vase laughed. Impossible. There are no incompetent expert pilots. Before any pilot wishes to break through, they need to meet all of the basic qualifications first. If they are not competent in their job, then they can forget about going any further. Besides, there are also other variables such as talent that can decide whether a pilot has the potential to go further down this path. The issue of talent is a major stumbling block to me and is the primary reason why I don't think that Commander Melkor will ever be able to go further in this regard. Will you be able to guarantee that our second baby can advance to the rank of expert pilot one day? This was the main reason why she made this inquiry. She was greatly concerned about the future of the unborn fetus that was growing in her belly at the moment. If our second-born daughter truly wants to become a mech pilot, then I will provide as much help that I can provide. Vase promised. That said, her talent is a major variable that can limit what I can do. If she is as gifted as Commander Melkor, then maybe you should lower your expectations. His wife didn't look pleased after he gave this answer. She likely had ambitions to turn her daughter into a god pilot. Not even Vase was arrogant enough to promise that he could turn even the most talented and gifted mech pilot into an apex warrior that surpassed the likes of Saint Mikel Spindar. Besides, he hadn't been entirely forthcoming in his previous answer. Once he repeated what he had done to Aurelia and implanted a companion spirit seed into the unborn baby, the chances were great that their second daughter would already be spiritually active on the day she was born. There was no reason for him to share this crucial detail with either his wife or his unseen MTA eavesdroppers. The wedded couple talked a bit more about the magnitude and the implications of the so-called transcendence glow. The MTA will want to master this technology. Gloriana pointed out. What will you do if the association makes a politely worded request? Vase helplessly shrugged. I'll give it to them, of course. I just hope that the Mechers will uphold their reputation for fairness and continue their habit of issuing rich rewards to those that make major contributions. I could use an incentive or two to refine this innovative new tech further. While you might think that I have already succeeded in creating a fantastic method to produce more breakthroughs, it's far too rudimentary in my eyes. I am confident that I can increase the success rate and decrease the risk of fatal accidents if I continue to conduct further research in this direction. The only way he could make his implicit appeal more obvious was if he turned his head in another direction and winked for no particular reason. Did you just say, fatal accidents, Vase? I've studied the logs and footage of the battle. None of the mech pilots affected by the Everchanger during that time showed any signs of rejections towards its current glow. How do you know your transcendence glow is dangerous? Let's just say that a lot of lab animals had the unfortunate tendency to explode when exposed to the glow for too long. Vase answered as straightforwardly as possible. If anyone else aside from me thinks they can make unrestricted use of this special glow, then good people will die sooner or later. This is why I still consider it a product in development. If not for the desperate circumstances in the last battle, I wouldn't have ordered the Everchanger to apply this glow in field conditions. It was in his best interests to hype up the dangers and risk factors of the Transcendence glow. A method to produce breakthroughs without any significant costs was way too valuable for a small journeyman. Making it sound as if there were lots of restrictions, limitations and risks to using the Transcendence glow was a good way of curbing any excessive attention from the MTA. It also increased the value of his continued cooperation. Chapter 3914 resumed business. The MTA didn't appear to be in a hurry to summon Vase for a good discussion, so he spent quite a few hours on additional preparations. He mostly asked for advice from his wife, Calabast and Minister Shedderin. Each of them gave him a lot of ideas and recommendations that further prepared him for whatever stratagems the Mechers might present. Of course, Vase did not ignore the fact that the Mechers tracked all of his preparations and could adjust their own approach based on what they learned. This was a game that Vase was bound to lose. At the very least, he aimed to limit his losses as much as possible. He did not want the MTA to roll over him without worrying about encountering any resistance. To be honest, I believe you are painting your upcoming talks with the MTA in a far more adversarial light than is warranted. Minister Shedderin gently told him. You are the goose that lays the golden eggs. What the Mechers want to see the most is seeing you continue to lay more eggs. The best way to do that is to cater to your needs and make you feel as comfortable as possible. I'd like to believe that, Shedderin, but my prior experiences with the MTA haven't exactly been as pleasant as you described, you know. I mean, they basically browbeat me into giving up 90% of my spoils from the royal tomb, although I don't think the original deal extends to my spoils from purgatory. They're two separate places. Shedderin cast a dubious look towards Vase, but did not comment on this matter any further. He instead returned to his original point. The Vase they talked to before is different from the Vase that is currently sitting before me. Your value and significance has undergone a transformation, much as how those 27 mech pilots completed their own transformations. Just as how our clan provides completely different treatment to expert pilots, the MTA will also revise its treatment towards you. Pay close attention to who the Mechers will send and what tone they will adopt towards you. If they approach you with an official attitude, then your suspicions may be right, but if they take the effort to greet you with a friendly attitude that is part of a purposeful effort to make you feel at ease, then you should not hold too many unreasonable thoughts. I guess it depends on which part of the MTA is in charge here. Vase stated, the association is not a monolithic group. I hope that whoever is handling my situation belongs to one of the friendlier camps. Time passed as Vase constantly guessed which face of the MTA he would meet today. Even a friendly personality was not easy to deal with. No matter how much he aligned with the Mechers, he would always be considered an outsider too. Their close-knit bunch. Soon enough, Vase received another notification. He had already changed out of his unending regalia and donned his formal patriarch outfit, sans cape, in preparation for his upcoming meeting. Well, wish me luck, honey. You'll do fine, Vase. Gloriana said while holding their daughter in her arms. Vase grinned as he leaned in to plant a kiss on his baby's head. He. His entire form teleported out of the spirit of Bentime shortly afterwards. He quickly reappeared in a familiar lounge compartment on the Simile Halifax. The small frigate had warped all the way from the inner system to the coordinates of the expeditionary fleet to fetch their invited guest. Just as expected, Jovi Armelon was ready to greet Vase first. "Hello again, Vase. I knew you would make gains inside that pocket space, but I never imagined that your actions were so great that you successfully caught the notice of our top figures. You've caused quite the stir within our circle, to say the least." Vase could already figure this out on his own. He needed to learn more information, though. "By top figures, do you mean the Galactic Mech Council, or do you mean the head of your little clique?" Jovi snorted and chuckled. "Do you think it is that easy to get on the agenda of the highest governing body of the MTA? You wish. The Galactic Mech Councilors only convene and discuss matters of grave import such as the decision to invade the Red Ocean or allowing indigenous human populations to build their own mini-drives. The association isn't as centralized as you think it is. The vast majority of issues are handled by sector branches, planetary branches and so on. You are in friendly company right now, or otherwise we wouldn't have called over the Paracelsus Optimus." The MTA journeyman effectively conveyed the most crucial information that Vase wanted to know. He already relaxed a bit after he interpreted the hints he received in a positive light. "What is special about the Paracelsus Optimus?" he asked. "You must have noticed her specialized configuration. Officially, the new battle carrier operates as part of the 307th Pacification Fleet of the MTA that is headquartered in Krakatoa, and is currently assigned on a roving patrol and cruise through the hinterland of occupied space." And unofficially, Vase raised his eyebrow. "Unofficially, the Paracelsus Optimus is mostly a private initiative of a high-ranking mecher who possesses a great degree of fascination towards the biotechnology and unique racial strengths of the phase whale race. He is of the opinion that humanity can make further revolutionary technological advances by studying and absorbing everything the phase whales have ever learned and created. You can imagine that he is immensely pleased with the phase whale enclave and what came out of it. You have given him a pleasing gift. This big shot must have a lot of clout in the association for him to organize and use a well-equipped battle carrier as his personal research lab or exploration arm. Does this great figure hail from the survivalists or another faction?" Vase carefully asked. Jovi shook his head. "He's not a part of us, but we have had numerous dealings with him. We share many interests and have developed a good relationship over the years. He will introduce himself to you in person soon enough, so I will refrain from saying too much. I can only tell you that he is part of the transhumanist faction." "I see, the transhumanist faction." This was probably one of the factions that was most relevant to Vase. After all, much of his work emphasized the growth and evolution of the users of his products. This happened to conform with the main aim of this influential faction. Jovi threw a scrutinizing glance towards Vase. "Do you remember what we told you about the transhumanists? They're the people in the MTA who are most obsessed with evolving into a higher state of humanity." Vase answered. "They're responsible for driving many of the advancements in human augmentation. They are also highly involved in matters relating to high-ranking mech pilots and mech designers. While mechs are still important to them, they are seen as a vessel to achieve human evolution rather than a tool for war." That is an accurate explanation, but not a complete one. There are many nuances to the transhumanists that you will surely learn more about in the future. Not only will you be meeting with the man who is in charge of the Paracelsus Optimus, you will also be working more closely with his faction in the foreseeable future. "Oh, why would you say that? Do you remember one of the requests you made a number of months ago?" Jovi asked. "You sought our help in finding a trustworthy and qualified director as well as any additional specialists that we can spare to man your new T-Institute. Well, they're all aboard the Paracelsus Optimus. It took a lot of negotiations and preparation work to make all of the arrangements, but now that the battle carrier has arrived, we can finally move forward again." The importance of this trip was greater than he thought. Perhaps the Paracelsus Optimus was already on her way to Garamel's system before the mutations in the phase whale enclave ever became known. The Cerebral King's forced entry into the royal tomb and the instability detected at Orlis merely hastened the battle carrier's arrival. "I think you will like the people that the transhumanists have gathered." Jovi smiled. "Anyway, before it is time to deliver you to the Paracelsus Optimus, can you tell me what it is like for a mech designer to experience a rousing battle in the cockpit of a mech? I have never met anyone of our profession that was willing to go to this extent to learn more about mechs. Were you ever afraid of suffering an accident? There are always risks to everything. I have never denied this. I was confident in the Everchanger, though. It is one of my best works and a mech that I am more than willing to entrust my life to." If you aren't willing to make the same decision when you stand in front of your own best works, then I think there is something seriously wrong. Anything can happen in combat. Even an ace mech such as the Margena can meet its doom one day. Most mech designers do not think it is worthwhile to take any risks with their lives. It is not necessary for them to do so in the first place. That's fine. I don't blame them for making the smart choice. They will most definitely be able to live longer as a result of their prudent choices. Are you indirectly calling yourself stupid? Vase smirked. Nope. I just have my own ideas on what I want. I would rather live a shorter but fuller life than a long but boring existence. What the fish whale race had gone through in purgatory strengthened his resolve on this even further. For all of the years the king fishes had lived, their pace of advancement was agonizingly slow. The cerebral king may have learned a lot and upgraded its body extensively over the course of 1,000,000 years, but a more brilliant individual from a more developed race would have been able to make similar achievements in a fraction of the time. There was no way that Vase wanted to emulate the cerebral king and try to bide his time. He was too impatient to wait so long. He needed to improve faster and increase his capabilities so that he could solve his latent problems that were always looming over his head like a sword of Damocles. As Vase and Jovi continued to talk about topics that carefully kept a distance from the more serious subject matters, the Simile Halifax quickly returned to the side of the Paracelsus Optimus. Jovi stood up and straightened his posture. We've arrived. We will teleport you over to the battle carrier any second now. Remember my instructions and try your best to leave a positive impression behind. The head figure that you are about to meet is a respected inventor and a major leader within the transhumanist faction. He can help solve a lot of problems for you if you can gain his support. What Jovi didn't say was that this big shot could probably make life incredibly difficult for Vase if he screwed up this meet and greet. I understand. I am keeping your advice in mind. Vase seriously replied. One last thing. Do not forget that you are officially an associate of our survivalist faction. Try to couch your answers and shape your decisions from our standpoint and principles. Don't hesitate to say no or to defer any cumbersome requests to myself. The transhumanists are highly passionate about their ambitions, but this has also caused them to go overboard from time to time. Wait, you're not coming with me? He asked Jovi. I would love to come with you, but only you have received an invitation. I cannot step aboard another MTA ship without official permission. Before Vase could ask another question, his form suddenly teleported away from the Simile Halifax. He quickly arrived inside one of the mobile bulwarks of the transhumanist faction. Chapter 3915 Pioneers of a New Age. The first observation he made after Vase regained his bearings after getting teleported was that he had ended up in yet another hangar bay. Many of the impressive first-class multipurpose mechs that he had seen in action through the live feed were right in sight. Vase held a breath as he looked up to a nearby MTA mech. He recalled that this specific auxiliary model was the one responsible for receiving the shield link beam transmitted by the Paracelsus Optimus, thereby providing strong protection to over 100 nearby mechs. Impressive, is it not? This model is part of a new wave that seeks to further expand the strength and utility of mechs on the battlefield. He turned around to face a figure that was quietly floating towards his position. The man that appeared in front of him did not wear the lab coats that mech designers typically wore. Instead, he wore a hypermodern utility suit that provided excellent protection and functionality in a package that was not that much bulkier than a vac suit. It also happened to come in a bright orange shade with even brighter lines. Whatever Vase expected from the transhumanist, it wasn't this. The man wore his garishly loud orange suit with no apparent discomfort over his appearance. It was as if such concerns were beyond his considerations. When he studied the man's face, he saw that it was unnaturally smooth, making the fellow appear as if he was of the same age as Vase. This was impossible. The posture and demeanor of the new arrival already told Vase that he was dealing with an old geezer. Having met plenty of older and distinguished men, Vase had developed a keen ability to recognize them based on various clues. Besides, he developed an even more reliable measure of someone's age and importance. The man's spirituality was like a blazing sun. Only master mech designers possessed such powerful strength. Hello, Master. Let me introduce myself. The gray-haired man smiled and made a shallow bow. I am Master Terminio Dervidian, currently stationed on the Paracelsus Optimus. I do not expect you to recognize my appearance, but if you have been keeping up with the latest developments in the mech industry, I believe you should recognize my name if nothing else. To be honest, the MTA Master's name did not ring a bell at all. Vase quickly had to use his cranial implant's search function to dig up any memories where he had encountered this odd name in the past. His eyes quickly widened. You are one of the lead developers of the mini drive. Vase was shocked that he was meeting with someone who had successfully affected the course of human history and development in a major fashion. While Master Dravidian's invention was not as grand as the Beander Gate, the work he had done on miniaturizing warp drives and FTL drives was crucial in granting mechs the ability to move a lot further without needing any help from starships. Though mini drives were still too expensive to allow for widespread adoption, just the fact that the tech became available meant that it could always be improved in the future. The starting point was the hardest. Vase couldn't imagine how much work and effort Master Dravidian poured into leveraging phase water to make drives work at a much reduced size. Hee. Dravidian chuckled in a good-natured manner. I fear you are overestimating my individual contribution to the mini drive projects. I am one of hundreds who have contributed to their development. I became much more involved in the early stages of the combat drive project. The indigenous alien races of the Red Ocean already developed many fine applications of warp drives. Reverse engineering them was the first step to understanding and improving their tech. Much more brilliant developers than myself deserve most of the credit for making several breakthroughs and allow us to miniaturize the drives to the point where they can be mounted onto mechs. The MTA master probably referred to star designers such as the Polymath, though he did not mention them by name. Just the fact that he was able to work in major research initiatives where the best mech designers of humanity intimately became involved was still a major honor. All of this meant that Jovi was right. Master Dravidian was most definitely an influential bigshot within the MTA. I see, Vase replied as he controlled his tone. I take it your specialty is related to mobility, correct? The other man nodded. I specialize in superluminar travel systems. I may not enjoy sole credit for the invention of the mini drives, but I was one of the few who helped to get them off the ground by building up a theoretical basis for them and convincing the relevant parties that the concepts are viable. It gladdens me to no end to see them appear on more and more mechs. The pair began to take a short tour through the hangar bay. This allowed Vase to see and admire the various MTA mechs from a much more intimate distance. While the machines were all devoid of life as he expected, they were still impressive and brilliant in other ways. Master Dravidian hardly needed to give Vase an explanation for him to understand and appreciate the charm of these first-class multipurpose mechs. As the two continued to talk, Vase slowly grew more comfortable in the presence of the master. The fellow did not act pompously or maintained a clear separation of status. Instead, Master Dravidian approached Vase without too many airs and with plenty of goodwill. This meant that the man saw value in building a relationship with Vase, just like what Master Willix had done. I don't quite understand what your specialty has to do with your faction. Vase said, your work is great for making mechs more mobile and versatile, but I don't see how that helps humans get better. Dravidian folded his hands behind his back as he continued to float forward. Your perspective is too limited, Mr. Larkinson. While it is true that much of the focus of our faction is aimed at promoting the development of high-ranking mech pilots and mech designers, we are also looking for other alternatives that can help our race become comprehensively stronger. What do you think about the role of FTL drives in our society? Vase didn't know why the man brought up this question, but he could easily answer this question since he discussed a similar topic in the past with Minister Shedderin. The FTL drive is the most crucial tool that enabled the rise of humanity. We wouldn't have been able to spread across the stars and reach the end of the Milky Way if we did not have a crucial piece of tech in our hands that allows us to travel from star system to star system without spending thousands of years in transit. Master Dravidian nodded. That is a clear answer. However, have you ever thought how much our race has grown dependent on technology? What if every FTL drive ceases to work one day? Half of our society would collapse overnight. Vase winced. Our civilization is so interconnected that if we lose our ability to use a cheap and affordable means of space travel, we will not be able to facilitate galactic-wide trade and keep our interconnected economies alive. This is a frightening scenario, is it not? This is a function of our reliance or over-reliance on technology. Any external object or tool can fail us one day. Our ships, our mechs and our FTL drives are ultimately external objects that we can never fully master and control. As long as it is tech, it can always be subverted and corrupted by hostile alien races. Vase partially agreed with the sentiment, but he did not take it this far. Humans are tool users, he pointed out. Compared to many other alien races, we depend more on technology to overcome our intrinsic biological shortcomings. Our drive to improve and cast off our many weaknesses is so strong that it has allowed our race to achieve amazing success in our home galaxy. I do not disagree with you, but who says that we humans have to stick to our original biological imperatives? Since when are we slaves to our own ancestral genes and configuration? The MTA master's words briefly caused Vase to pause. He recalled his original question and thought about why Dravidian broached this general topic all of a sudden. He finally connected all of the dots. Wait, are you telling me that you want to make humanity travel through the stars without relying on starships, shuttles or mechs? Master Dravidian responded with a brilliant smile. Correct. It is true that we transhumanists do not see mechs as the beginning and the end of our technological journey. Whereas the mech supremacists are already satisfied with our ability to miniaturize FTL drives for their favored platform, we only consider our job to be half done. It is only when I can accomplish a practical and reliable means of superluminal travel for individual humans that I consider my work to be complete. Vase was shocked at the audacity of this ambition. Although he questioned whether it was appropriate for a mech designer to work on such a research project at all, the potential benefits of realizing this ultra-miniaturized form of warp or FTL travel was immensely valuable. If people like Vase or Gloriana could travel from Davut to Chance Bay with their own bodies rather than rely on large and cumbersome starships, then the mobility of humanity would reach an entirely new level. While it was true that there were numerous alien races that had developed the capacity to travel across the stars by relying on their own individual capabilities, the aliens tended to be as large as mechs or small starships. The phase whale race was a good example of this. There was no way that a puny human could imitate a phase whale by integrating a miniature version of one of their phase water organs. The tech was way more complicated than that. Scaling down any form of superluminal travel introduced a huge number of problems. From what it sounded like, even a renowned authority in the field such as Master Dravidian was still far from realizing his ultimate ambition. I truly admire your dream. Vase sighed in appreciation. It truly sounds nice to be able to hop from planet to planet without needing to board a shuttle or starship first. A lot of people would have been able to evacuate from their doomed planets in a hurry if they did not have to compete for access on one of the few starships that can take them out in the limited time available. He had witnessed far too many tragedies like that for him to remain indifferent to these shortcomings. It was also one of his primary motivations to keep the core of his clan in a mobile fleet. I think you understand now why I have become a part of the transhumanist faction. Dravidian smiled. The ability to move is one of the primary drivers of societal progression. Being able to jump out of our ancestral star system and expand across the Milky Way has led to an explosive degree of growth and prosperity. Being able to cross hundreds of thousands of light years so that we can continue our expansion to dwarf galaxies such as the Red Ocean will lead to another wave of growth and advancement. If we can grant each individual human the ability to travel from star system to star system by themselves, then I predict that humanity will truly enter a new age at that point, the age of transhumans. What big words! Although Vase didn't believe that Master Dravidian and his like-minded buddies could ever realize such a stupendously unrealistic ambition, he fully approved of their attempt to pursue their dreams. Perhaps it was not realistic for them to be able to enable FTL travel for every Tom, Dick and Harry, but they might make it accessible to the rich and powerful. Considering that Vase humbly counted himself among this small and exclusive club, he fully hoped that Master Dravidian would be able to succeed one day. Chapter 3916 Great Appreciation. Vase felt more and more at ease as Master Terminio Dravidian continued to show him around. The master did not hide his appreciation for Vase nor show too much arrogance or condescension. This should not be a surprise to Vase. He had long exceeded the scope of a regular journeyman. The capabilities he had shown along with the innovations he made already marked him out as a successful and productive inventor. The MTA loved inventors. Although there were a huge number of mech designers in the mech industry, only a minuscule proportion of them succeeded in making breakthroughs that could even arouse the interest of the upper echelon of the Mech Trade Association. How could the mechers possibly present a dismissive or even insulting attitude towards these gems? Indigenous or not, Vase had already gained the qualifications to be treated in a more serious and thoughtful manner by the MTA. Perhaps the CFA might still treat Vase as if he was an odious fly buzzing around a pile of crap, but that was because the fleeters did not think highly of mechs in the first place. The MTA was different. Mechs and mech pilots served as the core of its foundation, so any exceptional people that were able to make them stronger in any way needed to be won over even if it came at a considerable cost. If Master Dravidian somehow left a bad impression and caused Vase to become more repulsed towards the MTA or a specific faction of it, then he would certainly receive a punishment for his mistakes. Minister Sheddarin had already told Vase that the Mechers might approach him with this attitude in mind, but Vase still found it surreal for him to receive such open appreciation from a high-ranking master. Although Vase was not a Mech insider who possessed a clear understanding of the MTA's hierarchy, Hovey's vague explanation gave him the sense that Master Dravidian's status within the organization exceeded that of Master Willix. It was not that hard to figure out why. Master Dravidian's work on mini-drives had already achieved concrete results. With warp-based combat drives and FTL-based cruise drives already being put into operation in more and more places, the man already deserved great credit. As for Master Willix, she was still in the process of chasing after her own big breakthrough in the remote Komodo star sector. What little she shared about her work to Vase made it sound as if she was willing to gamble an entire century of her life in order to complete a groundbreaking research project. If she succeeded, she would be able to make a contribution that most likely equaled that of Master Dravidian. If she failed, then she would essentially waste much of the years she spent on chasing after her elusive dream. Even if she came away from all of this hard work and effort with a much greater understanding of several useful phenomena, the opportunity cost she incurred by foregoing many other opportunities to advance her career would undoubtedly be massive. Perhaps this could mean the difference between advancing to star designer or remaining stuck as a master mech designer for the rest of her extended lifespan. Master Willix's situation proved to Vase that mech designers at this height were hardly done with making greater accomplishments. Realizing a design philosophy was no reason for masters to become content and live out the rest of their lives in luxury. There was a greater horizon up ahead, and not even masters working for the most powerful mech organization of human civilization dared to slack off in the slightest. All of the clues that Vase had managed to gather up to this point prompted him to make a bold conclusion. Master Dravidian might be a star designer seed. Although he was still relatively young as far as multi-century masters were concerned, the man's accomplishments along with his great authority within the association showed that he most likely entered its true core. However, Master Dravidian did not show any of this to Vase. He presented himself in a more amiable and approachable fashion that was full of goodwill towards his guest. This not only showed the MTA's great attention and appreciation towards a mech designer who was still an outsider all considered, but also emphasized the accomplished master's personal interest in building up a relationship. "It is a great shame that the survivalists got to you first," Master Dravidian lamented for a moment as they neared the end of this brief but highly illuminating tour through the mech hangar. "You have seen the mechs here. We are proud of their performance and they are among the best standard mechs we can deploy against the phase whale race. However, when it comes to assisting the cultivation of their mech pilots, I am afraid these machines are significantly inferior compared to your clan's increasingly more developed second-class mechs." Vase blinked. This was extremely high praise, especially coming from an MTA master with a status as high as that of Dravidian. He did not dare to let all of this praise and attention get over his head. No matter what, he was still an indigenous second-class journeyman mech designer. "I do not dare to claim that my mechs are the best in any area," Vase modestly replied. "I am still far away from realizing my design philosophy. I am still in the early stages of my design career. I still have to design a lot of mechs and refine my design solutions further before I feel I deserve any praise." Dravidian shook his head. "You do not need to show any false modesty towards the MTA. We are all knowledgeable about mechs. What you have managed to create in a few years surpasses the lifetime works of many of my peers. Despite your low origins, your firm decision to pursue an unorthodox design philosophy has opened up a drastically different design field that has already delivered unique dividends. I took a lot of risks that happened to pay off. I also do not deserve all of the credit. I have merely added a little progress to what the mech industry has already achieved." Vase smiled as he continued to downplay his accomplishments. No matter what, he did not want to reveal any hint that he had managed to make so much progress with the help of an assisting tool as miraculous as the mech designer system. He had no illusions about what would happen if Master Dravidian discovered that his guest came in touch with the metal scroll. Vase would instantly turn from an honored talent that needed to be won over to a prisoner whose secrets needed to be pried away. This latent threat was enough to keep him sober and prevent his head from growing too big from Master Dravidian's constant appreciation. The older man let out another sigh as he gazed down at Vase. With how much your work pays attention to the mech pilot side of the equation, you truly would have been a great fit for our transhumanist faction. It is regrettable that we normally do not pay much attention to the periphery of human space. Too many of us believe that we can only advance our cause by focusing on the most prosperous and developed regions of human space. I don't blame them, Vase replied. The level of development in the galactic rim is really poor. Now that I have entered the Red Ocean, I finally learned what I have been missing out upon. There are so many more possibilities in regions that have access to much more funding, resources and better researchers. If all of those factors are the sole determinants of success, then our Mech Trade Association would have long allowed our mechs to surpass warships. Master Dervidian shook his head another time. We pour an unimaginable sum of money, resources and manpower in research fields that have already been pushed to their extremes. We frequently ignore diminishing returns in the hopes that beating a dead horse 100 times will yield a different result than the previous 99 times. Cases like yours make me believe that we are not allocating our resources wisely enough. In my opinion, we continue to throw good money after bad. We should be much more open-minded towards investing in research that aims to open up new and different avenues of human evolution. This conversation was starting to get political, and that made Vase nervous. He did not want to commit to any side and make needless enemies with those who held the opposite opinion. Not every ambitious research project is able to succeed. Vase answered in a clear-minded tone. Even if they do, the gains rarely justify the time and resources put into them. I know that I have met my fair share of skeptics that do not understand my work at all or think that my assumptions are so crazy that they are never able to believe that I can deliver on my promises. I don't mind this response. Our mech industry has always been about proving our worth through our work. It is only up until now that I have managed to present a few design solutions that are able to catch the attention of your association. The master threw Vase a look that indicated that Dervidian greatly valued those design solutions. That is true, but our association is not monolithic. In the end, it is the survivalists who managed to recognize your work first. This is not a surprise as the survivalists are always paying attention to humanity's external threats. I can say that you are in good company. Although they have a reputation for scaremongering, their intentions are noble and they are always earnest in their dealings. People who are convinced that the human race is only one calamity away from extinction have no time for scheming. Vase nodded in agreement. That was also one of the reasons why he felt at ease with his continued association with the survivalist faction. People like Jovi Armelon, Master Moira Willix and the Polymath were all fairly predictable and easy to figure out. Their mission was clear and they all dedicated themselves towards the same cause. As long as Vase placed himself in a position where he advanced their interests, he would never have to worry about getting discarded or betrayed. Despite Master Dervidian's claims that the transhumanist faction was a much more fitting home for Vase, its internal situation was probably a lot more complicated. Unlike the survivalists who only cared about the continuation of their race, the transhumanists probably pursued countless different ideas on how to advance human evolution. There was no single method to make humans better. From education to different forms of augmentation, there were many proven and unproven ways to make people stronger and more capable than others. With so much variety, cliques would inevitably form within the transhumanist faction. Perhaps Master Dervidian represented his own subfaction as his notions about advancing human evolution by enabling people to perform superluminal travel with their naked bodies was an extreme idea. Vase turned towards his guide. Master, can you give me a more thorough explanation of what you transhumanists do and how you fit within the MTA? On the surface, it isn't entirely clear why you are part of an organization that centers around mechs. I would imagine it would make much more sense if you form your own group that solely dedicates itself towards your mission. Doesn't that make more sense? The master did not exhibit any unusual reactions, but his momentary silence was telling. In truth, an organization that was dedicated towards the ascension of humanity already existed. Its origins far preceded that of the Mech Trade Association and it also happened to have made a lot more accomplishments throughout its long but hidden history. That organization happened to be called the Five Scrolls Compact. Although Vase understood it was risky to step on this landmine, he deliberately did so because of a good reason. He wanted to test Master Dervidian's response and get a better idea of how the transhumanists were related to this infamous cult. Chapter 3917 The Value of Phase Whales. To his credit, Master Dervidian did not pause or show any unusual behavior for long. He was a master who studied a lot of knowledge, collaborated with a lot of mech designers and knew how to play the political game. With his high standing within the ranks of the MTA, there was no way that he was socially inept. I can understand your confusion. The gray-haired man slowly replied. Those with a shallow understanding of mechs do not comprehend how working on mechs allows us to progress humanity's evolution. While there are people who believe that the special traits of high-ranking mech pilots and mech designers can be spread to the general public, this is a nigh impossibility in my opinion. Then, what do you transhumanists actually do with mechs, then? Vase asked with genuine confusion in his voice. The pair slowly moved away from the mech hangar. The master led Vase through a mostly empty corridor that evidently led to a different section of the massive battle carrier. Let me begin by asking you an important question. Why do most mechs adopt the human form? That was a deep question. Vase could supply 1,000 different opinions on this profound issue. He decided to be truthful and explain his earnest thoughts. Shaping a war weapon in a humanoid form is not always the best choice, especially in environments where having a pair of legs doesn't necessarily make sense, such as in space or in the air. Nonetheless, we are accustomed to designing humanoid mechs because that is what we humans are familiar with and know best. In my work, I have learned that the best choice is not always the one that is objectively the most optimal one. We work with mech pilots after all, and all of them are limited by their human perspectives and limitations. Allowing them to work with mechs that move and fight like humans will often lead to better results than if they pilot a mech with a weirder shape. You are not wrong, Mr. Larkinson. Although we hope that mech pilots can be better than that, many of them are not as comfortable and cannot fully adjust to piloting mechs that adopt forms that convey more advantages from an objective standpoint. Nonetheless, we transhumanists do not pay as much attention to this argument. I believe it is better for me to show you a different example. The master fell silent as he continued to lead Vase to a different place. After turning a few corridors and passing through a few hatches, they suddenly entered a gigantic hall that was far larger than any of the previous compartments of the Paracelsus Optimus. In fact, a quick glance told him that the internal dimensions of this gigantic hall far exceeded that of the internal volume of the battle carrier. They had stepped out of the MTA capital ship and entered a completely different place, all without Vase noticing the differences. This was a scary realization. He was no stranger to teleportation technology. The sensation was obvious and could not be mistaken for anything else. He always felt as if his body was erased in one place before being reformed in another place. This time, he shifted over to a different location without any warning or obvious transitions. It was an application of teleportation that was probably a lot more advanced than ordinary teleportation. It probably wasn't anything exotic for a specialist in superluminal travel like Master Dervidian. He might even be involved in this particular development. This invisible show of force was yet another reminder that Vase was in the presence of great company. It didn't take long for Vase to deduce where he had arrived. There was only one place in the Garamel system that warranted such an enormous space. Vase walked towards the edge of the transparent panels and looked down on what lay below. He sucked in his breath as he beheld the great monstrosity occupying the majority of this gigantic space. The enormous hall was large enough to fit one of the biggest CFA battleship classes, but now it was dedicated to containing the greatest phase whale known to humanity. Master Dervidian floated over to his side while directing a grin towards the giant captive beast. I must thank you for delivering us this unexpected but timely present. The phase whales are highly relevant towards my ongoing research projects. We have already captured numerous different specimens, but none are as large, powerful and atypical as Moby Dick. Moby Dick, the master looked amused. This specimen deserves its own name. I plan to conduct extensive research on its body, so it will be more convenient to refer to this creature by a name that is not a serial number. The super whale might not be white, but it was more than deserving of this classical name. Master Dervidian led Vase out of the protective compartment and down to the catwalks immediately surrounding the super whale's exposed bulk. The main space was still in vacuum, so Vase's formal suit automatically activated a transparent helmet around his head. This, along with other coverings, made sure that he could breathe in this environment. As Vase slowly approached the massive whale's body, he gained a clearer impression of its enormous strength. From a physical point of view, the super whaler, Moby Dick, absolutely surpassed the physical prowess of any mech, juggernaut or warship. From a less tangible point of view, the captive monstrosity was also formidable in mind and spirit. Vase focused mostly on the latter as he had not been able to study Moby Dick's spiritual prowess before. The footage of its battle against the MTA did not give him a good opportunity to evaluate the creature's strength in this aspect. It's so powerful, he gasped. That it is, Master Dervidian replied. Biological creatures cannot grow endlessly without passing many different requirements. Resources are only the basic conditions to allow an organism to grow to this extent. Any life form that can grow to this extent is absolutely exceptional and has most certainly reached this scale through artificial means. Studying the methods that have allowed Moby Dick to grow and sustain a body of this size will yield many precious lessons for our research teams. The enormous phase whale was clearly put under a coma. Its body was so still that it looked almost dead. In this dormant state, the phase whale hardly released any emissions and its body had also grown extremely cold. However, none of its flesh looked frozen and its wounds were still leaking liquid blood. Vase confirmed that the super whale was dormant by observing its extremely powerful but incredibly still spirituality. There truly was no comparison. Compared to the phase king that Vase had rescued at the end of the Purgatory campaign, the super whale was on an entirely different level. Its spiritual strength far exceeded that of his designed spirits, so much so that Vase was almost ready to liken it to a god. Yet it was this god-like creature that managed to suffer a quick and ignoble defeat against a single battle carrier and her mech contingent. Even if the Paracelsus Optimus had the good fortune to hit Moby Dick when it only recently grew to this state, it still did not change the fact that a supposedly superior monster got beat up by just a single independent military detachment of the Mech Trade Association. Gods can only be this strong, he murmured. Master Dervidian adopted an amused grin. Moby Dick should indeed be able to masquerade as a god in living form among the short-sighted aliens of the Red Ocean, but in front of our mechs, it can only be reduced to an object of research. I cannot wait to cut into its enormous flesh and study how its body can function under all of that mass and bulk. Vase raised his eyebrows in surprise. You are involved in studying this large beast? Yes. Does that sound strange to you, Mr. Larkinson? You're a mech designer. Shouldn't this job be left to more relevant experts such as exobiologists? Besides, I don't understand why a creature as enormous as Moby Dick has anything to do with miniaturizing superluminal travel devices. This big whale is pretty much pursuing the opposite of what you try to achieve. Ha ha ha, Master Dervidian couldn't help but utter a laugh. Your logic is sound, but you do not possess all of the information. To you, it may seem that Moby Dick and other phase whales for that matter have little in common with more core research goals, but you would be absolutely wrong. They have everything to do with my ambitions. How? The man waved at the giant blue-scaled body. What is the most defining feature of the phase whale race? They have an incredible affinity with phase water. Vase answered after he contemplated a few possible answers. He had a feeling that this one was the most crucial to the MTA master. He was right. Correct, Mr. Larkinson. Facewater is a powerful research that has incredible depth. It is not for nothing that we had led humanity into the Red Ocean. We have captured many alien prisoners and raided many alien databases. We have found that many of them claim that phase whales have a deep relationship with phase water. Some claim that the race is the original source of phase water. Others claim that phase water literally runs through their veins. Vase became incredibly interested in this topic. He leaned closer as if he wanted to pry out everything that Master Dervidian knew about phase water. Are those claims true, Master? Dervidian smirked. Aliens hold many superstitious beliefs on phase water. It is more than a resource that enables superluminal travel to them. The phase whale race is not that exaggeratingly powerful or exceptional. Nonetheless, the claim that phase water is a part of their blood makeup is not entirely false. They are not born in this way, but their intensive contact with this substance along with their focused biological modifications allows the more accomplished individuals of their species to change their physiology. Vase looked back at the super whale in shock. You mean this giant whale's blood is actually made up of phase water instead of regular water? Yes, your guess is right. Astounding, is it not? Phase water is highly toxic and dangerous to other forms of life. They can literally tear bodies apart due to the unstable spatial fluctuations they provide. Even if phase water is stabilized by mixing them with other substances, their toxic nature means that they pose a lethal threat to many organic systems. It is simply an insane idea to use phase water as the principal material for blood. Why do they do this? What is the reason for them to go such extremes? Can't they perform warp travel by containing phase water into specialized organs? The reason the phase whales make this modification is obvious. They wish to attain more power. While we do not possess a full understanding of all of the changes of this remarkable blood transformation procedure, we do know that the deadliest and most formidable phase whales have taken this step. Their warp speeds are much faster and their spatial manipulation abilities are also vastly stronger. This is an essential step in their progression. Without spreading phase water through their entire bodies, they will never be able to unlock the next stage of their growth. Vase gained a completely new perspective and appreciation for a phase whale like Moby Dick. If the super whale had truly integrated phase water in all of its flesh and blood, then it must have attained impressive biological qualities. He started to understand why Master Dravidian was so interested in Moby Dick. Then, your research, are you studying the phase whales so that humans can have phase water running through their veins one day? This was a crazy idea. It was as if someone was trying to use uranium to replace the principal material of someone's skull. Only a lunatic would come up with such an impossible notion. Master Dravidian's smile grew wider. My most hopeful research direction indeed centers around replacing human blood with a derivative based upon phase water. Just imagine it, if our bodies become closer to that of a phase whale, doesn't that mean we are closer to achieving warp travel without external tools? The premise sounded logical, but Vase doubted it was this simple. Chapter 3918. The transhumanist L. Vase was deeply impressed by Master Dravidian's ambition. Turning integrating phase water in the human body was both an extreme and impressive goal. He could not imagine what people were capable of once they replaced the normal blood in their bodies with an upgraded variety. Based on phase water, of course, such changes should not be limited to blood alone. The rest of the human body had to undergo an extensive series of adaptation in order to survive with such dangerous material running through their bodies. Perhaps at the end of it all, the transformed humans would have more in common with phase whales than baseline humans. As Vase thought about all of the implications of this ambitious research project, he suddenly recalled that Master Dravidian had yet to supply him with a direct answer to his previous inquiry. "Master, I am highly impressed with your research direction," he spoke up. "However, this still leaves me with the question of what this has to do with mechs. It sounds to me that you are more engaged in human augmentation than furthering the state of mechs." This was a rather bold statement, but Vase really wanted to understand the greater context behind the MTA Master's work. "My work is not as unrelated to mechs as you think it is, Mr. Larkinson. The work we do in miniaturizing many different technological functions to the scale of a human is a major challenge. Oftentimes, we can only scale down powerful tech so that they can be fitted onto mechs. This allows us to test our progress and study our products before we can shrink them down even further. Our work on mini drives is a good example of this. Even if our end goals are different from other mech designers, our contributions to the mech industry are just as great." Vase nodded. He accepted this argument. It wasn't enough, though. He felt that there was more behind this story. You don't have to go through all of the trouble learning how to design mechs if you want to develop human-scaled implants. Why is it so important for people such as yourself to invest in mech design? The master paused for a bit as he thought whether he should provide a more complete answer. Eventually, he decided to be more forthcoming. "This relates to a profound philosophical stance. Let me summarize it as much as possible. As I have explained before, mechs mirror the human body for a reason. To transhumanists like myself, the mech is not just an intermediate form between large and powerful technological platforms such as warships and the small and weak forms of humans such as you and I. The mech has a greater meaning, one that I think that may be far more relevant to your work than you think." "Oh," Vase grew curious. "In what way, Master?" "I have learned that your design philosophy is working towards making mechs alive. Up to this point, you have succeeded in creating mechs that fit certain definitions of this word. How much do they have in common with humans?" Vase didn't expect that this deep topic would suddenly turn towards his own work, so he quickly had to gather his thoughts and offer a reply that would satisfy a master mech designer. "My living mechs are far apart from humans. It was never my goal to make them more human. To me, the human race is unique and should stay that way. The living mechs that I have designed and nurtured have indeed taken after the humans that they interact with on a daily basis, but they ultimately make up their own separate species. If my living mechs aren't so intricately connected to humans, they would probably turn into completely different forms of life." "Interesting," Master Dravidian said with obvious interest in Ves's answer. "Your answer is more sober than I anticipated. It is good for you to maintain a restrained and conservative perspective towards your own work. I am afraid that mech designers with more delusions and less self-control might gain a god complex due to their inflated thoughts about their achievements. I'm still a journeyman. How can I have the capital to think that I have already succeeded at my stage? Well said, Mr. Larkinson. Your living mechs are of considerable interest to certain groups within our association. There are also other groups that feel threatened by them. The existence of living mechs raises questions that can evoke both fear and hope. Vase grimaced. One of the reasons why he wanted to stay away from the MTA was because he didn't want to get caught up in this argument, but as he and his work became more prominent, it became harder to avoid this collision. He wasn't too worried, though. If the MTA really had a problem with letting mechs gain self-awareness and even a bit of control over themselves, then the mechers would have stepped in a lot sooner. Besides, Vase had met the polymath in person and managed to win her over to an extent. With the backing of one of the top figures of the MTA, he doubted that the authorities would deliberately hinder his current research direction. How do transhumanists such as yourself view living mechs? Vase lightly asked. Your work is not yet widely known to our faction, but in my personal opinion I am pleasantly surprised by them. Master Dervidian smiled. You see, their existence and their apparent traits already confirms a number of my hypotheses about transhumanism. Vase wanted to scratch his head when he heard this answer. What did mechs have to do with transhumanism? I do not follow. What are the differences between a mech and a human? There are lots of differences between them. They are two completely separate existences. Vase replied. What are the differences between a living mech and a human? There is still a huge gap in between them, Master. It's just that living mechs are a bit closer to humans than before. Vase grew suspicious at this line of questioning. After a bit of thought, he suddenly came up with a radical suggestion. Are you treating mechs as if they are human? Master Dervidian smiled and nodded. Now you understand why we transhumanists engage so much with mechs. To every other person, a mech is a tool and completely separate from a human. This is an understandable perspective, but to many of my ideological compatriots, we do not view mechs in such a shallow light. To us, mechs and humanoid mechs in particular can be more. They can be surrogates of the human body. They can be replacements of the human body. They can even become our alternate forms if we choose to abandon the small and weak bodies that we are born with. Just imagine it. Imagine a future where our society is made completely out of humans in the form of mechs. What? If Master Dervidian's previous ideal of injecting phase water into human bodies was already crazy enough, this one was even more extreme. Vase truly couldn't understand or accept the notion of him and everyone else shedding their familiar human bodies so they could assume the form of mechs. He could see the advantages to doing this, though. No matter how much he agreed with this extreme notion, he understood that the transformed human race would probably enjoy a great leap of strength. Many of the more powerful races in the cosmos tended to be large and formidable. Bigger bodies could exert greater strength by themselves, which was why larger life forms did not have to rely on technology that much. Usually, the greatest flaws of bigger species are the greater consumption of resources, the longer growth rate and the lack of intelligence. However, Vase did not think that many of these shortcomings would hinder the human race if it made this conversion. Humanity not only conquered vast regions of territory, but also developed its technologies to incredible heights. With these advantages, Vase believed that it was viable to convert humans to a larger and more superior race. His mind suddenly flashed a bit. All of this sounded familiar to him. When he thought back on what he experienced in the Life Research Association, didn't the Supreme Sage attempt to undergo just this sort of transformation? The man invested more research and resources into this goal than almost anyone else, but it was a pity that he became too greedy and ambitious. The Uranus would have definitely turned into the most powerful, human, body to have ever existed if the Supreme Sage succeeded in completing the consciousness transferal process. Yet the mental and possibly spiritual strength acquired by this exaggeratingly strong biological monster was far too great for the former top researcher to handle. Thinking about this calamity gave Vase a bad impression of the notion of trying to convert humans into mech-like life forms. He rejected this idea. He was a strong believer in the classical relationship between mechs and mech pilots. Mechs should not replace humans and humans should not replace mechs. It was only when they worked together and achieved symbiosis that they would be able to attain much greater strength due to synergy. Do all transhumanists work towards turning humans into existences similar to mechs? Vase carefully asked as he wondered how many people supported this insane notion. Master Dervidian likely noticed that Vase did not think highly of this ambition. The man didn't mind. You do not have to be afraid that our faction seeks to coerce everyone to turn themselves into large mechs or biomechs. Only a fraction of us support this ideal, and I do not count myself among them. I am among the majority who is still attached to our current human forms. I would not want to give it up even if I am presented with the option to convert to a superior physical body. I am afraid that many of us will start to wonder how much humanity we have left. Vase frowned. Why would people want to pursue this goal at all? Do they look down on our humanity so much that they want to move away from what makes us human? I do not wish to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel of my fellow transhumanists. The master replied, they can present their goals and ideals much better than I. While I do not have that much in common with this specific subgroup, I do share a part of their approach. A mech can be viewed as a derivative of a human body. What we can do with mechs can also be done with humans. That is our hope. My work on mini drives is just one example of that. There are other projects that aim to transfer other aspects of mechs into humans. Think about expanding our sensory capabilities or allowing us to fly and move in space. In short, to us, mechs are test dummies that are scaled up to allow for more convenient experimentation. This perspective made a lot of sense, but it caused Vase to view transhumanists in a stranger light than before. He still had a hard time understanding why transhumanists were so obsessed with equating mechs to humans. In fact, he felt more grateful than ever that the survivalists managed to rope him in first. He had no idea what he would become if he started to buy into the abnormal ideology of the transhumanist faction. I see, he slowly replied. What is the goal of people like you, then? If you don't want to turn humans into mech-sized giants, then what are the other transhumanists working towards? It is not that difficult to understand, Mr. Larkinson. Imagine the mechs such as the first-class multipurpose mechs that I have shown you in my previous tour. They are large and powerful, are they not? Now imagine if they are 30% smaller. Are they still mechs in your eyes? They most definitely are. They will just be a lot weaker because of their lower capacity, but I can imagine that most medium mechs will simply perform akin to light mechs in this instance. Dravidian waved his hand. Imagine if we downsize these mechs yet again. Are they still functionally the same? They should be, I think. The ones that have previously become light mechs will now turn into even smaller machines, but they should still be able to perform in a familiar fashion for the most part. They will just be treated as ultralight mechs this time. What if we shrink these mechs a third time? That will make this hypothetical scenario a lot more difficult. Vase replied as he struggled to imagine this scenario. I don't really know if the mechs can still be seen as mechs at this point. You are not the only mech designer to think in this manner. Let me spare you the trouble and complete this thought experiment for you. If we shrink mechs another time, they will start to lose the identity of mechs and begin to assume the identity of powered armor suits. People will no longer pilot them as if they are mechs but begin to wear them as if they are personal pieces of equipment. Vase widened his eyes. I see. This is quite a radical progression. This is not our ultimate goal, young man. We transhumanists are not interested in making humans wear artificial suits of equipment all of the time. What we truly want to accomplish is to upgrade our human bodies. So imagine if we downsize these cumbersome suits of armor again so that their scales completely match our human dimensions. Instead of wearing them, we become them. Do you understand why we are mech designers now? He did. He also thought the transhumanists were even crazier than he previously thought. Only nutjobs would regard the act of designing mechs as preparations for designing their own future bodies. Chapter 3919 Vase the Transhumanist. The Mech Trade Association certainly attracted its fair share of weirdos. From radicals that sought to disband the Big Two to reactionaries that wanted to freeze the status quo forever, the MTA was filled with ideologies of almost every stripe. After a bit of thought, Vase did not find this strange gathering to be incomprehensible. The absence of a traditional governing institution did not result in the removal of politics. It simply adapted to the latest structure and continued to ply its trade. Whenever there was a situation where resources were scarce, different groups and people had to compete against each other to determine how to allocate them. The reality of politics was that a win for one faction often came at the expense of another faction. Vase wondered where the transhumanist faction ranked. Given their interest and involvement in promoting high-ranking mech pilots and mech designers, he did not believe the transhumanists were marginalized. On the other hand, people like Master Terminio Dravidian made no secret of how they equated mechs to human bodies and vice versa. This was a rather extreme stance that deviated from the core premise that mechs existed to work for humanity. Instead, the transhumanists wanted mechs to become humanity. This was a whole different belief that generated a lot of difficult and uncomfortable questions. Vase couldn't help but change the way he regarded the transhumanist faction. Before this meeting, he still thought that the transhumanists were rather reasonable. After all, they were the main interest group behind the development of god pilots and star designers. Now, he learned that this was not their only preoccupation. Their core focus was nothing less than promoting the wholesale evolution of the human race. Whether the transhumanists wanted to turn everyone into sentient mechs or human-sized monsters, it was clear that they did not value humanity in its original form in the slightest. Master Dravidian was sharp enough to recognize the discomfort and rejection in Ves's demeanor. This was not an unusual reaction from people who learned how far the transhumanists were willing to go to shed their weak human forms. What do you think transhumanism means, Mr. Larkinson? Vase furrowed his brows. Transhumanism stands for transcending human limitations. The goal is to become more than what we originally were. I can understand why people would want to get better to the point of breaking past our baseline parameters, but why take it this far? Why not? Why settle for a smaller improvement when a larger improvement is within reach? Turning humans into life forms that more closely match mechs conveys many more advantages than a simple gene optimization treatment. If you can choose between becoming 2 times smarter or 10 times smarter, why not settle for the latter? Because the more you move away from your original form, the more you lose your humanity. Ha ha ha, that time is already past, Mr. Larkinson. Master Dravidian laughed. Look at us. I am a master mech designer while you are a journeyman mech designer. Do you truly think that we could have reached our ranks and made so many accomplishments if we were normal human beings? Could we truly master so much knowledge and apply them in ways that most humans cannot even begin to understand with all of the advanced genetic treatments, organ replacements and cybernetic implantations that we have received? Vase was taken aback. While he instinctively wanted to refute the master's words, he knew in his heart that he would only be lying if he spoke out in this fashion. You may have a point, master. That doesn't mean we should recklessly change the nature of our existence without any restraint or caution. The age of conquest has taught us many awful lessons about the dangers of going too far with human augmentation. We turned many humans into monsters that had become so detached from humanity that they turned into beasts that only maintained the facade of humans. What your faction is working towards can turn out just as bad if not worse. Master Dravidian sighed. Critics always brought up the age of conquest as a cautionary tale. It was one of the greatest arguments that hindered the interests of the transhumanist faction. There is no denying that too many scientists who were eager to shed their weaknesses have moved too quickly and failed to account for the repercussions of their rushed innovations. The climate is much different nowadays. Several hundreds of years have passed since those abuses came to an end. Our faction is actually one of the greatest proponents of regulating the market for human augmentation. We believe in sustainable development and would never wish to subject humans to changes that turn them into monsters. By and large, we have succeeded. The market for genetic treatments and implants is thriving more than ever, and the proportion of augmented humans in our society is growing with each passing generation. Although the master sounded reasonable, Vase could not shake off his inherent suspicion and disgust towards excessive augmentation. Dravidian gestured towards Vase. Your attitude towards this issue is a relic of your humble upbringing. Research shows that citizens who grow up in less prosperous regions are often more negatively predisposed towards augmentation. Your third-class Rimlander background is limiting your perspective. You still retain much of the ignorant opinions of those who reject augmentation not because they are disgusted by it, but because they envy individuals who can more readily afford them. Since augmentations are rare in remote third-rate states, it is natural for the general public to hold a negative sentiment towards this issue. I would have thought your experiences and your exposure to other facets of human society has led you to correct your outdated cultural norms. Was the master calling Vase a hillbilly? Look, I am not opposed to every kind of augmentation. I just think we should maintain reasonable limits to how extensively we should mess with our race. Vase replied. The master was not willing to settle for this lame answer. Do you not see how much your stance contradicts your circumstances? Have you not noticed that as you move up in human society, it becomes more and more common for people to accept the necessity to upgrade their human parameters in order to keep up with the best? We live in a competitive environment, Mr. Larkinson. We cannot afford to slow down and settle for being second best. Not only do we have to compete against our fellow human rivals, we also have to compete against formidable alien opponents that are always trying to exploit our weaknesses. Humanity did fine against the aliens in the past. I don't see why we should urgently push ourselves to improve at the cost of losing what has originally made us great. This is a flawed argument. Master Dervidian replied while shaking his head. Hasn't the survivalist faction warned you against becoming complacent? Everyone is eager to achieve progress. The mistakes of the age of conquest have not suppressed people's desire to upgrade their capabilities at all. Look at yourself, for example. Me. Vase blinked. Yes, you. You are a brilliant journeyman that has made far more major accomplishments than almost all of your peers. While they are not the sole factors to your success, your extensive augmentations have definitely enabled your rise. Whether it is your extreme physiological makeover, the genetic optimization treatments you received from the CFA by chance, your untraceable but effective all-round cognitive improvements, or your updated CFA implant, they have all made you more than your original self. Do you deny that they have made you a better mech designer? I did not willingly undergo all of those changes. Vase replied with an irritated expression. Yet you have benefited from them, have you not? Your body has become stronger and more resilient. You are able to survive attacks that would have killed an ordinary human in an instant. No matter what, you have become more powerful than before. That is true, but you chose to accept all of the other augmentations that I have mentioned. Master Dervidian continued. You chose to implant yourself with a cranial implant because you sought to improve your ability to design mechs, correct? Do you regret this decision? Do you truly think you could have risen up to this point without the convenience and amplification provided by your implant? No, Vase reluctantly answered. I owe much to my implant. I don't regret undergoing the operation either, though in hindsight I should have vetted my people more thoroughly. What if I tell you that you have already moved a lot farther down the path of transhumanism than you think? You have already stepped away from your original humanity and moved closer to becoming an existence akin to a mech. What? Vase understood the MTA master's words, but he could not place himself in this image. Is this observation so difficult for you to accept? Master Dervidian smirked. You and I are the same. We have both made similar choices. While I am ahead of you, that does not change the fact that you are already a transhumanist at heart. Think about it, young man. The alterations to your organs and physiology has moved you closer to a biomech. The addition of a cranial implant to your brain has enabled you to perform calculations and process data akin to an actual mech. Whether it is body or mind, both of these parameters of yours have undoubtedly moved you closer to the machines that you have dedicated your life towards. Is this not a beautiful sight? Soon enough, you will be capable of designing your own future form, thereby truly allowing you to take control of your own evolution. This line of argumentation was so shocking and subversive that Vase wanted to reject it. Yet the logic behind these words were so strong that he could not do so. His own choices and behavior affirmed his own implicit rejection of his weak humanity. In other words, Vase wasn't so different from Master Dervidian and his buddies. He just wasn't as radical and willing to go through extremes as most members of the transhumanist faction. This did not change the fact that Vase agreed with at least 50% or even 80% of their principles. He grew more uncomfortable and confused about himself the more he acknowledged this fit. I really can't accept this characterization, Master. He sighed. Your words are just too extreme for me. It is never my intention to turn myself into a mech. My love and attachment to the identity of a human is too strong for me. I am aware that this sounds hypocritical and illogical of me since I have undergone extensive modifications and augmentations, but that is just the way I am. I am a human. I am a mech designer. No matter what I do or how far I go, I will never abandon those core identities. I would no longer be Vase Larkinson if I no longer identify myself in these ways. His earnest answer might not earn Master Dervidian's approval, but it had earned the older man's respect. A hand patted Ves's shoulder. It is okay, Master Dervidian said in an understanding tone. You are still young, and you are not accustomed to thinking at this level. You should mull over what I have said. I suggest you also read on this subject matter in your own time. Vase wasn't feeling enthusiastic about spending any further thought on this thorny and uncomfortable topic. He just wanted to go back to designing mechs. The MTA master seemed to believe that Vase wasn't done with improving himself, though. I anticipate that you will become more frustrated by your existing limitations as you grow older. Once you stop making as many achievements as before and once your rapid progress begins to stall, you will feel the despair of many ambitious mech designers who are being held back by the lingering weaknesses of their humanity. I hope that you too will make the correct choice at this point and lose your inhibition towards further augmentation. You can always approach our faction for assistance if you wish to take your evolution to the next step. We have many different solutions for you to embrace. Chapter 3920 Crazy Convergence. Vase did not have a good impression of Master Dravidian and his faction at the moment. Despite the man's sound logic and well-crafted arguments, Vase always felt there was something profoundly wrong about this train of thought. He did not see anything wrong with performing a few upgrades to his normal human form, but going as far as making it equivalent to a humanoid mech sounded way too extreme. How far could he push his own improvement before he lost too much of himself? At what threshold should he stop augmenting himself? These were all difficult questions that he had yet to ask himself before. His own instinctive rejection on this issue along with his refusal to think far enough ahead had caused him to be woefully unprepared to hold his ground and keep up with Master Dravidian's arguments. He needed to correct this as soon as he got back. It would have been fine if he never thought in this direction before, but now that another person directly confronted him on this matter, he could no longer bury his head in the sand. A part of him even wondered whether he had already gone past the critical threshold. Vase was not ignorant of the fact that he was already far removed from baseline humans. His unwilling physical transformation at the hands of Dr. Jutland was the single biggest transformation of his life. He had been just a regular human before that point. He experienced so many changes and suffered so many problems from this turn of events that he had already begun to deviate from normality at that point. His subsequent augmentations were not as extreme, but they all made him smarter and more productive at the cost of further removing him from the people he came from. It was a rather depressing truth. What made his situation even more difficult was that the people around him were also distancing themselves from traditional humanity. The two closest people in his life, namely his wife and his firstborn daughter, had gone a few steps further. Both Gloriana and Aurelia started off as designer babies. They did not come into existence through natural conception, but were instead synthesized in labs. Their genetic code started off as human but quickly diverged from this standard in the name of improvement. Many geneticists and other scientists tweaked and replaced the code so that the babies would become smarter, healthier, more adaptable and more optimized. The enduring success and popularity of designer babies in the more prosperous parts of human society showed that much of the public had embraced the benefits of their existence. Vase himself had also gotten caught up in this hype. He already paid thousands of MTA credits in order to turn his second child with Gloriana into a designer baby. Not only that, he intended to make the same choice for every other child that followed. The thought of trying to conceive a normal baby did not enter his mind at all. In fact, even if he wanted to, he couldn't. His various transformations had already caused his body to mutate to the point where he was no longer able to reproduce naturally with other humans. Gloriana also suffered from this problem in part due to her own genetic deviations. Could they still call themselves human when they suffered from reproductive isolation? This was yet another deeply uncomfortable question. The culprit responsible for making him think this way showed no remorse. If not for the fact that Master Dravidian was a big shot who could determine how the MTA should respond to the events in Purgatory and the Garamal system, Vase might not be so well behaved. Fortunately, Master Dravidian steered the conversation towards mechs, though still through the lens of transhumanism. Maybe you are not ready to accept that humans are slowly evolving towards mechs, but the other side of the equation should be easier for you to accept. Since mechs initially came into existence, we have improved them in many different ways. They have become stronger, tougher, faster, smarter and more versatile. Don't these changes make them further removed from humans? Vase frowned. We are also making ourselves stronger, tougher, faster, smarter and more versatile. Dravidian retorted, what is most important is that mechs are resembling us more and more. You have produced one of the greatest breakthroughs in this regard. You have quietly achieved the greatest breakthroughs that certain mech designers have been trying to attain, and that is turning mechs sentient. Vase suddenly grew a lot more nervous than before. This was a rather controversial topic that he had been trying to avoid as much as possible. The MTA was not a fan of turning mechs into independent and autonomous existences that could rebel against humanity. There is no need for concern, Mr. Larkinson. You are not in trouble. Although there are groups and factions that oppose the nature of your work, our association is not that close-minded. So far, your living mechs have brought many benefits. As long as their ability to subvert human dominance remains low, we are willing to see how far they can go. An increasing number of people within our association have taken note of the special qualities of your living mechs and are curious to see how far they can go. Transhumanists such as myself are particularly fascinated with them because of how relevant they are towards our own goals and ambitions. Vase grimaced again. My living mechs are trying to become humans. That is not what they are designed and made for. From the beginning, each of my mechs are instilled with the mission to serve humanity and work together with their mech pilots. While I have elevated them from being regarded as tools to being seen as battle partners, I have always tried my best to maintain the separation between mech and mech pilots. Ah, yes, despite elevating the status of mechs, you still hold on to the classical stance that your teachers have no doubt taught you. Are you truly of the opinion that your living mechs are not moving closer to becoming human? After all, your most advanced living mechs have gained an awfully large amount of traits that resemble us. They are becoming as self-aware as humans. Their thought patterns are becoming more and more human. They are even capable of communicating in a human fashion. How far will these changes go? I am certain that you are not satisfied with their current gains. How much longer will it take before they can make their own decisions? Just because living mechs are able to do more does not mean that they are gradually turning into humans. Vase placed his hands on his hips. Mechs are mechs and they will remain that way if I have anything to say about it. They may be becoming more advanced, but they can turn into anything, not just an alternate form of humans. There are more varieties of sentient life out there than just us. Mechs can also resemble phase whales, pulmars and vorabugs, not that I want this to happen. As far as I am concerned, living mechs deserve their own separate category. Not everyone agrees with your stance on living mechs. Master Dervidian replied, you may be the inventor of living mechs, but have you ever thought that other creators and users may want to turn living mechs into a different existence than you imagined? Eventually, there will be other mech designers who will take your living mechs and turn them into humans. There will also be living mechs that have become so immersed in human society that they might wish to become human. Do you want to deny their wish and force them to live out as tools or battle partners, as you say, or will you grant them their long-cherished wish as a reward for their services? This was yet another difficult line of questioning. Vase did not want to engage in it at all, but there was no avoiding it this time. Master Dervidian addressed a topic that directly related to his design philosophy. If Vase tried to take the easy way out and avoid issuing any opinion on this topic, then he would likely hinder his own progression. Vase tried to calm himself down and think about what he stood for. Should living mechs always remain living mechs, or should he give them the opportunity to change their identities? I think life always finds a way. He slowly began. It doesn't really matter what I want or what I try to impose on my living mechs. Since they have the capacity to grow, they also have the capacity to change, which in your parlance means to evolve. I anticipate that as more living mechs come into existence, they will begin to develop many different personalities as well as desires. Will there be living mechs that want to become human? I think so. Do we want to oblige them? This is a much more difficult question to answer. What do you think, Mr. Larkinson? It depends on what human society wants. Vase answered. The core purpose of mechs is to serve humanity and to help mech pilots fight. That is what humanity currently expects of its mechs. Whether people are willing to grant mechs the freedom to assume other identities is up to them. I can make it possible, but I do not think it is right to make this decision on their behalf. I suppose that factions such as yourself will need to bring this topic up for discussion in the Galactic Mech Council one day to enact a peaceful and orderly transition. Your answer suggests that you are already leaning towards a change you believe is inevitable. Vase shrugged. I do not know whether living mechs will be able to transition into existences that are so close to humans that they will formally be accepted as our kin. I will support them if that is what they want, but that does not mean I want them to abandon their initial jobs as war machines. I believe we can come to an accord that both sides can accept. The premise is that living mechs are useful enough to justify the effort. This should not be a major problem in his opinion. Vase knew for certain that living mechs were so much better than ordinary machines that mech pilots and others would definitely be willing to make compromises to achieve better results. Master Dervidian smiled and looked back out towards the captive and dormant super whale. What strange times we live in. We humans are constantly working to become closer to mechs. At the same time, your efforts and the efforts of others are turning mechs closer into humans. Do you realize what is happening? No. The older man spread his arms. A convergence is taking place. While it is unlikely for humans to literally turn into mechs and vice versa, it is much more realistic for both of them to meet each other halfway. Many transhumanists such as myself are looking forward to this historic event. What will happen to both groups? Will we merge together and form a new race that brings together the best traits of both humans and mechs? If such a super race can come into being, then we will all transcend to an unimaginably powerful state. There will be no lines between mechs and mech pilots anymore. Each individual combatant will be their own mech as well as their own mech pilot. The way we fight against our enemies will become a lot different when even our civilians can grow into powerful mechs. This was yet another crazy dream. How many more wacky transhumanist ideas did Vase have to listen to before Master Dervidian finally moved on to actual business? Vase had the feeling as if he was stuck in the classroom while being forced to listen to a lecture that was solely designed to indoctrinate him. The worst part about it was that he wasn't allowed to skip this class or even take a bathroom break. For whatever reason, Master Dervidian seemed hellbent on ramming down his transhumanist ideology down Vesa's throat. Was it that important for him to convert Vase to the transhumanist cause? Chapter 3921. A common interpretation. I understand that I have been trying your patience. Master Dervidian eventually said after he lectured to Vase for half an hour more. I could not resist enlightening you to a cause that has many relations to your work. As you continue to move up in the mech industry, you will gradually come into contact with people who will associate your living mechs with transhumanism. You will not be caught flat-footed now that I have explained the essence of our cause. No matter what others may say about our faction, never forget that we are always working towards the betterment of our race. Vase certainly gained a more thorough understanding of the transhumanist faction, but they weren't all positive. I think I get it now. Can we, proceed with discussing more relevant business? The master slowly nodded. I have given you enough lessons on a part of the Mech Trade Association that you were not familiar with before. You will need this information to navigate your future interactions with us. For reasons that will soon be known to you, our faction will be in regular contact with you and your people. That sounded reassuring. There was nothing Vase could do if the transhumanists insisted on butting into his life. The survivalists may have already called dibs on him, but they could not prevent others from approaching him while extending a hand of friendship. Although Vase did not develop a great impression of the transhumanist faction, Master Dervidian's behavior towards him showed that the transhumanists greatly valued him and his work. In order to survive and be able to carry out his work with as few hindrances and interruptions as possible, Vase needed to cultivate as much support from the MTA as possible. He would gain a lot more leeway to introduce more radical inventions if there were more mechers providing cover for him. He really wasn't in a position to reject the overtures from the transhumanist faction. Let us make our way to a more suitable meeting venue, Master Dervidian finally said as he briefly glanced down at the massive super whale. Moby Dick here will stay put here. I will return later and conduct extensive studies on how this massive body is able to integrate so much phase water and not collapse. As the pair started to make their way out of the massive hall, Vase threw one last look at the super whale that tried but failed to escape from the Garamel system. He had stayed here long enough to study Moby Dick's spirituality extensively. Despite the massive creature's awesome might and size, Vase had the creeping suspicion that it may be less than what it appeared. He had made several guesses on the identity of Moby Dick, but he didn't think that any of them were right now that he examined the creature's spirituality at this relatively close distance. The super whale's physical characteristics partially resembled that of the cerebral king, but Vase did not recognize any of the ancient fish whale in Moby Dick's spirituality. The massive beast did not possess the characteristics of an intelligent, long-lived tyrant like the mythical flesh conqueror. Instead, Vase had the impression that Moby Dick possessed a new but feral spirituality. He had encountered a similar case back in the Life Research Association. Was it coincidental that Moby Dick was also dominated by a newborn consciousness like Uranus? What happened to the Cerebral King? What was the Flesh Conqueror's plan in setting all of this up? Vase seriously doubted that Moby Dick was supposed to turn into a brute devoid of wisdom and intelligence. Oh well, it wasn't his problem. It was up to Master Dervidian and his researchers to puzzle all of this out. From the moment the Paracelsus Optimus entered the Garamel system, none of this was his responsibility anymore. Master Dervidian eventually led Vase back to the battle carrier through the same seamless teleportation process that did not give any warning. Soon enough, they entered a rather plain compartment that vaguely resembled an interrogation room more than anything else. A table and 2 elegant chairs slowly rose up from the floor. "Please take a seat, Mr. Larkinson. This is one of the most secure compartments on this ship. I have brought you here so that we can discuss matters that may touch upon controversial subjects or secrets that should not be spread. I think you should understand why the need for discretion is great." Vase had a few ideas. "Yes. I am eager to get this over with. Where do we begin?" The gray-haired master raised his hand and summoned a projection. It showed various clips of task force fishermen plundering a lot of phase water and harvesting dozens of organs from the bodies of slain phasers. "According to my understanding, our association previously struck an agreement with you that grants you 2 weeks to make as much gains from the pocket space that you have discovered before we arrive to take possession of your discovery. In exchange for surrendering 90% of your spoils, we will grant you permission to keep the remainder as well as 15 million MTA merits as a reward for introducing us to this discovery. Is that correct?" Vase nodded but leaned forward. "That is true, but I would like to note that we only made this deal with the assumption that my men and I would be exploring the royal tomb. What actually happened is that our Golden Skull Alliance entered a new space that we have taken to calling Purgatory. I've read the exact wording of the contract several times and it does not explicitly deal with a second pocket space that is completely separate from the royal tomb. That is not our interpretation of this agreement." Master Dervidian looked amused. "Any reasonable observer would conclude that Purgatory and the royal tomb are related to each other. In fact, I would go as far as saying that they are 2 peas in a pod or 2 facets of the same coin. The ease in which the alien entity known as the Cerebral King managed to access the royal tomb shows that the 2 spaces are highly related to each other. You cannot state that Purgatory is completely unrelated. Even the entrances are superimposed upon each other." Although the MTA master raised a few logical points, there was no way that Vase wanted to acquiesce so easily. His spoils were at stake. If he just let the MTA steal 90% of his hard-won plunder, then he might as well sell his mechs for free. He coughed. The ease in which an individual can move from one space to another does not mean that they are the same. We have already ascertained that the royal tomb is actually anchored near Garimal II while Purgatory is much closer to Garimal I. They are separated by several light hours. How can they be the same if that's the case? If we follow your argument, then the Red Ocean is not a separate dwarf galaxy but a seamless extension of the Milky Way. After all, the Greater Beander Gates located in Marion Ultima in the Old Galaxy and Bridgehead 1 in the New Frontier allows for direct and nearly instant travel between the two. However, I would think that no reasonable observer would claim that the Milky Way and the Red Ocean are one and the same. That is a clever reply, Master Dervidian admitted while looking amused. The exact meaning of the contract is subject to interpretation. Since both of us cannot agree to a common interpretation, we should settle our differences in court. I should warn you that this is a cumbersome and time-consuming process, especially in a case of this magnitude. Might I remind you that a judge might not look favorably on you for the various actions you undertook while you led your troops in Purgatory. Our association does not look kindly on trading valuable goods and knowledge to alien races. We look even poorly towards an act of gross negligence that almost released a powerful phase whale into the Red Ocean. I knew you Mechers would be able to handle any unfortunate incidents that might spill out. Vase slowly replied while trying his best not to look nervous. With the simile Halifax in my fleet and Mr. Armelon stating that your association has already laid claim to the royal tomb, I figured that anything that might happen in the Garimal system will ultimately be your responsibility, not mine. I mean, you effectively tried to impose a 90% tax on my spoils. There is no reason for your association to claim remuneration if you are not willing to discharge the responsibilities that go with it. Besides, you have shown great appreciation towards Moby Dick. The giant phase whale is no threat towards the MTA. It is a highly valuable research object that you have obtained for free. Vase was no lawyer, but even he felt that his arguments were a little spurious. There were lots of holes in his words that Master Dervidian could easily poke if he wished. We do value Moby Dick even if it took great firepower to subdue this escaping alien threat. I suppose it is also fair to expect us to help given that we have claimed the phase whale enclave for ourselves. The older man's relatively relaxed tone and lack of force was rather telling. It was as if he was not that serious about representing the MTA's rights in this particular case. This was a far cry from the MTA's earlier directives that Jovi was forced to convey to Vase 2 weeks earlier. There was only one clear reason why the MTA made such a drastic change in attitude. Vase was a lot more valuable now than before. This assumption gave him the confidence to fight back and defend his interests in a more assertive manner than usual. If the MTA still thought he was a relatively minor figure like before, then he would never have the guts to adopt this tone towards an important and authoritative MTA master mech designer. Can't we just dispense with bringing this case to court and settle our differences right now? Vase requested. I will give you Moby Dick as well as the pocket spaces and whatever is left inside. In exchange, I hope that you will allow us to keep our modest gains from purgatory. We have only obtained a couple of scraps during our brief explorations. The little bit of phase water and organic materials are nothing compared to the immense quantity of resources that we haven't been able to touch. Master Dravidian looked into Ves's eyes for a few seconds before he dismissively waved his hand. You make a good argument, although you are heavily underselling how much phase water you have managed to take away. I will be magnanimous today and agree to your expedient proposal. I will allow your Golden Skull Alliance to retain its full spoils, although I must insist that you exchange 90% of your phase water into their equivalent worth in MTA merits. Our association has an urgent demand for phase water and we cannot allow so much of it to go to waste in your hands. You do not need to be afraid that we will disadvantage you. We will not force you to exchange your phase water at a discount. Is it as simple as that? Vase blinked in surprise. This was too easy. Yes, the master stated with confidence. I have full authority to decide over this matter, so you do not need to fear that another department or decision maker will override my verdict. Vase expected the MTA to get its grubby hands on much of his plundered phase water through one way or another, so he did not feel that upset about this verdict. What he really wanted was to get a fair price for the phase water that he would have to surrender, and Master Dravidian happened to oblige his wish. This was a huge concession. Losing all of that phase water hurt, but the prospect of obtaining hundreds of millions MTA merits instantly wiped away his resentment. Chapter 3922 Salivating Reward. Although Master Dravidian was an annoying older gentleman who tried to push his transhumanist ideals a bit too eagerly, to Vase the Mecher had suddenly turned into the spirit of charity at this time. With just a couple of sentences, Master Dravidian settled the matter of remuneration and compensation in a verdict that clearly favored Vase and the Golden Skull Alliance. Aside from escaping any culpability for any alleged crimes and misdeeds that the Alliance had committed, the Larkinson clan and its allies were also entitled to the full MTA merit value of the phase water that they had to submit. Though the MTA acted a bit domineering by forcing the Golden Skull Alliance to surrender the vast majority of phase water that its task force had plundered from Purgatory's natives at great risk and danger, Vase did not truly mind giving that much phase water away. He was well aware that holding over 2 metric tons of phase water at any time was just asking for trouble. The Larkinson clan simply wasn't big and powerful enough to store that much phase water safely. Even if the expeditionary fleet returned to the Vullet Star node right away and deposited all of the valuable substances in some sort of bank vault or something, the clan would still have a big fat target on its back. All kinds of greedy troublemakers would come out of the woodwork and enact their designs on the Larkinson clan in order to steal away a couple of 100 kilograms of phase water here and there. Vase simply couldn't withstand all of the heat of possessing so much valuable materials all at once. In contrast, exchanging the bulk of it for MTA merits was much safer. Unlike phase water, merits weren't transferable, so it was much harder to steal it away. Additionally, as long as Vase was willing to pay a price, he could exchange a portion of his newfound wealth on different forms of protection that would be sufficient to make the Larkinson clan untouchable for the time being. MTA merits were not just money. It represented one's relationship with the Mech Trade Association. The more MTA merits anyone had accumulated, the more the Mechers treated them favorably. It was never a wise choice to attack a person with a lot of MTA merits on record. Of course, Vase did not intend to retain much of the MTA merits that he was about to gain. In his situation, it was much better to convert intangible wealth into tangible strength and development. As long as Vase was willing to spend big, he could instantly accelerate his personal development and the development of his clan by a couple of decades. Better tech, exclusive knowledge, greater might and expanded access to exclusive services were just a couple of the benefits that he could obtain for himself and his people. This was his golden opportunity to entrench himself in the Red Ocean and build a solid foundation for the Larkinson clan. As long as his clan managed to digest all of the goodies exchanged from the MTA, the Larkinsons would become stronger than ever. Vase wouldn't have as many concerns anymore when his expeditionary fleet ventured into the deep frontier half a decade later. Compared to all of these gains, Vase was not so eager to hang on to 2 metric tons of phase water. What could he and his fellow Larkinsons possibly do with all of that jazzed-up liquid substance? It was impossible to swim in it. Any pool filled with this potent exotic would generate so much dimensional instability that those who dove into it would have their bodies torn apart before they even touched water. The Larkinson clan did not possess the expertise or infrastructure to fabricate warp drives or superdrives by itself. Perhaps the Larkinson Biotech Institute might be able to develop a potential application for phase water by successfully reverse engineering the phaser fish whale organs in its possession, but this was a dubious and unprofitable venture. Retaining 100 kilograms of phase water was more than enough for the Larkinsons. They could transfer a part of it over to various companies in order to obtain superdrives and mini-drives, both of which would massively upgrade the mobility and versatility of their starships and important mechs. The remaining phase water could be put in reserve or be used to trade for lots of money or important favors. As Vase thought about how to spend all of that wealth as wisely as possible, Master Dervidian activated another projection that listed out the terms he mentioned in the form of a ready-made contract. Let us go over the agreement to ensure that every party will be satisfied. The man said. The two proceeded to do just that. Even though they had just made a quick verbal agreement, the enormous amounts of phase water and MTA merits involved in this exchange made it extremely important to get everything right. Neither of them wanted to make a mistake at this juncture. The contract drafted by Master Dervidian was extremely thorough and went into plenty of detail about all of the exact events that took place in Purgatory and the Garamel system. It took half an hour to review all of the points. Although Vase found all of this bureaucratic nonsense to be boring, he was not careless enough to skip over these proceedings. There is an important reason why we must go over each and every point in detail. Master Dervidian explained to Vase. Aside from making certain that the written contract conforms to what we have agreed, we must also ensure that it does not leave open any vulnerabilities that others may exploit. Vase frowned. What do you mean by that, Master? Do you believe that everyone from our association will agree to treat you leniently? While it is officially within my discretion to decide how to handle this incident, there are other institutions that may wish to interfere and overrule my decisions. For example, they can make use of the fact that your actions inadvertently led to the release of Moby Dick as a reason to levy punishment on you. They can rightfully confiscate the phase water that you have obtained in the phase whale enclave without giving you a single MTA merit in return. What? Would the Mechers truly be willing to taint their credibility and override Master Dervidian's will on this matter? This will not happen on a normal occurrence, but this incident is too great. The older man continued. The amount of phase water is too great and there are many groups within the association that have an enormous need for it. Do not think that issuing hundreds of millions of MTA merits for your harvest is easy to arrange either. Every major transfer of MTA merits must personally be approved by high-ranking officials within our association. If those officials see fit to question our arrangement, then the deal won't go through. Vase gulped. Let us make certain that the contract is both proper and acceptable to the parties involved. Vase became more diligent after that and made sure to question each and every clause that he didn't fully understand or agree with. Once he became certain that he was covered in a legal sense, he finally relaxed when they neared the end of the contract. This was where the good part started. Let us define the quantity of phase water that your pioneering alliance has obtained in total. According to your records as well as other sources, your Golden Skull Alliance have managed to harvest 2,346 kilograms of pure phase water from the phase whale enclave known as Purgatory, is that correct? Vase nodded. That is correct. They're all stored in different containers. In truth, 2,346 kilograms was a rounded tally of the total harvest. There should have been a few decimal numbers behind the comma, but the records conveniently left them aside. Aside from that, there were also more quantities of phase water locked inside many of the phaser fish whale organs, salvaged from the previous battle. The only problem was that extracting these extra kilograms of phase water would lead to the loss of those organs, and Vase wasn't willing to do that unless there was no better use for these exotic alien bioproducts. Vase briefly smirked. As long as this was the case, there was no reason to add this extra amount of phase water to the sum of pure and freely accessible phase water in the records. Though Master Dervidian must have certainly figured out that the Golden Skull Alliance must have certainly fudged the numbers, the older man clearly didn't mind. With over 2 metric tons of phase water at stake, what was the deal with keeping a few hundred extra grams of phase water off the books? You agreed to submit 90% of this harvest to our association, which amounts to 2,111.4 kilograms of pure phase water. This means that your Golden Skull Alliance retains 234.6 kilograms of pure phase water. Do you object to these figures, Mr. Larkinson? The numbers are correct. The current going rate for phase water in our association is 200 MTA merits for 1 gram of phase water. This means that we will award your Pioneering Alliance a total of 422,280,000 MTA merits for the phase water that you agree to submit. Are these figures correct? Vase quickly recalled the exchange rate of phase water. According to his memories, a pioneer who submitted 5 grams of phase water was entitled to receive 1,000 MTA merits. This meant that 5 kilograms was worth 1 million MTA merits, a sum of which most people would never be able to earn in their entire lives. There, correct, 422,280,000 MTA merits. Vase was practically salivating at this point. He did not bother to maintain his composure because anyone in his position would become ecstatic at hearing they could get their hands on so many precious MTA merits. He still remembered the times where he had to dive into the Nixian gap and take insane risks just to earn tens of millions of MTA merits. A lot of other people had to work for centuries or become a highly capable master mech designer in order to earn a comparable amount of MTA merits. This stupendous exchange highlighted the promise of the Red Ocean. Sure enough, pioneers could grow insanely wealthy in a single leap as long as they succeeded in an exploratory venture. Of course, Vase was well aware that the dangers were much greater as well. The fish whales or the super whale could have easily annihilated everyone under different circumstances. He sighed as he became overcome by emotions. This single adventure had already exhausted his risk tolerance for the time being. He just wanted to return to Davut and spend the next few years in peace and quiet. With so much MTA merits in his hands, it would take a long time for him to digest all of his recent gains. Vase soon remembered that he wouldn't be able to claim all of the awarded MTA merits for himself. Ah, can you split the MTA merit award in 3? Vase asked. The phase water harvested from Purgatory doesn't belong to the Larkinson clan alone. The Cross clan and the Glory Seekers should also receive their own share of MTA merits. Task Force Fishermen did not entirely consist of Larkinson mechs, after all. The Cross clan and the Glory Seekers both contributed several hundred mechs to this risky venture. It was only right that they should be compensated for their respective contributions. That should not be a problem. Master Dervidian replied. How should we partition the merits? We already agreed to the proportion before we started this campaign based on how many troops and assets we have invested in Task Force Fishermen. If I recall correctly, the Larkinson clan should receive 50% while the Cross clan is entitled to 30%. The Glory Seekers should get the remaining 20%. Very well, I will add that to the contract, Master Dervidian said as the clause was already being updated. Vase inwardly winced as he saw that he would only get half of the original sum of MTA merits, but he did not feel too sorry about it. The Larkinsons couldn't have done this alone. Their allies truly helped them out, not just this time but also many times in the past. Giving them their rightful shares was not only fair, but also a form of compensation for all of the losses they suffered for supporting Vase and the Larkinson clan for so long. Chapter 3923 Huge Windfall. There was no way to stop the Golden Skull Alliance's rise after receiving enough MTA merits to exchange 4 separate second-class Fleet Beander tickets. MTA merits might not be as versatile as MTA credits, but they could be spent to obtain many more exclusive, high-quality goods and services from one of the big two. Even if the Larkinson clan only obtained half of the total award, this was still enough for Vase to comprehensively empower his entire power base. If Vase wanted to, he could bring his Larkinson fleet back to the Milky Way galaxy and still have enough MTA merits left to buy passage to the Red Ocean. Of course, only a fool would squander so much MTA merits on a useless vacation back to his home galaxy. Calabast herself would probably whack Vase over the head with a stick and put him in a torture chamber deep inside the blinding banshee until he finally came to his senses. There were smart ways and stupid ways to spend a windfall of MTA merits. Vase greatly preferred to spend the MTA merits on benefits that strengthened him and his clan in the long term. These included highly prized catalog items such as access to restricted knowledge, permission to utilize alien technology, obtaining teleportation devices and replacing existing cranial implants for superior models. He was already satisfied with how much goodies he could obtain with the Larkinson clan's share of MTA merits. There was no need for him to get greedy for more and ruin his relationships with those he considered friends. His credibility was extremely important and was potentially worth a lot more than a few million MTA merits. The windfall from the Purgatory campaign had inflated his ambitions. With so much additional wealth, Vase could forge a lot more relationships with powerful people and organizations. He intended to take advantage of this condition to expand the Golden Skull Alliance and build a more formidable power block around the Larkinson clan. Of course, Vase also planned to expand his clan as well. This was his foundation and it needed to become at least 5 times greater in order to keep up with his growing ambitions. Please inspect the amended contract. It should accurately reflect the share of MTA merits awarded to each alliance partner. Master Dervidian said, causing Vase to turn his attention back to the present. Vase carefully reviewed the numbers. He references his own internal calculations to make certain that they were in order. Vase Larkinson, 211,140,000 MTA merits. Reginald Cross, 126,684,000 MTA merits. Galena Rovan Harchel, 84,456,000 MTA merits. The numbers all look fine to me. Vase said, can you transmit this contract to the Cross clan and the Glory Seekers so that their leaders can review it as well? While I can speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel for the Golden Skull Alliance. My alliance partners should also have an opportunity to provide their input. That said, I don't think they will object to any of the terms of this agreement. The terms were way too generous, after all. The Crossers and the Glory Seekers weren't stupid enough to reject such a favorable deal. Master Dervidian nodded. Very well, we have already teleported over our personnel to their respective flagships so that they can thoroughly go over the full contract. We will probably hear back from them fairly soon. If there are no further issues, we can proceed to sign it so that we can officially put this matter behind us. Congratulations, Mr. Larkinson. Many mech designers would kill to be in your place. Many mech designers are lab geeks who can't hurt a fly. They can dream all they want, but if they want to obtain a similar windfall, then they should first step out of their high-security design facilities and venture into the deep frontier. The MTA master held no interest in this topic and directly addressed another matter. We are not done with settling matters, Mr. Larkinson. We have only gone over the most direct issues that needed to be resolved in a formal manner. There are also other incidents that we would like to discuss with you. The difference is that I will be speaking on behalf of the transhumanist faction as opposed to the Mech Trade Association as a whole. Do you understand this distinction? Vase already expected this to happen. Previously, Master Dervidian only brought up the most necessary points in order to satisfy the MTA's obligations and responsibilities. Now, the MTA master wanted to negotiate with Vase on a more personal and less official basis. In short, Dervidian wanted to engage in private business. Vase had no objection to this. He knew quite well that the association as a whole was too big and too impersonal for him to befriend at this stage. It was much better to collude with a handful of factions or individuals who clearly knew Vase better and had a vested interest in his success. Let us start with the most important and also the most interesting subject. Master Dervidian said as he summoned another projection. The means to which you have induced a large amount of breakthroughs in a short amount of time. The projected feed showed a sped-up clip of the most crucial moment of the Battle of Purgatory. It displayed the Everchanger changing its design spirit to Lufa before radiating its transcendence glow. Shortly after that, breakthroughs happened left and right. Mech after mech exploded with forced resonance as if they could easily be bought on the market like nutrient packs. The most drastic display of extraordinary power was the instance when Vincent Rickelin not only broke through with his B-Man, but also achieved the legendary unity of man and machine. The sight of the giant energy projection of Bravo charging over to land a powerful punch of the Phase King was already seen as Vincent's crowning achievement. Impressive. Master Dervidian spoke as the sped-up footage reached its end and started to replay from the beginning. Rarely have battles of this scale produced so many breakthroughs. It is extremely unlikely for so many expert candidates and expert pilots to emerge at once. What exactly have you done to defy the odds? Vase noted that the footage of the battle was from a perspective that provided a good overview of the battlefield. If he recalled the previous circumstances correctly, there shouldn't have been any friendly units at this angle. The quality and resolution of the footage was also way too high considering all of the heat, energy, spatial warping and other interference flooding the battlefield. Only an invisible device dispatched by the MTA should have been able to make this recording. The key is the glow, he answered. It takes a bit of time for me to explain the theory and mechanics behind it, and I am not completely certain whether all of it is true. Dravidian made an encouraging gesture towards Vase. Go ahead and explain your theories to me. I have immersed myself in more theories than you can count. You do not need to be apprehensive about sharing your personal understanding of what has happened. The outcome of this action is the strongest proof that your work is not a fantasy. Very well, let me start by summarizing glows and how they affect people in general before I get more specific. A top mech designer such as Master Dravidian probably did his homework, but it didn't hurt for Vase to go over his work according to his own understanding. Although he made sure not to bring in more trade secrets than necessary, he spoke rather plainly and without too much obfuscation this time. Master Dravidian had shown a lot of goodwill and favoritism so far. The man's sincerity prompted Vase to be sincere in return as well. Besides, Vase was no longer afraid of revealing key details about the mechanics behind glows and even design spirits. The mechers had spied on him and his mechs for so long that they must have figured much of this out by themselves. Since the MTA never stepped in and restricted Vase from relying on glows or design spirits, he figured that Master Dravidian probably wouldn't say anything either. The older man's reaction towards glows and design spirits was actually more positive than Vase anticipated. Fascinating. We are already aware of the existence of these so-called design spirits. Internally, we refer to them as psionic life forms. They are a rare case of sentient life that are almost completely detached from the material dimensions. That is also what makes them so elusive. They come in many different varieties, but they rarely intersect with humanity, though there are exceptions. Vase only reacted with mild surprise towards this response. There was no way the MTA was ignorant about the existence of spiritual entities. In fact, he even guessed that Master Dravidian was heavily downplaying the MTA's encounters with them. Vase did not believe that a splinter organization of the Five Scrolls Compact only bumped into spiritual entities on a sporadic basis. My design philosophy and expertise allows me to talk to them, pretty much. Vase modestly said, by communicating with the nicer ones, I have been able to gain their cooperation. By allowing them to inhabit the mech designs that I have completed, they can grant a portion of their presence and power to every copy of those designs. Don't ask me how this even works. I can't even explain it myself. It didn't stop him from taking advantage of this phenomenon, though. Master Dravidian looked completely taken in by this interesting phenomenon. That's a shame, because I am truly curious at the principles behind these metaphysical interactions. Perhaps I should wait until you have advanced to master before I come back to you to obtain a proper explanation. I expect you to fully comprehend this abstruse method at that time. I would be willing to oblige you, though I fear you must wait quite a number of years. Vase modestly replied, let us get back to the subject. Please tell me how these design spirits and glows are able to induce mech pilots into breaking through. Ah, that's fairly simple. Vase quickly explained about Lufa, the organic statues he had made that presented variations of him and the effect of the last and most remarkable aspect he had made at the time. In order for his explanation to make sense, Vase also divulged his personal theories on what it took for mech pilots to break through. From what I have learned over the course of my career, for someone to become an expert pilot, they need to possess both talent and undergo extreme mental tempering. Vase stated, my design solutions can't do much for the first part, but the glow that I have mentioned can do a lot to facilitate the latter. I designed and made the aspect of Lufa with the assumption that fueling and amplifying a mech pilot's greatest obsession is a viable way to induce them into evolving their willpower. The successes so far make me believe that my theory is correct. A breakthrough cannot solely be encouraged by manipulating a mech pilot's thoughts and emotions. Master Dravidian replied, many of our research groups have developed similar theories to yours, but all of the means they utilized to artificially manipulate the mental states of mech pilots have failed. From injecting them with stimulants to subjecting them through years of neural programming, none of their experiments have bore fruit. Why did you succeed? What are the variables or influences that have allowed your design application to achieve a result that is far above the norm? I can't say, Vase said. As I have said, I only have an incomplete picture of what I do. It just works. That was a rather frustrating answer for Master Dravidian. You can speculate if you wish. Why do you think our finest specialists and researchers have failed while you have succeeded? What are the differences that you believe have made a difference? Please be as forthcoming as possible no matter how uncertain you are in your answers. As the most successful authority on this subject, even your guesses are of great value to our association. Quote, Can I earn extra MTA merits if I do? Vase tentatively asked. Chapter 3924 The Secret to Affecting Hearts. We can talk about rewards and concessions later. Master Dravidian said, You have already earned enough MTA merits today. Do you truly need more? Well, there is always a use for more MTA merits. What if I want to give a friend or relative the opportunity to undergo life-prolonging treatment? There are lots of people who are of such great value that I would like them to be of service a while longer. Vase could think of plenty of people. His children, for example. While he hoped that each of them would be brilliant enough to be able to earn the MTA merits required to secure their own life-prolonging treatments, he was willing to step in if any of them failed to live up to his expectations. Venerable Joshua was also a good candidate. There were numerous ways for expert pilots to earn a lot of MTA merits or even a direct opportunity to undergo a round of life-prolonging treatment, but none of them were easy to obtain. It was far more difficult to extend the life of a mech pilot and specifically an expert pilot due to their abnormal brains and other factors. This subsequently made it a lot more expensive for expert pilots to afford this exclusive treatment. Unless Venerable Joshua did something that could amaze the MTA, Vase anticipated that he would likely have to make a costly investment in order to make his compatible mech pilot stuck around for a few additional centuries. Sure, the expert pilot hadn't even reached 40 years old as of yet, but it was never too early to start saving. Aside from Joshua, there were many other people who might also need his help in order to extend their natural lifespans. People such as Venerable Tusa and Calabast may provide a lot of benefits if Vase continued to keep them around. As long as the return on investment was great enough, he would definitely spend his MTA merits if he had any left to spare. However, Master Dravidian did not look eager to pass on even more MTA merits. Please wait until I am done. You will find that what I am willing to offer to you will be more relevant and valuable than mere MTA merits. Vase had no choice but to take Dravidian at his word. He wasn't afraid that Dravidian would scam him at this point. The man had shown great sincerity and obviously wished to build a good relationship. It would be illogical to ask much of Vase only to give little in return. He let out a deep breath as he leaned back on his chair. He briefly glanced around this large but Spartan chamber. The compartment looked nice enough, but it was devoid of furniture and absent of life. Vase supposed that made it easier for the mechers to sweep the place of bugs and make sure that none of the discussions leaked. Vase decided to be more forthcoming about his own theories even though he lacked empirical backing for many of them. The Battle of Purgatory was the first truly successful use of the Transcendence Glow, after all. His previous lab experiments were all failures in his eyes. I don't know what the research groups you have talked about have done exactly. I don't have access to their research files and research logs either. I have no clue what kind of theories that they have based their experiments upon. I can only make inferences based on what little information you have provided to me. If these elaborate and sophisticated experiments are close to what I imagine, then I think that they are all flawed in one important manner. In what aspect are they lacking, Mr. Larkinson? Authenticity. Dravidian raised his eyebrow. This was a short answer that nonetheless conveyed a lot of meaning. The MTA master most certainly possessed his own understanding of this word. What Vase had just given was a massive hint. A mech designer as intelligent as one of the key developers of mini drives must certainly be capable enough to develop his own theories after hearing this single prompt. The gray-haired man looked incredibly thoughtful as he evaluated Ves's answer. Authenticity. The man said, we know that pitting mech pilots in non-lethal combat rarely engenders breakthroughs. For whatever reason, there is a high correlation between putting them in actual battle and the occurrences of breakthrough. This is known to us. However, much of the research that I have referred to have indeed subjected the test subjects to actual combat situations, but their results are barely better than that of the control group. There are even instances where the test subjects perform worse than those that did not undergo any special treatment. That's because these attempts aren't authentic enough. Vase confidently stated, all of these attempts to manipulate people's thoughts and emotions do not make much sense to me because anything the researchers program into them simply won't be authentic enough anymore. Using measures such as brainwashing or pills won't change mech pilots for the better. They simply turn the test subjects into people who aren't originally like this. This is what I mean by inauthentic. The explanation did not make complete sense to Master Dravidian. Earlier, you told me that the glows of your mechs produce the same effect. They are invisible energy fields that induce specific swings in mood, emotions, thought and more. Why is your method authentic while all of the other methods devised by other researchers, many of which have accumulated much more knowledge than you and have won prestigious awards in their respective fields? That's because they are targeting the wrong variables. Vase shrugged. In my theoretical framework, what these failed experiments are doing is trying to affect the consequences rather than the root cause. The source of an expert pilot's extraordinary strength is not what is in his mind. The source is in their hearts. Hearts. Ah, forgive me, I often think of it in this way. It makes sense to me in my own perspective. Vase replied, to me, a person's figurative heart is defined by their deepest essence. It is what they are when all of the surface stuff is stripped out of the way. It is the core of their existence and it is the most accurate reflection of someone's true self. The hearts of most people are unremarkable, but those with the talent and potential to become expert pilots are considerably more substantial in my view. In order to make these promising mech pilots advance to expert candidate or expert pilot, you need to stimulate their hearts. There was a lot of profound content in Ves's explanation. Even though he worded it in a simple manner, the theory that he explained was quite consequential if it was an accurate reflection of reality. I have heard similar theories in the past. Master Dervidian revealed, although they do not use the word heart, I find it to be a fitting term, if not the most precise. I can intuitively understand what you are talking about. Every mech pilot who has successfully advanced has developed strong and straightforward personalities. You can say that they wear their hearts up their sleeves because this quality of theirs has grown much stronger. Vase grinned. That is what I think so as well. I think that a person's heart or spirituality, as I like to call them, is equivalent to the main body of a psionic life form. It is the purest concentration of a life form that is not separated by any barriers or filters. It is the source of someone's personality and behavior. While I cannot show you pages and pages of empirical research results that back up my words, I have experimented enough times to possess great confidence in my theories. My threshold for proof is much lower than that of other researchers. As long as it works, I'm fine with assuming that all of it is true. For his part, the renowned MTA master and veteran researcher did not mind this attitude. You are not the only mech designer who thinks this way. Dervidian smiled. The mech industry moves quickly and competition constantly spurs on innovation. It takes too long to do each and every invention. Although I find this approach to be flawed, our mechs would be a lot less varied today if everyone displays much more caution. I only fear that our industry may be following in the footsteps of the biotech industry during the Age of Conquest. Despite saying that, Master Dervidian did not sound eager to halt the brakes on innovation. He still showed a lot of excitement for Ves's dubious and unverified theories and assumptions. Of course, Vase knew that most of Dervidian's confidence had to do with the concrete results that he achieved in the last battle. Solid proof was the best backing for any theory. To get back on the original topic, it is much easier for researchers to affect a mech pilot's surface thoughts and mood. However, a person's heart is much harder to manipulate since it is buried a lot deeper. In my view, it is not a tangible or material object. Only very few phenomena are able to affect a person's heart, and you just happen to master a number of these rare phenomena. The MTA master guessed. Yes, it might sound arrogant, but I have at least 2 strong design solutions that can affect people's hearts. First, I can design a living mech that directly interacts with mech pilots on a deep level. The man-machine connection greatly facilitates this interaction, although how exactly all of this works is still unclear to me. I do not possess a lot of depth in neural interface technology. Understandable. Do you know that you can exchange MTA merits to gain our permission to study this field and design your own neural interfaces? Given your specialty and your design focus, I highly recommend you to consider this option. Vase briefly frowned. Neural interfaces were fiendishly complex and highly controversial to say the least. The stigma surrounding them was great, so much so that he feared attracting a lot of criticism and accusations if he happened to make a serious mistake. What Vase was especially concerned about was getting accused of committing the same crimes that culminated in the Farrand affair. Glows could easily be mistaken for brainwashing tools, but as long as Vase did not mess with neural interfaces, it became a lot harder for critics to tie him to the infamous case in the past. I will consider it, Vase cautiously replied. I have many other plans and my advisors will certainly make their own suggestions on how we should spend our windfall of MTA merits. Spending any of it on gaining access to neural interface technology is not our highest priority. You will need it if you want to get more serious about designing your own expert mechs. Each of them must contain customized neural interfaces that are uniquely configured for individual expert pilots. I am aware of that detail. If it came down to it, Vase was more than willing to pick up a neural interface specialist from the job market. As long as the Larkinson clan grew large and prominent enough, it shouldn't be too difficult to hire excellent talents in many rare fields. Vase continued with his original explanation. Anyway, the second method that I can use to affect people's hearts is through glows. The theory why they can do this is rather complicated and a lot more speculative. Suffice to say, glows can affect mech pilots on a deeper level than all of those other surface methods. By stimulating their hearts in the right way during an intensive battle where they are already agitated, I can essentially tip them over an invisible threshold that enables them to reach a critical state. And this critical state is apotheosis. Correct. Vase nodded and grinned. This is how my transcendence glow works in a nutshell. Please take into account that it only produced a successful result once. I still need to perform a lot more tests before I can be sure my theories are correct. What are we waiting for, then? Let us test your design solution and form a solid conclusion. Wait, now, Chapter 3925 Fatal Invention. Pardon me for saying this, but testing the transcendence glow is not a simple matter. Vase tentatively said, "Oh, what appears to be the problem? It has risks, fatal risks. I mentioned it before, but I think I should emphasize it once again. People's hearts are the most core part of their existence. It is fine to affect them in a faint and shallow manner, but the transcendence glow goes beyond that. If it keeps affecting someone for an extended period of time, then that person would be subjected to so much excessive stimulation that the mismatch between body and spirit will grow too much." Master Dervidian became interested by this warning. What result does this mismatch produce? If people cannot break through their current limitations and reach a stronger phase of existence, then something has to give. In every case that I know, that means that the body will fail first. The person affected by the transcendence glow will die because their bodies cannot handle the pressure building up inside their cores. That does not sound logical. Dervidian frowned. The two elements may be related to each other, but according to you they do not directly interact with each other. If this supposed psionic essence is being stimulated beyond its normal capacity, then it should be the first to fail. How can a person's corporeal body fail first? Is there a process where the buildup of psionic power produces a real and tangible force in someone's body? Vase looked shocked. Sure enough, a master mech designer was extremely sharp and clever. Dervidian instantly picked out the logical fallacies and holes in the explanation. These questions did not sound unfamiliar to Vase. He once asked many of the same questions himself after conducting his streaks of fatal experiments. What happened didn't entirely make sense to him either, and after exploding the heads of hundreds of test subjects, he came no closer to a logical explanation than before. I cannot really say how and why this happens. As I have prefaced before, my theoretical framework is spotty, incomplete, flawed and most certainly distorted by my limited perspective and bias. Although it makes sense to me, I am not arrogant to assume that my theoretical models are an accurate enough reflection to reality. All I know is that people's bodies and more specifically their heads spontaneously explode after being subjected to the full transcendence glow for an extended amount of time. The exact period varies a bit, but it usually only takes 1.5 minutes to create a mess. And how do you know that, Mr. Larkinson? Have you subjected mech pilots to this transcendence glow before? Of course you did. Who wouldn't want to trial an epic-changing innovation that could change the lives of many mech pilots? What results have you achieved thus far in your well-constructed and clinically sound experimental studies? Before the battle that took place in Purgatory, I had not subjected a lot of human mech pilots to the transcendence glow. Vase slowly answered. I do admit that accidents occurred when I tried to help mech pilots attain their wish and advance to the next rank, but I quickly suspended my attempts after learning the fatal cost of mistakes. Everything Vase said was true. A lot of his test subjects consisted of opportunistic captives, not all of whom were mech pilots. Naturally, he had no reason to specifically mention to Master Dervidian that he also subjected a lot of non-mech pilots to the transcendence glow just to see what would happen. Besides, a large proportion of his test subjects happened to be dwarves rather than humans. Although heavy gravity variant humans were officially classified as humans, Their abject treatment in society along with the Iron Emperor's strong beliefs that dwarves were no longer a part of humankind meant that even Vase was convinced that dwarves had effectively become an offshoot. Due to a severe lack of testing and trials, I don't have a lot of data to describe exactly what is going on. Vase quickly continued to shift the topic away from where those test subjects came from in the first place. Over time, I came up with several ideas to conduct safer studies by diluting the transcendence glow or only exposing mech pilots to it for short periods of time. I don't expect these experiments to produce instant results, hence why I wish to set up the T Institute. Ah, yes, I have already read the proposal concerning this ambitious new institute of yours. We will discuss that later. Master Dervidian smiled. Your alternative ideas sound interesting. Lessening the exposure of the transcendence glow in order to avoid a potential overload situation is an approach worth exploring. However, in the previous battle that you have mentioned, it does not appear that you instructed your Everchanger to hold back on projecting this glow. In fact, your expert mech even took the initiative to amplify it so that it reached further and with greater strength than normal. Why did you go to such extremes and subjected so many of your precious clansmen to a potentially fatal influence? Vase winced. The situation was getting pretty dire. If you have observed the progress of the battle against the phaser fish whales, then you should know that our opponents were putting up a tough fight. Since our mechs kept falling over time, I became increasingly more desperate to introduce a change. I eventually came up with using the transcendence glow because I had an epiphany. An epiphany, according to my theoretical framework, mech pilots break through when they undergo a lot of mental tempering. From my experiences, mech pilots tend to experience this most profoundly during life-threatening battles. I hadn't realized the relationships between the variables before, but when I was experiencing a battle much closer than before due to my decision to lead my task force from the cockpit of an expert mech, I personally felt the changes and observed similar traces in other mech pilots. That was when I realized that I had been using the transcendence glow in the wrong way all along. Master Dervidian looked thoughtful as he parsed these words. He did not need Vase to say anything else to figure out the crucial point. I understand now. There is a major difference between subjecting this transcendence glow of yours to mech pilots at rest as opposed to mech pilots in the middle of battle. Many of the research conducted by different groups within our association also focused on manipulating mech pilots as they fought in realistic battles. They made the same assumption as you that the amount of work needed to induce a critical change will be considerably less if the circumstances are already favorable. Vase nodded and sighed. This theory indeed makes a lot of sense, but I never thought about it before because I was too focused on inducing breakthroughs in safe and controlled conditions. It would be best if mech pilots can turn into expert pilots by entering a lab chamber for a few minutes. In hindsight, this was an incredibly naive notion. Expert pilots are excellent warriors and soldiers who are defined by their strong willpower and conviction. Humans can't produce this kind of an extreme temperament if they are not subjected to the rigors of battle. And that is when you theorized that the transcendence glow will succeed at that time. Correct. In fact, I was already taking failure into account at the time. I made sure to instruct Venerable Joshua to move the Everchanger across the battlefield and only expose mech pilots to its glow for a maximum of 60 seconds or so. This is well below the margin where the risk of fatalities sharply rises. It turns out that the battle has already stimulated many mech pilots to the point where they needed a single push to get over the threshold. After this event, I have made the tentative conclusion that this is the correct usage of the transcendence glow. It cannot make expert pilots out of the blue, but it can provide critical assistance to those that have already moved close to their own breakthroughs but failed to get past their bottlenecks. Master Dervidian fell silent for a time. Vase had been honest in his words and did not hold back into providing the mecher with his own understanding of the situation. The information content of his explanation was high and revealed a lot of interesting theories, assumptions and directions for future research. This was an incredibly valuable revelation to people such as the transhumanists who have a vested interest in developing methods to increase the rate of breakthroughs. Even if Master Dervidian did absolutely nothing with the transcendence glow developed by Vase, the brilliant mech designer and researcher could take what he learned and achieve similar results through his own methods. This was the value of Vase's information. However, Vase was still confident the MTA needed his cooperation in the long run. There were still far too many problems with other methods because they simply could not influence a mech pilot's spirituality as well as his own design solutions. This was the confidence born out of his own success. While Vase tried his best not to underestimate the rich and extensive means of one of the big two, he figured that the MTA was not good in this aspect. Otherwise, the transhumanist faction wouldn't be treating him so generously at this moment. "I have a question for you, Mr. Larkinson," Master Dervidian suddenly said. "You have stated multiple times that the Transcendence Glow is a grave threat that can directly kill mech pilots and presumably other humans if they are subjected to it for roughly 90 seconds or longer if they fail to break through." "That is what I am saying, yes. Is there a possibility that this glow can be weaponized? What if your Everchanger projects this glow not as a tool to facilitate the breakthroughs of friendly mech pilots, but instead tries to eliminate enemy mech pilots directly? What is the viability of this combat method in your opinion?" Vase froze. This was yet another possible scenario that he had yet to explore, but he realized that it was not that easy to dismiss. He instantly recognized that this line of questioning led to dangerous territory. How would the MTA react if Vase released a new weapon system that could kill almost every normal mech pilot within 90 seconds irregardless of their mechs, their defensive systems and their own training? The entire mech industry would get upended in an instant. Short of destroying the vessels that project these lethal glows, there weren't many other measures to prevent them from affecting mech pilots in a highly adverse fashion. Vase realized that if the Transcendence Glow could truly be utilized this way, the MTA would no longer wish to embrace it any longer. This was because its threat to the mech community was too great. What if the CFA got its hands on the method of reproducing and propagating this double-edged sword? The fleeters would surely take advantage of it to restrain every mech. In fact, if anyone unscrupulous enough wanted to take it any further, the Transcendence Glow could even be utilized as a weapon of mass destruction. Entire populations of both humans and aliens could die off en masse by exposing them to the same glow for more than 90 seconds. Aside from a few exceptions that were strong and fortuitous enough to break through under pressure, the vast majority of individuals would die off as their heads exploded by the trillions. The atmosphere in the isolated compartment grew colder and darker after Master Dervidian raised this highly dangerous possibility. Vase had to think carefully in order to avoid implicating himself. If the aspect of transcendence was not an angel that led people into heaven but instead tossed them into hell, then its creator would definitely bear the fault of bringing such a damaging existence into life. Chapter 3926 Life Can Kill. After his initial panic, Vase settled down to an extent. Accidentally inventing a brand new weapon of mass destruction was not that big of a deal in modern society. Any microbiologist could formulate a killer virus that could take hold in the bodies of many humans and spread death on a large scale. A physicist with enough resources and no scruples could secretly create a homebrew antimatter bomb and detonate it on a planet and kill off an entire population. A captain of a capital ship could hijack total control of a kilometers-long vessel and crash it straight into a bustling metropolis, thereby inflicting untold ruination. In short, there were so many different ways to rerun the darker days of the Age of Conquest that it was quite remarkable how many people showed restraint in modern times. The Big Two played a major role in making sure that a lot of smart and powerful people continued to abide by the rules. The MTA and CFA were so powerful that few if any people dared to violate their bottom lines. If the Transcendence Glow indeed turned out to be an effective weapon of mass destruction as Master Dervidian speculated, then Vase as its inventor might not immediately be in trouble. As long as its existence and usage remained restricted, the threat to human society would not be great. Besides, a weapon that was deadly to humanity could also be deadly to many different alien species. The survivalist faction would probably love to obtain a trump card that it could pull out if the fate of mankind was at stake one day. All of these reasons and more granted a bit of reassurance to Vase. At the very least, he became confident that he could still negotiate with the MTA. Besides, despite its considerable threat, the Transcendence Glow could also be a great boon to the mech community. If nothing else, its effects on mech pilots was likely very real. Controlled use of the aspect of transcendence in its glow would allow any mech force to multiply its roster of expert pilots by at least 10 times. The chances of ace pilots emerging over time would also skyrocket. Ultimately, this would also increase the amount of god pilots that were active in human space over time. This was a huge priority to the Mech Trade Association and one that was critical to the interests of the transhumanist faction. As Vase studied Master Dervidian, he tried to figure out the powerful Mechers' intentions. Master Mech designers were too powerful in a spiritual aspect for him to read. This was especially when they received training on how to hide their thoughts and intentions. High-ranking mech designers were completely unlike high-ranking mech pilots in this regard. The latter were honest to a fault due to their single-mindedness. The former were much more complex due to the need for elaborate thinking. However, all of the time he had spent in Master Dervidian's company was not in vain. Vase gained a more thorough understanding of the prominent transhumanist and did not believe the older man was rash enough to overreact. Master Dervidian made his name within the association as an innovator and a visionary. This was a familiar mindset to Vase. The MTA master could even be regarded as his older brother in a sense. People who engaged in groundbreaking research tended to look down on problems that others found difficult or intractable. That was because inventor types like Vase and Dervidian never settled for the status quo and always tried to solve any issues with new solutions. Vase relaxed when he figured out that his situation wasn't as precarious as he feared. That said, the support of benefactors within the MTA became more important than ever. If the survivalists and the transhumanists both decided that he and his inventions were more trouble than they were worth, they would probably agree to get rid of Vase in the name of safeguarding human civilization. It would be too exaggerated if the Transcendence Glow can be used to kill a lot of people. Vase stated after he quickly came up with a coping strategy. I truly don't know whether it can be utilized this way as I have never used it in this fashion. I think that if it can be used this way against humans, it can also be utilized against aliens. That does not absolve the fact that it can do much more harm to our own society before we ever begin to deploy it against alien societies. Master Dervidian retorted, that is because you don't know how to defend against it. Vase quickly replied, I have already developed various means to protect my own mech pilots against any of the adverse glows that I have implemented. There are several design spirits that are particularly good at offering protection. In fact, I think that my living mechs as well as all of the other design spirits are able to shield mech pilots from the adverse or deadly effects of the Transcendence Glow. Do you have any proof to back your assertions? No, but it makes sense according to my theories. Master Dervidian looked pleased that Vase already had a way to protect people from dangerous glows. At the very least, the existence of a counter meant that a potential threat wasn't as difficult to resolve. Nonetheless, if the only counter to the Transcendence Glow was another glow, then that turned Vase into an even more important individual than before. Aside from this Transcendence Glow, how easy is it for you to harness another glow that can also damage or kill other humans? Vase thought about it for a moment. An effect that can outright kill people is rare and difficult to obtain. The Transcendence Glow only kills individuals by accident because it produces a runaway effect. There are other glows that can inflict serious debilitation and trauma to people if they are exposed to it, but they are much easier to guard against. Well-trained and strong-willed mech pilots are able to resist them easily enough. I think that people can also be taught how to resist the deadly effects of the Transcendence Glow if they know what it does and how to best prevent themselves from going too far. There should also be other ways to defend against adverse glows. Glows were still too new. Aside from the Yena star cluster, his work had yet to penetrate other parts of human space on a wider scale. This meant that there weren't a lot of people developing counters to his glows and living mechs. This would undoubtedly change as his products continued to proliferate. Vase had no doubt that even star designers would allocate their time to develop their own clever solutions against glows if the need was great enough. Master Dervidian was probably thinking in this direction as well. The MTA's research prowess was too great and hardly any threat stumped its many top researchers and mech designers for long. Thank you for being forthcoming about the danger posed by your glows. Master Dervidian said, this unwelcome but necessary revelation forces us to alter our plans. It is good that you have related this critical piece of information to you in this secure chamber. As of now, I do not want this information to spread any further. While I am obliged to pass what I learned to my superior, I can promise you that it will spread no further for the time being. The rest of the Mech Trade Association simply is not ready to learn about benefits and risks of your Transcendence Glow. How many people are currently aware of its effects? Was the MTA master asking this in order to determine how many people needed to be silenced on a permanent basis? This was a terrifying possibility. Vase could not keep his mouth shut, though. At this point, the only way for him to get out of this serious predicament was to cooperate with his backers within the MTA. I am sure that the mech pilots that participated in the battle suspect what is going on, but they shouldn't know any details. Even if they do, they will not spread our secrets around. Aside from that, Venerable Joshua Larkinson and Madam Kedys Larkinson probably understand the aspect of Transcendence's glow on a deeper level. In fact, there were more that were aware of the truth as well. Many of his design spirits such as the Golden Cat and the Superior Mother probably knew about this aspect of Lufa. Then there were all of the living mechs that participated in the previous battle. The nature of their existence meant that they shouldn't have been blind to what the Everchanger had done. Vase even speculated that the Transcendence Glow had also affected his living mechs. Anyway, there was no need for Vase to mention these extra entities. Master Dervidian specifically asked how many people knew about the Transcendence Glow. I see. The spread of any news can be contained if this is the case. The older man looked a bit more relieved. No secret can remain hidden forever. But we can buy as much time as we can to lay the groundwork and prepare sufficient protection against these possible threats. As long as you cooperate with us and advance to the rank of Master Mech Designer as soon as possible, I expect that we can harness this great invention of yours as a gift to mankind as opposed to a scourge to our civilization. Vase smiled. He was right. Master Dervidian and his group wanted to deal proactively on this issue. This was the kind of far-sighted approach that the MTA had often exhibited in order to advance its long-term interests. I will try my best to increase my understanding of this phenomenon and develop better and more convenient methods to guard against its potential dangers. I can already supply you with a range of solutions, though they are all derived from my own work. Better yet, I can tweak and alter the Transcendence Glow so that any manifestation of it will be subject to numerous restrictions. That is good to hear, Mr. Larkinson. We can explore all of these potential measures at a later date. For now, we need to formulate a new action plan to prepare for the time when we are finally ready to make widespread use of your Transcendence Glow. Absent any alternatives that are either safer or more effective, the benefit your invention provides to the mech community is too great for us to ignore. If the risks are still considerable, then we will confine its usage to our association and no further. I can make it so that only authorized people can activate this glow. This was a relatively good way to handle the risks, although a lot of mech pilots in human space would feel left out. This would generate its own fair share of problems. One more question. Can other humans or aliens reproduce the Transcendence Glow or develop similar versions of it to use as a weapon? This was an important but difficult question. Vase slowly shrugged. I truly cannot say as I do not know what others are capable of. In my opinion, the source of this glow is a rare and unique existence and it is extremely unlikely for a similar entity to arise. However, I believe it is possible for entities or purpose-built weapons to arise that can harm or kill humans through similar means. Those who wish to create them just need to possess the right knowledge and expertise. So the rise of these threats cannot be stopped, is that what you think? Master Dervidian asked. Vase had every incentive to say yes. If there were more people and aliens that could kill people through similar means, then his cooperation became all the more essential to the MTA. Perhaps this was the transhumanists' deliberate attempt to give Vase an extra lifeline. Vase responded with a grin. In my opinion, the threat has already arisen. Those who are versed in the same fields as myself may have already built up an arsenal of killer weapons that are difficult to defend against. If my guess happens to be true, then it is imperative that we develop and propagate solutions that can protect humanity. And you just happen to have a solution at hand. As I have already stated earlier, I recognize the need to defend against my glows a long time ago. Have you ever heard of my sanctuary models? Chapter 3927 MTA Habit. After a lengthy talk, Master Dervidian finally stood up and floated above the deck. We have spent enough time talking and speculating about your Transcendence Glow. Before we go into detail about our action plan, I must insist you demonstrate your invention to us first. We would have a much better understanding of what we are dealing with if we can see how the topic of our discussion works in a controlled environment. Vase frowned. The thing about the Transcendence Glow is that it works best in less controlled environments. I doubt that it can succeed at inducing breakthroughs on mech pilots that are just sparring against each other. That should not be a concern. We have already made the right preparations to conduct a number of illuminating experiments. Even failed attempts to induce breakthroughs can provide us with useful information. Let us proceed to the first testing area. Vase stood up and followed the floating MTA master to the exit. They instantly entered a lab compartment after passing through a secure hatch. Vase was befuddled for a moment because he was pretty certain that they should have entered a corridor instead. It was that dreaded seamless teleportation tech at work again. The lab was already prepped to conduct a small-scale experiment under the highest security protocols. The place was already secure by default, but the people in charge had dismissed most personnel and implemented additional guarantees to minimize the risks of leaks. Only a handful of lab personnel were still present to assist with the tests. Vase cast a questioning look at the MTA master. They can be trusted, Mr. Larkinson. They have worked for me for decades without issue. The reason why I am willing to confide in them is because I have taken special measures to ensure that they cannot divulge sensitive secrets. Ah, Vase almost forgot that Dravidian was a transhumanist. That meant he should be extremely good at modifying people. If not, then he could surely hire the right specialists that could perform this job. There was no need to question the word of a master further. Vase instead directed his attention back to the hypermodern lab facilities. Although much of the equipment and machines were hidden, he was sure that this was a great place to conduct all kinds of scientific trials. Right now, the setup of the laboratory was roughly similar to his own. There was a large control chamber that provided a good overview of the main testing chamber. As Vase and Master Dravidian approached the transparent windows, they both spotted a prominent organic statue in the far side of the main chamber. I see that you have already taken the initiative to bring over my aspect of transcendence. Vase said with an annoyed twitch. The MTA's mastery of teleportation technology was so great that it could take away any material possession at any time without asking first. We have taken the initiative to transfer this crucial object to our ship so that we can conduct extensive studies on its properties and its glow. Master Dravidian stated, do you mind if we retain possession of it? We need a direct carrier of this glow and I do not believe you wish to surrender the Everchanger and its expert pilot to our care. It's fine, Vase answered while trying to maintain his cool as much as possible. Feel free to borrow my aspect of transcendence as much as you like. I can make similar copies of it in organic and inorganic forms if you would like. While that might be true, the significance of the aspect of transcendence was still great. It was the original source of this particular glow. Not only that, the organic statue and its three brothers were all special and remarkable because they hadn't rotted away despite the biotechs claiming that they should have decayed shortly after he departed the Life Research Association. Vase had a strong hunch that any subsequent totems he made would never possess the special qualities of the original four aspects of Lufa. Each of them were relics in his eyes that had only accumulated more properties as their glows continually affected their half-organic forms. Still, it was not necessary for him to retain possession of this organic statue. He could reproduce this glow through multiple means, including channeling it directly by asking Lufa to temporarily descend upon himself. One is enough, Master Dravidian replied. More is helpful, but it becomes exponentially harder to preserve their secrecy. In the interest of discretion, both of us should limit the amount of carriers that carry this specific glow at any time. I will keep that in mind. I will make sure not to create any additional carriers of this glow unless our studies truly require them. Vase promised. It was in his best interest not to spread them around too much. The threat they posed to people and by extension the powers that be were too great. Vase would probably be in deep trouble if all of it came out one day. After a short wait, the Mechers conducted the first experiment. A dozen lab animals ranging from ordinary mice to goats entered the testing chamber. Invisible force fields pushed them closer until they were well within the range of the aspect of transcendence. Nothing happened to them despite exposing them to this dangerous glow for many minutes. Vase knew that there were many glows that were much more harmless that had a more obvious effect on animals. The transcendence glow has no effect on ordinary animals. Vase explained. Non-sentient life and extremely simple life forms do not have the complexity of thought and awareness that can lead them to developing greater ambitions. They might not even have spiritualities that are sensitive towards this glow. Dravidian nodded in understanding. We have no reason to doubt you, but we wish to verify this result in person. It appears that you are correct thus far. None of the animals exhibit any unusual reactions. A force field quickly pushed the animals out of the testing chamber. Moments later, the next test subjects arrived. Vase was surprised to see 20 different humans teleporting into the chamber at the same time. Each of them wore simple, plain pale blue vac-suits that were stamped with serial numbers. None of them looked too disturbed at being teleported to a different place all of a sudden. Vase believed that this was a regular phenomenon aboard the Paracelsus Optimus. Although it was logical to move on with human trials, this setup was way too reckless. Sir, what is the matter, young man? I think you are moving too quickly by exposing these people to the aspect of tranquility without any protection or preparation. Those people are at grave risk. We know. You know. Did you not claim that extended exposure to this aspect of tranquility will cause a serious mismatch between different properties that eventually leads to a violent and fatal body reaction? I did. We need to reproduce this reaction and gather as much data as possible to research how and why it happens. We cannot conduct a proper study based on hearsay and thought experiments alone. A lot of powerful sensor and scanning systems trained their arrays on the 20 hapless people that the battle carrier had teleported into the testing chamber all of a sudden. The chosen individuals all looked like a random mix of people with military training. They didn't look like mechers, but they didn't carry themselves like the people that Vase had met ever since he entered the new frontier. He vaguely guessed that half of them were mech pilots. They didn't look like they had volunteered to take part in this experiment. In fact, they didn't look like they were aware of what was going on at all. They just looked at each other before staring up at the mysterious life angel statue that adopted a hopeful expression while spreading its arms upwards. Ves's mood grew turbulent as the seconds ticked by. The unwitting test subjects might not know what was going on, but as they became more and more exposed to the aspect of transcendence, they began to feel hotter and more excited. They no longer thought about various matters but instead became lost in their own thoughts as the glow steadily aroused their strongest desires and obsessions. Vase glanced at the timer. More than 60 seconds had gone by without an incident. The mechers should have teleported the test subjects away if they did not want to make a mess. Master Dervidian did not issue any instructions. Instead, he kept studying the projected data panels that each displayed the detailed life signs of all 20 individuals that continued to be bathed in Lufa's glory. The timer is nearing 80 seconds. Vase couldn't help but say as his throat grew drier. I truly advise you not to expose these people to the aspect of transcendence any longer. Their lives are at stake. None of the mechers reacted to his words. They carried on with what they were doing even as the timer reached 85 seconds. Vase grew tense as he expected a bunch of red explosions to take place at any time. Surprisingly enough, nothing happened after the timer reached 90 seconds. Even though the sensor readings showed that all of the test subjects were exhibiting increasingly stronger reactions, they remarkably held out where many other people would have succumbed at this time. The quality of the MTA's test subjects is significantly higher than his own. However, no matter how superior they were, they could not hold out their own demise for too long. Boom! Dull explosions happened down below on a rapid and continuous basis. Vase closed his eyes and turned away as he lamented the senseless deaths of so many high-quality test subjects. As soon as the series of explosions ended, Vase opened his eyes again and carefully gazed at the place where the exposed individuals once stood. It did not surprise him that there weren't any messes at all. The MTA possessed much more sophisticated methods to clean up the bloody bits of exploded flesh and bone. What surprised him was that one of the mech pilots actually survived the experience. Even without piloting a mech, the surviving man exploded in power as his willpower became condensed. Interesting. Master Dervidian looked intrigued as he called up a few additional data panels to study the sole survivor's condition. One of our participants actually broke through under these unfavorable circumstances. Mr. Jacques, please transfer him back to a secure containment cell so that he can undergo a medical examination. On it, sir. Vase was speechless. How could the MTA be so cruel and callous to violate medical ethics and use humans as disposable guinea pigs? Master Dervidian seemed to pick up on Ves's discomfort. The older man turned around and gave a reassuring smile. Are you concerned about the individuals we have selected for this trial? Fear not. They are not worthy to stay alive. They are all first-raters that have entered the Red Ocean only to abuse their power against the pioneers in Krakatoa such as yourself. They are criminals that have been judged guilty and have forfeited their human rights. Their consent or wishes no longer matter. We consider it a form of waste utilization. By donating themselves to science, they can at least make up for their sins and contribute to the advancement of humankind. Quote. Many of our research vessels tend to hold a few hundred prisoners in their holding cells at all times. Master Dervidian continued without batting an eye. Whenever we wish to conduct risky research where the participation of humans is desirable, we bring any prisoners we have on hand. Convenient, is it not? Personally speaking, I have a habit of going through my stock far too quickly, so I must put in additional effort to acquire larger batches. Our ship currently holds 1256 more prisoners, so we can conduct many additional trials before we need to restock. That should be enough for us to gain a much more thorough understanding of your transcendence glow. Don't you agree? Quote. Vase finally realized why the Big Two propagated a rule that stated that pirates and violators of any taboos lost their human rights. The main purpose of this rule turned out to be different from what he imagined. It wasn't about deterring humans from going bad. Instead, the Mechers wanted to create a justifiable excuse to subject human criminals to wildly immoral and unethical experiments. Chapter 3928 Major Davies Rhyhorn Vase never stopped twitching since the researchers initiated a whole regiment of testing. There was nothing wrong with the testing per se. The Mech Trade Association was known for its stellar research and development capabilities. According to the rumors, not even the Common Fleet Alliance could catch up to its arch-rival with regards to innovation. The CFA was a more traditional and conservative institution. Although its members did not deny the importance of advancing technology, its leaders and important decision-makers overwhelmingly started off as line officers and sometimes staff officers. Innovation was important, but stability was even more crucial. The CFA may have tried to chart a new course after many different nation-bound warfleets merged together at the end of the Age of Conquest, but it still couldn't escape the trappings of its weighty heritage. The MTA was a much younger and newer organization. It wasn't as weighed down by tradition as its frenemy and had to rely much more on supporting cutting-edge research in order to accelerate the technological development of mechs as much as possible. The Mechers had to play catch-up ever since their association came into existence. Their relative weakness and their overwhelming drive to make mechs as strong as warships caused their entire organization to become a lot more frenzied about research. The pressure of all of these conditions shaped the MTA into a massive institution that universally supported research and development activities. Mech designers as well as other researchers and developers were heavily represented at every level. Not only that, but star designers were pretty much worshipped by any member of the MTA. Given that star designers were known to be the most avid and prolific researchers in the entirety of human civilization, it should be no surprise that their massive influence had caused the MTA to become even more slanted towards research. Such an intense focus on research trickled down to many different facets of the MTA. For example, the Paracelsus Optimus dedicated a third of her entire capacity towards research and exploration. This was a substantial commitment for any warship, particularly a capital ship of this size and scale. Since Master Dravidian pretty much had free reign over the research operations aboard the Paracelsus Optimus, the powerful and accomplished mech designer made sure to bring them up to his exceedingly high standards. Only star designers had access to better equipped research facilities. Of course, that was too far away for someone as Vase. He already became dazzled by the multitude of capabilities at the disposal of the scientists and engineers who had the privilege of working aboard this ultramodern ship. Vase swiped his hand to call up a detailed information panel. He tapped it a few times to call up the full details of one of the test subjects that had just been teleported into the testing chamber. Damn, there's so much detail. The MTA's sensor systems were so powerful and precise that they could track the activity of individual body cells. As Vase tapped the projected panel and moved his hand around, he could even summon a complete cross-section of the prisoner's body. All of the person's veins, bones and disgusting body fluids were rendered in such lifelike detail that he quickly grew sick. Damn, you can see through anyone's body with this tool. It was a pity that he did not possess a biotech background. Much of the rich and detailed sensor readings looked like gibberish to him. It wasn't really necessary for him to know the coordinates of each and every pimple on a test subject's body. Compared to remotely peeking inside the prisoner's fleshy form, Vase was much more interested in learning the identity and background of this particular fellow. The red-haired gentleman stood out from the crowd ever since the latest batch of test subjects appeared in the testing chamber. It wasn't just his firm bearing and strong demeanor that entranced Vase. It was also the way that the remaining 19 test subjects all formed ranks and gazed at the red-haired man with a mixture of hope, respect and worship. Despite their imprisonment and despite falling into the hands of the Mechers, these soldiers and mech pilots clearly held true to their impeccable training and the pride they accrued during their upbringing and service. When Vase finally called up the record of the prisoner, his body almost jerked. This is a Rubarthan officer. Mech Major Davies Rhyhorn was a 120-year-old citizen who came from a well-off family in the heart of the new Rubarth Empire. The Rhyhorn family was not a significant power in the first-rate superstate, but it had a history of sending a portion of its progeny to one of Rubarth's many military branches. This allowed the family to send Davies Rhyhorn to an elite mech academy, where he managed to earn good grades and qualify for officer training. Davies Rhyhorn then entered into service as a second lieutenant and slowly worked his way up. It was not easy to attain promotion in Rubarth's military establishment. If the mech pilot in question was not a scion of a major family and if he was not insanely talented or brilliant, then a lot of other people got ahead instead. In a supremely wealthy state like the new Rubarth Empire, the amount of wealthy scions that enjoyed some of the best tutoring and augmentations was quite large. It was not easy for Davies Rhyhorn to stand out compared to his betters. This meant that he had to be patient and accumulate merits over many decades to be in consideration for promotion. Reaching the rank of Mech Major after almost a century of constant service was a respectable accomplishment for someone of his background. Although he might not be too brilliant or skilled in piloting mechs, his rich experience and incredible familiarity with handling mechs, managing people and navigating the politics of his organization meant that he was an immensely valuable human resource. Davies Rhyhorn should have become a general by now if he hailed from a lesser state and military organization. The man accrued an extensive list of degrees, certifications, commendations, awards and honorable mentions. If not for the mech officer's strong history and attachment to the new Rubarth Empire, Vase would have been tempted to request Major Rhyhorn to be put under his custody. The Rubarthan captive was an invaluable human resource. Vase needed highly qualified and highly experienced senior military leaders to oversee the expansion and professionalization of the Larkinson army. Although General Verl had done a great job at acquiring new skills and fostering the key military institution's growth, it did not change the fact that he was originally just a third-class mech officer and intelligence operative. Despite the differences in their rank, a first-class mech major possessed incomparably more knowledge and skills than anyone else in the Larkinson army. Not even Commander Casella Ingvar could match the competence and organizational capabilities of a Rubarthan of this stature. If Vase had to put a price on the value of this human resource, then he would estimate Major Davies Rhyhorn's total worth at around 100,000 MTA credits. What did this mean? It meant that Vase was willing to pay 100,000 MTA credits to obtain the permanent employment and loyalty of this high-value prisoner. This was a vague approximation of the amount of money the new Rubarth Empire had invested in the man's education, training and long years of service. The actual money spent on raising Major Rhyhorn to the man he was today could actually be significantly more or less than this ballpark figure. Vase simply couldn't tell as the MTA's detailed records on the man did not go that far into detail. Regardless, no matter what Major Rhyhorn had done to land him in Master Dervidian's clutches, it was an enormous waste to treat him as a disposable test subject. Vase could think of 100 better uses for this high-value professional than to dump him in a testing chamber next to the aspect of transcendence. He quickly glanced towards the timer and saw that it had reached 50 seconds. A sweat broke out from his brow. Vase turned to Master Dervidian. "Sir, are you sure you want to subject this Rubarthan mech officer to this specific experiment?" The MTA master remained unmoved. "I am always certain about my experimental arrangements. We have already seen how your aspect of transcendence affects low-ranking personnel and mech pilots under varying circumstances. In order to gather more comprehensive research data, we must diversify the input so that we can obtain a wider range of responses." The timer had reached 70 seconds. "I understand that, but why would you subject someone like him to a test that has produced near-total fatalities with every batch?" "Because we can," Dervidian replied. "Besides, I have given the Rubarthan test subjects a fighting chance this time. One of my assistants have briefed them all beforehand on what will happen and how they can best resist the effects if they want to retain their lives." The timer had reached 90 seconds. Master Dervidian paid more attention to the rising stress levels of every test subject. The goal is to see whether the fine soldiers of a first-rate superstate are strong enough to resist the most serious effects of the transcendence glow. We will first see how they fare by relying on themselves. I intend for the next batch to endure the same conditions as they are interfacing with their mechs." The timer had reached 110 seconds, but no head had yet to explode. Vase became amazed at this result. He temporarily set his appreciation for Major Davies Rhyhorn aside and paid closer attention to the physical conditions of the Rubarthan test subjects. Each of them were still clinging on to their lives. The transcendence glow had clearly stirred up their spiritualities to the point where storms were about to erupt, but the high-class soldiers relied on their formidable will, training and cognitive augmentations to resist the escalating pressure. "Fascinating," Master Dervidian uttered. "Rubarthan soldiers generally possess superior grit and mental fortitude compared to their Terran counterparts. They are holding out 20 seconds longer than the preceding batch." The timer had reached 130 seconds. However, no matter how many advantages these well-trained Rubarthans possessed, their resistance ultimately failed to suppress the runaway reaction taking place within their vulnerable spiritualities. Boom! The youngest and most junior soldier succumbed to the pressure first. Amazingly enough, the first explosion did not shock the soldiers or cause any panic within their ranks. They had endured a lot more grievous circumstances during their training and field deployments. Combat between first-class mech forces were much more violent and destructive than combat between lesser troops. A single first-class multi-purpose mech armed with powerful weapons could easily lay waste to much of Davuti's capital city if left unchecked. The Rubarthan soldiers had therefore been extensively prepped and trained to remain unfazed even if the entire star system collapsed around them. Even now, they still stuck to their compulsion to remain cool and in control of themselves. "Hold fast, men," Major Rydhorn roared. "We are not animals who give in to our baser instincts. We are Rubarthans. We are the chosen people. We are the vanguard of human progress. For the Eternal Emperor. For the Eternal Emperor." The timer had reached 160 seconds. Boom! As much as Vase became impressed by their attitudes in the face of certain death, their valor and their courage did not stop them from falling victim to their physical and spiritual shortcomings. One by one, the soldiers all lost their heads and in some cases their upper bodies in the most violent ways possible. Augmented flesh and implants that were worth as much as the Larkinson clan's combat carriers continually burst in every direction, only to be blocked and captured by omnipresent force fields. These protective fields spared the straight-backed soldiers from getting splattered by the remains of their comrades. As the 19th test subject lost his head, only a single person remained alive. The timer had reached 200 seconds. Vase became more interested in the surviving test subject than ever. He no longer considered it a waste to subject valuable manpower to this experiment. This was an unheard of experimental result. None of the test subjects in his own experiments ever managed to make it this far without breaking through. How is he still alive? Though it became clear that Major Davies Rydhorn was not capable of breaking through to expert candidate, his formidable mind and will nonetheless withstood the most dangerous effect of the Transcendence glow. What a remarkable experimental result! Chapter 3929 Qualities of Test Subjects. Vase developed mixed feelings towards MTA. On one hand, he couldn't quite feel comfortable how one of the arbiters of human space engaged in such blatant human experimentation. Not even the elite soldiers and officers of the new Rubarth Empire could escape the fate of becoming the MTA's experimental materials. On the other hand, the highly detailed and substantially more varied research data produced by these unethical experiments exceeded his imagination. Master Terminio Dervidian was a much more thorough and experienced researcher than Vase. The man not only came up with much more elaborate and varied experimental designs, but also possessed the facilities and resources to enact them all without running into practical limitations. As a result, Master Dervidian managed to collect a lot more research results in 2 hours than Vase had obtained in months. Of course, much of that had to do with Vese's reluctance in engaging in human experimentation. Over the years, he carefully controlled his impulses and tried his best to keep his research urges at bay. He had always been taught that the Big Two were the protectors and guardians of law and order. There were countless different mentions of incidents on the galactic net where the MTA and CFA ruthlessly destroyed entire families and organizations for violating the taboos that had once led humanity to a darker path. With the Big Two's good reputation and extensive history of enforcement, not a lot of people dared to flout the most important rules nowadays. Every state obediently abandoned their dreams to operate warships and accepted the fact that they needed to utilize mechs and carrier vessels in order to wage war. No military force dared to obtain any weapons of mass destruction, let alone harness them against their enemies. Everyone assumed that one of the Big Two would quickly come and crush the violators to pieces. Even though Vase learned that the MTA and CFA were not flawless and had slacked off in their enforcement duties, their heavy reputation still exerted a chilling effect on indigenous human populations. Vase assumed that most mechers were honorable, well-meaning and upright for the most part. Master Moira Willix was perhaps the most defining example of a model member of the MTA. Though she was so proper and straight-laced that Vase felt uncomfortable around her, she was nonetheless worthy of his trust and respect. Not every mecher was as restrained as Master Willix, though he was aware of a portion of its darker deeds. He figured that it was the exception rather than rule. Even if the MTA engaged in dubious actions and research initiatives, it would surely keep them in the dark or push them onto patsies like the Supreme Sage. This way, the mechers could claim plausible deniability and avoid the stain to their valuable reputations. Vase had clung to this assumption about the MTA for a long time that he could not quickly adjust to the reality happening before his eyes. Nothing was sacred to the MTA. Master Dervidian and his hand-picked team of researchers went through the lives of captive humans as if they were annoying seeds that needed to be removed from fruit. Vase had grown numb as he saw one of the most respected mech designers and researchers of the MTA condemn people who were much wealthier, stronger and much more impressive than he could imagine being driven to their deaths, all without showing any remorse or hesitation. As 400 prisoners not so willingly sacrificed their lives in the name of advancing humanity's scientific progress, Master Dervidian finally halted the attempts to gather more data. He was not being merciful towards the hundreds of imprisoned humans that were still languishing in their holding cells. The master simply wanted to take a breather so that he could inspect and process the data gathered so far. There were enough samples now that he could derive a lot of preliminary conclusions from analyzing the different outcomes. Intriguing. The lethality of the aspect of transcendence is truly difficult to block. Many of our conventional attempts to protect our test subjects from its lethal effects have failed. Neither energy shields nor meters of solid armor can prevent its glow from passing through and affecting the prisoners. The only solid measures that can prevent the test subjects from perishing is to maintain distance, rely on formidable tempering to resist the glow, or obtain the strength or protection of a high-ranking mech pilot. Vase already knew much of what the MTA researchers had discovered today, but the experiments also revealed nuances that he wasn't aware of before. For example, he never verified how long it took for mech pilots to last when they were interfacing with a mech. He already knew that mech pilots who were connected to mechs effectively became a lot harder to influence. This was because they could borrow a part of the formidable strength of their machines. Although the experiments only involved normal mechs as opposed to his living mechs, the mech pilots interfacing with their machines lasted 20 seconds longer on average. This was a considerable margin that provided mech pilots with much more chances to escape and survive exposure. There were other points of data that also provided a lot of insights to Vase. Most importantly, he gained more proof that there was a direct correlation between the quality of a person and their ability to persist. Against the transcendence glow, much to Ves's amazement, the holding cells of the Paracelsus Optimus were filled with first-class captives. It was as if Master Dervidian disdained trashy test subjects and only wanted the best for his various experiments. Although a dozen or so test subjects originated from weaker first-rate states, Vase found that the overwhelming majority of inmates originated from either the Greater Terran United Confederation or the New Rubarth Empire. Seeing all of these wealthy, powerful and immensely noble figures being reduced to experimental materials was difficult for Vase to accept. If Vase ever encountered a group of Terrans or Rubarthans, he would probably bow and scrape while looking up at them as if they were kings. This was because they had the means and the backing to overwhelm any second-class powerful. The Golden Skull Alliance was nothing compared to even a smaller first-class outfit. Whereas the former was only able to perform an ambitious raid on Purgatory, a true first-class mech force would have been able to slaughter every single fish whale and capture the Phase Whale Enclave in its entirety. Properly speaking, all of these Terran and Rubarthan dignitaries should have been drinking champagne aboard their first-class starships or directing their mechs to crush a well-equipped Nunzer home fleet. What were they doing here? How brazen must be the MTA to seek these powerful first-raters out and strip them of all of their rights? Vase simply couldn't wrap his mind around this entire situation. Though he considered adaptability to be one of his strong points, even he couldn't stomach the sight of people like Major Davies Rydhorn being subjected to torture that had killed all of his compatriots. Mr. Larkinson, are you having any difficulties interpreting the data? Master Dervidian asked. No, sir. Vase quickly returned to the present. While I don't understand the majority of these sensor readings, they're not as important as observing the process and outcome of the trials with my own eyes. It's just, are you disturbed by how little restraint we exhibit when we expose our fine prisoners to dangerous experimental conditions? Vase nodded. Master Dervidian smiled in a patronizing manner as he turned around and distanced himself from his workstation. The man walked up to the transparent windows and looked down on the clean and spotless white testing chamber. Despite the large number of Terrans and Rubarthans dying in an explosive manner earlier, the place looked peaceful as the aspect of tranquility continued to present a false image of hope. Humanity as a whole has achieved a large amount of progress in the last 4 centuries. The age of mechs has given our race a necessary period of recovery and realignment. By breaking down once great star empires and star nations into the states that you know today, we have substantially reduced the scope and scale of infighting that takes place. That is what I have been taught in school. Vase slowly nodded. Not even the Terran Confederation and the Rubarth Empire were able to resist this trend. Is that truly the case? The older man ruefully smiled. Not everything in the textbooks is true. The truth is much more turbid and nuanced. We may have succeeded in clipping the wings of the first-rate superstates, but they have never let go of the glories of their past. Time after time, the citizens born in those states are being fed with stories that hearken to the times where they dominated human space and controlled the trajectory of our civilization. What do you think they will do when these first-raters grow up and venture out into space? I guess they will start to throw their weight around. Master Dervidian nodded. Human nature can be ugly, and when individuals possess a substantial power disparity over others, it is difficult for them to resist the urge to take advantage of this fact. Here in the association, we put great effort into instilling the importance of treating our dependents with care and respect. We enforce strict rules that prohibit us from exploiting average humans like you used to be. This is an important requirement for us to maintain our support within human space. Most of what the master said was true, but Vase seriously questioned whether the MTA was truly as spotless as he claimed. There were bad apples in every organization, and even advanced tech could not stop individuals from misbehaving. Besides, Vase had seen firsthand how little MTA actually cared for its flock. The Mechers could have prevented the deaths of trillions of third-raters in the Komodo Star sector if they acted sooner against the Sandman race. This discussion was not about the Mechers, though. Vase looked up. Are you saying that there are a lot of Terrans and Rubarthans out there that are making a mockery of the rules? That is exactly what I am trying to convey to you. Dervidian nodded in confirmation. The problem is not as significant in the Milky Way. The borders of different states are well defined, and it is much easier to track the movements of first-raters. Not so in the Red Ocean. Here, few states have emerged. Developing colonies are not able to project enough power to monitor what takes place within their sphere of influence. Bored Terrans or Rubarthans sporadically stray in regions such as the Krakatoa Middle Zone for less than noble purposes. You mentioned something like that before. Are all of the prisoners truly guilty of the crimes you're alluding to? I don't want to question you, but a lot of the people that I've seen today do not appear to be the sort that are depraved enough to commit grave injustices. He could still remember how much courage and valor the group around Major Davies Rydhorn displayed. Even as their heads popped one after another, they never lost their nerves. Each of them embraced their deaths while remaining true to their dedication towards the new Rubarth Empire. A soldier can be both honorable and guilty. The Terrans and Rubarthans may be able to convince themselves that they have retained honor and dignity, but that does not absolve them from following orders that have caused them to stain their hands with the blood of those they consider lessers. They should know better than to abide by instructions that are illegal. It is regrettable that Terran and Rubarthan soldiers respect their hierarchies too much. Their inaction towards rule-breaking behavior has condemned them to this fate. So ships like the Paracelsus Optimus are actually patrolling occupied territory in order to catch these first-raters in the act. Vase carefully acted. Master Dervidian smiled. That is one of our many duties, yes. Many of the first-raters that we have taken captive has committed violations that have earned them the death penalty. Instead of executing them outright, we prefer to keep them in our cells. Reclassifying them as scientific materials is the best possible use of their lives. Their luxurious upbringing and impeccable training turns them into desirable test objects. Many times, we utilize them as stand-ins for our own mech pilots. This might be the main reason why the MTA was so eager to arrest and experiment on all of those high and mighty first-raters. While they struggled to obtain low-quality test subjects such as degenerate pirates or fanatic dwarves, the MTA performed its experiments on a luxurious lineup of high-class first-raters. Chapter 3930. The latent threat of first-rate superstates. Master Dervidian's words and tone made it clear that he bore considerable ill will towards the first-rate superstates. Vase already knew that the Big Two were not on good terms with the first-rate superstates, but this dignified and important master made it sound as if the former dominators of human civilizations were one step away from imposing their rule over the rest of human space. He knew what the Terrans and Rubarthans were like, so this was not an entirely implausible fear. The first-rate superstates were never truly convinced that the Big Two deserved to take over the mantle and guide humanity to a new future. If the first-raters had their way, the MTA and CFA would make way so that every state could regain their full autonomy and right to operate as a sovereign nation. You cannot imagine how much of a threat the Terrans and Rubarthans pose to a human society that we have painstakingly reformed for the better. Dravidian said as if he was under a compulsion to explain his suspicion towards the First Raiders. At the end of the Age of Conquest, we had the option to dismantle the Terran Confederation and the Rubarth Empire entirely. We did not choose to do so due to how fragile human society had become. Too much death and destruction has pushed our race to the brink of collapse, and we could not afford to wage a ruinous war against the legacy empires that still possessed access to entire arsenals of superweapons. Ultimately, the Big Two chose to prioritize the preservation of humankind over the need to remove the star empires that deserve much of the blame for the madness that they unleashed. Vase observed. In fact, he was aware that a shadow war took place at the same time. The successful rebellion of the Big Two led to the downfall of the Five Scrolls Compact that supposedly controlled humanity behind the scene. Vase bet that this ultimate confrontation inflicted even more damage to the MTA and CFA, causing their forces to become so depleted that they no longer possessed the confidence to prolong their aggression any further. We took the high road while the first-rate superstates used their reprieve to lick their wounds. Master Dravidian affirmed, we made the only decision that was right back then, but this led to an outcome where the Terrans and the Rubarthans still retained much of their existing institutions and culture. In short, they may have acquiesced to the new order on the surface, but that is as superficial as a pair of murderers exchanging their suits of combat armor for civilian-grade vac suits. No matter what they are wearing, this does not change the fact that death and conquest are still in their veins. It sounded as if the first-rate superstates still possessed a lot of leverage against the Big Two. The latter most certainly held the upper hand after taking over the mandate of guiding after human civilization, but it was possible that the Terrans and Rubarthans still retained enough remnant superweapons to inflict a lot of damage if the Big Two ever came to finish the job. Vase picked up an extremely crucial detail. Master Dravidian essentially implied that the Big Two failed to disarm the Terran Confederation and Rubarth Empire. If the power disparity between the two sides was not that great, then it made sense that the Terrans and Rubarthans possessed the guts to retain their possession of warships and weapons of mass destruction. There was no way the former hegemons of human civilization would surrender their only deterrent against the tyranny of the MTA and CFA. In any case, the Big Two's retreat at the time led to an unfortunate impasse between the two power blocks. The first-rate superstates were never really convinced that they had to bow their heads against the upstarts that managed to take advantage of the chaos to get on top. Do the Terrans and Rubarthans still pose that much threat to the current order? Vase curiously asked. This was a rare opportunity to get real insider knowledge on the actual state of human space. It was clear that much of the lessons that Vase and other people learned in school only scratched the surface of what had actually taken place. The galactic net was filled with fringe theories and outright lies. It was a lot better if Vase was able to extract crucial information from a more knowledgeable source. He could hardly imagine getting access to a better source than a master who was already part of the leadership cadre of the MTA and also happened to possess a working relationship with at least several star designer. The only problem was that this source also happened to be biased towards the MTA. It was extremely unlikely that Dravidian would be willing to paint his organization in a bad light. Vase already took this into account. He just wanted to know why the Master and his fellow Mechers were so eager to subject the Terrans and Rubarthans to cruel and dangerous experiments. The Terran Confederation and the Rubarth Empire are most certainly stronger than you think. Master Dravidian admitted, we have never obtained solid proof of our suspicions, but we strongly believe that the first-rate superstates were less than honest when they promised that they had deconstructed all of their warships and superweapons. They may have discarded their illegal assets that were already exposed to the public, but we believe that both of the star empires still retain secret reserves of at least thousands of warships and millions of planet-threatening superweapons. That sounds outrageous. Shouldn't it be easy to track down all of those warships and weapons? As far as I know, the infrastructure required to research, develop and build all of those huge capital ships and powerful antimatter bombs is immense. Entire chains of star systems are needed to support the construction of just a single battleship. How could the Terrans and Rubarthans get away with claiming that they went through with disarming their most threatening war assets? Master Dravidian waved his arm in a certain direction. We believe the first-rate superstates have hidden their covert warfleets in the same manner the phase whales isolate themselves from the Red Ocean. Are you talking about pocket spaces? That is our primary suspicion. Pocket spaces are not unheard of in the Milky Way. It takes a prohibitive amount of resources, effort and technology to create artificial pocket spaces without phase water, but the possibility still exists. Former star empires that used to be as powerful and dominant as the first-rate superstates most certainly possessed the means to create at least a handful of isolated pocket spaces in several different secretive locations spread across their territory. These hidden forces can serve as powerful reserves against alien invaders, but they pose an immense danger to our current order. This was a massive piece of information. Although it sounded weird that the MTA wasn't capable enough to confirm this crucial suspicion, Vase fully believed that the former star empires were capable enough to amass and retain a formidable amount of threatening weapons and assets. How much effort and resources did the first raiders put into updating and expanding their secret arsenals? That is difficult for us to say. Master Dervidian replied, the first-rate superstates cannot transfer as much resources and manpower to their arsenals as before, but they are so large that it is impossible to track every single minor transfer of goods and personnel. For example, a convoy filled with high-quality construction materials might be lost to pirates on day, but actually diverted to a secret location where they transferred the items needed to retain or expand the hidden warfleets. Much of those warships should be aging rust buckets by now, right? A warship is still a warship, Mr. Larkinson. The power of a battleship that survived the age of conquest is still capable of destroying entire planets if they are fully equipped. Besides, first-class technology can easily be utilized to maintain the condition of older warships or update their specifics to modern standards. In short, the battleships of the first-rate superstates may not be that far behind from the battleships at the hands of the Big Two. This was a rather honest but also depressing admission from a Mecher. Dervidian clearly despised the Terrans and Rubarthans, but that did not mean he underestimated their threat. He was a lot better than the Hexers in that regard. Vase still remembered hearing the Hexers express their hatred against the Fredamen, but also refused to accept the fact that their archenemies were formidable opponents. Does all of this have anything to do with your policy of hunting down rule-breaking first raiders in the Red Ocean and putting them to use in human experiments? The master nodded. The Terrans and Rubarthans are rebellious and dishonest by nature. They do not see others as their equals. In their perspective, every other individual is inferior to them. Our efforts are meant to remind the first raiders of who is truly in charge of humanity in the current age. By keeping them on their toes, they will show more restraint towards others and more respect towards our demands. That might be true, but Vase figured that all of these actions only bred further hatred and resentment towards the Big Two. There was no way the Terrans and Rubarthans would look favorably at the dehumanization of their fellow citizens. Vase had the feeling that this was not a sustainable pattern. While he understood that it took a lot of force to keep the first-rate superstates honest, beating them over and over again would eventually invite a reprisal. Whatever might take place in future, Vase hoped to be as far away from the flashpoint as possible. I don't mean to question your association's policies, but is it truly the right choice to strip the captive first raiders of their human rights? Vase tentatively asked. I acknowledge that the criminals probably deserve this treatment, but shouldn't the MTA put more effort into setting a positive example to the rest of human society? Dervidian shook his head. My conscience is clean, and so are the consciences of all of our fellow researchers. Killing a fellow human is murder. Killing an inhuman individual is no worse than killing an alien being. What we are doing is fully permissible according to our rules. There is no conflict or ambiguity in our laws. We hold humans as sacred, but that does not mean that anyone who resembles us is entitled to their human rights. Those that violate our most important taboos have voluntarily waived those very same rights. After all, one of our legal principles is that any individual who shows a callous disregard for another person's rights cannot call upon them for protection anymore. This was a simple but drastic legal principle. What if guilt or innocence couldn't clearly be determined? What if the MTA didn't possess the full picture? What if the Mechers harbored such a great incentive to declare a group of first raiders guilty that they never seriously sought evidence that could absolve them of guilt? There were so many potential problems and complications from this stance that Vase found it difficult to understand why the Mechers thought it was a permissible approach. They were one of the strongest defenders of human rights ever since they came into power after the end of the Age of Conquest. Their advocacy of protecting humans against arbitrary attacks and injustices was one of the main reasons why their approval ratings remained high. Ultimately, it came down to treating their enemies as outsiders. To the MTA, every human belonged to a common group that was entitled to their rights. If the Mechers wanted to go against this principle without breaking them, then they could just kick an offending human from the in-group. From the moment the Mechers labeled a Terran or Rubarthan as an outsider, they could rightfully do whatever they wanted to any supposed criminals without feeling any guilt. It was pure self-deception at the highest order. Chapter 3931 Terran and Rubarthan Mechs. At the end of the day, Master Dravidian collected enough data and formed enough insights to possess a greater understanding of the Transcendence glow. Aside from tossing Terrans and Rubarthans into the testing chamber and seeing whether they would perish or persist, the incredibly curious MTA Master also conducted a lot of other useful tests. For example, commandeered the main Mech sparring grounds of the Paracelsus Optimus to simulate what had happened during the Battle of Purgatory. In order to provide the greatest stimulation to the Mech pilots that were supposed to fight each other to death, Master Dravidian set up a deathmatch that pitted Terrans and Rubarthans against each other. We will give you back the Mechs we have confiscated and give you time to refamiliarize yourselves with them as we have partially limited their power. After that, you will fight as a team against another team. This match will only end when your team has completely slain your opponents. Show no mercy and do not hold back. It is kill or be killed. The 5 Terrans and 5 Rubarthan Mech pilots all gained a sense of crisis after this announcement. Each of them already knew that their fates were pretty much sealed after they had fallen into the hands of the MTA, but none of them were eager to throw themselves to their deaths. Although they didn't have the power to retaliate against the Mechers, they could at least bring down their rivals. After that, Vase and the Mechers witnessed a small spectacle. Powerful shields encompassed a huge hall that was solely devoted to allowing Mechs to fight against each other under controlled conditions. If Master Dravidian wanted to, he could activate special life-saving tech that shielded or teleported Mech pilots when they were at risk. He did not do so, though. In order to increase the chance of breakthroughs as much as possible, he wanted to stimulate the Mech pilots by making them feel closer to death than they had in their lives. The battle that burst out in the arena turned into a desperate fight for survival. Even though the educated Mech pilots all knew they were all being puppeted by the MTA, they simply didn't have the luxury to care about that. Compared to complaining about how they were being used, they needed to worry about surviving this day first. All of those Mechs, Vase sighed as he stared down as the Terran and Rubarthan Mechs all collided against each other. Due to the limited space of the arena, there wasn't much room for maneuver for the sophisticated Mechs. Instead of trying to play clever maneuvering games, they just charged at each other and tried to blast their opponents with as many melee and ranged solutions as possible. Despite the outbursts of power, none of the Mechs succumbed easily. Each of them were made with alloys that were tougher and more resilient than the unending alloy that Vase favored so much. Although unending alloy was hard enough to be considered a first-class alloy, in truth it was not that impressive compared to the more modern and expensive solutions the powerful Terran Confederation and the Rubarth Empire had developed over the years. Their science and engineering prowess might not be as great as that of the Big Two, but their long history of technological development along with their formidable research infrastructure meant that they had built up a scary amount of accumulation. Vase found it incredibly interesting to see so many different Terran and Rubarthan first-class multi-purpose Mechs fighting against each other up close. Although the battle was incredibly limited in scale, Vase was able to sense the power and the fury behind each attack and move as if he was standing right next to the Mechs. He had always been a more tactile Mech designer by nature. Being able to observe Mechs fighting for real provided him with a lot more benefits than observing a stuffy recording. The Terran and Rubarthan Mechs are truly different from the Mechs of the MTA. Vase gained a greater appreciation of the differences between first-class Mechs. The Mechs of the first-rate superstates may be inferior to the ones fielded by the MTA, but they possessed their own charms. Although there was an incredible variety of both Terran and Rubarthan Mechs in existence, the ones involved in this battle came from large standardized military units, so the models on display generally reflected the major trends of their respective states. The Terran Mechs were generally more conservative in their design approach. Their Mech designers had to abide by a huge list of standards and requirements that heavily constrained their creative output. Although this limited the diversity of Terran Mechs, the advantage was that every Terran model was consistent and reliable. The logistics of maintaining large amounts of Terran Mechs also became a lot easier. Not only did the different models utilize a lot of common parts and materials, the expertise needed to handle them also remained the same. This is a good approach for maintaining a huge war machine that is already powerful and dominant. Vase judged. The traits of standard Terran military Mechs fully reflected the powerful state's tendencies. The Terran Confederation always thought of itself as the center of humanity. Throughout the ages, the fortunes of the Empire centered around Old Earth had risen and fallen, but it had always retained a lot of strength. This had given the Terrans the delusion that they were the most powerful group of humans around. Having witnessed the fall of many rival human nations and having almost suffered this fate as well, the Terrans were more concerned with avoiding mistakes than to take large risks to increase their power further. This is opposite to the Rubarthan approach. The history and the heritage of the new Rubarth Empire wasn't as good as the Star Empire that it had rebelled against. As a consequence, the Rubarthans were much more proactive and forward-thinking than the more risk-averse and tradition-bound Terrans. This trait reflected on every aspect of their society, and their mechs were no different. The Rubarthan mechs not only contained a lot of new and barely tested technology, but also featured a lot more diversity in their design elements. Rubarthan mech designers had a lot more free rein as the laws governing their industry were much less oppressive. Even though that regularly led to the release of radical mechs whose concepts rarely worked out in practice, the ones that hit the jackpot usually outperformed the competition by a considerable margin. Although this sounded great, such an occurrence was extremely rare at this level of mech design. It was far too difficult to develop a winning formula that outperformed existing works that were already great. The Rubarthan mechs in this match are good, but not groundbreaking. They didn't need to be. They all possessed their own quirks that granted them sufficient advantages to hold their own against the Terran machines. As the brawl progressed, both sides chose to concentrate as many attacks as possible on the weakest and most vulnerable machine on the opposite teams. As long as they were able to create a small numerical advantage, they could quickly grow their numerical advantage and crush their opponents utterly. It appears the Rubarthan team will not be able to hold too long. Master Dervidian accurately noted, mechs should have fallen by now if they were fighting in the confined arena in their original states. However, the MTA had performed numerous tweaks on them that deliberately lowered the attack power of their weapon systems. This caused the mechs to inflict considerably less damage to their targets than normal, which subsequently allowed the machines in trouble to survive a lot longer under the onslaught. Soon enough, the Rubarthan mech that possessed a lighter configuration than the other machines finally suffered a serious armor breach. If the Terrans and Rubarthans fought against each other in space, then this swift and agile first-class mech should have been a lot harder to cripple. It was too bad that the Paracelsus Optimus did not offer that much space for this match. The damaged machine soon suffered a powerful hit to its exposed internals which quickly caused the machine to slow down. This spelled its doom as it was unable to evade or block the subsequent wave of attacks. Soon, the machine exploded, causing hot and partially burned parts to rain down on the surviving machines. Now that the Rubarthan mech pilots lost a teammate, they began to feel a lot more desperate than before. Finish off the weakened Terran mech quickly. We must even out our numbers at all costs. As for the Terrans, their small victory gave them a lot of hope of surviving this death match. As long as they cleaned up the remaining opposition as quickly as possible, none of their own would have to die today. Pilot Denton, pull back your machine and focus on providing ranged support for the remainder of this match. We will buy as much time for your mech's self-repair systems as possible. Second-class mechs rarely came with self-repair functionality. Even if they did, it was questionable whether they could restore their damaged systems quickly enough to make a difference in battle. In contrast, pretty much every first-class mech possessed at least a limited ability to repair or stop the deterioration of their damaged parts. Even the worst first-class mechs were able to close up any gaps and stop any leakages by themselves. Vase called up a projection and configured it to provide a close feed of the damaged Terran mech's internals. He could see hundreds of tiny bots crawling through the insides. Each of them were acting in unison to remove debris and fix minor faults. Interesting. More advanced mechs possessed more potent repair systems than this, but for a standard military mech, the deployment of miniature repair bots was also a good feature. The battle between the Terrans and Rubarthans proceeded exactly according to expectation. The differences between two sides weren't all that great, which meant that any disparity in numbers could not easily be made up. The Rubarthan mech pilots became more and more frantic as they lost a second and a third comrade soon afterwards. The Terran mechs did not come out of this unscathed, but they cleverly allowed their most damaged machines to fall back so that they would not suffer any further damage. As the surviving Rubarthan mech pilots endured a lot more pressure because of this, one of them finally reached the critical point. I will not let these Terran scum kill us all. The intense pressure of the battle along with the influence spread by the aspect of transcendence placed below the arena deck, one of the Rubarthan mech pilots surprisingly broke through to expert candidate. As soon as his mech overflowed with forced resonance, the temporarily empowered machine suddenly burst out with a huge amount of power. The amplification provided by forced resonance to first-class mechs was even more exaggerated than in the case of second-class mechs. This was because first-class mechs were much more robust and more capable of handling the huge increase in might. Due to this, the breakthrough mech became so powerful that all 5 Terran mechs simply couldn't resist the counterattack. One after another, the breakthrough mech sliced them into pieces with its sword or melted them into big chunks of slag after firing its powerful plasma guns. In the end, there were no mech pilots left alive aside from the 2 surviving Rubarthan mech pilots. Master Dervidian looked incredibly satisfied at this result. Excellent. The addition of another expert candidate among our captives will provide us with more diverse study opportunities. While the Mecher thought about all of the interesting experiments he could conduct now that he had gained a batch of expert candidates, Vase was glad that the aspect of transcendence had proved its worth. Although it was difficult to prove that the aspect of transcendence enabled the Rubarthan mech pilot to advance this time, he had no doubt that the MTA would fully be able to confirm this feature after repeated tests. This was perhaps the most crucial trial of the aspect of transcendence. Master Dervidian would definitely make a favorable offer to Vase now that it had produced a favorable result. Chapter 3932 Tier Comparisons. After a long day of conducting experiments and analyzing the huge trove of data they provided, both Vase and Master Dervidian gained a much more comprehensive understanding of the properties of the transcendence glow. There is so much empirical data. This is more than I could have dreamed of. The high-quality test subjects have also made a huge difference. With such favorable circumstances, even a troglodyte would be able to learn a lot of lessons. As for Vase, his gains were massive. He not only confirmed many theories and came up with a couple of new ones, but also developed several promising ideas to increase the Transcendence Glow's success rate while reducing its risk factor. He had a feeling that he had achieved years' worth of research progress in just a single day. Though he still harbored mixed feelings about Master Dervidian and his controversial views, he could not deny that the superluminal drive specialist was a stellar researcher. The accomplished mech designer not only had access to superior research facilities, but also possessed the intelligence and imagination to make the most of his favorable circumstances. If Master Dervidian failed to complete the leap towards star designer in his life, then Vase felt it was wholly undeserved. This guy truly deserves all of the resources and privileges he has earned. Though Vase grew more and more envious at Master Dervidian's superior research conditions, he did not harbor any desire to grow closer to the MTA. The association was way more dangerous and complicated than he thought. He already learned to be on guard in the presence of the Mechers, but the events he witnessed today strengthened his vigilance towards the powerful organization. Its mech designers were a lot less innocent than he thought. The situation was fine as long as Vase was on good terms with them, but how long would this remain the case? If Vase suddenly fell out of favor with a powerful mech designer, he did not think his treatment would be any better than the hundreds of Terrans and Rubarthan test subjects that had lost their lives today. He couldn't wait to get back to his fleet and distance himself from the Paracelsus Optimus. Before the MTA let him go, he first had to conclude his private agreement with the transhumanist faction which Master Dervidian represented. The master mech designer led Vase back to the secure meeting compartment where they could finally conclude this extensive session. Well, the results we have gained today no longer leave any doubts to your claims, Master Dervidian said with a smile. Compared to all of the other breakthrough solutions that I have had the pleasure of witnessing, I can tell you now that none of them ever come close to your aspect of transcendence. Not only does your invention produce an immediate increase in the chances of breakthroughs, but the risks and dangers are also much more controllable than those other extreme methods. The MTA's research teams never gave up researching ways to allow mech pilots to advance at greater rates than normal. Vase even guessed that the Mechers already succeeded in developing a couple of methods, but never spread them out because they were too costly or produced too many side effects. However, if a core figure of the transhumanist faction talked like this, then Vase might have overestimated their research prowess. All of this gave Vase greater assurances that he could gain more benefits from the other party. After all, the Transcendence Glow was just the beginning. As long as he continued to work on it while also progressing his design philosophy, it was not impossible to overturn the entire landscape of the mech community one day. It is a pity that you are still far from becoming a master mech designer. Dervidian sighed in regret. There is so much we can discuss and cooperate on if you have realized your design philosophy, but since that is not the case, we will have to defer those crucial talks in the far future. On second thought, it is not bad to take our time on this matter. Your invention is still too dangerous and immature to propagate it to the public. Vase nodded in agreement. I don't want to be responsible for unleashing a weapon that might be used to kill countless people. I'm rather relieved that you have managed to discover numerous solutions that can block the lethality of Transcendence Glow. This was one of the bigger surprises of today. Master Dervidian conducted a series of experiments where he brought out many different kinds of protective technology. The goal was to see whether there were any non-glow-based methods to guard humans against the dangerous consequences of the Transcendence Glow. While the protection generated from conventional human technology proved to be ineffective, certain pieces of alien technology produced different results. For example, an energy shield generated by an extinct alien race from the Red Ocean was surprisingly able to completely block out much of the influence from the aspect of transcendence. Although it did not prove to be totally effective, this was nonetheless a sign that certain aliens must have encountered similar phenomena in the past. In fact, Master Dervidian even tested an experimental shielding system that was also effective at weakening glows. The Master didn't say much about this system other than that it was in development to counter another possible threat. The existence of all of these potential solutions caused Vase to become a lot more respectful of humanity's ability to harness technology to its advantage. Though Vase found it a shame that his mechs might not be able to unscrupulously abuse all of his enemies by taking advantage of suppressive glows, he knew that it was for the better. As Master Dervidian had mentioned earlier, if Vase was able to develop a new weapon system, then so could humanity's enemies. Let us proceed with crafting our agreement. Please inspect this draft contract and tell me your thoughts. A projection appeared in front of Vase that displayed a long and extensive legal document. Its format and contents looked similar to the contract that he had already signed with the Mech Trade Association earlier. The difference this time was that Vase was cooperating with the MTA transhumanist faction this time. Before he dived in the details, Vase asked an important question. I don't have any objections to cooperation with your faction, but will the survivalists be okay with this arrangement? You do not need to be concerned about that, Mr. Larkinson. We are in regular contact with the survivalists and we have already agreed on the extent of our cooperation with you. The reason why they referred us to you in the first place is because they wisely recognize that they do not have the expertise to maximize what you can offer. I see. This made a lot of sense. The polymath might be well versed in every discipline, but she was only one person. In contrast, the transhumanist faction was filled with capable researchers who conducted a lot of research on pilot breakthroughs. Vase dove into the draft contract and tried to interpret the complicated legal terms into more understandable meanings. It quickly became clear that the transhumanists firmly wanted to pull Vase into their orbit. The proposed cooperation went beyond a simple technological exchange. This contract formed a true basis of an alliance between the two sides. Once Vase signed this contract, it wasn't so easy to disentangle himself from the transhumanists before. This realization caused him to question the wisdom of becoming bosom buddies with this faction. On one hand, getting entangled with the transhumanists meant that he would also make enemies with those who were opposed to this camp. Vase did not have any desire to piss off more people than necessary. On the other hand, building more support within the MTA was a necessity to him. The closer he came to reaching his ambitions, the more he needed the backing of different groups of people. Obtaining the support of a powerful MTA faction also provided him with a lot more assurances that the Mechers wouldn't turn against him one day. The last point alone was powerful enough for Vase to proceed with this cooperation. He continued to read the terms and thought that many of them looked good. He briefly paused when he stumbled upon a surprising and far-reaching clause. Sir, it says here that your faction will upgrade my galactic citizenship from Tier 10 to Tier 6. That is correct. It's just, what difference does this make? Vase asked. Forgive me for saying this, but I became a Tier 10 galactic citizen a long time ago. Ever since then, I hardly notice any difference in my treatment. Aside from a few minor perks, it appears that no one is treating me any differently. Master Dervidian shook his head. This is indeed a regrettable circumstance. When we originally formed the galactic citizenship system, we intended to bring order to human civilization by more concretely defining a person's worth and contribution to our society. In the beginning, it worked as intended, but over the centuries, it has grown increasingly hollow, especially at the bottom tier. There are too many humans and institutions that no longer give Tier 10 galactic citizens the basic respect and courtesy they deserve. Rules were dead but people were alive. Vase thought that the current state of low-tier galactic citizens had deteriorated so much that there was no point to call them like this anymore. If different people were willing to kill a galactic citizen, like Vase without any hesitation, then he would rather drop the pretense and go back to calling himself a space peasant. Will there be any meaningful changes if you turn me into a Tier 6 galactic citizen? Vase skeptically asked. The differences are massive, the master seriously answered. The full details are too many for me to explain in this brief session. I will transfer a number of documents to you so that you can familiarize yourself with the full rights and privileges of a Tier 6 galactic citizen. Do not look down on it just because there are 5 more tiers ahead of it. It becomes exponentially harder for both mechers such as myself and indigenous humans such as you to climb any higher. Correspondingly, the treatment you receive from our association becomes exponentially greater. What tier are you in at the moment? I have recently been promoted to a Tier 3 galactic citizen. This was a major event. Many prominent members of the galactic community congratulated me for my rise. Dravidian grinned. Vase was impressed. Although he had no idea what a Tier 3 galactic citizen could do, he recognized that it was not common for people to reach this height. His estimation of Master Dravidian's status within the MTA was not wrong. Can you tell me the tier of Master Moira Willix? She is a Tier 4 galactic citizen. That was still quite high. Vase had already noticed that Master Willix wielded a substantial amount of power and authority within the association. What of Mr. Jovi Armelon? He is currently a Tier 6 galactic citizen, just as you will be if you sign this contract. Vase raised an eyebrow. This was remarkably high. Is that normal? No. A journeyman from our association is still a developing mech designer in our eyes. The reason why we value him more than usual is due to pioneering a new field in mech design. He has also started making valuable contributions to our understanding of probability manipulation. His existing accomplishments along with his future potential has merited him a rare promotion. Jovi was apparently a much bigger deal than Vase expected. Can you look up the citizenship tier of Master Carmen Olsen? She's a master mech designer from a state called the Friday Coalition. I am already familiar with your former master. She is a Tier 8 galactic citizen, which is a normal development for an indigenous mech designer who has not made any major accomplishments as of yet. This is already a good tier. Vase found the situation rather funny all of a sudden. If he agreed to this deal, he could instantly surpass Master Olsen and become a more valuable asset to the MTA in a single leap. This was a remarkable accomplishment, especially when he was still a journeyman. Chapter 3933 Senior Contributo Galactic Citizenship represented a human status in human society. It was divided into 12 tiers, of which the vast majority ranked in the bottom 3 tiers. Every individual who advanced to the rank of journeyman or expert pilot automatically became a Tier 12 galactic citizen. This also contributed a lot to the devaluation of the galactic citizenship system. In contrast, any average citizen of a first-rate state automatically became a Tier 10 galactic citizen at birth. The implication of this was that before this day, the galactic community thought that Vase was just as important as a worthless bum who just happened to have the luck of being born in a rich and powerful state. This was absurd. Another major fault of the galactic citizenship system was that it did not even have any room for the vast majority of ordinary people living in human space. The snobby mechers and fleeters called this massive group indigenous humans, when they were being polite, but otherwise used the more derogatory term, space peasants, when they were voicing their true thoughts. Naturally, Vase had a lot of objections to this biased and inaccurate system of dividing people into different tiers. It was a pity that the people with all of the decision-making power exclusively originated from the top of human society. These circumstances resulted in a reality where no one took Tier 10 galactic citizens and lower seriously anymore. This also caused him to ignore his own galactic citizenship. Aside from a few rare official interactions, he truly saw no difference. Master Dravidian was observant enough to notice that Vase harbored a lot of contempt towards the galactic citizenship system. He therefore took the initiative to explain it further. Becoming a Tier 9, Tier 8 or Tier 7 galactic citizen is not as trivial as you may think. Although it may sound unfair for every first-rater to start off at Tier 10, the overwhelming majority of Terrans and Rubarthans will never be able to reach the higher tiers in their lifetimes. Birthright and origin is of no use at all. It takes genuine contributions for people to gain more recognition in this system. This is why a prodigy as young as Jovi Armelon has attained Tier 6 even as an accomplished mech designer such as Master Carmen Olsen has only reached Tier 8 up to this point. This sounded rather absurd at first, but Vase understood why this was the case. From the perspective of the Mech Trade Association, Master Olsen's contributions were not that exceptional. She specialized in locomotion systems, and while she could develop a lot of useful and powerful applications because of her rank, most of her innovations hardly improved the current state of mechs. A journeyman like Jovi Armelon was different. Despite his youth and early stage, he already achieved a rare success by successfully forming a design philosophy centered around a difficult but powerful specialty. It took an extreme and highly specific mindset for mech designers to turn a specialization as weird as probability manipulation into a real design philosophy. Many others would probably get stuck at the apprentice stage for the rest of their lives if they tried to do the same. Once Jovi started on this unique and unprecedented path, every step he made was incredibly significant. Since he was pioneering a brand new field, each of his discoveries and innovations provided the MTA with plenty of new knowledge. Even if Jovi eventually failed to realize his design philosophy, he could still teach and pass on his accumulated research to his disciples, thereby allowing future generations of mech designers to complete his unfinished work. In the long run, the MTA gained mastery of a new and innovative new technological branch, one centered around the highly elusive and abstract concept of manipulating probability. Of course, that didn't mean that Jovi Armelon could stay ahead of Master Carmen Olsen forever. Jovi had to work extremely hard and rely on himself to pioneer a new field. In contrast, Master Olsen pursued a more common specialty that made it a lot easier for her to exchange and collaborate with others in her field. If the latter managed to advance to star designer, she would instantly turn into a Tier 1 galactic citizen regardless of who she was before. The top tiers of galactic citizenship represent the ultimate group of individuals in our great society. Master Dervidian said with an admiring expression. They include star designers and god pilots not because these distinguished heroes need additional titles or official recognition, but because we already afford them the treatment of our top citizens. In other words, folk would still show incomparable respect towards a star designer or a god pilot even if they were still space peasants. Galactic citizenship was practically redundant. For people at this level, forget about Tier 1 galactic citizens. Reaching Tier 2 is a dream that only a minuscule proportion of humanity can ever reach in their lives. Master Dervidian continued, the majority of people at this tier are current or former galactic mech counselors and grand admirals. Even if they retire from their high positions one day, their Tier 2 galactic citizenship still ensures that they receive incomparable welfare and protection. This made a lot of sense. Unlike star designers and god pilots who retained their strength and value for the rest of their long and extensive lives, those who reached Tier 2 galactic citizenship may have only reached this height due to more temporal circumstances. If a galactic mech counselor retired one day, it would be pretty bad if their status plunged all of a sudden. In that sense, Tier 2 galactic citizenship was basically a retirement package to them. Even if they relinquished all of their power and responsibilities, they still received lifelong protection that protected them against the enemies they made in the past. At least, that was what Vase thought was the case. Who knew what went on at the top of humanity's power structure? After a bit more explanation, Vase gained a much more comprehensive understanding of the galactic citizenship system. All of the good stuff was concentrated at the top, but that did not mean that a Tier 6 galactic citizen was a trivial status. Vase would finally get rid of his status as an up-jumped space peasant if he broke into the middle tiers. There are numerous reasons why we are pushing to grant you this tier. Dervidian stated. The most crucial factor is that it is much easier for our association to work together with you. As you are undoubtedly aware of, we are all obliged to maintain our neutrality, which means we cannot interfere with the lives of indigenous humans such as yourself. However, people who have already climbed up the tiers are usually figures of greater importance. It is much more reasonable for our association to have more frequent interactions with people such as master mech designers and ace pilots. Did that mean that Patriarch Reginald Cross would interact with the MTA a lot more often as well if he ever succeeded in breaking through? Aside from this reason, a Tier 6 galactic citizen also receives greater protection. I cannot detail them in full today, but in short there will be far greater penalties for killing you. If you feel you are under a justifiable threat of life, you can even request us to escort you for a time and offer limited and restricted protection, much as the Simile Halifax has been accompanying your fleet for the last months. At this tier, You are not limited to paying MTA merits for this service. If you are truly desperate, you may also pay MTA credits for our protection, though the price will likely be prohibitive to you for a long time. Ves's eyes lit up. This was actually quite a valuable benefit. He was already operating under the MTA's protection for a time, so he fully appreciated the value of having the association's cover. The Mechers didn't even need to act overtly while they were performing their escort duties. Their presence was already a huge deterrent. Though Vase really wanted to put more distance between himself and the MTA, if a powerful group of people really wanted him dead, he would not hesitate to take advantage of his service. Furthermore, we will also be able to manage your record and public information. We can classify large parts of what we have registered and prevent others from learning more than they should about your work. This will prevent you from catching the wrong sort of attention. This was another essential benefit. Vase truly did not want to become too notorious too quickly. He and his clan were still in a period of rapid growth. He needed to wait at least a few decades before he was ready to embark on grander initiatives. What else do I get as a Tier 6 galactic citizen? The remaining benefits are rather standard, but all beneficial to you. For example, we can grant you expanded access to our restricted technologies and our exclusive products. You will also gain access to exclusive marketplaces and other facilities. For example, you can stay at a central star node such as the Vullet system for an extended time. Vase grew hopeful. Do I get any discounts for exchanging the exclusive goods and services you've mentioned? No. Ordinarily, higher-tiered galactic citizens are fully capable of earning more MTA merits and MTA credits by themselves. They have no need for discounts. That might be the case for impressive masters, but Vase was still a small and destitute journeyman. A discount of 50% could make a massive difference in his growth plans for the next 5 years. Perhaps Vase should seek out and join another club like the Rim Guardians. Even though he mainly hooked up with this organization in order to buy a fleet beyond ticket at a discount, he still appreciated the many benefits they provided. Now that he recalled, the Rim Guardians were actually expanding their presence in the Red Ocean, but Vase wasn't sure whether he should continue to associate with them. Their center of power as well as their priorities centered around the weakest and most impoverished group of humans. He shook his head. He could think about this later. I think I understand what Tier 6 galactic citizenships provide. Can we go over the other terms of the agreement? Certainly. What do you wish to talk about? Vase tapped his finger at a certain clause of the projected document. I don't understand what this means. It says here that you wish to turn me into an unofficial associate of your transhumanist faction. Is this even a real thing? As you expect, an unofficial associate is not a formal title. It is more of an implicit statement that you are related to us. We cannot turn you into an official associate because the survivalist faction has already preceded our attempts, but we can still make an informal statement that essentially declares that we are friends. Vase wanted to scratch his head when he heard this. An unofficial association sounded way too vague for his liking. Won't it be harder to hide what we are working on if we openly declare our friendship? He asked. I mean, it becomes a lot harder for me to keep my transcendence technology a secret if I am openly working with people who have made it their life mission to increase the rate of breakthroughs. We have already prepared a measure that can camouflage the truth. If you scroll further down the document, you will see that we are upgrading your status as a contributor of restricted technology. You will now be known as a senior contributor of restricted technology. This is also a way for us to explain why we are promoting you to a Tier 6 galactic citizen. When Vase read the relevant term, he became surprised. You are trying to claim that I am an incomparable authority on luminaire crystal technology. I am merely dabbling in this field. I don't even specialize in energy weapon systems. Master Dervidian chuckled. That may be the case, but that will not be the story that we will sell to others. You can downplay your research results all you want, but your advancements in luminaire crystal technology are real. We only have to exaggerate your innovations to give others the impression that we are cooperating with you because we see the greater potential in luminaire crystal weapons. This was a workable solution. I don't object to this per se, but it's a bit of a stretch for me to become a Tier 6 galactic citizen on the basis of messing around with alien technology. Vase replied, how can we maintain this deception when my application of luminaire crystal technology still remains unimpressive? We have already accounted for that. In order to make our story as convincing as possible, we will grant you immediate access to first-class luminaire crystal technology. I believe a mech designer is hardworking and ambitious, as you will seek to master this knowledge and produce brand new innovations by leveraging your unique specialty to this field. Vase grew shocked. The MTA actually granted him the right to study and make use of first-class alien technology for free. This was quite a gift. He could make a head start into mastering first-class mech design if he was able to digest all of this restricted knowledge in advance. Chapter 3934 Research Teams Support First-Class Technology. The proposed deal not only granted Vase near full access to all of the MTA's considerable research on the most distinctive technology of the extinct crystal builder race, but also gave him access to all of the prerequisite knowledge needed to master this alien tech. What did this mean? Essentially, Vase would be able to learn the most complete foundation of every field related to luminaire crystal technology, which included optics, crystallography, directed energy weapon systems and energy theory. Although the system had given him a thorough understanding in these fields, the information content of its skills were relatively constrained at the lower tiers. If he still had access to the system, then Vase would have to splurge on a lot of design points as well as meet other possible requirements to learn those skills and sub-skills. Of course, the advantage of taking this route was that it took no time at all to learn and acquire at least basic proficiency in these complex fields. That said, Vase did not neglect the utility of learning knowledge the old-fashioned way. A mech designer must always exercise his learning ability in order to progress his design philosophy and understand mechs at a deeper level. In addition, the system's database was filled with neutral and flavorless theories. Sometimes, the accumulation of specialized mech designers such as Professor Benedict Cortez may be much more useful even if his ideas didn't conform to mainstream science. Aside from that, design points were way too precious. There were many desirable goodies that he could spend it on. It would be nice if he could save hundreds of thousands of DP by spending a bit of time devouring academic literature. What Vase valued a lot this time was that the MTA promised to grant him the latest and most advanced technological framework on luminaire crystal technology. These were theories and advancements that were way more profound than the knowledge compiled in textbooks and taught in university classes. The Mech Trade Association's top-level science and engineering research departments were famed as the most advanced and forward-thinking pioneers of humanity's technological development. Their research capabilities were insanely high. They had to be in order to sustain the high pace of mech development. Although mech designers carried the primary responsibility of advancing the state of mechs, it would be difficult for them to design better mechs if they did not gain access to new materials, new mech components and newly discovered scientific theories. The reason why the MTA was the undisputed holy land of mech design was because its mech designers all had access to the support and contributions of its renowned research teams. Now, Master Dervidian stated that Vase would gain the opportunity to cooperate with one of those pinnacle research teams on a long-term basis. This was like having guest access to an entire first-class research institution. However, the Master soon made it clear that Vase would not have all of those respected top scientists at his beck and call. We are not promoting you to a senior contributor of restricted technology, opening our libraries on luminaire crystal technology and allowing you to be on speaking terms with one of our research teams just for you to play pretend. While the primary reason for taking these steps is to camouflage our true purpose, the pretense must look real enough in order to fool those with ulterior motives. The longer we can keep them at bay, the more time we have to flesh out our transcendence technology and allow us to introduce it to the public on our terms. Do you understand my meaning? Vase slowly nodded. I think I do. You expect me to put in the work and master this tech as quickly as possible so that I can contribute to actual advancements in this field. It's just, how much time and effort does it take for someone like me to master all of the first-class technology required to harness the highest level of luminaire crystal technology? This is top-level science we're talking about. I wouldn't be so concerned if I am already a master, but right now I am still a journeyman. Even with all of the knowledge that I have already learned, I have the feeling that I am way out of my depth in this case. You'd be right to think that. Dervidian replied and acknowledged this issue. Based on my studies of your existing mechs and mech designs, your mastery of the fields related to luminaire crystal technology is much more extensive than what a journeyman of your position should possess. However, even with the formidable learning ability that you have demonstrated, it will still take 5 to 7 decades for you to barely qualify as an intern to one of our top research teams. 7 decades? There are numerous measures you can take in order to shorten this learning period. Dervidian replied. First, You can take the initiative to persuade the researchers or a top authority in the relevant fields to tutor you on an individual basis. This can shorten your learning time by half depending on various factors. Second, you can shave a handful of decades off if you have installed a powerful first-class research or mech design-oriented cranial implant in your central nervous system, but if not, you are at a severe disadvantage. Vase grew sour as he heard this judgment. A second-class mech designer attempting to master the highest level of luminaire crystal technology and related first-class technologies would literally have to waste decades of his life in order to barely get started. This should not be a surprise. This was the kind of research that only master-level figures could engage in. Mech designers below this rank had to put in an exponentially greater amount of effort and time just to reach this point. The biggest problem with this was that luminaire crystal technology ultimately wasn't a central research focus to him. It would be one thing if he was a specialist in energy weapons. It was another thing if he specialized in a completely different aspect of mech design. Vase couldn't justify the sheer amount of time and effort spent on completely mastering all of the requisite knowledge. He would take far too much time away from his mech design projects and more relevant research priorities. This arrangement sounded more and more of a burden to him. Although it was great for him to master first-class technology in advance, if it came at the cost of slowing down his progression as a mech designer, then it wasn't worth the trouble. Although Vase bet that he could leverage the system to skip a lot of years of study, he still had to pay a big price. How could he agree to assume this burden so easily? I understand your concerns, the MTA master said with a knowing look. The arrangement is not as difficult as you think. From what we can see, your ability to harness luminaire crystal technology is not as sophisticated as S, but your expertise allows you to harness the more esoteric properties of luminaire crystals to a greater degree. This makes this issue much simpler. You merely have to contribute your unique methods to our research team. Our scientists will apply your teachings to their existing work, thereby producing better applications or deciphering another working principle of this tech. Until you have caught up to their level of expertise, this is the most convenient approach that you can adopt. Ah, Vase flatly replied, I see how this can work. It amounted to nothing but sharing his trade secrets to the MTA research team responsible for reverse engineering luminaire crystal technology. Apparently, this deal wasn't as one-sided as he thought. It basically amounted to an exchange of benefits and knowledge. The MTA would get what it most desired and gain a more thorough understanding of how spirituality interacted with luminaire crystal technology. Vase gained the benefit of calling himself a senior contributor of restricted technology and would slowly be able to master advanced technology without too many hurdles. Although the deal looked fair on the surface, he had the feeling that the MTA was the biggest winner for scamming another trade secret from this odd arrangement. Sure enough, the greedy mechers never lost a negotiation. There was little that Vase could do about it, though. He truly needed this camouflage in order to maintain a low profile. The story might be different if he was a master, but for now it was better for him to avoid getting caught up in the power plays of the upper echelon of human society. No matter what, Master Dravidian and the transhumanists were earnest in their desire to cooperate with Vase. They were just acting like typical mechers who wanted to extract as much new and original research from an indigenous mech designer. Since this was the case, Vase felt the need to gain more concessions. He did not want the MTA to get the impression that he was that easy to exploit. If I become a senior contributor of restricted technology and get to work with all of those top scientists, then I better have a good incentive for going through all of this trouble. What do you require? I want to expand my right to make use of luminaire crystal technology. Vase stated, whether it is third class, second class or first class luminaire crystal weapons, I don't want my clan and I to be hindered in utilizing my own innovations. Previously, the survivalists imposed restrictions on how extensively I can make use of this tech. I want those restrictions gone. Master Dravidian frowned as he used his implant to access the relevant information. There are good reasons why we wish to restrict people's dependence on alien technology. I am certain the survivalists must have explained that to you already. Vase nodded. That is correct, but it makes no sense if I work together with the MTA on exploring the limits of luminaire crystal technology while still being restricted to fielding standard-sized mech weapons, for my mech designs are imposing hard limits on the amount of weapons of a particular caliber that I can make and put into use. I want to get rid of these annoying limitations. I will see what I can do. I need to consult with the survivalists to obtain the details of your agreement with them and see how we can best adapt it to our current circumstances. A few minutes passed as Master Dravidian quietly teleported away in order to contact another faction. He soon reappeared with a heavy expression. I have held a brief discussion with the survivalists. I learned that they have given you a test that you need to pass before you are allowed to develop and field larger, heavier and more potent luminaire crystal weapons. This rule still applies. Damn. Vase did not have much hope that he could get rid of the polymath's requirement, but he still felt disappointed that the Mechers refused to budge on this issue. I understand, he sighed. What else? We do not mind accommodating you in other areas. For one, as long as you can ensure that your more advanced luminaire crystal weapons cannot be harnessed or abused by external parties, you can apply them without special restrictions in your own pioneering alliance. You only need to abide by the usual rules. I promise I won't arm my starships with upsized luminaire crystal weapons. Vase sincerely said. Aside from that, you are still prohibited from arming your second-class and first-class mech models with luminaire crystal weapons that are not for internal use. However, we are willing to grant you an exception to this rule. As long as you can work together with our research team to reverse engineer enough principles and develop applications of this tech that is fully based on conventional human technology, we will allow you to propagate your humanized luminaire crystal weapons to the public. This did not sound so bad. In fact, Vase would have already been able to do this without any special deals, but he could develop products for the market a lot faster this time if he had the cooperation of a top MTA research team. As long as those clever MTA scientists did all of the heavy lifting, it was not impossible for Vase to publish lots of powerful ranged mech models in a decade. Chapter 3935. A Duck Family. Vase was fairly satisfied with the minor concessions he gained this time. Although the transhumanists and survivalists hadn't budged too much on this issue, the right to make much more extensive use of luminaire crystal weapons within the Golden Skull Alliance was an important win. This meant that he was able to arm all of his ranged mechs with heavier and more potent luminaire crystal weapons that could pose a much more substantial threat against enemy expert mechs. He could finally realize his dreams of converting the battle criers into his most elite expert mech killer unit. Vase smirked as he thought about all of the hell and fury his enemies would be faced with in the future. Not just the Fearless Project, but also other formidable ranged mechs such as the Transcendent Punisher Mark II would be able to fire much more powerful and threatening energy beams. Combined with the varying beam effects that different types of attack phase crystals could produce, his mech forces did not have to fear as many enemies as before. In any case, Vase never expected the MTA to make an exception to the taboos and grant him the right to mount warship-grade luminaire crystal guns on his starships. This was way too excessive and would also attract way too much attention to him from everybody. This was contradictory to the goal of avoiding suspicion. He didn't really mind this restriction. If the rumors were true and the Big Two decided to lift the taboos on fielding warships one day, Vase would definitely be ready to mount super-sized luminaire crystal cannons on every ship that could accommodate the hardware. After coming to a consensus on the matter of luminaire crystal technology, Vase and Master Dravidian discussed the remaining points of the expansive contract. The other clauses were relatively straightforward. The MTA transhumanist faction gained the right to borrow the aspect of transcendence for an indefinite period of time so that it could perform its own research on its glow and other properties. Although Master Dravidian already had the power to do this without signing any paperwork, it was better to follow a more proper procedure. The transhumanists could not conduct this research alone. Dravidian fully realized that the help of the originator was indispensable to achieve further progress. For this reason, Vase was obliged to contribute to the development of transcendence technology. We do not expect you to put everything aside and help us further our understanding and application of transcendence technology extensively at the beginning. Dravidian clarified. You are still a journeyman at the moment and your priorities should be directed towards designing mechs and progressing your design philosophy. We will not burden you with collaborating directly with myself and other notable researchers from our association. Instead, we believe it is better if we convert your proposed T-Institute into a joint venture. A joint venture? You mean a new company or organization that is owned and operated by two different parties? Master Dravidian smiled. Correct. Our association cannot work directly with you on this. What we can do is push forward a family led by one of our trusted associates to invest in your T-Institute and supply the specialized expertise that you have requested. This was an important issue. Since Vase intended for the T-Institute to be the center of his research on spiritual engineering and breakthroughs, not just any random group of people were qualified to cooperate with him in these fields. The transhumanists had to know this, so the selection of the party that would be cooperating with Vase on a long-term basis was of critical importance. What can you tell me about this family? The Aduk family has a long heritage. It originated from the Greater Terran United Confederation and experienced many different events during the Age of Conquest. It eventually declined and suffered a crisis that forced it to depart from Terran space. The family only made a slow resurgence after the Age of Mechs had arisen. The family's main business is terraforming planets. At this time, the Aduk family has already expanded its business operations in the Red Ocean. This was a brief story that revealed almost nothing special about the Aduk family. Other than the fact that it had Terran origins, Vase couldn't really figure out what made the Aduks special enough to work together with him. Were they truly capable of helping him conduct research on spiritual applications? Master Dervidian shook his head. The Aduk family is not simple. Its actual history is much more involved than you can imagine. Due to its prior entanglements, I cannot divulge as much as I need to make you understand why partnering with the Aduk family is a good choice. You will have to meet with its members and discuss your cooperative venture with them in order to learn more. For now, it is enough for you to know that the Aduks are more than simple terraformers. The terraforming industry was actually a massive and difficult sector. It was a business activity with an extremely high barrier to entry. This was because terraforming companies were tasked with transforming planets that were devoid of life into globes that could sustain human life. A single person could never complete such an enormous project. Any terraforming project involved a huge amount of professionals. They needed to analyze a planet and calculate what steps they needed to take in order to make it livable. Then the terraformers had to leverage a lot of capital to perform the expensive terraforming procedures. Depending on the conditions of the planet, it took a lot of expensive and time-consuming steps to slowly turn the environment more friendly towards native human life. The difficulty of terraforming planets vastly exceeded the difficulty of building starships. The two industries weren't even on the same level. Terraforming had the potential to be insanely profitable, but the high costs and lengthy years needed to complete the transformations also produced a lot of risks. A single delayed project or botched transformation could cost the terraforming company dearly. In short, it took a lot of guts, capital, personnel and expertise to succeed in the terraforming industry. No matter what, the Aduk family was probably quite formidable to gain a foothold in this lucrative but difficult sector. Vase just wondered what terraforming had to do with spiritual engineering. Were the Aduks tied to the Five Scrolls Compact? Did they manage to retain unique skills and applications from their past entanglement with the secretive cult? Why had the Aduk family fallen into the orbit of the transhumanist faction? What value did the Aduks provide to the Mechers that allowed one of them to become an associate of the transhumanists? Vase had a lot of questions about this sudden family that he was supposed to partner with in the future, but he recognized that Master Dervidian wasn't willing to say too much. He just had to wait and meet with the Aduks himself to satisfy his curiosity. He just hoped that his new collaborators weren't too weird. After Vase gained more clarification on how he was supposed to contribute to the development of transcendence technology by using the T-Institute as a vehicle, he no longer had any pressing questions about the contract. The remaining clauses of the legal document weren't that important. Vase already understood everything he needed to know and had no objections about how the transhumanists wished to cooperate with Vase and his clan. Very well, let us proceed with signing the contract. Master Dervidian proposed. It will take immediate effect as soon as you have taken this step. This is the last time for you to back out. If you have any points you wish to raise, please speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel up now. This is a life-changing agreement that will impose many rights and obligations to you. Our faction will also become a permanent fixture in your life. Vase suddenly recalled he wanted to know more about the transhumanists. Since he was about to partner up with them, it was only right for him to obtain more information. I have a question. You have explained a lot about your faction today, but you haven't told me anything about its enemies. Which factions are opposed to your transhumanists? Master Dervidian crossed his arms. That is not a simple question to answer. You must know that the different factions are not always opposed to each other. Different coalitions will form each time a new issue has emerged. However, there are a number of factions that have always opposed our ideology and initiatives more often than usual. Can you reveal them to me so that I know who to watch out for in the future? Our chief political opponent within the association is the Preserving Order faction. I think you can understand why these arch-conservatives and reactionaries are opposed to our policies. The Preservers do not wish to disrupt or alter the state of human society. My fellow transhumanists and I heavily disagree with this direction. In our opinion, the human race is far from reaching its full potential. We must constantly develop ourselves further and seek new solutions that can make us stronger than before. This made a lot of sense. The Preservers were actually incompatible with many factions due to its insistence on keeping everything the same. Are there any other opposing factions? Vase asked. Well, you should be careful around the members of the Terran. In Rubarthan faction, the proponents of reconciliation and greater cooperation with the first-rate superstates harbor a great degree of animosity towards transhumanists such as myself. It is best not to catch their attention. Vase grimaced again. This was a good point. Having seen how, humanely, a research-obsessed man like Master Dervidian treated his involuntary test subjects, it was no wonder the cheerleaders of the Terran Confederation and the Rubarth Empire hated the transhumanists. Allying himself with the survivalists was not a big deal since they pursued noble goals and generally did not make a lot of enemies, but the transhumanists were different. Much of their research was centered around humans and mech pilots. In order to gather the richest and most relevant data, they needed to perform dangerous experiments on high-quality test subjects. The better the training and background of the test subjects, the better. Obviously, the transhumanists couldn't kidnap the members of the CFA without starting a war of untold proportions. They couldn't experiment on fellow mechers either. The best available choices left was to conduct their experiments on the most powerful first-raters around. As long as they managed to find proof that groups of Terrans and Rubarthans broke the taboos, their respective states could not justifiably object to their treatment. Although the first-rate superstates couldn't do anything to prevent the MTA researchers from behaving unscrupulously on this matter, it was certain that the Terrans and Rubarthans built up a lot of grievances towards the transhumanist faction. And now, Vase was just about to turn into one of its unofficial associates. No matter whether he was not formally an associate of the transhumanists, everyone else in the know would probably think he was best friends with these folk. This might complicate the rise of the Larkinson clan and his future interactions with the Terrans and Rubarthans. He shook his head. From the moment he exposed his transcendence glow, he already fell into the camp of the MTA. Although the relations between the Big Two and the first-rate superstates were tense and complex, they were not completely hostile. It was not impossible for him to maintain superficial friendship and cooperation with Terran and Rubarthan parties in the future. Are there any other factions that I should take note of, Master? Not particularly. We have our usual differences with the Dissolution faction and do not always agree with the Longevity faction's vision for humanity's future, but these disputes should not involve associates such as yourself. As long as you succeed in evading everyone's attention, you do not need to be so concerned. After Vase learned what he needed, he was ready to sign the contract. When he raised his hand and used the autopen to automatically place his signature onto the virtual document, he finally formalized his extensive and far-reaching agreement with the transhumanist faction. He was finally done with this lengthy and life-changing visit. Chapter 3936 Return to Home. When the Simile Halifax finally returned to the expeditionary fleet, Vase teleported back to the Spirit of Bentime. I'm finally home again. The Larkinsons were already aware that their patriarch had personally visited the big MTA battle carrier for a time, so they did the best they could to handle the aftermath of the Purgatory campaign. A lot of hours had passed since he disappeared. Vase knew that a lot had changed, but right now he wasn't in the mood to preside over the situation. It's already night time. Vase tiredly sighed as he quickly referenced the time. Task Force Fisherman's evacuation from Purgatory and the MTA's successful capture of Moby Dick marked the end of the crisis period. Vase already noticed that the fleet had stood down from red alert to yellow alert. The only possible threat that could happen was if the remaining fish whales from Purgatory suddenly managed to break out and chase after the expeditionary fleet. The chances of that happening was so low that Vase practically dismissed the possibility. The MTA has already laid claim to Purgatory, so this is none of my business anymore. The excitement had passed. Vase had already made the decisions that mattered. He was more than ready to return to his stateroom and take a long and deserved break. Soon enough, his honor guard arrived and verified his identity before taking up their usual positions. As Vase studied the equipment of his guards and wondered how he should upgrade them in the future, he headed back to his place of rest while contacting various people. He first called General Verl to learn how his forces were faring. The mech pilots who were lucky enough to advance to expert candidate or expert pilots are all being monitored at the medical ward of the Dragon's Den. Verl answered, We had to leave a large amount of non-essential hardware and assets behind in purgatory when we departed in haste, but we did not abandon anything truly important aside from our damaged and destroyed mechs. Vase furrowed his brows. He recalled that after his forces along with the evolvers defeated the phaser fish whales, they left behind a lot of salvageable and repairable mech frames. All of those living mechs could have been saved and returned into service, but the dire situation did not give the Larkinsons enough time to retrieve the fallen mechs. This left a sour taste in his mouth. He wouldn't have felt so conflicted if they were ordinary mechs, but each of them were alive. They had already started to develop their unique characters and had the potential to become formidable legacy mechs in the future. He inwardly shook his head. Casualties were unavoidable. Both mechs and mech pilots accepted the risk that they might never return once they stepped on the battlefield. Rather than agonizing over the living mechs that his forces had cruelly left behind, he would rather focus on the ones that had gained a greater degree of importance than before. Have our troops preserved the mechs piloted by the clansmen who succeeded in breaking through during the last battle? Our protocols already provide instructions on what we should do. I have made certain that the mechs in question are separated and put under special guard. The biggest issue is that many of the mechs have incurred substantial degrees of both external and internal damage. Our mech technicians have tried their best to prevent the damaged machines from deteriorating any further, but they have made sure not to make any unnecessary alterations. This was an important instruction. If Vess's suspicions were true that many of the mechs involved in breakthroughs had either evolved into third-order living mechs or at least come closer to it, the machines in question were all invaluable assets. Vase could do a lot more with living mechs that had become a lot more powerful and developed than before. That is good to hear. Keep the mechs in place and don't allow too many to get close to them. If any of their mech pilots recover, you can allow them to approach their machines. Understood. What is our fleet doing at the moment? We are currently resuming our journey to the edge of the Garamel system. We are already trying to determine whether it is safe to transition into FTL travel a few days later. The destruction of the planet of Orlis has produced minor disturbances and disruptions in the orbital movements of the star system satellites. This has produced gravitic ripples that have likely made any form of superluminal travel more turbulent than normal. Will we have to delay our departure? Vase asked with a frown. After going through a lot of events in this star system, he was eager to leave and return to civilization. From what I hear, it won't be necessary to do so. The gravitic ripples are already subsiding. By the time we are able to begin our departure, everything will return close to normal. We are merely investigating to make certain we have not overlooked any risk factors. After asking a few more questions, Vase was satisfied with the state of his clan and fleet and closed the connection. He called a few more important figures and received reassuring news. Nothing had exploded while he was gone. Once he finally stopped before the entrance to his stateroom, he completed his final call and loosened his shoulders. I'm back. He finally stepped inside and noticed that the lights were dimmed before his arrival. He smiled as he quietly moved to his daughter's bedroom. Since Aurelia was in deep sleep, the lights stayed dark. He slowly moved towards the crib and gazed lovingly at his sleeping baby. Clixie, who happened to be laying beside her body, stared up and lifted her paw. Meow, shush, I'm just here to check up on my baby girl. Vase leaned down to plant a kiss on Aurelia's head before he softly caressed her head. The baby remained absolutely undisturbed. Her expression was so cute that he had to resist the urge to pick her up and give her a deep hug. I missed you so much, Aurelia. He briefly petted Clixie's furry back before leaving the two to their own devices. When Vase left Aurelia's bedroom and entered his shared chamber with Gloriana, his wife had already woken up after receiving a notification of his return. She had raised herself up to a sitting position on her side of the bed and stared at Vase with a tired and expectant expression. You have finally returned. Yup. Well, let me freshen up and change my clothes. I had a long day and experienced a lot of events, many of which will change our lives forever. That makes it all the more important for you to brief me on what you have done. I'll give you the short story after I return. Vase first headed over to the bathroom and emerged a short time later while wearing pajamas. Once he slipped into his side of the bed, Gloriana turned her body around to stare squarely in his eyes. It doesn't take a genius to infer that the MTA is interested in purgatory and your work. Now tell me what you have discussed with the fine mechers over at the Paracelsus Optimus. I signed a new agreement with the MTA's transhumanist faction. Let me give you a brief description on what this entails. Vase quickly explained the context of this new partnership and outlined the various terms of the new contract. One of the questions he asked to Master Dervidian earlier was how much he was allowed to share the truth to others. Since Gloriana was not only his wife but also his closest work collaborator, it did not make sense to hide too many secrets from her. She would learn about much of what he was working as they went back to designing mechs. Since that was the case, Vase might as well fill her in on the basics. Gloriana became increasingly more incredulous as she learned what kind of arrangement that her husband had made with the transhumanists. You didn't negotiate well enough, Vase. The transhumanists haven't made enough concessions to obtain a method to induce breakthroughs. Do you know how much money and benefits others are willing to bestow to us in order to master this secret? Imagine what would happen if we held an auction. Different MTA factions or even other powers such as the Terrans and Rubarthans would instantly uplift our Larkinson clan into a first-class organization if they could gain access to what we have. Vase softly laughed. We would be dead or in a hidden cell before that can happen. Don't you understand how many interest groups we'll disturb with what my aspect of transcendence can do? The implications of my work are much greater than you can imagine. I would rather settle for less and maintain autonomy over my own life than to turn into a pawn of various peak human powers. Isn't that what Master Terminio Dervidian has essentially done to you? Gloriana skeptical retorted. It sounds to me that you have succumbed to his layout without much resistance. When Vase thought about Master Dervidian's impassioned speeches along with how many Terran and Rubarthan test subjects exploded during the experimental sessions, he truly could not imagine how he could have made a firmer stance. Perhaps Dervidian deliberately acted up his more intimidating side in order to gain the upper hand during the subsequent negotiations, but Vase still would have been reluctant to adopt a more assertive attitude. He shook his head. You don't understand. The MTA had me over a barrel. If the Mechers really wanted to, they could have taken fault with how we traded with a dangerous alien race or how we accidentally unleashed a 12-kilometer super-phase whale into the Red Ocean. These crimes are enough to land me in jail, if not execute me right away. The only reason why Master Dervidian was willing to sweep these crimes under the rug was because he wanted me to share my work with his faction. That means you still had leverage over the Mechers. Surely this Master Mech designer could have given you additional MTA merits or a handful of extra fleet carriers. Hey, we should already be happy with getting the full MTA merit price for the majority of the phase water we have harvested from the pocket space. I'm already about to receive an astronomical amount of MTA merits. I don't want to jeopardize this transaction by acting too greedy. You could have at least told the master to split a portion of those MTA merits to me. Gloriana insisted. Aren't they supposed to be awarded to the Larkinson clan as a whole? Why should you be the sole recipient of this windfall? Give me my merits. I can't. MTA merits are non-transferable, remember? His wife leaned over and grabbed his neck in an attempt to shake him back and forth. Then call Master Dervidian and tell him to split the award between us. We're partners, VES. I deserve an equal share. I can't. Vase coughed. It's already a done deal. I can't arbitrarily alter an agreement after I signed a formal, legally binding contract. You idiot. Have you taken any legal courses? Any contract can be altered after obtaining the consent of all of the involved parties. I don't think that any contract is forever set in stone. This is the MTA you're talking about. People like us can't simply walk up to the Mechers in order to make a frivolous request. Frivolous? Is that what you think about my demand? It took several minutes for Vase to make it clear that he was not about to oblige his wife. Gloriana grew incredibly glum after seeing that her attempts of persuasion had failed. She crossed her arms and sulked as she turned her body away from his direction. By the way, there is one more point I haven't mentioned yet. Vase spoke out. What is it, Vase? The MTA will soon promote me into a Tier 6 galactic citizen. Sounds impressive, right? I'm way ahead of you once this change goes through. What? Chapter 3937 Dum Dum, open your mouth and say, ah, Aurelia. Ah, glomp. Gloriana performed her duties as a mother and fed her baby her custom-synthesized meal of high-density nutrients. One of the burdens of raising designer babies was that it was inadvisable to feed regular food to them. Their special genes added a lot of advanced capabilities to them that ordinary human bodies did not possess. When designer babies grew up, they exhibited all kinds of superior performance parameters depending on the configuration of your designer genes. Enhanced strength, accelerated thinking, improved healing and efficient metabolism were just a handful of the inhuman benefits that they acquired. However, before designer babies acquired these envious benefits, their bodies first needed to grow the requisite organs and physique before they came online. This necessitated a specialized diet that was tailored to provide just the right nutrients at different stages of growth. Any interruption or misalignment in the provision of rare or high-quality nutrients synthesized from organic exotics could lead to severe malnutrition and deformations. Although they looked no different from humans, from a biological perspective designer babies had already diverged from the species they were derived from. Each of them consisted of a separate species or subspecies that were reproductively isolated from baseline humans. All of these complications and burdens represented an investment in the future of a child. As long as the parents were able to cope with the considerable cost of raising a transhuman money pit, they would almost always be rewarded with an excellent descendant that was already ahead of the vast majority of people. Ah, hee hee hee, glomp. As Aurelia continued to take bite after bite of her cranberry-flavored nutrient jelly, Vase finished up his own plate of high-density breakfast. He needed to absorb a lot more calories than the average human due to his own abnormal physical conditions. Despite not being born as a designer baby, his Jutland organ and other half-alien modifications demanded a lot more food in order to sustain his heightened energy consumption. Vase briefly paused and concentrated his senses inward. The mysterious Werklaw energy cycle remained stable and did not exert any excessive pressure on his body. It hadn't shown any abnormalities for years and Vase did not expect it to act up without outside interference. That did not mean that Vase had lowered his vigilance towards it. Dr. Jutland might have been an insane bio-researcher who had died a long time ago, but Vase knew firsthand that one's work often outlived their creators. Before, Vase essentially had no way of investigating or fixing his Jutland organ any further. The doctors employed by the CFA and MTA both examined his condition and essentially threw their hands in the air. If Vase wanted to make real progress in figuring out his biomodifications, he needed to consult a top specialist in this field. This was prohibitively expensive. There was no way that a small second-class journeyman could pay for the services of a renowned authority in human alien organ implantation. He smirked. Well, luckily enough I'm not that small anymore. Thinking about the 211,140,000 MTA merits that were about to be credited to his name caused his mentality to undergo a substantial change. He was no longer a pauper. He could invest a huge amount of MTA merits on all kinds of exclusive goodies and services. Although his cash savings hadn't increased at all, MTA merits was his gateway into true exclusivity. With enough MTA merits, Vase would be able to obtain much of the rare and exceptional stuff that the upper echelon of human society only circulated among themselves. He had so many different choices that he didn't know where to begin. He figured it was best to ask people for advice on how he should best spend his windfall. A fortune of 211 million MTA merits might sound enormous, but Vase could easily splurge it in an hour if he wanted to. The Mechers might offer a lot of benefits that weren't available elsewhere, but they were never known to be cheap. Papa, don't call him Papa, Aurelia. Call him Dum-Dum. Papa has been naughty lately and deprived me of the MTA merits that I deserve. He's a Dum-Dum because of that. Dum-Dum. Got it. Say Dum-Dum. Dum. Yes, that's it. Say Dum-Dum. Hee 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 hee. Dum-Dum. Dum-Dum. Vase suddenly shook himself out of his thoughts when he saw that Gloriana was slandering him again. Honey, what are you doing? Don't brainwash our daughter. Aurelia, I am your papa, not your Dum-Dum. Dum-Dum. Their baby directed an innocent smile towards her father. Papa. Dum-Dum. No, it's Papa. Dum-Dum. Further down the table, Lucky and Clixie looked up from their food bowls. Both of their eyes twinkled in amusement. Meow Tilda, meow meow. Vase wanted to barf. Not you two as well. I'm not a Dum-Dum for retaining the merits that properly belong to our clan. I'm smart. Dum-Dum. Smart. Dum-Dum. Hi. He gave up on trying to teach a lesson to his daughter. As he finished up his cup of coffee, his comm suddenly sounded a chime. He activated his comm and noticed that he received a high-priority message. When he opened it, he discovered that it came from his wife. What is this? A shopping list? Wait, what the hell? You want to spend 60 million MTA merits to obtain first-class cranial implants for yourself and our 6 kids. That's too much. What's wrong with that? Don't you want the best for your family, Vase? Don't try to guilt-trip me into squandering our strategic resources. I am not squandering a third of the MTA merits on cranial implants that none of our children are ready for. Aurelia's head is way too small and our second child isn't even born yet. It's way too premature to acquire expensive implants at this stage. It's rare for us to have access to so many MTA merits, Vase. I'm afraid you will waste those MTA merits on other goods that will offer no help to our children at all. If we invest into the future of our children early, they will grow into brilliant professionals who can earn 10 times the amount of MTA merits when they are in their prime. All we need to do is pave the way as best as possible. Vase shook his head. Although he agreed with her argument, he did not think her spending strategy was any good. I think you're underestimating what I can do in a couple of decades. I'm not a Tier 6 galactic citizen for nothing, you know. I bet that I can easily earn tens of millions of MTA merits if I set it as goals. He stated, which instantly caused his wife to snarl. Besides, products such as first-class implants are not necessarily exclusive. You can buy them for a lot of MTA credits. Sure, our earning potential is not great right now, but once we become seniors and design mechs that are much more fantastic than the ones in our mech catalog, I am sure we can purchase a set of excellent first-class implants. What if you overestimate the profit that you can generate? What if the mech market changes to the point where your products don't sell as much anymore? Anything can happen, Vase. The only way to avoid all of this uncertainty is to secure the implants early. No, Vase firmly shook his head. The windfall of MTA merits should be spent on products and services that don't take decades to manifest. Our long-term growth prospects are already great. What our clan truly lacks is a way to speed up our development and overcome our weak and vulnerable period as fast as possible. This is why I intend to spend most of our MTA merits on boosts and enhancements that can quickly increase our strength and foundation. How much of the MTA merits are you spending on the clan as opposed to us? It sounds as if you are willing to sacrifice far too many MTA merits just to benefit others. Our clansmen fought to secure those MTA merits. Vase barked back. I didn't see you hopping into a cockpit and fighting against an entire kingdom of fish whales. All of those mech pilots believed in our clan and believed in our goals. It is only right to reward the soldiers who have braved so many dangers on our behalf. Besides, strengthening our clan will benefit us in so many ways. It's an investment, Gloriana. Don't you understand? His wife looked glum at that. She couldn't very well talk back at her own argument. Vase quietly sighed. Only a night had passed since he returned home and already his wife was gunning for his MTA merits. Properly speaking, the entire sum belonged to the Larkinson clan as a whole. Vase only deserved partial credit for the actions that resulted in the acquisition of over 2 metric tons of phase water. He was tempted to spend it all on himself. He believed he could make himself a lot smarter and more knowledgeable. He could equip himself with excellent equipment and renovate his entire personal workshop with a first-class superfab and other useful equipment. He could also forge a lot of relationships with many different mech designers and companies. It was not that difficult to justify all of this personal spending. The Larkinson clan was mainly propped up by himself, so if he became a lot stronger and capable all of a sudden, he could provide more benefits to his clansmen in turn. Vase didn't think this was the best course of action, though. Just as how Vase fueled the Larkinson clan's growth, the Larkinson clan also facilitated his own growth. People such as his wife, Venerable Joshua, Commander Casella and so on all provided him with a lot of assistance over the years. Vase was willing to invest in his people further with the expectation that he could obtain a greater harvest in return. Don't tell me how to spend our MTA merits. I'm the one in charge around here. I will consult with my own advisors to form a sound and logical plan on how we can best spend this newfound wealth. If Gloriana developed her own ideas on how to allocate the merits, then so did other people. Vase quickly finished his breakfast and approached his wife and daughter to say goodbye. HMPH. Gloriana turned her head away from her husband. Vase ignored his wife's irritation and bent down to kiss Aurelia's head. Papa will be going to work now. Have fun and stay nice. Dum-dum. It's Papa. He let out an exasperated breath as he left for his office. Once there, he sank into his chair and leaned back while his personal assistant arrived to give him his daily brief. Yo, Benny, long time no see. It feels like it has been ages since I last went through this routine. Your absence has been sorely felt, boss. There have been a lot of developments in the weeks you spent on the Purgatory campaign. A lot of issues have piled up on your desk. None of them are critical, but you should still go over them as each of them require your input. Gavin Newman professionally replied. Vase sighed. Go ahead, then. What's first? I think you should know that the Komodo War is winding down. The Hexadric hegemony is on the verge of collapse, especially now that all of its border strongholds have been overrun. Originally, the state should have been able to put up a resistance for a few more years, but what's the matter? Many Hexer dynasties and organizations have already pulled out in advance. Gavin said, the departure of so many elites and cadre have hollowed out the defenses of the star systems and territories that they have abandoned. The Friday Coalition's mech armies are essentially sweeping them up without encountering too many speed bumps. If this trend continues, the Hexadric hegemony will soon cease to exist. Vase dismissively waved his hand. You don't need to tell me about the Komodo War any longer. We have long departed from our native star sector. We don't have anything to do with it anymore. Besides, the Hexadric hegemony was doomed years ago. This outcome is already set in stone. Just skip this news and bring up topics that are actually relevant to our clan. Is that clear, Benny? His assistant nodded. Chapter 3938 Monster Slayer Sales. It turned out that he did miss on a lot of developments while he was gone. Vase learned that the sales figures of a few mech models started to pick up. The enlightened warriors weren't selling so hot, but the ferocious piranhas started to get noticed after customers learned how useful they were against both human and alien opponents. What actually surprised him was that the Monster Slayer had quickly gained momentum. The mech, despite being paired with a fairly uncommon weapon type, has become increasingly more popular in several communities. Gavin explained, the Wild Fighter Association actively promoted the Monster Slayer after its own mech critics started singing its praises. Plenty of members have placed their orders on the new model, especially when they heard it was designed by a mech designer who could actually fight better than themselves. The Wild Fighters were pretty much the perfect target audience for Keddies. They participated in a lot of arena competitions and they had a preference for melee mechs. The Monster Slayer model stood out for wielding an unreasonably large sword and for being able to defeat stronger and better equipped landbound mechs. However, a lot of customers initially held off because the Monster Slayer was exclusively optimized to fight with a greatsword. This was not an easy weapon to master and many melee specialists needed to take refresher courses in order to get up to speed. Although the Monster Slayer was able to wield all kinds of other weapons, its structural configuration prevented it from making the most out of the alternate weapons. This was why the Monster Slayers armed with spears, shields and maces only performed adequately. While this sounded fine, there were many competing mech models that offered superior speed, agility, defense or attack power. The only real advantage the Monster Slayer possessed over the competition was that mech pilots, particularly those who fought with swords, felt a lot more comfortable and in tune with their new machines. It took time for the Monster Slayer to develop more appeal. The pilots who stuck to practicing and fighting with the great swords eventually showcased why the mech designed by a swordmaster was worth the investment. After several weeks of training, each of them began to showcase greater proficiency and more fluid movements in the arena matches. Although their sword techniques were still rough compared to the fast and efficient moves of the sword maidens, it was pretty impressive that all of those novices in great swords started to show great momentum. The more talented among them displayed even greater mastery in wielding great swords. Their skill increased every day and they became more and more domineering whenever they matched up against other mechs in the arena. As Gavin continued to narrate the trajectory of the recently released mech model, Vase quietly listened while he observed the footage of a few arena matches. Even though Vase had doubled the playback speed, he was still sharp enough to feel the ferocity and momentum of the Monster Slayer's moves. No matter whether they fought against light skirmishers, knight mechs or other swordsman mechs, their momentum-based attacks always whipped up a lot of air while pushing back their opposition with undaunted power. Vase might not be a mech pilot, but he possessed a decent understanding of the skill progression of mech pilots. He could see that the pilots of these Monster Slayers managed to display at least twice as much proficiency than usual. The more talented mech pilots even showed as much as 5 times as much skill. If Vase was able to pick up these details, then so did many other wild fighters. Each of them fell in love with the domineering nature of the Monster Slayer and its increasingly famous ability to facilitate the swordsmanship of its pilots. The Wild Fighter Association projects that it will sell at least 7,000 units at the end of this month. 7,000. Vase looked surprised at this figure. Although it did not sound nearly as impressive as the LMC's sales figures in his home galaxy, the Monster Slayer was a second-class mech. It was a lot harder for products to stand out in the second-class mech market. The competition was fiercer and the standards were a lot higher. Many brands had long captured the hearts of customers for multiple generations, making it extremely difficult for new market entrants to gain a foothold in this lucrative market. Vase already had high expectations for the commercial viability of Catiz's first commercial product, but this was unreasonable. The product life cycle of the Monster Slayer is still in the initial stages. Gavin excitedly explained. The Wild Fighter Association not only has a lot of members, but also wields a considerable amount of influence. The customers who have ordered the Monster Slayer so far are all early adopters who were the easiest to convince. There is still a large base of potential customers that is still untapped. Once positive word of mouth about the Monster Slayer continues to spread, we project that it will sell 20,000 copies in the next month and 50,000 copies in the month after that. As long as the Monster Slayer doesn't expose any major faults or shortcomings, we believe it will not be difficult for it to become a mainstay model in many second-class competitive circuits throughout the Red Ocean. Though Vase found it ridiculous that the work of a journeyman who was younger and more inexperienced than him could achieve so much success, he quickly realized that this trajectory might actually come true. Just like his own work, the mechs designed by Ketiz offered value that far exceeded the products designed by other journeymen. In fact, with the unique training benefits provided by the Monster Slayer, not even the mechs designed by masters could match this rare and unique selling point. After all, how many of those masters excelled at sword fighting? How many of them could develop tailored sword styles for their own swordsman mech designs? Did any of them ever hack their enemies apart on the battlefield in person? There was no way that a second Ketiz existed in the mech industry. Vase grinned. A part of him might be jealous at her commercial success, but he keenly recognized that her quick rise came at a good time. Our clan has long been stuck in a financial hole. If the Monster Slayer starts selling big, we can finally speed up our investment plans. For the next 5 years, Vase wanted his clan to complete an extensive rebuilding and expansion program. None of the ships, mechs and infrastructure he intended to acquire were cheap. It would be incredibly helpful if his former student could immediately help with paying for all of the bills. How much money will we get for all of these early sales? Not as much as we wish. Gavin replied. The Monster Slayer is sold at 1.4 MTA credits, which is a typical price for the mid-range segment. However, since the Wild Fighter Association assumes all of the responsibilities for producing, selling, shipping and providing after-sales support for the Monster Slayer model, what we get is rather small. Vase remembered the details of the initial agreement. This was merely a test for both sides. Neither the Larkinson clan nor the Wild Fighter Association dared to commit too heavily on this cooperative venture. They first needed solid proof that working together was lucrative enough before going any further. I think the Wild Fighter Association should already be convinced that partnering up with Ketiz is more than worthwhile, don't you think, Benny? Gavin nodded in agreement. The designs of Ketiz may be rough around the edges, but her future potential is high. Any rational executive from the Wild Fighter Association should be able to recognize that it is best to deepen their cooperation with her. You should discuss carefully with her on her upcoming design projects. With the successful example of the Monster Slayer, she stands a good chance of shooting into fame if her subsequent commercial mech models also gain widespread appeal. It depends on her wishes. Vase replied. Earning a lot of money will make her feel validated, but I have the feeling she isn't interested in designing mech models that have the most mass appeal. A swordsman mech designer like Ketiz should be more interested in realizing more radical and exploratory mech concepts. Any decent mech designer could design a serviceable swordsman mech, but it took a true lover and enthusiast to excel at this job. A mech designer who purposely limited her product variety to a single mech type needed to put a lot more effort in coming up with new and original mech concepts. It was not necessarily good for their development to design similar machines over and over again. In one of his previous talks with Ketiz, Vase already gained the impression that she was done with designing swordsman mechs that specialized in wielding great swords. The Monster Slayer and the second sword models already allowed her to learn a lot of lessons. She wouldn't be able to learn nearly as much if she designed a second batch of greatsword wielding machines. It was much better for her development if she went off the beaten track and explored different facets of swordsman mechs. After Vase got up to speed on the Monster Slayer model's market performance, Gavin moved on to the other items on the agenda. Vase displayed mild interest in the steady growth and expansion of both the Creation Association and the Open Consortium. Both offshoot organizations were still young and only started operations for a couple of months at most. Their development so far wasn't all that impressive, but Vase felt that both of them had a lot more future potential. Originally, he didn't intend to intervene too much in their operations, but now that he had become a lot wealthier, he started to change his mind. Perhaps it was a good idea to invest in both of his pet projects so that they could quickly get up to scale. Once the Creation Association started to bind together hundreds of excellent craftsmen and artisans, his spiritual incarnation would probably develop new abilities that could offer him a lot more help in his own projects. As for the Open Consortium, Vase wanted to increase the Larkinson clan's weight in Davut. If he could indirectly tie more middle-sized companies to his network, his clan would no longer face as many difficulties in procuring specialty goods and services. Has the Open Consortium been able to lure in a second shipbuilding company? Vase idly asked. I'm afraid I have to disappoint you, boss. After we have successfully managed to win over Murphy and Sons, the other local players have learned their lesson and have begun to court other shipbuilders more aggressively. Our Open Consortium can't match the benefits promised by the large regional alliances. A pity. We need to encourage Murphy and Sons to expand its business operations as fast as possible. Before the Larkinson clan managed to rope in Murphy and Sons, Vase would have been happy to develop an accord with any shipbuilding company. Now that he had obtained what he wanted, he started growing increasingly more dissatisfied with Murphy and Sons. Sure, the company's starship output was decent, but it was woefully insufficient for the Larkinson clan. This was especially considering that Murphy and Sons took orders from dozens of customers. Benny, give me some advice. How can we convince Murphy and Sons to speed up its delivery of starships to our clan? The assistant frowned in thought. The Murphys are already working as hard as they can. I can see two possible ways for them to supply more ships to us. We can convince them to build new starships exclusively for the Larkinson clan. I doubt Mrs. Jelly Murphy will agree to that because it will make her company entirely dependent on the whims of a single party. I think it is much better if we inject a lot of cash into the shipbuilding company and offer other forms of support. This can get expensive though, and we need to make sure that Murphy and Sons reciprocate our actions. Chapter 3939 The Versatility of Facewater. If you ask me, it is better to intensify our efforts into partnering up with a larger shipbuilding company. Gavin said. Murphy and Sons was just right for us a few months ago, but now that we are returning with a mother load of MTA merits and phase water, we can do much better. Elaborate, please. As long as we are willing to spend enough money, it is not impossible for us to become friends with a shipbuilding company that used to be out of our league. This will be an expensive relationship, but as long as we supply enough money and phase water, we should be able to get a lot of priority on ship orders. If speed is of the essence and if you urgently want to add more capital ships in our fleet, then this is a much more attractive option than waiting for Murphy and Sons to get up to scale. Gavin was right. Vase and the rest of the Larkinson clan shouldn't be growing too attached to a single shipbuilding company. However, Vase felt that there was greater potential in deepening his cooperation with Murphy and Sons. As long as the Larkinsons could invest in the company, they could gain more influence over its operations. It would become easier for Vase to steer the development and production of the company's starships, thereby making them more suitable for the Larkinson clan. This was not the time and place to make such a decision, though. Vase decided to shelve this topic and bring it up with Vivian Sai at a later date. He continued to ask Gavin about the state of the Larkinson clan. The remaining issues weren't as important or noteworthy. Vase merely said a few words before he considered the next item on the agenda. There's one more thing, boss. You should address the clan about the Purgatory campaign. A lot of Larkinsons have died, but a handful of them have also managed to break through. We managed to make it off with a lot of phase water as well, so the clansmen all expect us to convert that into a lot of wealth and other luxuries. You need to convey a message that you respect the sacrifices of the soldiers and pledge to reward everyone for making this success possible. You're right, but right now is too soon. We just returned from Purgatory and still need to handle the aftermath. In addition, I haven't made any concrete decisions on our future strategy and how to spend all of those MTA merits. Let's wait until we return to Davut. I can hold a more comprehensive speech on what we have achieved and where we shall be going forward. That will work. Just don't leave us guessing for long. The clansmen need clarity from the top. Understood. These days, Vase no longer needed to address the losses they suffered or facilitate the mourning process. The Larkinson army had enough leaders to perform this depressing but necessary chore. Once Gavin finally finished his daily briefing, Vase dismissed his assistant and spent an hour checking a few files before deciding to pay a visit to different people and departments. His first priority was to visit the ship's vault. When he arrived at the right place, he encountered a lot more guards than before. The strategic materials reserve stored a lot more valuables than ever before. So, this is what happens when we store 120 kilograms of phase water in a single place. Vase commented. The vault underwent considerable renovations in order to store the phase water more securely. Small metal crates that could contain up to 2 kilograms each were spaced as wide from each other as possible. It became exponentially harder to store a lot of phase water in a single place. In order to prevent this troublesome exotic from producing more violent spatial fluctuations, the Larkinsons had to resort to this improvised solution to minimize the risks to the spirit of Bentime. When Vase personally inspected this arrangement, he thought that this was quite a clever layout. The alloy used to hold the phase water was known to contain the spatial activity generated by this substance, but accidents could always happen. By splitting them up in different containers and spreading them apart from each other, any accident was unlikely to produce a chain reaction. To be honest, it would have been safer to split up the phase water stash and store them in different compartments on numerous ships, but Vase rejected that approach. He did not want to lose sight of all of this wealth. Even though 120 kilograms of phase water was not as precious as the 2 metric tons that his forces had originally retrieved, it still represented an immense amount of value. As Vase personally checked whether the Larkinson clan retained its fair share of phase water, Sarah Voikin arrived at the vault. It turned out that she was the one who had made the specific arrangements to safely store the phase water. Thank you for your work. All of this phase water could have produced a disaster if no one was attentive enough. You don't need to thank me. Gloriana assigned me this duty. The defensive specialist replied. Besides, the containers we have aren't all that bad. The materials are far from the best, and I recommend that we purchase a better storage solution once we return to Davut, but I don't think the phase water will produce any accidents for the time being. Vase turned around and swept his gaze across the vault. He still needed to wrap his mind around possessing so much phase water. He already started to think about what to do with so much resource wealth. One of his goals was to acquire a lot of super drives and mini drives to grant additional superluminal travel capabilities to his starships and mechs. 100 kilograms was plenty enough phase water to add superdrives to all of his capital ships and mini drives to his key mechs. However, was this truly the best way for him to allocate all of that phase water? This material had many other applications. He could also sell it for a huge amount of money or trade it for all kinds of rare and exclusive goods. Phase water was no longer a pure resource to him anymore. When he managed to gather this much of the exotic, it became a currency of sorts. Each kilogram of phase water was effectively worth 200,000 MTA merits. While there were a lot of goodies that Vase could acquire for MTA merits, the problem with them is that he could only spend them on the institutions of the Mech Trade Association. There was no way he could directly pay MTA merits to a private company in order to obtain an expensive product. Phase water was much more convenient in this regard. As Vase thought about it, its status as a resource where demand was incredibly high but supply was abysmally low meant that it could function as an alternate form of high-value currency. Vase could buy all kinds of high-value goods from companies that would ordinarily turn him away for lacking sufficient capital or prestige. Phase water was the most desirable resource of the Red Ocean, and its availability was enough to open the doors of many companies. Aside from that, the ability to gather a lot of phase water in the first place was an enormous reputation booster. Best of all, the MTA's willingness to directly exchange phase water for MTA merits meant that this exotic was actually a way to circumvent the non-transference rule. Vase ever wanted to grant a couple of million MTA merits to Gloriana for whatever reason, he could not touch the 211 million MTA merits that he was about to obtain. What he could do was transfer 10 kilograms of phase water to Gloriana, who subsequently proceeded to walk into one of the branches of the association in order to submit her newfound bounty for MTA merits. For a moment, he considered whether he should throw his wife a bone. While she didn't directly participate in the Purgatory campaign alongside many of the other clansmen who remained in the Garamel system, she did contribute indirectly by helping with the design of all of the Larkinson mechs. Most notably, she made important contributions to the Everchanger, which made all of the recent breakthroughs possible, and the B-Man, which happened to be so excellent that Vincent Ricklin achieved the state of unity of man and machine during his legendary apotheosis. As Vase imagined handing over a bottle of phase water to Gloriana only for her to splurge it on a second handbag or a pair of overpriced designer shoes, he quickly shook his head. On second thought, it was best if he was the only person to decide on what to do with all of this phase water. Sir? Sarah asked. Yes, Sarah, forgive me for being presumptuous, but what do you intend to do with all of this phase water? I haven't decided yet. It's way too soon for me to decide. Vase replied as he gazed in her direction. It sounds like you have a few suggestions. Well, out with it. What do you think we should do with all of this phase water? I think there are many worthwhile uses for this phase water, sir. The most obvious application is to supply them to a drive manufacturer so that we can equip all of our capital ships and possibly our sub-capital ships with super drives. It's just, this might not be the best use of this rare resource. Vase raised his eyebrow. Equipping our starships with super drives will not only increase the mobility of our fleet, but also increase our safety. Our chances of evading or outrunning unbeatable opponents will be much higher if we can use warp travel to zip through deep space and enhanced FTL travel to cross from one end of Krakatoa to the other end of the zone. You have a point, sir, but think of how many fantastic mechs we can design and build with this phase water. This is a resource with the same significance to all of our mech designers as unending alloy is to you. It is a magnificent material that we can use to design a lot of high-quality mechs that are normally impossible for us to develop and build. It sounded like Sarah Voikin had a large personal stake in how the Larkinsons should use all of the phase water. As a fellow journeyman, Vase quickly understood her motivations. There were two attractive benefits to using phase water on mechs. The first was that the design department could design all kinds of unique and extravagant mini-drive-equipped mechs. From expert mechs to elite units of high-mobility machines, the possibilities were incredible. If a mech as powerful as the First Sword or the Shield of Samar suddenly gained cruise drives, their biggest weakness no longer existed. Distance would no longer be a major hindrance for mechs equipped with miniature warp drives. The second benefit to designing mini-drive-equipped mechs was that every journeyman involved in their design would be able to expand their design horizons. The novelty and stimulation of designing mechs with much more powerful mobility options was enough to make people like Vase excited. To design a mech that not only traveled quickly but also leveraged this rare function to achieve a decisive advantage in battle was an incredibly interesting challenge. His imagination already started to go wild with all of the special mechs that he could design. From designing an assassin mech that could reach the enemy's backline in an instant to designing a scout mech that could explore much further from the expeditionary fleet than before, there were a lot of useful mech concepts that Vase wanted to explore. I think I will take your suggestion under advisement. Vase replied to Sarah. The design possibilities are fascinating and I truly wish to explore them further. Perhaps we might succeed in putting our own spin on warp-capable mechs. He just remembered that he had harvested the Phase King's brain during the Purgatory campaign. If he converted this half-dead king fish into a design spirit, wouldn't he gain the perfect spiritual support for mini-drive-equipped mechs? Vase was curious to find out whether the Phase King could make a material difference to these kinds of mechs. Chapter 3940 Instilled with confidence, Nyo-Nyeow, you hear that? Minxie has been worried sick while you were gone. When I think of all of the mech pilots who died in Purgatory, I worry I might be one of those unlucky spouses who become widowed all of a sudden. Come on babe, I'm fine. With my strong physique and good diet, I'll be up and running in no time. You don't sound like it. Just look at you, you're barely able to sit upright in your bed. When Vase entered one of the recovery rooms of the Dragon's Den, he encountered one of the newly emerged expert pilots along with the rest of his little family. A white Persian cat rested on Vincent's lap while rubbing her head against her owner's hand. Director Rayla Larkinson stood beside the bed with a concerned and exasperated expression. Oh hey, look who's here. The big man finally paid us a visit. Vase ignored Vincent and nodded towards Rayla. How are you doing, cousin? I'm doing better, Rayla flatly said. This dummy here is as stubborn as ever. Advancing to expert pilot hasn't seemed to wizen him up at all. He's still as overconfident as ever. Hey, I'm an expert pilot now. I'm stronger than ever. Once Vase over here delivers an expert mech to me, I will show you that my performance last time was not a fluke. I have found my calling now. I am a master puncher. You idiot. You pilot a hybrid mech. Fighting up close is only a last resort. You should stick to using ranged weapons. I don't like them anymore. Vincent shook his head. Back when I broke through, I finally learned my true calling. I've been moving back and forth between different mech types because I never really found what I was good at. In the last battle, I finally found my calling. Screw rifles and cannons. Screw swords and shields. A real man fights with his fists. It's punching time for me from now on. Once I can pilot an expert mech that's a pure punching machine, you can just sit back and cheer whenever I shatter starships in half with my punches and wrestle phase. Wails into submission. No. Rayla did not even deign to comment on her husband's mad ideas. She turned to Vase with a pleading expression. Please don't indulge my idiot of a manchild over here. I have a suspicion that his apotheosis hit him so hard over the head that his mental age has regressed. As the responsible adult in the room, I hope you can smack some sense in his head and get him to pilot a normal mech again. Vase shrugged. I'll see what I can do. You should get used to this, though. In my extensive personal experience, expert pilots are stubborn and deaf to persuasion. I know that. I grew up in the same family as you, remember? Just do what you can. Vincent respects you because you're his mech supplier. I understand. Can you step outside for a moment? I'd like to talk to Vincent in confidence. Very well. You boys go play by yourselves. Nyo Nyeow. Rayla picked up her furry white cat and left the recovery room. Once the hatch closed up, Vase approached and sat down at one of the bedside chairs. Now that he came close, he briefly swept Vincent with his spiritual senses. The man he used to know had undergone an extensive transformation in mind and will. Although his personality didn't appear to have changed, he had gained a strong core of confidence and self-belief that persistently propped him up. All of his insecurities and his doubts about himself had disappeared. Before his apotheosis, Vincent often acted brave in front of a crowd, but Vase knew that this was partially a facade. Vincent was not an elite mech pilot. He did not undergo military training. He never truly specialized in a particular set of piloting or fighting skills. In Ves's opinion, Vincent was just a messy mech pilot who lucked out and broke through to the rank of expert candidate under admittedly dire conditions. That still did not make him ready for the next step. Aside from polishing his piloting skills, Vincent also needed to undergo an extensive mental evolution before he could think about becoming a demigod. Vase estimated that it would have taken 5 to 10 years before Vincent grew mature enough to assume the power and responsibilities of an expert pilot. However, the Everchanger's stunt had given this lucky bastard a shortcut that allowed him to resolve his confidence issues in advance, allowing him to undergo apotheosis at a crucial time. Though Vase was happy that one of his expert candidates finally broke through, he felt that Vincent had only undergone the bare minimum of mental evolution before he became an expert pilot. Perhaps it would have been better if he spent a few more years as an expert candidate in order to mature his mentality over time. Now that he thought about it, Vase felt that a lot of mech pilots who broke through too quickly were too prone to developing mental disorders. He could think about that later. First, he needed to finish his round of talks with all of the new expert candidates and expert pilots that had emerged. How are you feeling, Vincent, or should I say Venerable Vincent? Breakthroughs can be violent and exhausting, and you went through an even more dramatic event than usual. To be honest, I did not expect you to wake up so soon. Vase almost felt sick as he used the word, venerable, together with the name, Vincent. For some reason, he felt as if the multiverse had taken a terribly wrong turn by creating the conditions where the two words became a fixed phenomenon. Hey, as I said, I take care of my body. Vincent grinned. I'm not as soft as the others. Plenty of mech pilots regularly exercised their bodies, but their recovery speeds were not necessarily as good as that of Vincent. Perhaps there were other factors at play. Vase called up an information panel that briefly listed Vincent's current condition. The data all looked fine to him. Aside from feeling tired and needing at least a week or two of rest, there was nothing fundamentally wrong with the new expert pilot. His inspection of his spiritual state also revealed fairly few problems. Vase would have thought that sustaining the state of unity of man and machine would have exerted an immense mental burden on him. His force of will should have been weak and ragged. Instead, aside from feeling a bit drained and listless, Venerable Vincent's willpower had become a lot more solid and unshakable. After Vase asked a few more questions about Venerable Vincent's physical and mental state, he finally chose to move on to the most critical subject on the agenda. Now that you have successfully broken through, the B-man that you have piloted for a while is no longer a good match for your newfound strength. We need to provide you with a new solution in order to better draw out your power on the battlefield and give you ample room to develop your resonance strength. The B-man, how is my mech doing? It's in poor condition, but that is not a big deal. Enough of its frame is intact that we can easily repair it without losing too much in the process. Before he began to meet with all of the new expert candidates and expert pilots, he had taken the time to visit where their old machines were stored in order to determine their actual states. He activated a small projection that showed Venerable Vincent a snapshot of his B-Man. Compared to the B-Man in its prime, the custom hybrid mech looked as if it had gone through a giant blender before getting beat up by hooligans. The most dramatic signs of damage was the extensive amount of cracks adorning its exterior. The B-Man's muscled chest and abdomen no longer conveyed a sense of masculinity, as all of the broken and deformed surfaces made it seem as if the custom mech had turned into an abuse victim. The stresses that the B-Man had undergone in the previous battle also caused it to lose large amounts of the gold coating that made it look like a god in the form of a mech. The loss of coating exposed the dull and scratched gray alloy plating underneath. The B-Man already looked sorry from the outside, but Vase had already confirmed that its internal architecture was filled with even more cracks. However, Vincent did not pay attention to the damage that he couldn't see. From the moment the projection appeared in front of his face, his eyes were glued towards his hybrid mech's crotch area. My B-Man, my codpiece. What happened to my big and beautiful codpiece? It appeared that Vincent had overloaded the B-Man's systems during his breakthrough event. The codpiece not only served as a protective layer for the custom mech's shield generator, but also functioned as an external heatsink and radiator. This meant that it could grow quite hot if the B-Man was running at or above full power. Vase didn't need to look at the battle footage to know that Vincent had probably gone overboard and pushed the codpiece beyond its limits. Not only had the excess heat caused the alloys to grow soft, the intense physical stresses also caused parts of it to crack and chip away. The result of Vincent's violent and brutal handling was that half of the B-Man's codpiece had fallen apart. It's not as bad as it looks, Vincent. We can put it back together. A codpiece isn't supposed to fall apart. You need to put on a stronger one. I don't want it to fail again. That is related to what I wanted to talk about, Vincent. As you know, you need an expert mech. Before we proceed, I need to hear your decision on how to go forward. You have two possible options. First, we can retain the essence of the B-Man and upgrade it to an expert mech. Second, we can retire your custom mech now that it has done its job and start on a clean slate. What do you prefer? Do you need to ask? Vincent looked at Vase as if this was a stupid question. Of course I'm sticking to my battle buddy. We became soulmates during the last battle. I wouldn't have been able to punch fish whales left and right if I didn't become one with Bravo and the B-Man. I am not a man who is ungrateful to the friends who helped me become stronger. I want both of them to continue to fight by my side, no matter whether I'm an expert pilot or a god pilot. We are best friends forever. You can call me the second coming of Venerable Janzi. Vase slowly nodded. He already expected this answer, but he needed to ask the question anyway in order to make sure. We can accommodate your wishes. As I've said, the B-Man is not in good shape, but there is plenty left that we can upgrade it to an expert mech without changing its essential character. This won't be a quick and easy project, though. Before we embark on this labor-intensive upgrade process, we need to decide on the basic concept and configuration of your expert mech. Do you prefer to keep as much of the original B-Man as possible while lifting up its performance to expert mech standards, or do you want to morph it into a different or more specialized machine? Venerable Vincent defiantly crossed his arms. Didn't you hear me earlier? I have found my calling as a warrior now. I don't need to pilot a hybrid mech anymore. All I need is a mech that can punch. I feel like that as long as you can turn my expert mech into a brawler mech, I can one day enter that wonderful state again. Are you sure about that, Vincent? The B-Man is a hybrid mech from beginning to end. Turning it into a melee mech, and especially one that is focused on bare-handed fighting, is an extreme transformation. The design challenges are considerable and the results might not be as impressive as you expect. It is better to start over and design an expert brawler mech from scratch. Unfortunately for Vase, his client stuck to his demands. No, unacceptable. I won't abandon my combat partner, not after everything that we have been through. I will have my punching mech one way or another. My B-Man, no, my C-Man will be the most manliest mech to ever exist in the Larkinson clan. Chapter 3941 Shortcomings of Brawler Mechs. Venerable Vincent was so adamant on his two requirements that Vase hadn't been able to change the strong-willed expert pilot's mind. Vase let out an exasperated breath. Expert mechs were powerful and exciting machines, but the people attached to them weren't always as easy to deal with. He much preferred to work with mechs which were always more compliant and understandable. After arguing with the new expert pilot for over 5 minutes, Vase realized that Vincent's burning desire to pilot an expert brawler mech was not a passing flight of fancy. It had become an obsession ever since he defeated his most formidable enemies by crushing them with his punches. Many warriors were like this. They did not pay attention to logic and reason. They just let their personal opinions and experiences tell them what was best. Right now, Venerable Vincent was absolutely convinced that he was born to pilot the most physical humanoid mech type imaginable, which happened to be a brawler mech. Suffice to say, Vase was not as enthused with this idea. It was all well and good for the end user to demand a complete change in mech type, but it was the mech designers who had to do all of the work. The design and engineering challenges of realizing this transition were much more troublesome than performing a more straightforward upgrade. Still, once Vase verified that Venerable Vincent was truly willing to commit to piloting an extreme melee mech type, he resigned himself to this outcome. Vase consoled himself with the fact that Gloriana would be leading this troublesome design project. He had long made an agreement with her that she would take responsibility for most of the Larkinson clan's custom mechs and expert mechs. It was up to her to resolve all of the difficult technical issues that he could foresee. Besides, upgrading a custom mech to an expert mech already necessitated a complete overhaul. It was not wrong to say that Vincent's old mech would undergo a complete rebirth. Such projects happened to be a great opportunity to make radical changes to the original configuration. It was not impossible to transform a custom hybrid mech into an expert brawler mech. The design project might even serve as an interesting opportunity for Gloriana to exercise her design skills. As Vase thought about the steps the design department needed to take in order to realize Venerable Vincent's vision for his so-called Sea-Man, he quickly drafted a more comprehensive project plan in his mind. The Larkinson clan just happened to retain numerous lead designers with specializations that were highly relevant for the Sea-Man project. His wife would be leading this project, not only because she excelled at designing customized mechs, but also because she used to be in charge of developing the original B-Man. Not a long time had passed since she completed the B-Man project, so all of the details to the half-wrecked custom hybrid mech should still be relatively fresh in her mind. This should grant her an amazing head start into the long and difficult conversion process. Vase intended to contribute to Venerable Vincent's expert mech as well, but only to the extent of tweaking and shaping the Sea-Man's spiritual design. He did not intend to invest too much time in the project since he had other plans. As for other mech designers, he already reserved a slot for Professor Benedict Cortez or possibly another expert mech consultant. If Vase ever wanted to jazz up the Sea-Man, he might decide to spend a substantial amount of MTA merits to hire an expensive MTA mech designer with a more rare and exotic specialization. That left room for 2 more contributing mech designers. The B-Man was already tough in its class, but the Sea-Man had to be even tougher in order to withstand the rigors of ultra-close quarters combat. Sarah Voikin was therefore an excellent addition to the design. She could not only grant superior defenses to the Sea-Man, but also grant the mech an excellent advantage in physical combat by applying her physical negation specialty. This specialization also happened to synergize with Tiffy Kozlone's best design applications. The latter was best at bestowing larger and more substantial mechs with incredible physical strength. Perhaps Tiffy Kozlone's importance to the Sea-Man project might even surpass that of Gloriana. A brawler mech might look simple, but it was actually a complex mechanical puzzle that had to be both flexible and robust enough to perform all of the soft and hard movements that expected of this mech type. So what do you say, Vase? Can you do it or not? Venerable Vincent eagerly asked. We can, Vase steadily replied. Gloriana will be leading this project. She has already worked with you on the B-Man project before, so you should already know what to expect. She will be meeting with you soon to explore in detail what you want for your expert mech. However, it will help if you can give us a more detailed image of what you have in mind for the Sea-Man project. Can I ask a few questions? Sure, let's begin with the weapon loadout of your upcoming Sea-Man. I already understand that you want to turn it into an expert mech that excels at punching. While this sounds fun and all, do you realize that it might not perform as impressively as you think? What's the problem? Vincent frowned in puzzlement. The reason why melee mechs wield weapons is the same as humans have done the same in the past. It is too difficult for the humanoid form to safely and effectively fight unarmed. Imagine fighting against the First Sword or the Riot. While they are older expert mechs, I anticipate that they can beat your Sea-Man into submission. It's too hard for an unarmed expert mech to overcome the disadvantage of reach and leverage. Aside from that, Venerable Dice and Venerable Orphan both possess formidable weapon skills that allow them to make masterful use of their mech weapons. What can you do against that? Do you just expect the Sea-Man to storm up and punch its way forward? Dream on, Vincent. Hey, my Sea-Man shouldn't be as weak as you make it sound. The expert pilot protested. I just need you guys to make my expert mech thick enough to withstand the initial blows and fast enough for it to get super close to my opponents. As long as my Sea-Man can get past the reach of their weapons, it can wrestle those expert mechs into submission. Vase shook his head in disappointment. Be realistic. What you're asking for is impossible or impractical. If you want your Sea-Man to be thick enough to resist the sharp and penetrating attacks of mechs such as the First Sword, it will become so slow that Venerable Dice can easily toy your machine to death by dancing around it. If you want your Sea-Man to be fast enough to catch up to the expert swordsman mech, then its armor system will not possess the resilience required to prevent your machine from getting crippled on approach. Do you understand the dilemma? This is exactly why brawler mechs have never become popular. Vincent did not want to give up on turning his Sea-Man into a brawler mech that easily. Shouldn't a mech without weapons be faster and lighter than one that does carry one? Why do you make it sound as if this is not the case? Because it's the arms that have become its primary weapons, Vincent. Your Sea-Man will feature thicker and heavier arms in order to prevent them from collapsing as soon as you launch a powerful momentum-filled punch. Brawler mechs are similar to Lancer mechs in that sense. The biggest difference is that Lancer mechs have excellent reach with their long weapons while Brawler mechs earn the lowest score in this aspect. Then forget about speed. I don't need an expert mech that moves as fast as the Dark Zephyr. It just needs to be agile enough for it to wrestle. If punching alone isn't enough to defeat a tough opponent, I want to be able to grapple and wrestle it. Can you do that? It's possible, but it will force us to make several compromises in other areas. I will let Gloriana explain this to you in further detail. Vase answered. That said, I still anticipate that your Sea-Man will turn into an inadequate expert melee mech if we stick to this concept. It's too bare bones. Won't you reconsider turning it into a hybrid mech again? Your Sea-Man will be able to contribute much more substantially in battle if it comes with integrated ranged weapons. No, Vincent shook his head. Don't get me wrong. I like hybrid mechs. I especially like them when they're strong. I spent some time with Patriarch Reginald Cross, who I admire. His Balvo's rage can make any man wish he could pilot it instead. I just don't want to deal with all of those weapons. I have fought with so many different weapons over the years that I became confused for a time. Now that I have become an expert pilot, I want to put an end to that and stick to a single fighting approach going forward. I really like how Venerable Dice has always stuck to wielding great swords and turned her first sword into the strongest dueling machine in the Larkinson clan. I understand your motivations, but your decisions aren't practical if you stick to an expert mech without weapons. There are too many disadvantages. For example, you might be able to punch enemy mechs with your Sea-Man, but you can forget about inflicting effective damage against large opponents such as phase whales and alien starships. They're too big for you to defeat, Vincent. If that's the case, why not equip my Sea-Man with weapons? The new expert pilot suggested. Can't you design a pair of mech-sized boxing gloves or something that can protect and add more power behind its punches? That is not a bad idea, Vase admitted. He did not expect that Vincent would be bright enough to make useful and relevant suggestion for an upcoming design project. His imagination already went wild. He visualized an expert brawler mech that was designed in a way so that it could mount gloves that added a lot of necessary mass and protection. Vincent already became enthused about this idea. Why not design multiple glove weapons while you are at it? This way, I can choose which ones I want my Sea-Man to equip based on who I'm about to fight. The request added additional workload to the design team, but it also made the design project more interesting. I can opt for a pair of boxing gloves as a general solution, and when I just feel like punching my enemies to death, I can go for a pair of grappling gloves that are good at gripping if we're fighting against strong and powerful expert mechs. No matter how well they can fight, I bet they were never designed to wrestle. If we're fighting against bio-monsters such as fish whales, I need a pair of gloves with long, sharp claws so that I can cut through all of the fat and slice the organs into pieces. Maybe in the future you can design more exotic gloves that are made out of weird but powerful exotics. I want a pair of gloves that can add flames to my punches. I want a pair of gloves that are good at breaking through energy shields. I want to be able to punch my enemies silly in 100 different ways. Wait, can't you design a pair of gloves that can do all of that without needing my expert mech to switch loadouts? It would be like the Everchanger, but for glove weapons. This is the perfect idea. Let's call it the Everpuncher. No wait, should we call it the Punchanger instead? Vase raised his palm. Stop. That's enough, Vincent. We can explore all of these ideas in the future, but for now we should start with a solid foundation. It is enough to settle for just a basic pair of gloves in order to see whether this weapon concept even works for the Seaman. Chapter 3942 Raising the stakes. After an extensive talk that sometimes went off track and turned absurd, Vase developed a basic profile for the Seaman that Venerable Vincent found agreeable. The expert brawler mech that Vincent wanted to fight with in the future did not completely get rid of all of the traditional shortcomings of its mech type. Allowing it to equip different types of gloves substantially increased its viability in combat, but it was up to the expert pilot to maximize their potential. An expert mech is only as good as its pilot. Vase warned the over-eager man. Just like how the first sword is an absurdly strong duelist due to the strength and skill of Venerable Dice, it will be up to you to transform the Seaman into a fearsome melee mech that can defeat or at least go equal to other expert melee mechs. Do you understand what I am trying to convey? Hey, no worries. I'm not new to this. I regularly sparred against other Larkinson soldiers in the past. I'll just need to pick up my training and maybe learn a few martial arts in preparation for my upcoming expert mech. By the time the Seaman falls into my hands, I will show you that my performance in the last battle is not a fluke. Sure, Vincent, whatever you say. Vase inwardly rolled his eyes. Anyway, I have collected enough preliminary information now. I still need to visit a bunch more recovering pilots. I will leave you here so you can continue to come up with different glove weapons for your upcoming expert mech. Just don't expect to get back into the saddle quickly. It takes time to develop a powerful new machine, and the fact that we have to upgrade your existing B-Man adds an extra burden. How soon can I pilot my new expert mech? Well, if nothing special happens, it will probably take 8 months for us to complete this project. Gloriana might be able to complete it ahead of schedule, but don't hold any unrealistic expectations. I get it, I know the others had to wait a long time as well. I just hope that the Seaman will live up to my expectations. Now that Vase developed a general idea on how the design department should handle the Seaman project, he stood up from his chair and made to leave. Ah, wait, there's one more thing. What is it, Vincent? Didn't we raid a lot of phase water and fish whale organs from purgatory? Why not make use of that to make my Seaman extra fast and extra uncatchable? Just think of what I can do if I can move at warp speeds. Lack of reach, peef. As long as I have a combat drive, I'll be able to catch up to a lot of ranged mechs. There's no way these flimsy machines can defend against my expert mech's punches. Vase overlooked this option. He was still stuck in his old mindset to realize that his clan had more options now. The B-Man's compatibility with a mini drive happened to be high. A brawler mech was not a simple mech, but it should offer plenty of capacity to mount an external mini drive module on its back. The power draw of a brawler mech wasn't that cumbersome either, so the Seaman should be able to meet the substantial energy requirements of a typical miniaturized warp drive. Still, Vase was reluctant to grant Vincent access to an expensive mini drive right off the bat. The cost of such an expensive module might equal that of the rest of Vincent's expert mech. We can discuss this further at a later date. Vase eventually decided to defer his judgment on the matter. While it is true that mini drives can add a lot of functionality to our mechs, they are expensive and difficult to manage. They also impose a great degree of responsibility to the pilots who carry them into battle. If you fight carelessly enough that an enemy unit is able to destroy a costly mini drive module, then our clan will end up with a significant loss. That won't happen. I'll take real good care of the mini drive. No one will ever succeed in attacking the Seaman from behind. Wait, we haven't talked about the codpiece yet. Can you make it small enough so that it can be mounted on the front? You can layer extra armor on top of that and turn it into the manliest codpiece to have ever graced a mech. Doesn't that sound brilliant? Vase responded with a flat stare. That is one of the most idiotic ideas I've heard from you since you came up with the punchanger concept. First off, the current state of mini drive technology doesn't allow for them to be smaller than a typical backpack module. Even then, their performance is not all that great. If you want to mount it to the front, I can guarantee you that it won't look as if your expert mech is wearing a large codpiece. It will make your mech look like its belly is swelling as if it is pregnant with a baby. A repulsed expression quickly appeared on Vincent's face. No thanks, then. Keep it mounted on the back, then. Just make sure the look and contours of my mech looks impressive enough from the front. The codpiece for my C-Man has to be even more awesome than the one you designed for the B-Man, got it? If you can make only one part of my expert mech into a masterpiece, it has to be the codpiece. Vase did not even bother to say anything to that request. He quickly bid Vincent farewell before he left the recovery room. He already decided to hand over this headache project to Gloriana as quickly as possible. He should let her deal with Vincent's inane requests. Nyo Nyeoow. Oh hey, Minxie, how are you doing, little darling? Nyo. The Persian cat padded over to Vase and rubbed her body against his legs for a time. Meanwhile, Director Rayla Larkinson dismissed her projection which she used to browse the news. So, are you and your fellow mech designers about to design an expert mech that will keep my man safe? The design project hasn't officially started yet. Gloriana will have to conduct a lot of research before we can get a solid idea about Vincent's future expert mech. He's pretty set on piloting a brawler mech though, so don't expect that to change. Rayla didn't look pleased with that news, but enough time had passed for her to come to terms with this development. This is probably the first time that Vincent is really enthusiastic about dedicating himself to a single combat approach. As much as I don't like it, piloting a mech that fights with its limbs probably fits him best. He has always been a more hands-on fighter and never built up a passion for ranged weapons. Ordinary brawler mechs might not be great, but don't write off our attempt just yet. With the windfall we've obtained from the Purgatory campaign, we can invest more into our mechs than before. As long as we pile up enough expensive materials and components into the C-Man, it will be able to overwhelm the majority of its opponents by relying on brute force alone. The woman sighed in resignation. I guess we will have to settle for that, then. I will take anything I can get. The two Trueblood Larkinsons chatted a bit about Vincent and other matters while Vase led her to a nearby meeting room. Once inside, he activated a number of privacy functions so that he could discuss a more sensitive topic with Rayla. I am sure you have been apprised about what happened in the battle that turned Vincent into an expert pilot. Rayla's expression turned serious. I have. I heard that the Everchanger played a big role in Vincent's breakthrough. That's a pretty amazing feat. Can you do it again for other mech pilots? Maybe. The measure I employed is experimental. It's also extremely sensitive and could easily attract a lot of unwanted attention to us. This is why I passed on instructions for everyone to keep quiet about it. That doesn't mean that I intend to sit on this solution. I made a deal to work together with the MTA to develop my special glow further. What does that have to do with me, Vase? Breakthroughs don't happen out of the blue. I've tried to make mech pilots surpass their limits many times before I realized it is futile to do so while they are just sitting or standing around. In order to stimulate them enough that they can smash through their bottlenecks in one go, I need them to be in an active state. More specifically, the mech pilots have to be deeply immersed in a battle they care about in order to bring them close enough to apotheosis that my glow can give them the final push they need. Rayla looked at Vase with wide eyes. The information she received was both huge and shocking. Why are you telling me this, Vase? Wait, are you saying that your glow only works when mech pilots have lost themselves in a fight? If this is the case, from what I have learned and seen, mech pilots are most likely pushed to the brink when they are subject to life and death battles. There's nothing like the threat of death and the prospect of seeing your fellow friends and family fall to encourage them to fight with 120% of their usual strength. Logic dictates that I should subject our mech pilots to more major battles if I want to create more expert candidates and expert pilots. The problem is that battles like these don't come by that often. The risks to our clan are too great and the losses can easily set us back by a lot. It's also hard to find the right opponent. Too weak and our mech pilots won't be as emotionally invested in the battle. Too strong and we'll get wiped out, making this entire attempt moot. So that's why you came to me. Rayla looked enlightened. Do you think we can simulate the right conditions in competitive mech matches as opposed to actual mech battles? It's a possible theory. You're a mech pilot yourself. There were times that you cared so much about winning a duel or match that you treated it as the equivalent of a life and death battle, is that right? She nodded. That's true, I guess, but I was really trying to become the strongest mech duelist and champion at the time. Now that I've become an executive, matches don't excite me as much as before. I'm afraid that most of the mech pilots in the Larkinson army will treat our competitive mech circuit as more of a game than a life goal that they have to fulfill at any cost. Oh, I don't think it will be a problem to encourage them to do their utmost. Vase smirked. Let's say we limit the use of this glow to the playoffs or finals of a competitive league. Our mech pilots must at least try their best to overcome the intense competition to make it this far. Does this sound like a good way to raise the stakes? That can work, Rayla admitted. As long as you spread the news about this reward, I bet you that at least 70% of the Larkinson army will sign up for one of our many leagues. The demand to compete will become so high that I will probably have to expand all of the existing rosters as well as open up new leagues in order to accommodate all of the mech pilots. Even then, we still don't have the venues to host all of the scheduled matches. We don't have enough arenas. We'll figure something out. You don't have to go big right away. We can go for the elite route instead. Let's start with implementing this change to a couple of leagues and see how it goes from there. We might even keep it at this scale in order to prevent too many mech pilots from breaking through. Vase didn't want to get swamped with expert mech projects. Chapter 3943 Smoldering. Compared to Venerable Vincent Rickelin, Venerable Isabel Coden was a much more sensible expert pilot. Vase had not met her too many times, but in the few times he talked to her in the past, he gained the impression that she was a sensible and rational mech pilot. To him, her personality was similar to Commander Casella Ingvar. The biggest difference was that Venerable Isabel did not invest her time in learning how to lead and command mech troops. Instead, Isabel fully committed herself to excelling in individual combat. From the battle footage that Vase had studied, Venerable Isabel's fighting style and approach towards combat shared a lot of resemblances to how Venerable Brutus fought his enemies. Both of them were rifleman mechs that were capable of dueling strong opponents and fared best at mid-range combat. However, no expert pilot was a carbon copy of another one. Each of them were unique. Shaped by his upbringing and largely peaceful time in service, Venerable Brutus dedicated his life towards protecting his younger sister Gloriana and his closest family and friends. This caused him to develop a fighting style that was not as sharp or aggressive as others. In combat, Venerable Brutus placed a high emphasis on evasion and mobility. Although he was capable of hitting hard when necessary, compared to other rifleman mech specialists, it was clear that he had taken a more defensive and supportive approach towards combat. Venerable Isabel took a different approach. Shaped by the infrequent but highly consequential battles against astral beasts and alien warships, she strengthened her determination to do whatever it took to slay these difficult enemies. The pressure she was in and the circumstances she was operating under eventually led her to a powerful answer. Fire. When Vase entered her recovery room in the Dragon's Den, he could clearly sense the unstable but smoldering flames of her will. The presence she exuded was quite restrained at the moment, but he had the feeling that Isabel could easily flip a switch and increase her temperature at any time. Patriarch. Good day, Venerable Isabel. Congratulations for your breakthrough. You advanced at just the right time. Not only did you help take down a lot of phaser fish whales, your addition to the Hall of Heroes also plugs a gap in our expert pilot roster. The female expert pilot's condition was not as good as that of Venerable Vincent, but she was still sober enough to talk. I am happy to be of service. I worked hard to advance because of that. To be honest, I don't think I deserve much of the credit. The Quint has been guiding me in person for months. Together with whatever the Everchanger had done to me, the fire that I had been trying to kindle suddenly exploded while I was trying my hardest to kill those fat-bodied fish whales. Vase waved his hand. Don't cheapen your achievements. There are many mech pilots who wouldn't have made any progress if they were placed in the same position as you. The help and assistance that we have provided to you may have given you a clearer path towards apotheosis, but in the end it is up to you to do the climbing. Your success proves you possess both the talent and the willingness to work hard to attain power beyond the reach of mortals. That is commendable regardless of the extenuating factors at play. His words successfully settled Venerable Isabel's inner turbulence. Just because she was an expert pilot did not mean she was immune to doubts and uncertainty. Ordinary sources of pressure no longer fazed those with stronger willpower, but any problems that exceeded their strength and tolerance often hit their mentalities especially hard. This was not his first time dealing with expert pilots, so Vase accurately diagnosed Venerable Isabel's lack of self-accomplishment and spoke the right words to restore her pride. He truly meant what he said. Expert pilots were all exceptional people without doubt. Vase might not always look up to them as the common folk, but he respected their ability to persevere when others admitted weakness. Venerable Isabel Coden might not look that impressive at the moment, but the smoldering fire of her will possessed a core of strength that made it seem as if her flame could never be extinguished. Vase and Isabel chatted for a bit about various topics. The discussion started from her personal experiences of the Battle of Purgatory and soon strayed to the role the Quint had played in her formative period as an expert candidate. The Quint is not an easy living mech to handle. The slim, dark-haired woman chose her words carefully. It possesses an irreverent attitude towards everybody. It doesn't respect you or Casella or myself at all. It also likes to poke and challenge me all the time. There are days where I dread my live practice sessions because I know I will have to endure a lot of snarky remarks and uncomfortable questions. Vase leaned forward. This was interesting information. Do you get the feeling that the Quint is doing it for your own good? I can never tell whether it is doing its best or if the darned mech is merely using its mission as an excuse to have fun at other people's expense. The expert pilot's mouth twitched into a curl. She had spent a decent amount of time interfacing with the Quint, so she knew its personality quite well. I think that both of what you said is true, sir. I don't know why the Quint has grown so cranky. Maybe all of those hours standing still inside hangar bays has caused it to seek entertainment wherever possible. Ah, I understand. It was Vess's fault. The Quint already shared a huge list of complaints to Vase, and many of them were symptoms of boredom. As one of his oldest third-order living mechs, the masterwork Bright Warrior spent more time doing nothing than many other machines. Although many people had the illusion that living mechs went to sleep as soon as the pilot powered them down, the truth was that they were still active to a degree. The higher the order, the more spiritual they became. The Quint was already in existence comparable to design spirits and was therefore more perpetually aware. All of those times the mech remained unused must have been little different from being locked in a prison cell. It was no wonder that its personality had grown crooked as a result. Fortunately, Vase should have already alleviated the problem a few months ago. When he turned the Quint into a design spirit for the Enlightened Warrior model, the living mech could gain additional stimulation by interacting with many different mech pilots. Of course, the damage was already done by now. The Quint had already grown and matured in a direction where it derived amusement from teasing its mech pilots. Isabel was merely its latest playmate. Vase asked a few more questions about Venerable Isabel's experiences with the Quint. He gained a better insight on the approach the Quint adopted to accelerate her progress. It didn't sound as if the Quint was doing anything special or extraordinary. The living mech just took advantage of the man-machine connection to understand Isabel's mentality. The Quint already hosted several expert pilots, so it could easily make comparisons and figure out what Isabel was lacking in the most compared to her betters. Once it identified the issues it needed to address, the living mech simply relied on its words to guide Isabel in the right direction. This was not a mysterious process at all. The only difficult part about it was that it was difficult to replicate this process through other means. Interfacing technology could be dangerous and it was quite risky for two people to meld their minds together for extended periods of time. The only other method that Vase could think of that could achieve a similar result was by forming design networks. Vase briefly wondered whether he or Gloriana could imitate the Quint through the design networks generated by Blinky and Alexandria. Now that he thought about it, he could facilitate the growth of more than mech pilots. Perhaps he could even apply a similar methodology towards mech designers, although he vaguely felt it was not as simple in this case. Too much guidance led to contamination. Vase did not want to ruin the dreams and ambitions of younger mech designers by substituting their visions with his own. Diversity was good for the mech industry. Sir, if I may ask, what will I pilot now that I have graduated from the Quint? We will need to think about it. Vase replied. We probably can't give you anything better than a standard mech for the time being. We could allow you to continue to pilot the Quint, but that will rob another worthy Larkinson expert candidate of a precious opportunity to receive the living mech's guidance. I can only ask you to be patient and bear with the situation for 8 months or more. That is how long you need to wait before we can present you with an expert mech. Venerable Isabel began to smile now that the conversation had turned to her future battle partner. Her flaming force of will grew hotter and more active as she imagined a powerful machine that could enable her to rain down fire towards her enemies. What will you design for me? She asked. How much can I specify? Your expert mech is designed solely for you, so your input is important. Our goal is to design an expert mech that is not only comfortable for you, but is also able to draw out your full potential on the battlefield. Gloriana will visit you later and conduct multiple rounds of interviews and examinations on you. She's a professional in this. With your cooperation, she will soon be able to form a mech concept and generate a draft design that should hopefully align with your piloting style and personal preferences. I understand, sir. I will eagerly await her visit. If you want, we can get a head start by exploring your initial wants and needs. Vase suggested. First, let us confirm the mech type of your future expert mech. Do you intend to move away from piloting a rifleman mech? Venerable Isabel shook her head. I can't imagine piloting anything else. I have trained and honed my marksmanship for so long that I don't want to switch to another weapon. A part of me feels like I can perform well in an expert striker mech, but that is too drastic of a change. Forget I said anything. It was not difficult to understand why she took a fancy to striker mech. Her domain was overwhelmingly centered around fire, so piloting a mech type that was famed for wielding flamethrowers in battle sounded like a natural fit. However, piloting a striker mech required a substantially different approach towards combat. Isabel wasn't willing to invalidate the piloting style and combat skills that she had developed for many years. Even so, she still felt tangled. Her mind might prefer one answer, but her heart beckoned towards spreading as much heat and flames as possible. Vase leaned forward and placed his hand on her arm. Hey, don't give up too soon. One of the most important lessons that people like you and me can learn is that expert mechs don't play by the rules. Expert mechs don't have to stick to a single mech archetype, you know. Depending on the design budget, the capabilities of the mech designers as well as the availability of quality resources and mech components, it is not impossible to design a second-class expert mech that functions as both a rifleman mech and a striker mech. Isabel immediately became excited. Really, sir? Are you truly willing to design an expert mech that combines the power of both a rifleman mech and a striker mech in a single frame? Anything is possible. It is just a matter of how much we are willing to invest in the development of your expert mech. It just so happens that we are returning to Davut with an enormous haul of phase water and MTA merits. Our clan can afford to splurge a bit this time. Let's discuss how we can best design an expert mech that is powerful enough to satisfy your wishes but also practical enough for us to be able to deliver the end product to you in a year. Chapter 3944 Firestarter Project. Vase was thinking about how he and Gloriana could approach Venerable Isabel's expert mech design project. Different from the Seaman project, the expert mech that he tentatively named the Firestarter project was not an upgrade of an existing machine. This was one of the distinctive conditions of any expert pilot who broke through while piloting the Quint. It was not worth it for the Larkinson clan to make the Quint exclusive to any mech pilots. Its unsurpassed versatility and incredible compatibility with different kinds of mech pilots made it suitable for it to continue its pilot mentorship function. Vase never thought about upgrading the Quint into Venerable Isabel's exclusive expert mech. This meant that the design department had the luxury of designing a new expert mech from scratch without any old baggage. The downside to this was that Venerable Isabel did not enjoy a head start into developing a close partnership with an existing mech. Venerable Vincent was much better off in this regard. It was hard to say which of these cases were better. They both came with their respective advantages. In any case, Vase already made a few design choices in his heart. Designing a simple and straightforward expert rifleman mech was out of the question. In his opinion, the Star Dancer Mark II that he and Gloriana designed for Venerable Brutus was a bit too boring. Aside from its exceptional evasion characteristics, Brutus' machine did not stand out on the battlefield. While it was not necessary for expert mechs to look imposing and capture everyone's attention with their dazzling performance, Vase did not want his work to be dull. Right now, he saw an opportunity to flex his design abilities. The Firestarter project would probably require more involvement from him considering that he was the closest thing to an energy weapon specialist in the design department. Although he was not a genuine enthusiast in energy weapons, his mastery in luminaire crystal weapons inevitably forced him to play an outsized role in this upcoming expert mech design project. Vase therefore did not plan to let Gloriana take the lead on everything. He still wanted to implement his own vision for Venerable Isabel's expert mech. In order to help facilitate his discussions with Venerable Isabel on this technical matter, Vase used his comm to activate a projection where he used his fingers to draw a basic wireframe model of a proposed expert mech. He started off with drawing a basic humanoid mech shape before adding a crude representation of a fairly large rifle. This is how I imagine the initial form of the Firestarter project. Vase explained. At its base, it is nothing more than a spaceborne mech paired with a rifle, which is no different from what you are used to. Of course, the Firestarter project will be made out of highly quality materials and components which you aren't able to see right now. Its overall parameters will be at least as good as the Minerva, if not better, due to all of the extra funding at our disposal. Venerable Isabel quietly studied the extremely rough and preliminary draft design. She did not understand the significance of all of the subtle design choices that Vase had made when drawing the lines, but she piloted enough rifleman mechs over her career to pick up a few basic details. This looks like a slim and maneuverable rifleman mech. Will there be any problems with going lighter, sir? That is a good observation, Isabel. While I previously said that the rules don't necessarily apply to expert mechs, among other machines of its class, details like this can make a huge difference in how your machine is able to fight against other machines. Before we go any further, let me ask you this question. What kinds of opponents do you most want to defeat? The bedridden expert pilot remained silent for a few seconds in order to gather her thoughts. I know our clan mostly needs its expert mechs to defeat opposing expert mechs. That is what I was initially aiming for as well, sir. It's just that compared to expert mechs, the monsters and alien vessels we have been fighting against lately are even more difficult to defeat. The previous battle won't be the last time we fight against massive enemies, right? Vase reluctantly nodded. The Red Ocean is a lot more diverse than the Milky Way. It will probably take at least a couple of centuries for the Big Two and all of the pioneers to wipe out enough indigenous aliens to minimize subsequent encounters against them to the greatest degree. If that's the case, our clan needs an expert mech that is much better at destroying massive targets from a distance than any of our existing machines at this level. Of the ranged expert mechs in our clan, none of them are best suited for this job. The Amaranto is mainly a sniper machine that is best at taking down enemy mechs and crippling key components of larger targets, but its firepower doesn't lend itself well to mass destruction. That was true. Vase wasn't surprised that Venerable Isabel could tell this much. As a ranged specialist, she had made a lot of preparations for the future and studied the properties of all of the existing Larkinson expert mechs. The Everchanger can fight like an adequate ranged expert mech, but using its rifle is merely a means to an end to the hero mech. It is not the best in sniping enemy expert mechs, and it isn't particularly good at destroying other difficult targets. A hero mech like the Everchanger was never best at a single fighting style. That wasn't the point of this versatile expert mech. Vase was already satisfied with its basic battle performance. Venerable Joshua was more than capable enough to employ its strengths against the vulnerabilities of different opponents. However, the downside to emphasizing versatility over power was that the Everchanger was lacking in raw firepower. The Minerva is probably a good general expert rifleman mech. It can use its long-barreled rifle mode to pick off targets from afar and can switch to submachine gun mode to fight against enemies at close range. It's a shame that it also has to perform like a command mech. It could have been a much stronger combat machine if it was fully dedicated towards combat. It is still the expert mech that I would like to pilot the most out of the three. Oh, Vase became intrigued. Why would you say that? Well, the Everchanger is not for me because I need to be able to do too much to do it justice. The Amaranto is really powerful at long range, but it is too slow and fragile, which makes it awful at dueling. The Minerva is much more acceptable in comparison. It can fight decently well at multiple ranges and is fairly maneuverable. It's a shame that the expert command mech's armor system isn't as good as the first 6 expert mechs of our clan. Though the Minerva was far from a good fit for Venerable Isabel, her preference for it gave Vase a better idea of what she was looking for in her own personalized expert mech. Would you rather pilot an expert rifleman mech that is a little thicker and better armored than the one in my draft? It's hard for me to decide. Isabel looked conflicted. Well, I don't think my expert mech needs to excel at maneuvering like the Star Dancer Mark II. If my primary targets are organic beasts and large starships, then I can make do with a little less mobility. I don't want my expert mech to go as far as the Amaranto, though. I still want to have a chance of winning a duel against another expert mech. Understood. Let me make the adjustments. Vase partially revised the draft and made it a little wider, thicker and more substantial. The preliminary draft of the Firestarter project no longer looked as skinny and light than before. It actually conveyed the impression that it could take a few frontal hits and still keep going. Does this look better to you? The Firestarter project will be much better at frontal combat, and the loss in maneuverability is not that bad as long as we make use of superior parts. I can see myself piloting this kind of expert mech. That's good to hear. Now that we have developed a basic picture of its defensive and mobility characteristics, let's discuss the most important element of any rifleman mech, its weapon. Venerable Isabel studied the Luminaire crystal rifle that Vase had sketched in the project draft. This gun looks rather big to me. It's larger, longer and chunkier than the one wielded by the Everchanger. The Everchanger has to be able to wield its rifle with a single arm. In this case, there is no need for your expert mech to wield a sword at the same time. We can afford to equip the Firestarter project with a larger and more powerful primary armament. We just have to make sure it remains in proportion, as we don't want it to become as unwieldy as the gun utilized by the Amaranto. The Amaranto's overall mech concept was centered around extreme firepower. The older design sacrificed every other parameter in order to amplify its single-target firepower as much as possible. The Firestarter project was not as extreme. Venerable Isabel wanted to pilot a mech that could deal a lot of damage against large targets but also be able to hold its own against smaller and more maneuverable threats. This prompted Vase to design a medium-sized rifle that was adequate in multiple situations. Though he wanted to make it larger and heavier, he refrained from doing so due to the impact it would have on its handling. Vase tapped his finger at the wireframe model of the mech weapon. The rifle I've sketched will be the primary means for you to deal damage in the future. You will need to tell me if there is anything that doesn't feel right to you. Is there anything you want to add to this weapon? Yes, earlier, you said you can turn my expert mech into both a rifleman mech and a striker mech. So far, we've only talked about the former but not the latter. Where is the flamethrower? Vase smiled. I have been thinking about how to implement that in your expert mech. It depends on how much capacity you are willing to allocate to the flamethrower system. In this sketch, I have added it in as a secondary armament with the nozzle mounted on the wrist. He tapped the projection a few times to highlight a few elements in red. It showcased a modest-sized flamethrower mounted on one of the wrists along with storage tanks that contained a high-density propellant. The flamethrower-related modules weren't obvious at first. If Vase hadn't highlighted these parts, Isabel would have overlooked their presence. She started to frown. It looks kind of small. Will it be effective enough in battle? Bigger flamethrower modules aren't necessarily better, Isabel. I think it is better to implement it as a secondary armament. The reason for that is because you can already rely on the mech rifle to defeat most opponents. The only reason why you need to whip out the flamethrower is if there are enemies that have come. It is not supposed to be the case where your Firestarter project actively needs to close the distance in order to employ its flamethrower. I see. I understand why it makes sense now. Isabel slowly nodded. Well, if my powers are as good as I think they are, I don't need actual fire to burn my enemies. It's enough to resonate with the mech rifle. I still think that the storage tanks are too small, though. Will my flamethrower be able to last more than a minute? It depends on how much we are willing to invest in the propellant formula. Vase smirked. There are many flammable substances with different properties. Some burn a lot hotter. Others last a lot longer. The more expensive ones are able to release a lot more heat and energy with smaller amounts of propellant. The latter is the most ideal solution, and we can afford to spend extra as long as we only use it to supply a single mech. What if that isn't enough? Venerable Isabel asked with concern. What if we're overrun by a swarm and we don't have any other striker mechs on hand? Well, I guess we can add an extra storage tank that can be mounted on the back of the Firestarter project like an external backpack module. You will have to forego a mini drive if that is the case. A mini drive. Chapter 3945 Adjusted timeframes. Minidrives were expensive additions to any mech. Vase could foresee many scenarios where a miniaturized warp drive could make the Firestarter project a lot more useful, but the rationale wasn't as strong as with the Seaman project. The Seaman project's case was stronger because Vincent wanted to turn it into a pure melee mech. This meant that it could not function at its full potential if it wasn't at point-blank range with its targets. This imposed a heavy limitation on its use and made it all the more important for the proposed expert brawler mech to be good at moving around. The need for rapid traversal was much less for ranged mechs. As long as the ranges weren't extreme, it was perfectly viable for ranged mechs of many different varieties to inflict effective damage against distant targets. However, that did not mean that it was useless to equip the Firestarter project with a combat drive. Venerable Isabel could perform all kinds of tactical and strategic maneuvers as long as her effective range gained an enormous boost. Whether on or off the battlefield, it was much easier for her Firestarter project to be at the right place at the right time. I can see how a mini drive can be useful. Isabel's eyes lit up as Vase shared a few thoughts about this subject. I never dared to imagine this before, but now that we have left with a lot of phase water in our reserves, Vase grinned. We are no longer in a position where mini drives are unavailable or way past our budgets. We can choose to incorporate mini drives on many mechs. Of course, we don't intend to equip them on all of our machines, but there is a strong case for adding them to all new and existing expert mechs as external backpack modules. This way, we can add them to the machines when needed and leave them out when long-ranged, ultra-fast mobility is not necessary. After thinking about this matter further, he figured that it was best to employ mini drives as external modules for every compatible mech in his lineup. He might even acquire a standardized model that was universal for every expert mech. This way, the logistics of procuring and maintaining the mini drives became a lot simpler. There was no need to overcomplicate this feature any further than necessary. He could apply the same treatment to the phaser fish whale organs as well, if they could even be utilized in conjunction with mechs. After he finished exploring the possibilities of adding warp capabilities to the Firestarter project, he bid goodbye to Venerable Isabel and departed from her recovery room. Now that he had finished checking up on the new expert candidates and expert pilots of the Larkinson clan, he decided to check up on a couple of other ongoing projects taking place within the Dragon's Den. He met with Dr. Paris, who was supervising the growth of an important bio-construct over at the Scarlet Garden Department. Patriarch, welcome back to the Scarlet Garden. The Lifer biomech designer rose from her chair and greeted. Are you here to inspect the Titan III project? Vase nodded. That is one of my goals for today, yes. Bring me to wherever it is being cultivated. I want to see how close it is to maturity. Very well. Please follow me to the main cultivation chamber. They entered a large hall that was slightly dimmed. Various bots and other machines tended to several enormous pools filled with different mineral and nutrient-rich solutions. When Vase took a closer look at a couple of the pools, he spotted that several white fleshy limbs were submerged inside of them. The liquids were just opaque enough for Vase to get a good glimpse of their enormous shapes. He took a deep breath. Impressive. Their sizes should already be close to what I envisioned. It's a shame that we haven't been able to finish the meat suit in time for the Purgatory campaign. I think the Everchanger can actually brawl against the fish whales if it was equipped with this organic wargear. Dr. Paris looked regretful. We feel the same way, but the production of large organic products cannot be rushed. This is especially the case for the Titan III project, which possesses considerably more mass than biomechs. This was the biggest downside of biotechnology. It just took too much time to complete the growth process. Dr. Paris and the other biotech experts had already implemented many measures to accelerate the growth of the Titan III project, but it was hard for them to implement more extreme measures without compromising the health and longevity of the meat suit. These were all old and familiar problems to Vase, so he did not blame the Scarlet Garden or express any frustration. He still felt peeved that the completion of the Titan III project came at a time when he planned for the Larkinson clan and the Golden Skull Alliance to lay low for a couple of years. While it was not impossible for detachments of Larkinson mech troops to go out and complete various missions, the chances that the Everchanger would end up in a major battle like before should not be high. Since there aren't any immediate opportunities to see the Titan III project in action, we should change our goals and adjust our approach towards it. Dr. Paris suggested, instead of growing it with the expectation of putting it to use in battle, we can use it as a prototype and a platform to test our attempts of combining conventional mechs with biotechnology. Vase looked at the eager biomech designer. The cost of doing all of this shouldn't be low. The budget of the Titan III project is already considerable. It's hard to justify all of the money, resources and effort put into it, only for us to use it as a testbed. Money shouldn't be a problem now that we have obtained large quantities of phase water, sir. I think it is worth it to perform further research in combining the organic tissue we have harvested from the Titania with the fish whale organs that Task Force Fisherman has retrieved from Purgatory into an even stronger mounted wargear model. If the Everchanger can pilot an upgraded version of the meat suit with warp travel capabilities, it can single-handedly pose an enormous threat towards hostile fleets. Dr. Paris had put a lot of thought in how to justify the additional resources put in this ongoing project. She painted an attractive picture of the meat suit's potential. Vase looked at the limbs that were close to reaching the point where they could be grafted together into a single whole. Well, since we are about to undergo a years-long period of upgrades, expansion and reconstruction, it makes sense for us to iterate on the Titan III project further. I don't want us to proceed with introducing a rushed product only for it to fail and fall apart in front of an actual opponent. Now that he thought about it, the Titan 3 project was still a bit of a rushed project. Vase was so eager to boost the Everchanger's immediate combat power that he prioritized speed over performance and stability. The circumstances had changed, which meant that Vase also had to readjust his various priorities. Okay, let's go with your proposal. However, before we start any further projects of this nature, I first want you to complete this meat suit so that I can see for myself how it performs in reality. Even if there aren't any good opponents in the vicinity, we can still get a good impression of its combat power. If the Titan 3 project's potential is high enough, then I won't say no to a Titan 4 project. Vase continued to ask about the state of the current meat suit. According to the current estimates, it shouldn't take too long for him to see the meat suit in action. Dr. Paris had opted to slow down the growth rate of the various elements of the meat suit in order to make sure they grew properly and without any of the faults that usually plagued fast-growing organic products. Once he finished with this part of his inspection, he bid goodbye to Dr. Paris and visited another laboratory department. He peered through the transparent window to see a dozen or so money trees blooming under the abundant light shining down from above. Each of them had already grown taller than his body, but the trunk and branches looked far too skinny for his liking. Just like in the last case, the biotech experts responsible for supervising the growth of the titanium money trees recommended that they should slow down the growth pace. Vase was tempted to do so. He didn't think it was worth the wait. Just keep growing them as usual. They don't look too bad to me and I just want to see whether they live up to my expectations. Once we have gathered enough data about this batch of money trees, we can revise their designs and grow a proper batch the next time. The long period of time he intended to spend in the safer parts of Krakatoa had given him a lot more patience than before. He was no longer in a hurry to achieve quick success. He felt it was fine to take a more long-term approach to his projects. Once he had his fill of staring at young and hastily grown trees, he left the department and moved all the way to one of the more central biomes. There, he briefly inspected the tens of thousands of Pakladin captives that he intended to utilize as test subjects for his humane experiments. Now that Vase had forged an agreement with the MTA transhumanist faction, the T-Institute should soon open up for business. The researchers would definitely take advantage to the abundance of test subjects available on the Dragon's Den. Although transhumanists such as Master Dervidian were not discreet at all when it came to experimenting on captive humans, no one dared to criticize the MTA. Vase could not say for certain whether the public would forgive the Larkinson clan for doing the same. Even if Master Dervidian showed that Vase didn't need to be so circumspect about human experimentation, it still wasn't wise to cross this line. The availability of a large population of captive aliens that spiritually resembled humans was a safer and less controversial alternative. Unlike human test subjects, there were few human organizations that would ever advocate for the rights of alien beings. Any of them that did attempt to do so would quickly be labeled as cosmopolitans and be regarded as traitors to the human race. Vase smirked. We're going to have a very good time in the following years. The bird-like aliens that were perched on the tree branches did not understand his words at all. However, that did not stop them from staring at the human on the other side of the transparent cage. Vase activated a command that caused a few bots to seek out and bring over the test subjects of one of his ongoing experiments. Much to his surprise, the blank companion spirits that he had initially implanted into Subject 1 and Subject 2 had gained a lot of definition in the last few weeks. They were no longer as generic and empty as before. Days of living among the Pakladins had caused the companion spirits to take on the shape and character of this race. It was similar to how Sharpie evolved into a more human form. This reflected the inherent feature of companion spirits to grow in a direction that best fit the needs and circumstances of their hosts. Interesting. It remained to be seen where this was heading towards, but Vase already felt this experiment might yield a lot of interesting research results. As Vase completed his inspection and sent the 2 test subjects, he grew dissatisfied that he only made use of 2 Pakladins. The Dragon's Den contained over 40,000 alien prisoners. This was a massive collection of untapped research materials. Vase was wasting their utility by keeping them in their biomes while doing nothing special. I need to come up with a lot more experiments. These test subjects are just waiting to contribute to science. Chapter 3946 Slowing Momentum. I never knew you were such a big deal, Jovi. Are there many journeymen of your age who are Tier 6 galactic citizens? Jovi responded with a modest smile as he gestured for Vase to sit at a nearby couch. I'm a valuable prospect in the MTA due to my design philosophy. People like us are rare, but the scope of human civilization is huge. There are a lot of mech designers who have succeeded in breaking new ground. Starting out is already difficult, but making further progress is the true challenge for pioneers in their respective fields. The rights and privileges afforded to Tier 6 galactic citizens are meant to help us go further with our innovations. It did not escape Ves's attention that Jovi treated him as an equal. As Vase took his seat, he gained a better idea how much the association valued mech designers with high-potential design philosophies. The relative ease in which he was promoted to Tier 6 galactic citizenship did not diminish its value at all. From the public articles he read about this topic, the amount of humans who managed to make it to the middle tiers was tiny in proportion to the total population of galactic citizens. While he felt it was unfair for first-raters to be born as Tier 10 galactic citizens right from the start, they still needed to rely on their talent and ability to make meaningful contributions to human civilization in order to climb higher. Wealth or powerful parentage alone could not help anyone move up the tiers. If this was the case, then the entire system of galactic citizenship would become rotten to the core. Only those who were genuinely valuable to human civilization could climb higher through their own efforts. From what Vase had read from a particular article, the tiers that people could reach was strongly correlated with the ability to earn MTA merits or CFA merits. Those who were able to earn thousands of MTA merits were most likely lower tiered than those who were capable of earning millions of MTA merits. This was no surprise as both concepts centered around the principle that those who worked and fought for the betterment of humankind deserved to be rewarded. The Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance did not often see eye to eye these days, but they never wavered in supporting the galactic citizenship system. This reflected how much the Big Two valued meritocracy over the alternatives. Each high-ranking member must be a capable individual without doubt. The Mechers and Fleeters did not wish to replicate the severe corruption that had plagued many human states and organizations in the latter half of the Age of Conquest. The Big Two stood in direct contrast to the first-rate superstates in this regard. While it was true that the new Rubarth Empire offered plenty of opportunities for commoners to rise to the top, inheritance was still a powerful force to those that already controlled most of the levers of society. The upper echelon naturally wanted to protect their advantage. In a situation where there was not much room for expansion, the rise of upstarts inevitably led to the downfall of established powers. While the Rubarthans recognized that competition was a necessary force to maintain the vitality of the state, the major groups that always held tight to power never made way for others. The most dominant example of this in Rubarth was its imperial household. The Star Emperor and his menagerie of offspring held a firm grip of every conceivable part of Rubarthan society. Whether intentional or not, the bloodline of the imperial household directly controlled many levers of the new Rubarth Empire, making it extremely unlikely for any external actors to shake the first family of this powerful state. A phenomenon like this was long taken for granted in the first-rate superstates, but such open nepotism and appropriation of power was unimaginable within the MTA. This was what Vase liked about the Mechers. Even though they were still snobbish and stuck up in their own way, they also held great respect for ability and accomplishments. Vase happened to possess both of them in spades. This made him feel more at ease when interacting with the association. Although he still needed to exhibit basic vigilance towards a great power that could squash him flat at any time, he took comfort in the fact that the Mechers were more likely to protect him than to seek his end. As Vase settled in one of the Simile Halifax's luxurious lounges, he started to chat about trivial topics with Jovi. However, this only lasted a minute or two before they decided to move on to more important business. By the way, ever since I left the Garamal system, I don't know what is going on over there anymore. Can you tell me a bit about what you Mechers have done since my fleet's departure? We have already broken into the pocket space that used to be known as the Royal Tomb. Jovi stated, we already know where it is anchored, so it is not that difficult for us to breach the spatial walls. Purgatory on the other hand is a lot more troublesome to find. We initially thought it was anchored at a fixed distance from the blue supergiant star, but when our ships tried to find the pocket space, we weren't able to find its entrance, so to speak. Vase raised an eyebrow. That sounded weird. I thought you Mechers are really good at this stuff. You have so much high technology at your disposal that finding a nearby pocket space should be easy. How come you haven't managed to make any results? Our mastery of spatial technology and dimensional technology may be good, but I have to admit that the phase whales are better in this regard. Jovi replied in a regretful tone. We have scanned the star system extensively and found no trace of the pocket space. Our current theory is that its creator implemented an automatic evacuation function that displaces the entire phase whale enclave if an emergency has taken place. Anything could have triggered it, from our heavy-handed attempts to breach into the isolated space to the outbreak of Moby Dick. The mysterious absence of purgatory heavily frustrated the Mechers. The value of this pocket space was not low. Not only did it still retain a lot of phase water, but it also held a lot of fish whales, including the ancient and unique Hive King and the Hot King. Aside from that, there were the half-derelict biolabs, which still contained a lot of alien scientific accumulation. The Mechers would have definitely been able to advance their understanding of the phase whale race by leaps and bounds if they captured this important phase whale enclave in its entirety. You still have Moby Dick, right? There's no way this giant phase whale can go anywhere now that you have put the massive creature into a cage. Jovi briefly smiled. That's true. Moby Dick has already provided a wealth of information and novel research results. Master Dervidian has stopped taking any calls in order to completely devote his attention to studying the creature's impossibly massive body and inner workings. This was good. As long as the Mechers felt they still managed to harvest gains from the Garimal system, they were unlikely to return and demand that Vase surrender much of the profits he gained from the Purgatory campaign. The events that took place in the Garimal system may be of great importance to many people, but Jovi had long lost interest in it. The transhumanists had long taken over the star system and everything related to it. The survivalists had other priorities. The Red Ocean is growing more turbulent. Jovi warned Vase. It may be difficult for you to notice any differences, but our conquest is slowing down. The indigenous alien races are finally showing more signs of organization. Not only that, their mastery and understanding of human technology is increasing by the day. It has become abundantly clear to us that there are human traitors among us who are deliberately leaking our tech and intelligence to the native resistance forces. Vase grew grim when he heard this news. Strengthening humanity's enemies was a completely deplorable act. Wasn't it enough to allow every human to find a second chance in the Red Ocean? Why were there idiots out there who wanted to spoil this game for other humans? What does this mean for someone like me, Jovi? All of this sounds too far away for a simple pioneer like myself. You won't experience any direct consequences, but the changing situation at the front will produce a lot of ripple effects. It is likely that the density of pioneers and colonists in every zone will rise sharply in the following years and maybe decades. Groups who originally prepared to colonize the deeper regions of the Red Ocean can't follow through with their plans if the spaces are still in alien hands. That means that their colonization fleets will settle for star systems in existing occupied territories such as Krakatoa. That's going to be a lot of trouble. A sharp rise in pioneers and colonists exacerbated many of the problems that Vase and his clan were suffering from. The demand for goods and services would probably skyrocket even further while the supply of them would not be able to keep up. That meant that prices would get even more ridiculous while access to essential products such as starships became even more restrictive. Fortunately, the expeditionary fleet was heading back to Davut with an immense haul of phase water and MTA merits. While an abundant amount of wealth could not solve every problem, a lot of barriers that hindered Vase before no longer bothered him anymore. This was the privilege of being rich and powerful. His mentality towards many of the problems that used to plague him a few months ago no longer fazed him in the slightest. Compared to all of those poor and impoverished pioneering organizations that had already exhausted much of their wealth and resources to afford passage into the Red Ocean, the entire Golden Skull Alliance had already overcome the difficult initial period. Vase relaxed once he realized that the changing trends might not be a bad development for his clan. It sounds like Krakatoa will become a La Liviere in the coming years. More and more star systems will get colonized while the amount of forces exploring or rubbing against each other will rise as well. This is a great opportunity to sell a lot of mechs and build up my brand in the Red Ocean. Well, you are not short of ambition, I can tell you that. Jovi chuckled. Seriously though, if we can't defeat the alien opposition quickly, the conquest of the Red Ocean will not stop, but it will certainly turn into a more drawn-out affair. Dealing with alien forces will become a fact of life in this dwarf galaxy for a long time. You should be more prepared for that. We still don't know what the human traitors will do next to frustrate our progress. Don't you mechers and fleeters have a lot more mechs and starships at your disposal? I don't believe that you have exhausted all of your reserves for this invasion. You may be right, but this worrisome development is exactly the reason why we should hold back even more. Jovi explained. If we stretch our warfleets thin, we might not be able to respond as well to an attack from an unexpected direction. We would rather slow down our ongoing invasion than to leave ourselves open to nefarious actors within human civilization. The Big Two as a whole no longer considered their alien neighbors to be their greatest threat. What the MTA and CFA were truly worried about was their fellow humans. In this day and age, the strongest threat to every form of life in the Milky Way and the Red Ocean was not the phase whales or the vorabugs, but humanity itself. Chapter 3947 Exceed Expectations. Vase sensed that a lot of funny business was going on at the top. He vaguely suspected that the Five Scrolls Compact may have been responsible for this mischief. The Compact still bore a huge grudge towards the society that had rejected it. Though the Crown Uprising that initially took humanity by storm was already beginning to fizzle out, it still showcased the enormous power and influence this secretive organization still possessed. Even the loss of countless sleeper agents did not seem to faze this shadowy cult in the slightest. The Gate Consortium may have performed extremely strict checks in order to ensure that no terrorists passed through the Beander gates, but Vase had no confidence that these security measures could actually stop the third most powerful human organization in existence. Colluding with aliens sounded exactly like what the Compact cultists would do. They were crazy enough to cross any bottom line and violate any taboo as long as it advanced their interests. In fact, some of the worshippers of the Holy Scrolls were so irrational that they didn't even need a reason to betray humanity. They were the true madmen that people ought to fear. Though Vase was curious to learn more about what was going on at the front, Jovi did not share any further information about the ongoing invasion. Our unseen enemies may be trying to fool around, but that doesn't mean that our association is doing nothing. We have many ways to respond to these major developments. Jovi confidently stated. Well, good luck with that. I hope that all of these messes will get cleared up soon. They soon moved on to discussing a more vital topic. First, Jovi activated his comm and initiated a transfer. Vase looked at his own comm as it sounded a beep. When he activated it to see what had changed, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The amount of MTA merits in his name had changed. According to the log, he only retained 1,025,342 MTA merits just a while ago. He used to possess a bit more but spent tens of thousands of MTA merits on various high-tech gadgets and minor services in the past few months. Now, he gained 216,140,000 MTA merits on top of that, which was an astronomical sum even for a master mech designer. I have a total of 217,185,342 MTA merits. His mouth went dry as he carefully verified the numbers. He performed the math in his head and with the help of his cranial implant in order to make sure that he was not a single MTA merit short. Although the sums were correct, Vase noticed a discrepancy in the amount of MTA merits he received. While he would never say no to free MTA merits, he distinctly remembered that he should have received less. Had the Mechers changed the exchange rate? Why did I receive 5 million MTA merits more than what I am supposed to receive according to the contract that I have signed with Master Dravidian? Vase suspiciously asked. Do you remember the other MTA mission that you accepted a while ago? You promised to help a number of our mech pilots break through to expert pilot. Vase stood up straighter. Ah, that's correct. Isn't it too soon, though? There are still a couple of years left for me to complete this mission. After several years, only 5 of the 20 MTA mech pilots have achieved their breakthroughs, and they only managed to advance to the rank of expert candidate. A few of them have even died in the last battle. All of that is true, but what you have done is already enough to satisfy our expectations. Jovi smiled. Isn't this great? You don't have to toil and trouble to make the rest of our mech pilots break through. We have lifted a weight off your shoulders. Not only that, but we have increased the reward despite the limited progress that you have achieved up until this point. All of this sounded too strange to Vase. The MTA never made it easy for others to take advantage of it. How come it suddenly took the initiative to conclude this mission early and award him a bonus? Seeing that Vase still couldn't accept this answer, Jovi provided a more comprehensive answer. Now that the transhumanists are able to experiment with your so-called transcendence glow by themselves, they want to conduct much more thorough studies on its effects. In order to gather more data and make better comparisons, it is important that we gather back the mech pilots that have been exposed to the methods of your Larkinson clan for a while. Does that clarify the situation? Ah, That made a lot more sense. If Vase was in their place, he probably would have made the same decision. Jessica Quentin and the rest of her band had spent so much time with the Larkinson clan that their chances of breaking through may be greater than other mechers. In order to verify whether this hypothesis was true, the transhumanists needed to make comparison studies. That explains you have brought back your mech pilots, but why the extra MTA merits? Oh, that's simple. It is both a reward for exceeding our expectations and also as a form of compensation. Compensation? For what? We have taken the initiative of teleporting the enlightened warrior mechs away from the hangar bays of your ships. We need them as well, you see. Feel free to take more. We already have enough. Normally, Vase would feel pissed if he heard that the MTA borrowed his possessions for an indefinite period of time yet again, but this time was different. The mechers generously awarded him with a bonus of millions of MTA merits. In other words, Vase effectively sold a batch of average second-class living mechs at a price of several 100,000 MTA merits each. The only way for him to obtain more MTA merits by surrendering a mech was if he submitted a masterwork mech to the association. It was no wonder that Vase felt pleased with this situation. The only regret was that Vase lost possession of 5 of the damaged enlightened warriors that had experienced the breakthroughs of their pilots. This made them a lot more valuable than normal as they had come much closer to the threshold of a third-order living mech than before. As long as these precious mechs grew a bit more, they would gain a lot of self-awareness and become existences that were similar to the Quint. Vase already intended to utilize them as training mechs for the Larkinson clan. Now, the MTA's robbery forced him to shelve this ambitious plan. His expression soured a bit. Now that he thought about it, the MTA might have gotten a greater bargain out of this transaction than himself. Ahem, on second thought, forget what I just said. I don't intend to produce any further copies of the Enlightened Warrior. Don't get me wrong, it is still a good mech. I just think I can do much better. I already plan to design a training mech that excels at teaching mech cadets. I look forward to seeing whether your work is transformative enough to make a difference, Vase. However, do keep in mind that you still need to maintain a lower profile. It is one thing to help mech cadets acquire the skills they need to win their future battles. It is another thing to design a mech that can significantly lower the threshold of breaking through. The former is a helpful addition to the mech market while the latter is a game-breaking innovation. Don't worry, I understand how far I can go. I am still committed to maintaining a lower profile, though within reason. I am well aware that I am not strong and established enough to challenge the powerful interest groups that have a vested interest in maintaining the status quo. It is good that you are aware of the risks and dangers of your actions. Your Tier 6 galactic citizenship will help you cope with them, but ultimately you need to rely on yourself to stand up on your own. You need to grow up faster, Vase. An entire new world will open up for your design career once you have successfully realized your design philosophy. I know. Advancing to master is not as easy as you say, especially with a design philosophy as new and unexplored as mine. I'm not a freak like the polymath. The polymath had set an impossible record that no one ever thought they could surpass. A legendary figure like her only came once every millennium, if not longer. More normal people could only despair and set their targets lower. Now that Vase confirmed that the MTA hadn't made an inexplicable transfer error, he fully accepted the huge windfall of MTA merits that had fallen onto his lap. Even though he already received a promise from the MTA that he would get over 200 million MTA merits in the near future, his worries had fully disappeared now that the transfer had actually taken place. No third parties or rival factions had shown up in order to spoil the transaction. This caused Vase to sigh in relief. After calmly accepting the MTA merits, the conversation finally moved on to the most important item on the agenda. It's almost time for you to complete one of your commitments, Jovi said as he grew more excited. I've already received permission from the higher-ups to obtain a companion spirit. In fact, you should have operated on me aboard the Paracelsus Optimus where the facilities are great. Too much has happened for us to proceed, though. The new plan is to wait until your fleet has returned to the Davut system before you perform the operation. We need you to do it in a well-equipped operating room in order to make sure we gather as much data as possible. What Jovi didn't say was that the high-quality lab and medical equipment could also assist with saving his life if Vase somehow botched the operation. That is understandable. Would you like to explore the possibilities that you can choose for your companion spirit? Vase asked. I spent months thinking about the options that I can present to you. I can make many different companion spirits, you see. Each of them can excel in different areas depending on how I configure them. It's kind of like designing mechs but much more abstract and dependent on the raw materials that I have access to. I don't have a large variety of the latter, so your choices are not unlimited. From what I have been able to understand, many of these companion spirits have relations to your design spirits, correct? That is right. You should already be familiar with the different design spirits that I have used to empower my mech designs. Do any of them stand out to you in particular? Do you fancy their glow effects or agree with their principles? The pale-haired MTA journeyman fell in thought. It's difficult to say. I think it is easier for me to tell you which ones do not fit my needs or style. Obviously, I do not wish to have any relations with the superior mother despite the apparent strength she has shown. I do not think it is wise for me to have any relations with any overt alien existences for obvious reasons. That substantially limits the options that I have prepared for you. A few of them can be quite powerful or useful. For example, I am sure I can bring a companion spirit to life that can assist you with multitasking if I use an ingredient derived from the large astral beast we encountered in the past. While I admit that sounds useful, maybe you can offer me a better option. Please proceed with presenting the choices that I can make. I have waited long enough for this day. Chapter 3948 Future Companions. Companion spirits can change your life depending on what they can offer to you. Vase explained to Jovi. They start off relatively weak but will quickly grow and adapt to your needs. It will take a lifetime for them to become formidable, but once you have reached this stage, you will find that you are much more individually capable than any of your peers. Ever since Vase arrived on the Simile Halifax, he had been waiting to present his friend an ally with dazzling possibilities. Though Jovi's latest demand reduced the amount of choices that he could make, there were still a lot of ways that Vase could satisfy the MTA journeyman. The importance of providing this service could not be overstated. The more Vase interacted with the MTA, the more he valued the allies he made within this massive organization. There was no way that Vase could navigate his relationship with the association and its various factions smoothly if he did not have a trusted and reliable source of contact. Vase may have managed to forge a good relationship with Master Willix, but the woman had not followed him to the Red Ocean. It was far too difficult to leverage this relationship now that they were separated by hundreds of thousands of light years. He wasn't that particularly close to the other mecha personalities that he had encountered since he entered the Red Ocean. People like Master Dervidian may treat Vase nicely due to the value he provided, but their relationship was actually quite utilitarian. Vase needed the help of an insider to actually convey what the MTA actually thought about him and what it was doing. There was no way he could easily obtain such valuable intelligence from acquaintances. The existence of Jovi perfectly met his needs. Jovi was younger than all of those older masters who only had benefits and trade-offs in their eyes. He was also a journeyman at the same level as Vase. Although their design philosophies differed, their journeys and struggles were roughly equivalent to each other. That not only allowed them to understand and empathize with each other to a greater degree, but also presented them with the possibility of growing stronger together. If both of them ever advanced to master, their friendship would definitely be incredibly close due to all of the years they had known each other. Due to this, Vase attached great importance to his gift to Jovi. A companion spirit could truly change one's life for the better, but the usefulness of a living spiritual construct was dependent on many factors. Vase did not wish to botch this up by saddling Jovi with a relatively redundant companion spirit. I've created several different proposals based on the goals you wish to pursue and the problems you need help with solving. He continued to explain. You can think of it as having access to a trusted and competent assistant that can keep up with your growth. This effectively allows you to overcome challenges by cooperating with yourself. I understand. Can you give me an example of what I can acquire? Okay. Let's start with a relatively simple companion spirit. Vase waved his hand and activated a projection, which depicted the small form of an inspiring-looking flag. He had based this companion spirit on Ryan Aiden's banner of Vulcan. Of course, Jovi's spiritual flag depicted the emblem of the MTA instead of any dwarven symbolism. I have tried my best to make it so that it conveys a touch of the design spirit it is based upon. Can you feel it, Jovi? The other man slowly nodded. I do. The sensation resembles the glow of your best-selling Desolate Soldier model. Don't be deceived by its simple looks and effectiveness. It can inspire duty and loyalty in your fellow mechers and other people. It will be a lot easier for you to exercise your authority and get taken seriously by the masses. In the beginning, its effects will probably be little different from the glow of a desolate soldier. However, the more you use it for a particular purpose, the better it will be able to do its job. Perhaps you can one day use your companion spirit to obtain the allegiance of millions of your peers. You can also do it to convince your strongest opposition to work for the greater good of mankind. Though Vase had no idea whether this proposed companion spirit could actually fulfill his exaggerated boasts, it was nice to dream. Jovi didn't look impressed, though. He crossed his arms and shook his head. I am a mech designer, not a bureaucrat or politician. I don't need to rely on a companion spirit to inspire people to do their jobs. I can rely on the reputation, prestige and power of our association for all of that. Besides, leading people is not my primary job. My main priority is to design mechs. The MTA journeyman made a good point. The Mech Trade Association's reputation was ironclad. Hardly anyone dared to defy the organization. It had built up a formidable amount of deterrence power through blood and thunder. A duty-based companion spirit was largely redundant. It wasn't even all that useful against other mechers due to their strong mentality training. Vase shrugged and moved on to his second proposal. He swiped his hand so that the projection switched from depicting a flag to a hammer. This is another possible companion spirit. This time, it is much more relevant to your primary responsibilities. What does it do? Must it always come in the form of a hammer? You can specify the shape. If you don't want it to be an inanimate object, I can turn it into a cat or lizard. Even if you have already obtained a companion spirit, you can always encourage it to evolve it in another form if necessary. Ah, that is good. But how does this companion spirit add to my work? If you have been checking up on me, you should know that I recently started the Creation Association to help craftsmen and artisans of all kinds. This proposed companion spirit can help unlock your creativity and help you generate new ideas for your work. This sounded much more interesting to Jovi. I have seen how one of your glows can help you design and fabricate a mech much better than normal. You have an odd habit of hitting your head with a hammer just before doing that. Do you expect me to do the same with this intangible hammer? That won't be necessary. Vase quickly replied. The two of you will be tied for life. Your companion spirit is like a second half of yourself. You can directly affect each other without doing anything physical. That's reassuring, but, if I want to enjoy this effect myself, why don't I get a similar hammer to yours? Vase responded with a restrained smile. There is only one hammer like it. I do have totems that can give you a weaker version of its effects, but they're not the same. This proposal is actually extremely generous on my part because I am giving you permanent, life-bound access to a companion spirit that can massively increase the quality of your output. The biggest problem with this companion spirit was that it was potentially able to wield the power of Vulcan while not being tied to the incarnation. There were lots of potential problems that could result from this, but Vase didn't care about them at the moment. If Vase truly wanted to cultivate a close bond of trust with Jovi, then he needed to show a lot of sincerity. For his part, Jovi genuinely looked conflicted. He felt an enormous attraction to a companion spirit that could inspire him to design better mechs and help him fabricate higher quality machines by hand. It was difficult for many mech designers to remain calm in the face of this temptation. Jovi was not an average person, though. His mentality was a lot more stable than that of others. He was even sober enough to recognize the potential downsides to this companion spirit. This is a good option, but I am accustomed to relying on myself to recognize and solve any technical issues that I encounter in my work. I feel as if getting a new hammer that can solve many of my design problems will affect my own design abilities. It would be fatal for my design career if I develop a dependency on easy solutions. I don't need that much help in progressing my design philosophy. Understandable. That is also the same reason why I try to keep calm and collected. The potential utility of the hammer companion spirit was high, but the pitfalls were a lot deeper as well. Jovi wanted to rely on his own capabilities to make progress and become a better mech designer. This was a noble attitude and one that Vase could agree with. However, that also left him with less options than before. Given Jovi's particular demands and preferences, Vase decided to present a risky and fairly dubious option. He waved his hand again, causing the projection to display an eyeball. This is another companion spirit with higher potential than usual. Vase said, I designed it in light of what I have learned about your design philosophy and your work. Oh, Jovi grew a lot more intrigued. Please tell me more. How does this eyeball companion help me manipulate probabilities? By giving you the answers in advance. Pardon, Vase smirked. The concept is simple. I know that you have probably become good at judging how a pair of dice will roll or whether a lottery ticket will yield a prize. However, I bet that you can only estimate and maybe nudge the probabilities that only you can see. Is that correct? I cannot say anything to your query. Much of my work is sensitive information. Oh, you can keep it general, then. Let's say that my guess about your design philosophy is right. If so, then you are wielding potent abilities that can help you avoid disasters while giving you greater opportunities to get ahead. Jovi directed a deep stare at Vase. For a moment, Vase wondered what his MTA buddy saw in him. Did his probability manipulation work directly on humans? Was Jovi able to recognize that he could gain great advantages by spending time with a particular second-class mech designer? Whatever the case, Vase bet that the eyeball companion spirit was the perfect supplement to this ability. Vase smiled. The flaw of what you can possibly do is that probabilities can only estimate future outcomes. There are times when you make a decision that is successful 95% of the time, only for you to encounter failure as you end up with an outcome that only happens 5% of the time. How can this strange eye help me with that? Jovi skeptically asked. You have studied my Ilvanen mechs, right? You should already know that their design spirit has a tendency to read the future. I don't know how this works at all, but I can bestow a measure of this power to your companion spirit so that you may develop a better idea of what will happen in the future. How will this manifest, Vase? To be honest, I don't have a solid idea. This proposal is a lot vaguer than the others because the nature of your companion spirit is a lot more difficult to understand. Perhaps you will develop a stronger intuition of which possible scenario will come true. Perhaps you can observe trends that will happen further into the future. Perhaps you become a lot more sensitive to bad luck and negative outcomes. Who knows? Does adopting this companion spirit also mean that I have to worship a religion? Jovi frowned. Maybe. I'm not sure. Theoretically, you shouldn't need to, but it might probably help with developing the predictive powers of your companion spirit in a specific direction. I think it will be fine if you don't do anything with the Ilvanen faith. You can just grow and develop your companion spirit in a secular manner. Vase didn't actually know whether this could happen. The eyeball companion spirit was actually one of his riskier proposals. Chapter 3949 Dangerous Temptation. Vase presented numerous different ideas to Jovi. Despite the relatively limited variety of spiritual ingredients at his disposal, he knew there were many different ways to squeeze different expressions out of them. Only his imagination limited how extensively he could stretch and combine his ingredients. Each of the companion spirit concepts he unveiled to his MTA buddy only centered around a single ability. Though Vase could blend multiple ingredients together to create more complex companion spirits, the output was a lot harder to control if he adopted this approach. He did not want to take any excessive risks this time. Jovi was not only his most valuable investment vehicle in the MTA, but also a promising mech designer who might turn into an extremely desirable collaboration partner in the future. Vase did not want to bear the responsibility for ruining this bright prospect. Just the fact that the MTA would surely make him answer for his mistakes was enough to keep him honest. Since Jovi also served as the MTA's initial volunteer for companion spirits, Vase wanted to be extra certain that the end result was both positive and beneficial. The gift he wanted to impart had to bring immediate and obvious benefits in order to make the best possible case for further cooperation. The Metal Eater companion spirit is a bit more special than the other ones. In my expectations, it can initially give you a much more intuitive understanding of metals and ores, which will provide a lot of help to you when designing and fabricating mechs. However, the true potential of this option is to grant you the possibility to eat, or corrode, mechs and other metal constructs. The more powerful it becomes, the more you can theoretically weaken mechs. Combined with your deep understanding of mechs, it should not be difficult for you to disable their key components and instantly cause them to collapse. As Jovi listened to his friend Vase unveil his 17th creative idea, he had gone past the point of feeling surprised and shocked. Now, all he felt was absurdity. Yes, absurdity. He heard so many fantastical and ridiculous premises from Vase that Jovi no longer bothered to question whether the Larkinson patriarch was exaggerating the power of companion spirits anymore. There were so many boasts and descriptions of powerful abilities that Jovi just assumed that he would be able to wield these powers, if not today then in the future. Although a lot of these powers sounded like outright magic, who was Jovi? He himself mastered an elusive aspect of quantum mechanics in advance and was able to affect reality to an extent. This remarkable accomplishment was also why he successfully became a key training prospect in the MTA. Having met and exchanged with many remarkable mech designers and mech pilots, Jovi's awareness and cognition of the more extraordinary side of reality was broader than many other people. Besides, the Simile Halifax accompanied and monitored the Larkinson clan for such a long time that Jovi already knew a lot about what Vase was capable of. The possibilities presented by the proposed companion spirits were not too far removed from his existing works. As Vase was about to reveal his 18th companion spirit concept, Jovi interrupted his friend by raising his palm. Enough. I think I've heard enough. These ideas all sound interesting, but I think you are increasingly grasping at straws the further you go down your list. I mean, a companion spirit that can eat metal. Really? Vase responded with a mysterious smile. A few weeks ago, a gigantic projection of a golden man punched a whale. That's a special case and you know it. Unity of man and machine is an exceptionally rare and powerful outburst of power generated by the perfect resonance between a mech pilot and a mech. What you are talking about here is the notion that a relatively small, human-bound psionic construct can directly sabotage mechs. Maybe not at the start, but I'm sure your companion spirit can become a nasty enemy of mechs once it has grown for a century or so. If you manage to advance to Master Mech Designer at this time, then that is even better. There is little point for a mech designer like myself to acquire the power granted by such a companion spirit. Jovi responded with a hint of disdain in his voice and expression. I am part of the greatest human organization in existence. My status in the association is not low either, or else I wouldn't have been promoted to Tier 6 galactic citizenship so soon. You might not be able to see it, but I am protected round the clock. I also have teleporters and other escape measures at my disposal. As long as there is any hint of a credible risk to my life, I will quickly be ushered back to a stronghold. I do not need an ability that can weaken mechs. We have tools and production equipment to do that in our stead. I guess you're right. Vase awkwardly smiled. Perhaps I was projecting myself too much in your place when I came up with these potential ideas. I would love to have them myself, you see. I guess I would rather have more power in my own hands rather than depend on equipment and guards that might not always be as reliable or available as I wish. That is an odd opinion coming from a mech designer such as yourself. I would have thought that you would place a lot more confidence in mechs such as your Everchanger. The Everchanger and my other works are strong, but what is the point when I can't bring them everywhere I go? Look at me right now. You have teleported me to the Simile Halifax, thereby cutting me off from all of my honor guards and my mech entourage. We're allies and partners, Vase. We mean you no harm. I trust you, Jovi, but is every mecher just as trustworthy? Tell me the truth. Are there people within your vast and diverse association who will not hesitate to harm me and my interests? The MTA journeyman could not lie in order to make his organization sound good, and both of them knew it. The Mech Trade Association was filled with too many different interests, any of which could harbor malicious designs towards Vase. This was also why the transhumanist faction was so keen on suppressing any news about Vase's most remarkable accomplishments. I concede that your situation is indeed a lot more precarious than mine. Jovi sighed. I am in a different position than you. I am far better protected than you, but that doesn't mean I can do my work in peace. My research projects are so difficult that I have to rely on my talents in order to progress. I also have to compete against other prospects like myself in order to obtain a greater share of merits, funding, resources and tutoring. A mech designer must always work hard in order to make better mechs. The MTA expected the best out of its own mech designers and did not intend for Jovi to grow complacent. Vase gained a bit more understanding of all of the pressure that Jovi was facing in his career. Although the life of an MTA mech designer was still superior to that of an indigenous mech designer, the pressure of competition was far greater in an organization that adopted a meritocratic system. If you think that achieving success in your work is critical, then I think you should go for my third suggestion. Vase calmly replied. Jovi frowned. You mean the eyeball companion spirit? I can see how well it can synergize with my existing specialization and talents, but I can also see how it can have an adverse influence on my work ethic, my results and even my design philosophy. I fear, the combination may turn me into a different mech designer than I originally wanted to become. The power of foresight, if real, is too tempting. Even a hint of it can corrupt a mech designer such as myself. Inwardly, Vase agreed with this vigilant attitude. Prophet Ilvain's case was a good example of how people could get lost in power. Still, that did not mean that this suggestion was bad. You are different from average people. Vase stated. You are a mecher. You have pioneered a new field in mech design. You have climbed on top of many other mech designers through a combination of hard work and talent. Not only that, but you have access to a lot of help and advice. Will you truly be susceptible to the same risks and temptations that can tear down weaker individuals? His words directly referenced Hovey's earlier boasts about himself. While the MTA journeyman did not assume an arrogant air when he was in the company of Vase, his confidence and self-esteem were actually quite high. How could Jovi admit his weaknesses so easily? Wouldn't that invalidate his earlier descriptions about himself? You're not wrong, Vase. I know I am better than many of my peers. I don't dare to say that I am superior to you, but my mech designs are actually not that bad compared to your living mechs. I would love it if you could show me to them one day. Vase smiled. One day, Jovi promised. As much as I like to heap praise on myself, that is not the point of this meeting. I need to make a choice, but I still don't know what I am getting into. Can you elaborate why you recommend your third suggestion despite its numerous problems? As I have said before, the eyeball companion spirit is a great fit for you. Knowledge is power, and that counts double for mech designers such as ourselves. While I am sure your ability to read probabilities can simulate foresight to an extent, it is too much anchored in the present if my guess is right. It should also only be effective on more material and solid phenomena. What my third proposal can offer is the potential to expand the range of your information gathering capabilities. Doesn't that sound great? You will always enjoy an information advantage compared to your peers. Jovi frowned. Not necessary. What of the risk factors? What of the eyeball companion spirit's relations to the Ilvainen faith? Can you guarantee that I will not be negatively influenced by this connection? Relax. I wouldn't worry so much. You are your own person. If you do not want to embrace the Ilvainen faith, then neither you nor your companion spirit will get affected. As I have told you in the past, your companion spirit is a part of yourself. It won't convert to religion against your wishes. Your control over the other half is too strong for that. As its designer, I can program and specify a lot of different aspects about your companion spirit. If you really do not want it to embrace any faith, you can tell me to hardwire that instruction in its spiritual programming. You can do that, Vase. Vase grinned. I can do at least that much. My control over life forms such as companion spirits is not absolute, but I can still influence their starting line and development patterns. It will be up to you to nurture your companion spirit and determine its growth direction. The ultimate point of companion spirits is that its personality and abilities are shaped according to your needs. It will never hinder you as long as you raise it well. A few minutes passed as Jovi tried to make a choice. Eventually, he realized that he was too conflicted to make a judgment at this time. I need to think about this further. For now, I would like you to write a more extensive report on a couple of suggestions that I prefer. I will go over them and possibly share them with others before settling on a choice. Does that sound good, Vase? There's no hurry, Jovi. We haven't even reached Davut as of yet. Keep thinking about what I have said. I am confident in my work. Each of them are solid. You just need to decide for yourself how you wish to boost your career. If you ask me, I would go for the option with the highest degree of synergy with your existing capabilities. This will yield a far greater return on investment. Greater profits always come with greater risks. Chapter 3950. The proof is in the pudding. Vase was teleported back to the spirit of Bentime after a fruitful meeting with Jovi. Of course, fruitful was just a relative term. Though Jovi hadn't been able to make up his mind on a companion spirit, he at least narrowed down his choice to a handful of proposals. This made it a lot easier for Vase to flesh them out and be more thorough in his descriptions. All of his ideas so far were purely theoretical. They did not exist in reality, so there was no way for him to prove with certainty that his ideas would turn out the way he envisioned. As Vase tried to think on what he should put into his report, he found it difficult to determine the accuracy of his own claims. No matter how much he understood his own work, life had a way of upending his expectations. There were so many variables at play that any of them could easily trigger a cascade of changes that led to unpredictable outcomes. At this moment, Vase ironically wished he possessed a combination of Hovey's ability to read probabilities and the eyeball companion spirit's ability of foresight. He would have been able to make much more accurate predictions of his work. If Vase could think about the potency of this combination, then so could his friend. Jovi was probably tempted to take the plunge and go for this suggestion, but his caution and prudence kept him from doing so. He had raised valid concerns that Vase could not easily refute because of lack of proof. Vase suddenly froze. Wait a minute, if it is proof that I am missing, why don't I solve this problem? Nothing could stop him from making additional companion spirits. He recalled that he had lots of alien test subjects at his disposal. Sure, the Pakladan prisoners were not humans nor mech designers, but they could at least give Jovi and his unseen superiors a solid impression on what a couple of versions of his companion spirits could offer. The moment he came up with this solution, he couldn't wait to implement it right away. He had to wait until the expeditionary fleet transitioned back into real space before he could shuttle over to the Dragon's Den. He barely issued a greeting to Director Rania before he raced to the forest biome where most of the Pakladans were kept captive. Although he looked like he was in a hurry, he had already fleshed out his experimental plan by this time. Vase did not aim to reproduce the most accurate outcomes of how Jovi might turn out after obtaining different companion spirits. It was impossible to do so since none of the Pakladans were humans or journeyman mech designers. What he needed to do was show that the test subjects who obtained comparable companion spirits were doing just fine. As Vase looked through the other side of the transparent wall that enclosed the biome, Director Rania caught up and reached his side. Are you in a hurry, sir? You can say that. I need access to 3 test subjects. I will need a secure operating chamber to implement my ideas on them. Once I am done, you can bring them back to this biome. I want your staff to keep them all under careful observation. Track what they are doing and record everything they do. If you notice they are doing anything weird or abnormal, then set the recordings aside so that I can study them myself. Rania raised her eyebrow. You have big plans, I see. I just want to verify my ideas. It is hard for me to foresee how my creations will turn out if I just imagine them in my mind. Since I now have access to a lot of test subjects, it would be a wasted opportunity if I did not make use of my assets. Will your experimental procedures put your test subjects at risk? Vase shook his head. He wanted to provide Jovi with a gift, not a bomb in his head. None of his proposed companion spirits should pose any direct threat towards their recipients. Don't worry, Rania, we will treat them as humanely as possible even though these aliens aren't humans in the first place. Kedis warned us to treat them nicely. After all, what I am giving the lucky few will actually help them. They shall gain more abilities than ordinary Pakladans. That will make their lives a bit more interesting while they spend their time in this green cage. If you say so, sir. Do you want us to pull out a random sample of Pakladan individuals? No, I'm not conducting a randomized trial this time. Your institute must have researched the identities and capabilities of all of the different Pakladans, right? We did, though I should caution you that we cannot be certain whether our records are accurate. We can only base our information on our examinations of their physical forms and what they are saying to each other. That is already sufficient. Vase nodded. Please take out 3 Pakladans that resemble mech designers the most. Rania frowned. You will need to clarify that, sir. What are the traits you are looking for, exactly? Let's start with relatively young adults among the Pakladan race. Seek out the ones with engineering or designer backgrounds. I am aware that the Pakladans do not utilize mechs, but I believe that most technological alien races make use of smaller combat vehicles such as starfighters. Pick them out if there are any of them in our custody. If not, go for Pakladans that work with shuttles or other modest-sized vehicles. Don't you want to grab any starship engineers or designers, sir? Their importance in Pakladan society is high, similar to how humanity respects mech designers. Vase thought for a moment before shaking his head. Designing and working on starships is too different. Let's find out if there are enough test subjects that match my current criteria first. The director of the Larkinson Biotech Institute called up a projection that displayed a large list of alien captives. She put in the criteria that Vase had mentioned, causing a lot of the listed individuals to disappear. Only a small number of individuals remained. Vase was disappointed with this as he expected an alien evacuation ship to carry a lot more talents and professionals. Age is the biggest problem here. Rania explained as she tapped her finger on this particular requirement. More than 100 names silently reappeared. It appears that only the older and more experienced Pakladans are taken seriously as designers or engineers. The previous selections are likely outliers because their parents or other favorable circumstances have given them a head start. That is even better. Vase grinned. What I need are pakladins that most closely match a young and talented mech designer. Once he was happy with the initial selection, dozens of bots flew towards different parts of the biome and rudely grasped a bunch of alien individuals. The abducted pakladins did not look pleased at all when they arrived before Vase and Rania. Www. Though Vase could vaguely interpret their meanings, he did not bother to listen to them. They were his test subjects, not his friends. If he became attached to his test subjects, he feared that his behavior and perception towards them would become more biased. Such a development would taint the validity of his experimental results. Right now, he needed to apply one more criteria in order to complete his final selection. He quickly scanned the potential test subjects with his spiritual senses and grew pleased when he found enough alien individuals with spiritual potential. Vase raised his hand and pointed at the 3 lucky winners. Take the ones that I have pointed out to a secure lab. You can return the rest of the aliens. Understood. We have already prepared a suitable lab compartment. They moved down to one of the many laboratory compartments of the Dragon's Den where Vase planned to commence the spiritual implantation procedures. This was familiar work to Vase, so he did not feel nervous at all. While operating on a person's spirituality was extremely risky and could easily lead to permanent mental damage, he was not new when it came to spiritual surgery. As Vase went to work, Rania and several other trusted exobiologists and medical professionals stood by and monitored the physical conditions of the test subjects. They grew a lot more concerned when the trapped pakladins started to shake against their restraints while exhibiting increasingly more violent and agitated life signs. CAWWW. CAAAAW. CAAAWWWW. Can someone mute the noises that escape from their beaks? Vase demanded. I am trying to work here. It's a lot more difficult for me to concentrate when they are resisting my efforts to grace them with a gift beyond their comprehension. A remote sound dampening field came into existence which quickly quieted down the lab. FREEWEBNVEL. CM. Vase was able to work a lot more comfortably after that. Although the pakladins never stopped shaking and resisting, they were far too weak to hinder his work. After an hour of working, Vase let out a tired breath as he pulled back from the center of the operating chamber. The alien test subjects had already tired themselves out by now. They had all endured a lot of pain after Vase carved into their spiritualities and forcefully blended pieces of themselves with foreign spiritual ingredients. Vase smiled as he could clearly see that all of his attempts had succeeded. All 3 test subjects gained 3 different companion spirits, each of which were weaker but representative versions of the ones he had in mind for Jovi. So what can they do now that you have operated on them? Director Rania curiously asked. It would help us with monitoring them if we have a better understanding of what they have gained. That was true. Vase studied all 3 test subjects for a moment before giving his reply. Each of them has gained 3 different companion spirits. Subject 3 should have become a lot better at making stuff. I want you to supply basic sets of tools and raw materials to this fellow so that he can make handicrafts or something. That will disturb the equilibrium of this isolated society. Rania frowned. We deliberately deprived the alien captives of most modern amenities and products in order to separate them from their tragic past. Giving them access to technology and allowing them to make more advanced products than wooden treehouses will lead to unpredictable changes. What can they do? They will still be in our grasp. Vase snorted. Just do as I say. It is more important for us to observe how Subject 3 is keeping his hands busy. Very well. Vase moved on to the next test subject. Subject 4 over there is the most important one of this batch. I have given him a companion spirit that is partially based on Prophet Ilvain. Can Subject 4 see the future? Rania looked surprised. That is what I would like you and your staff to find out. Monitor him closely. Try to make stuff happen within the biome that can elicit different reactions from the pakladins. Start fires. Pour rain onto the forest. Lower the temperature to freezing levels. Whatever you do, I want to see whether Subject 4 can predict these events in advance. This time, Rania did not mention how much these activities would disrupt the calm and peaceful pakladin society even further. It already became clear to her that the lives of the captives would already change beyond recognition. What of Subject 5? She is special in her own way. Vase smirked. Her companion spirit is based on the Titania. I predict that she has gained powers related to leadership or control. We don't necessarily need to change anything in order to see Subject 5 in action, but maybe you can try to insert other life forms into this biome in order to find out whether she can tame them or something. We shall do our best to implement your suggestions. We are not short of organisms on this ship. Chapter 3951 Momentary advantages. After turning 3 more Pakladin captives into his test subjects, Vase triumphantly returned to the Spirit of Bentheim and resumed his regular duties. It would take time to collect enough data. Studying the most recent batch of test subjects and verifying the abilities granted by their newborn companion spirits could not be rushed. Vase predicted that it would probably take a month or so before Jovi made his choice and readied himself for the implantation process. This won't be easy. Performing spiritual surgery on a journeyman was a lot different from performing the same procedure on a bunch of weak and defenseless Pakladins. Though Vase already had experience on operating on journeymen such as himself and Gloriana, who knew what difficulties he might encounter when he tried to do the same to Jovi. As a member of the MTA, Jovi Armelon received a lot of special treatments. His mind and body had undergone many changes in order to turn him into a superior mech designer. Vase had no idea whether any of them affected or protected Jovi's spirituality and more specifically his design seed. If this was the case, then Vase needed to be ready to adjust his approach. It would be good to have universal life energy as well as other safeguards ready. Well, I have plenty of time to prepare. Vase threw himself back to his work and his routine duties. The expeditionary fleet followed a direct route back to the Davut system, and hadn't encountered any obstructions along the way. It would not take long before the Golden Skull Alliance was ready to settle down for a time. Now that Vase wanted to devote several years to expansion and reconstruction, he had to attend a lot of meetings with different clansmen in order to discuss their spending plans. Many of those multi-year investment plans demanded substantial amounts of financing. If anyone suggested that the Larkinson clan should invest over 100,000 MTA credits on a single initiative, then Vase would have booted the delusion fellow from the compartment. Nowadays, Vase did not show much of a reaction. The other Larkinson executives also assumed that this was the new norm. This was the tyranny of possessing a lot of MTA merits and phase water. The Larkinson clan obtained so much spending power all of a sudden that every clansman had adopted the mentality of a nouveau riche. The problem with that was that some of the spending plans went too far. Vase may be happy and eager to spend a lot of money in the coming years, but that didn't mean he was a proponent of wasteful spending. As a mech designer, Vase still held to the principle that he should spend as little as possible in order to obtain the maximum possible benefit. The Larkinson clan's wealth was only incidental at the moment. There was no easy way to replicate the feats that allowed them to earn a huge amount of profit. This was why Vase felt it was important to invest much of it into the Larkinson clan. He wanted it to become large and strong enough to earn this kind of money through routine business operations. The Larkinsons faced a lot of challenges in meeting this goal. The clan still did not have a strong foundation in the local economy. The business environment in the Red Ocean was still underdeveloped and competition was extremely high. Money alone could not lift the Larkinson clan into prosperity. The more he talked to various knowledgeable experts, the more he understood that the Larkinsons needed to integrate in the local business community. You can view the current circumstances in Davut as a zero-sum game. Minister Sheddarin Pernis explained, the markets and the infrastructure are so limited that only a fraction of the total number of companies can achieve profitability at this time. In truth, none of the companies that have moved to Krakatoa are earning any profits. Each of them must spend large amounts of money in order to obtain a foothold in the local economy. The power blocks and coalitions that are in control of the port system try to keep out the newcomers as much as possible. Do you know why? It was not difficult to guess the answer. Because each new competitor that enters the market will force the existing companies to shrink their market share. Vase responded, the pieces of the pies get smaller and smaller. The only compelling reason to allow a newcomer to settle in Davut is if the company provides a good or service that is sorely needed. This explains why Murphy & Sons has not encountered too many hindrances. Starships were in high demand, so there was still sufficient room for shipbuilding companies. The mech industry was in a completely different state. There were way too many mech designers and mech companies trying to capture the nascent markets for different categories of mechs. The mech companies involved in the founding and colonization of the initial settlements on Davut enjoyed an enormous first-mover advantage. If these founders had any sense, then they would do their best to abuse their power and position in the industry to choke out new arrivals. This explained the Living Mech Corporation's current state in the Red Ocean. The Larkinsons were more than eager to expand their business operations in the new frontier, but the mech companies that arrived first did everything in their power to maintain the status quo. Of course, there was no way that a limited number of mech companies could maintain their oligopoly forever. Once the local economy developed further, the demand for different mechs would surely skyrocket. The supply of raw materials would also catch up, thereby making it easier for latecomers to set up shop. The problem for the Larkinson clan was that it would take 30, 50 or even 100 years before a semblance of fair and open competition became possible. The reality of this early period is that gaining a foothold in the local economy cannot be achieved without the consent of the dominant players in Davut. Sheddarin stated in a neutral tone, "Our clan is but one of many outsiders who are desperately trying to gain the acceptance of insiders. If we want to succeed, we need to convince the latter that embracing us will not harm their interests. In fact, that is not enough. We need to persuade enough insiders that letting us into their ranks will profit them instead." Vase grimaced. He could see where this conversation was going. "Let me guess. The best way to become an insider is to pay big fat bribes to these early movers and dominant players, is that correct?" Indeed, it is relatively uncommon for newcomers to donate large sums of money or phase water. Takeovers and partial ownership transfers are more common around here. The power blocks are aiming to become stronger instead of weaker. It is much harder to persuade them to approve us if we do not want to give them a stake into our mech company or clan. There was no way that Vase would allow any ownership stake to escape his hands. The Larkinson clan must never answer to a higher authority than a Larkinson. This was one of his most important principles. Although Vase was willing to invest a considerable amount of money to integrate into Davut, he would pack up his bags and go if there was any further talk about transferring ownership. "You don't need to explain the old boys club that is controlling Davut any further. I already understand the many difficulties. What I need is an answer. How can you turn our clan into an insider without wasting the majority of our windfall on bribes?" Minister Sheddarin smiled. "As I have stated earlier, the key to becoming an insider is to persuade the existing ones that we can advance their interests. That does not necessarily mean we should give them partial control of our clan or bribe them with enormous sums of money. The plan that I have formed after the events in Purgatory takes advantage of our new conditions to win over one player after another. We do not need to win over every insider. We do not even need to obtain the approval of a majority of them. As long as we have obtained tentative support, we can rely on ourselves to do the rest." The old man transferred over an electronic document. When Vase skimmed through the plan, he wasn't sure whether the Larkinson clan was able to pull it off. It relied heavily on diplomacy to do the job. Can we really win over enough insiders without spending a lot of money? Vase skeptically asked. "I am confident we can do so, sir." Sheddarin confidently replied. "You are underestimating the power of status, wealth and reputation. Your personal attitude towards galactic citizens is woefully shallow. I can guarantee you that as long as we publicize the fact that you have become a Tier 6 galactic citizen, many more dignitaries will be interested in building up relations with you. If we reveal the fact that we have successfully concluded an exploration run and returned home with hundreds of kilograms of phase water, we will become one of the most prominent pioneers in Davut, at least for a time. These factors already put us ahead of other competitors." The logic was sound, but Vase wasn't sure whether the established power blocks would truly be swayed by status and reputation. In his cognition, these power players were all ruthless and utilitarian. If the Larkinsons did not give them any solid and costly benefits, there was no way the insiders would open the gates. "I don't have that much confidence that your attempts at diplomacy will go as smoothly as you think," Vase replied. "However, I'm willing to give your plan a chance, mainly because it is by far the cheapest proposal that I have come across. We still have plenty of time to build up a solid presence in Davut, so we don't need to rush too much. You won't regret this decision, sir. I have studied Davuti's conditions extensively. The distribution of power in this port system is complex, and that gives us numerous openings. The best way to break into a castle is not to breach its strongest defenses, but to exploit its weak points. There is no single overpowering player in the port system. Instead, numerous different parties must share power, which means that none of them have the power to single-handedly drive us away." The situation that Minister Sheddarin described sounded similar to what the Golden Skull Alliance faced in the beginning of the Purgatory campaign. "Divide and conquer," Vase softly said. "You're essentially trying to apply this stratagem to our entry into Davut." "Essentially, yes. The most brilliant aspect of divide and conquer is that you can continue to apply it as you go further. If you can truly persist, we might end up ruling Davut as a whole." We may even rule over the state that has formed around the regional economy. Stop. No more, please. I have no ambitions to take over a lucrative port system. We don't need to rely on conquering a fief in order to do well in the Red Ocean. Holding a port system or worse yet an entire state is far too much trouble in my opinion. The enemies we make and the heat we attract will distract us and put us into way too much danger. I just want to be a mech designer, Sheddarin. I don't see why I should try and become a neo-feudal stellar tyrant. Sheddarin sighed. It is only an option, Patriarch. If you leverage your gains from the purgatory to the fullest, it is not impossible to gather a following and build up a power block of your own. From there, you can scheme or persuade the other power blocks to stand aside or offer their allegiance to you. In fact, this is how many leaders in frontier regions rose to power. The Life Research Association of Majestic Teal is a good example. You can assuredly become the next Supreme Sage if you are truly willing to maximize your advantages. The mention of the Supreme Sage briefly prompted Vase to recall what happened to this once revered leader. No thanks, I'm already fine the way I am. Leading the Larkinson clan is already good enough.